After being expelled from the sect, I became the demon emperor. What are you crying for? Introduction. Lin Woya, Chai Kuan is my future Dao companion. As long as you beg for mercy, Kuan Ge will spare you. What? You killed him? You want to kill me too? Blue Star's top 10 outstanding demon cultivators, Lin Woya's soul crossed over. Faced with the scheming of childhood sweethearts, just send them the crush and burn combo directly. Faced with the disgust of senior sister, the scheming of junior brother, and the disdain of the master, decisively leave. After being expelled from the sect, he joined the demon's sect with a supreme demonic appearance. The right path has lost its mind, such a good seedling is being forced into the demonic path is thriving. The ancestors are above, and I have emerged as a dragon in the demonic path. Reduce costs and increase efficiency, pay for work, magic way with merit and luck? The 4 major heavenly sect masters looked at Lin Woya's overwhelming merit and went crazy with blood. With the 3rd senior sister's chamber of commerce collapsing, the empire of the 4th senior sister is about to fall, the cultivation of the eldest senior sister has stagnated, and the demon in the heart of the master has resurfaced. They just remembered Lin Woya's kindness. Junior brother, please come back soon, we can't be without you. Go back, all of you. Get into the Emperor's banner for me. He established the immortal court and was known as the Heavenly Emperor. Disciple of the righteous path, why are the disciples of the demon sect so loving and helpful, with a reputation even better than that of the righteous path? Lin Woya, what demonic sect? We are the authentic cultivators of the Tao, he slanders. Disciple of the demon sect, since joining, my heart has calmed down, and my anxiety has disappeared. The people here speak so nicely, I love it here. After a few years, Lin Woya sits high above the imperial throne. Bring those sorcerers up here. A group of righteous sect masters were escorted up, cursing at Lin Woya. Emoshio is emoshio, no quality, no way. Chapter 1 I don't kill, I just crush bones and scatter ashes. Mysterious Heaven Sect. Next, outer disciple Chai Kuan challenges the direct disciple Lin Woya. The loud shouts of the elders on the martial arts field reach the ears of every disciple. Chai Kuan is lucky, unexpectedly met Lin Woya, now the quota for inner disciples is secure. Lie, I heard that it was Chai Kuan's lover who specially invited Lin Woya. Lin Woya is here too? Not afraid of tarnishing the reputation of the direct disciples, making the sect never able to hold its head up high? A disciple raised his mouth cornered. You don't understand this, I heard that Chai Kuan's sweetheart is Lin Woya's childhood sweetheart. Oh. Disciples chatted quietly among themselves, discussing Lin Woya's gossip one after another. Preparing the room, Lin Woya opened his eyes blankly, looking around the dim room. Wasn't I ambushed by Lao Lu? Where did you get the job? Is it still in China? Shortly afterwards, holding his head in pain, memories surged like a tide. The vast land of Tiansong, flourishing in cultivation. The great emperor moved mountains and seas, changed day and night, and reversed yin and yang. There are ants, struggling hard, eventually falling into the cycle of reincarnation. I am Lin Woya, a direct disciple of the Xiantian sect, one of the 4 great celestial sects. Due to a mistake in my cultivation level has dropped. Lin Woya was slightly stunned, he has crossed over. Lin Woya, Chai Kuan is my future Dao companion. This time, you must enter the inner gate. He is already at the 9th level of Qi refining, while you are at the 5th level. If you go up there, you will immediately admit defeat, which is good for everyone. A commanding and tender voice came from beside me. Lin Woya turned his head and saw a beautiful woman talking incessantly to him. Outer disciples of the Xiantian sect do not need to be personally taught by disciples to become inner disciples. However, if the outer disciple successfully challenges the direct disciple, they can receive a foundation building pill and a magic weapon, which can greatly save time for foundation building. More importantly, being recognized by the core elders and directly accepted as a personal disciple is also possible. But the probability is too small, almost negligible. Even if the outer disciples want to challenge, the direct disciples can also agree. Memories flooded back. Lin Woya instantly understood the general course of events. The reason he left was because of Li Sijing. Formerly characterized by being silent, honest, and introverted, he entered the Xiantian sect together with his childhood friend Li Sijing. Former qualifications are Tian Pin, and he was accepted as a direct disciple by the sect master. Li Sijing has ordinary qualifications and is just an outer disciple. Many times, the predecessor often helped her, and Li Sijing was initially attracted to him. However, since the previous practice had serious problems and regressed, Li Sijing made a 350-degree turn in his state. The disgusted expression was even more impossible to conceal. Everywhere belittling and suppressing, disdain, elevating oneself, making the former self extremely doubtful of oneself. The predecessor sent her precious elixirs, and then handed them over to Chai Kuan in front of him. Also ask him to bring more next time. 2 people are not enough. This is awesome, simply known as the cultivation version of PPT, KTV. Lin Woya looked displeased. He is one of the top 10 outstanding young wizards of the Blue Star. Dogs passing by must be cut in half. Now crossing a lick dog. Still with the same name as oneself. Great humiliation and shame. You're deaf. Li Sijing raised her eyebrows. Do you still want a fight with Chai Kuan? Her eyes were full of disdain and impatience, and she continued, stop daydreaming. The previous you might have had a chance, but now you are just a mere 5th level chi refiner. If you know what's good for you, you'll do as I say. Let Kuan go get the foundation pill, be valued by the elders, and have a boundless future. Don't get yourself into trouble, otherwise, when Kuan Go gets angry, you'll be in trouble. Lin Wuya quietly looked at Li Sijing, raised his hand slightly, and there was no ripple in his eyes. Li Sijing was even more annoyed when he saw that he didn't speak. Are you mute? Did you hear me talking? I'm telling you, if you dare to ruin Kuan Ge's good thing this time, I will definitely not let you off. Bang! The crisp sound of a slap rang out in the air. Lin Wuya directly gave her a slap and grabbed her neck, saying, what are you barking at? Crossing over to become a licking dog is already frustrating, and hearing Li Sijing's mouth being so chatty adds fuel to the fire. The act of a direct disciple intervening in the promotion of an outer disciple to an inner disciple is itself a taboo. Also need to let the predecessor fight against a person with 9 levels of chi refining. Once failed, will you still be able to survive in the cultivation world in the future? Even in death, one will be seen as a stain, to be mocked for a lifetime. This woman is very malicious. Li Sijing widened her eyes, covering her rapidly reddening cheeks, staring blankly at Lin Wuya, full of incredulity on his face. In the past, Lin Wuya never talked back no matter how he was beaten or scolded. Still smiling, he asked her if her hands hurt and if her mouth was dry. Now, dare to hit her. Li Sijing was so angry that she was shaking all over. She shouted sharply, how dare you hit me? You useless person. You will lose me. Bang! Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Wuya slapped her again, his eyes cold and his voice as sharp as frost. What do you think you are? Cheap goods, dare to point fingers at me? You, how dare you curse at me? Li Sijing's body trembled with anger, and a majestic spiritual power surged wildly. She relied on the resources given by her predecessor to reach the 8th level of chi refining, becoming an outstanding figure in the outer sect, her strength many times stronger than that of the 5th level of chi refining. A waste born without a mother and raised without a father, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your mother. Saying that, she activated the spiritual energy within her body and struck towards Lin Wuya's cheek. Lin Wuya's eyes narrowed, his gaze cold and stern. In an instant, the figure disappeared and was nowhere to be seen. In the shocked gaze of Li Sijing, a huge fist suddenly appeared. Like carrying 1,000 pounds of force, it fiercely smashed onto the delicate features. Bang! With a bang, Li Sijing's body shot out like a bullet leaving the barrel. Puff! She heavily smashed against the wall, her body violently colliding with the hard wall, making a dull sound. Li Sijing felt as if all the bones in her body were about to fall apart, and the intense pain spread throughout her body in an instant, spraying a mouthful of blood, staining the ground in front of the body red. Lin Wuya's foot was stepping on her face, which was distorted by her facial features. Don't hit me. Li Sijing's eyes were filled with pain and fear, curling up her body, afraid that Lin Wuya would strike again. Her heart was filled with regret. She never expected that Lin Wuya would dare to be so heavy-handed with her. She couldn't understand why she, at the 8th level of chi refining, was severely injured by a punch from someone at the 5th level of chi refining. I don't understand why Lin Wuya suddenly changed his temperament and tried to kill her. I dare not, anymore. I was wrong. She clung to Lin Wuya's thigh, begging desperately. At this moment, Li Sijing no longer has the previous arrogance and domineering. Like a wounded wild beast, bearing pain and fear alone. I don't know what Lin Wuya will do to her next, and my heart is filled with unease. I don't kill people. Lin Wuya shook his head. Li Sijing breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of her heart. Looking at Lin Wuya's eyes just now, she thought she was going to die. However, the next sentence made her feel cold all over. I only crush bones and raise ashes. Lin Wuya lifted Li Sijing up, and in her terrified eyes, a fist ray attacked her again. Bang! The sound was not loud, and Li Sijing was hit by a punch. In an instant, it turned into a pile of powder. The bone-crushing ash-rising fist can still be used. Lin Wuya looked at the ground covered in powder, his expression filled with joy. This shows that the techniques from the previous life can still be used in this world. The confidence in my heart has also grown stronger. Thinking of this, he walked out of the preparation room and strode towards the arena. As soon as he stepped out of the room, the glaring sunlight shone directly, which was a bit unpleasant for someone who liked darkness like him. The arena was filled with men and women. They were all attracted by the challenge of the outer disciples to the direct disciples. However, after learning that the personal disciple was Lin Wuya, he had a look of being deceived. You should know that Lin Wuya, although a direct disciple, is not as powerful or prestigious as an outer disciple. Shai Kuan, this bastard, actually used that waste as a stepping stone. The 9th level of chi refining can beat the 5th level of chi refining even without hands. Chaikuan has no shame. Lin Wuya is also brainless, actually agreed to be a stepping stone. Humph, can't even support a wall with rotten mud. The people on the martial arts stage taunted Lin Wuya with sarcasm, and felt both hatred and jealousy towards Chaikuan. Jealousy is that Chaikuan found a good match, who can help him pave the way for his own disciple. Hate that Chaikuan can become an inner disciple without any effort. How did they not think of this strategy? On the competition stage, Chaikuan looked at the disciples in the stands with a hateful and jealous expression, completely indifferent. As long as the goal is achieved, a little damage to reputation is nothing. Furthermore, Lin Wuya is the one who is most injured. The direct translation of the source text is, a direct disciple was defeated by an outer disciple, unprecedented in history. He looked slowly at the black-clothed man stepping up, with a smile on his lips. Lin Wuya, kneel down and kowtow twice, call out for mercy from Koen-gu, and I will show great mercy and spare you. Next time, when Jingjing and I practice together, you can stand at the door and listen to the sound of us applauding for love. Lin Wuya frowned. Li Sijing is already dead. Does he want to go and accompany her? Rest assured, a dog, I will make you reunite. Upon hearing Lin Wuya's words, Chaikuan's expression turned extremely gloomy. If you are a man, sign a life and death agreement with me. Lin Wuya was stunned. Just what I wanted. He came to the door himself. Good. Ha ha ha, Chaikuan is overjoyed. Did Lin Wuya hit his head on the door when he went out today? He actually dared to sign a life and death agreement with him. Elder, please sign the life and death agreement. The elder on the side was in a dilemma, looked at Lin Wuya. Are you sure? He is the direct disciple of the sect master. Although he is not well received, he is still a disciple. If he dies here, he bears the greatest responsibility. Sure, Lin Wuya nodded. Sigh, the elder sighed. Well. The two quickly signed the life and death agreement. After the elder received it, once the agreement was signed, no one could interfere, as this was a strict rule of the sect. Chaikuan grinned. Once the life and death contract is signed, even if you are a sect disciple, you have no right to regret. It's a pity, you won't be able to see the moment when Jinger and I enter the bridal chamber in the future. Asterisk. What did you say? Chaikuan's veins bulged, suspecting he had misheard. Lin Wuya sighed, and said in a deep voice, asterisk. Oh my god. Chaikuan was enraged. Without saying a word, he picked up the axe and directly chopped over, like an angry beast, bringing a fierce wind. Lin Wuya was not afraid at all, raised his eyebrows, and just as Chaikuan's axe was about to strike him, he suddenly threw a punch. This punch may seem plain and unremarkable, but it contains incredibly powerful force. Boom! The fist wind roared, as powerful as breaking bamboo, directly smashing Chaikuan's axe to pieces. Fragments splattered everywhere, like shooting stars. Chaikuan widened his eyes, his face full of shock and fear. He hadn't had time to react, and Lin Wuya's fist had already heavily smashed into his chest. Puff! Chaikuan spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Heavily fell to the ground, struggled for a few moments, widened his eyes, and then there was no more movement. Silence. The air seems to solidify. The people around were all stunned by this scene. One punch. The 5th level of chi refining is a punch that kills the 9th level of chi refining with one punch. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Wuya with eyes full of doubt and awe. Lin Wuya stood there quietly, with no ripples in his eyes. He turned and left as if he had done something insignificant. Defeating an outer disciple brings him no benefits. Currently, it is best to grasp the situation around you. Left the arena and returned to the residence alone. He, who is only in the chi refining stage, has no magic weapon, no cultivation base, and can only walk back. Suddenly, he paused, squinted his eyes, and a white-clothed man appeared in front of him. The man had a smile on his face, with a hint of playfulness and coldness in his eyes. Xiao Bai. Lin Wuya's eyelids twitched, and the person who came was his junior martial brother. In memory, repeatedly framing the predecessor, leading to a ruined reputation. Xiao Bai smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth. Senior brother, master wants to see you, please come with me. He. Lin Wuya chuckled coldly, knowing that Xiao Bai must have no good intentions. What if I don't go? That's not up to senior brother. Xiao Baiyun was calm and gentle, as if Lin Wuya could never escape from his palm. Evil obstacle. Just as Lin Wuya was pondering his countermeasures, a loud shout came from the sky. Several figures appeared in the air. Evil scum, colluding with the holy maiden of the demon sect, do you know your crime? Chapter 2. You deserve it. Conspiring with the holy maiden of the demon sect? Lin Wuya's pupils contracted. When did he collude with the holy maiden of the demon sect? With just one glance at Xiao Bai, he instantly understood. It must be Xiao Bai's means. Please, can you find a more reasonable reason for framing someone? I have never seen the saintess of the demon sect. Why not mention that I want to betray the sect? Junior brother, you colluded with the demon sect saintess, causing the junior brother to be seriously injured. Do you know your crime? Without waiting for him to think, a voice of rage came from above. Lin Woya looked up and saw three figures standing tall in the sky. The memories of the past come flooding back like a tide. Those are his senior female martial arts sisters. You are so stubborn and unresponsive, are you deaf? Can't say a word, it seems true. Lin Woya cursed under his breath, then recalled the reason why he was being slandered, which was because he had gone on a trial in a secret realm with his junior apprentice Xiaobai 10 days ago. The two separated not long ago. He accidentally encountered a powerful and hungry woman. After a day and night of entanglement, the woman threw down a few spirit stones and left without mercy. After suffering a loss, he left the cave not long ago and inexplicably became the target of Xiaobai's hostility, who then began to chase him. If it weren't for that woman's rescue, I would have been killed by Xiaobai long ago. 2 days ago, just came out of the secret realm, Xiaobai, although silent, but that cold and stern eyes were caught by him. The former was silent and unguarded. Lin Wuya's soul came through. Before he could even go through all the memories of his previous life, he was entangled in other matters. I don't want Xiaobai to act so quickly, immediately slandering Lin Wuya for colluding with the demon sect sages to harm him. These senior sisters came to question without distinguishing right from wrong. Knowing the cause and effect, Lin Wuya secretly resents that his previous identity was not only a saint, but also a bootlicker. Not only does he not fight back when hit or curse back when scolded, but he also unconditionally gives without expecting anything in return. The demon repair face is too embarrassing. Lu Xuer's eyes were full of disgust. It's hateful, you evil creature. You were supposed to accompany the junior brother for training, but instead you colluded with the holy maiden of the demon sect, causing the junior brother to fall into a dangerous situation. You truly deserve to die 1,000 times. Lin Wuya's forehead was covered with countless question marks. Do these senior sisters hate him so much? Shin Shoyue's eyes were cold, and he snorted coldly. Humph, lock him up in the soul-eating prison. Lin Wuya's eyelids were jumping around. The soul-eating prison is where the big demons and the 10 unforgivable people are detained. These senior sisters are so ruthless, they want to lock him up in the soul-eating prison. On one side, Xiaobai looked at the 3 senior sisters who were protecting him, then looked coldly at Lin Wuya, who was in a life-and-death situation, with a faint smile on his lips. That day at the calendar practice, he encountered a woman who was as beautiful as a celestial being. But I didn't expect that the woman was quite cunning and managed to escape. Wasted the expensive purchase of extreme joy. Unable to find it, after meeting Lin Wuya, I smelled the fragrance on him and immediately realized that it was the wedding dress made for him. The woman escaped from his hands and used Lin Wuya to detoxify. He couldn't swallow this tone. Several senior sisters, I am slightly injured and it's nothing serious. If it damages the relationship between fellow disciples, I will be the sinner of the sect. Xiaobai felt heartbroken and troubled. This scene fell in the eyes of the 3 senior sisters, causing them heartache so intense that they couldn't breathe. Junior brother, this wicked beast almost caused you harm, and you are still speaking up for him. Senior sister Suning felt heartache. Junior brother is too naive, being deceived by others, yet still pleading for them. Third sister Shin Shoyue's eyes were misty. Poor little junior brother, being sold and still unaware. It's all my fault, causing the senior sisters to misunderstand fifth senior brother. It's all my fault. Xiaobai looked ashamed, as if it was his own fault. 3 senior sisters were furious. The junior brother was righteous and pure-hearted. How did he encounter such a heartless and despicable person like Lin Wuya? Lin Wuya's eyes shook. Damn it, ran into a hypocrite. Having been in the magic world for so many years, when was he ever looked down upon like this? Lin Wuya's eyes were blazing, and he remembered these few people in his heart. In order to make a few senior sisters happy, they worked hard and endured everything. Even if they were bullied, insulted, and framed, they did not complain at all. Instead, they silently endured, thinking that this would win the favor of the senior sisters. However, they did not expect that in the eyes of this group of people, he was not even as good as the nail of Xiaobai. Unrepentant in death, take him to see the master. Face to face with the master, he dare not do so. Dogs can't change their habit of eating poop, he will have his own bitter fruit to eat later. Su Ning grabbed with one hand. Lin Wuya was imprisoned in midair, and the smell on his body made them full of disgust and aversion. Soon, several people arrived at the Pope's Grand Hall, where a stunning and beautiful woman was seated high above, exuding a terrifying aura all over her body. Yi Qinglan, the sect master of Xiantian sect, is Lin Wuya's master. Lin Wuya, why did you collude with the demon sect, harm Xiaobai, quickly confess. Yi Qinglan was extremely angry. Upon hearing that Xiaobai was injured, he wished he could kill Lin Wuya immediately. A despicable person is not even comparable to a single hair of Xiaobai. What level, also worthy of being her disciple, she was blind to accept him as a disciple in the first place. Lin Wuya sneered. Yi Qinglan was in the same boat as them, without asking about the cause and effect, directly convicting him, without even the chance to explain. It can be seen how insignificant the former self is in the hearts of these people. Lin Wuya, master asks you a question, are you deaf, eating the food of a dog who bites the hand that feeds it? Still laughing, not even listening to the words of the master, I think there is a ghost in the heart. Being in the same school as him is simply humiliating for us. The three senior sisters looked resentful, as if Lin Wuya's existence was a stain in their eyes. Xiaobai's face was calm, and his heart was full of joy. Letting you ruin this young master's good thing, this time you will never be able to get away with it. However, death is impossible for you, after all, you are the lucky pet of this young master's destiny. He touched the ring in his hand. Mo Lao, the method of snatching luck you gave is really useful. A divine thought came into his mind from within the ring. Of course, the method of seizing luck seizes the creation of heaven and earth. This child's luck is soaring. If it weren't for borrowing his luck, you wouldn't be able to enter the profound heaven sect in this life, nor would you break through the foundation building stage at the age of 15. As long as he is within a certain range of you, his luck is yours. So good. Xiaobai's eyes flashed with joy. His talent and luck in the cultivation world were at the bottom, and he accidentally picked up this ring. I never thought that a powerful remnant soul was hidden in the ring, allowing him to defy fate. Not only did he steal Lin Wuya's luck by using the method of snatching luck, but he also took everything that belonged to Lin Wuya. Next, when the master is about to execute Lin Wuya, he steps forward to spare Lin Wuya's life and breaks his limbs, forcing him to leave forever. In this way, Lin Wuya's luck will be his. With such a powerful aura blessing, becoming the supreme emperor in the future is not a dream. Lin Wuya frowned. This body is weak and unable to withstand it. The tendons are broken, the realm is low, and it cannot be wasted again. If it continues to develop like this, it will sooner or later be killed by Yi Qinglan. Crossing over means death. That's not just a waste. Cannot sit and wait for death. System? He shouted in his heart. In the Blue Star Crossing novel everywhere, as a demon cultivator, he has also read many online novels. Crossing must bring a golden finger, he cannot be without. After a while, still no response was received, and my heart sank. Damn, there's really no ordinary people flow. He called the system more than once, and this result was not unexpected. Lin Wuya gritted his teeth and could only save himself at the moment. As long as you go out, combine with memories of past lives, you can immediately restore your cultivation, and then find this group of little es to seek revenge. Glancing around, recalling the past experience of the secret realm, with a determined look, a group of people who don't distinguish right from wrong, who are blind and ignorant, asking me to explain? I came out to make a living, who do I need to explain to? He squinted his eyes and looked at Xiaobai. Xiaobai, you said I colluded with the holy woman of the demon cult, then may I ask, have you ever seen what that holy woman looks like? This. Xiaobai hesitated for a moment, his eyes wandering in confusion. He had never seen the holy maiden of the demon sect before, but he knew of her reputation. So he forced himself to say, naturally, she is extremely beautiful. Lin Wuya smiled and looked at Su Ning again. Senior sister, you are the number one among the younger generation of Xiantian sect, on par with the holy maiden of the demon sect. May I ask, what realm is the holy maiden of the demon sect in? Su Ning's eyes were slightly cold, and a senior sister's words made her feel disgusted, saying coldly, like me, she is also in the purple mansion realm. Lin Wuya nodded. The cultivation realms in this world are in the following order: Qi refining realm, foundation building realm, divine storage realm, purple mansion realm, primordial spirit realm, cave mansion realm, tribulation crossing realm, Dao severing realm, supreme realm, quasi-emperor realm, great emperor realm. The four senior sisters are young and all are in the purple mansion realm. So, Xiao Shidi, what kind of realm is allowed to enter the secret realm? Lin Wuya asked back. Xiaobai's face was pale, his eyes widened. That day, in a hurry to lie, he forgot the most important point: only cultivators below the purple mansion realm are allowed to enter the secret realm. Senior sister and others are in the purple mansion realm and cannot enter the interior. The methods of the demonic sect are mysterious and unpredictable. Naturally there are ways to enter the secret realm. Xiaobai replied. Lin Wuya sneered at it. Then I would like to ask Xiao Shidi, as a demon sect saintess in the purple mansion realm, can you escape from being killed by a foundation building cultivator? Xiaobai's mind roared, and his steps unconsciously retreated a few steps. The span of each realm of cultivation is extremely large, and there is no such thing as challenging a higher level opponent. In the purple mansion realm, killing a foundation building realm opponent only requires one move. Su Ning and others frowned. According to Lin Wuya, colluding with the demon cult saintess to ambush Xiaobai has too many loopholes. Xiaobai said with a straight face, not the saintess of the demonic sect, maybe the demoness of the demonic sect. I saw it with my own eyes. Would I slander you, fifth senior brother, for no reason? Lin Wuya shook his head. You are really stupid. You. Xiaobai was anxious. Today's Lin Wuya is different from before. The previous Lin Wuya was silent, spoke little, and was very clumsy with words. He would stutter after saying a few words, and would only nod in response to what others said. Today, in contrast to the past style, the logic is rigorous in words and deeds, without any stage fright. The secret realm is controlled by the 4 major celestial sections. Entering it requires identity verification, and the 4 sect masters personally preside over it. Does his demonic sect have the ability to do so? Have they been suppressed by the righteous path in recent years that they dare not show themselves? Furthermore, the secret realm is just a tiny place. In terms of talent and potential, is it worth the demon sect risking their lives to specifically kill you, Xiao Bai? My family has been passing down the tradition of making keys, and so should you. Could it be that you, Xiao Bai, are actually a member of the demonic sect, infiltrating Xiantian sect to gain the trust of the master on purpose? Slander, he slandered me. Xiao Bai hurriedly bowed to Yi Qinglan and said, please master, help me. Xiao Bai swallowed his saliva, sweat beading on his forehead. The more loopholes were pointed out, the more he spoke, the more mistakes he made. If more loopholes were found, he might really be caught red-handed. Su Ning and the other two exchanged a glance, with furrowed brows. Chapter 3 Expulsion from the Sect. Mo Lao, what should we do? Xiao Bai asked Mo Lao for help. Lin Wuya is sharp-tongued, and if the situation turns around, he won't have a good ending. Don't worry, you have his luck on your side, which can influence the minds of creatures below the realm of the great emperor. As long as you act a little, you can turn bad luck into good luck. Xiao Bai was taken aback, his body trembling slightly, his face filled with indescribable grievance, trying hard to suppress the tears about to well up. Su Ning and others took a look at his expression, as if they had been stabbed in the heart. Evil beast, a dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. Su Ning glared at Lin Wuya, then clasped his hands and said, Master, Xiao Bai is kind-hearted and not deeply involved in the world. He was deceived by this evil beast. I propose to expel him from the sect and execute him immediately. Lin Wuya distorts right and wrong, slanders the junior brother, his crime deserves death. Yes, it must be this bastard who was jealous of Xiao Bai, envious of his cultivation, his talent, and colluding with the demon cult witch. Master, Lin Wuya has been associating with thieves and robbers for many years, and his parents were also executed for theft back then. As the saying goes, like father, like son. Such a person staying in the sect is a stain on the sect. This child must not be allowed to stay. Yi Qinglan shook his head. Xiao Bai is not a member of the demon cult. Xiao Bai chuckled inwardly, trying hard to squeeze out a few tears on the surface, looking pitifully at Lin Qinglan. Master, perhaps 5th senior brother has his reasons. I don't want 5th senior brother to lose his life because of me. So he turned his head and looked at Lin Wuya, pityingly said, a 5th brother, I didn't mean it. As long as 5th brother apologizes to me, the junior brother will not blame the past. Lin Wuya took a deep breath of cold air. The power of the green Tihan was terrifying. If it weren't for his lack of cultivation, he would probably have let Xiao Bai enter the emperor's pavilion in minutes. And how stupid these women are, how can't they see such an obvious framing? Was the brain kicked by a donkey? Or maybe they just want to kill him. Glancing at a few senior sisters and Xiao Bai, my heart suddenly became clear. He figured it out. Regardless of his previous identity, he had exceptional talent and luck. Every time he went out, he would either pick up cultivation techniques or treasures. At that time, several senior sisters treated him very well, and calling him the son of luck was not an exaggeration. But since meeting Xiao Bai that day, there has been a drastic change. The luck suddenly turned sharply downward, failed to break through the divine hiding time, the cultivation continued to fall, and encountered the demonic sect when going out, almost died. And every time the heavenly treasures and opportunities brought back mysteriously disappear, appearing in Xiao Bai's hands. He was punished countless times by Yi Qinglan, leading to the current disgust. Repeatedly framed and persecuted, after being punished, Xiao Bai immediately sent elixirs, comforted with kind words. The previous body was grateful to the point of tears, almost ready to repay with his own life. Lin Wuya quickly felt that something was wrong. He was being treated like a scapegoat. Mad. A group of scheming and power-seeking people, whoever brings them great value, they will turn to help that person. After receiving so many rare treasures and materials, they will turn their backs and deny knowing anyone. The treasures accumulated in the previous years were all given to them without reservation, and in the end, they ended up in a state that was neither inside nor outside. Hit and scold, come when called, boss around like a dog, not treating him as a human. If he doesn't die, he will kill you sooner or later. No, I have to find a chance to escape. Lin Wuya secretly pondered. As long as the green hills are preserved, there is no need to fear a lack of firewood. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuer immediately softened her heart. Junior brother's heart is too kind, compassionate, and benevolent, he might suffer in the future. Shinshouyu pointed at Lin Wuya's nose and said, Junior brother, with good intentions, sparing your life, why don't you kneel down and apologize? Lin Wuya gritted his teeth, wanting him to kneel down and apologize. It would be better to kill him, and he also caught the joy in Xiao Bai's eyes just now. With his experience of wandering in the previous life, there must be a conspiracy. Hateful, people are like knives, I am like fish meat. Do I have to die here just after crossing over? Alas. Lin Wuya sighed, time and luck. In the past life, I went astray and got shot. Let this life be just a dream. It was me. Lin Wuya closed his eyes. Come on, hurry up. Don't delay him from reincarnating. Tired. Yi Qinglan was taken aback. Unexpectedly Lin Wuya admitted decisively. Even the 3 senior sisters were a little confused. After 10 days of interrogation and torture without any results, suddenly admitting to the crime left them momentarily stunned. Evil beast, waste, dog stuff, eating inside and out. Wasting our feelings, the sect has fallen into bad luck, raising you, this white-eyed wolf. Poor little junior brother, the human heart is treacherous, now you know, right? Xiaobai was suddenly stunned. Lin Wuya suddenly admitted to letting him punch the cotton. He couldn't die. If he died, what would happen to his future luck? So he immediately headed towards Lin Qinglan and said, Master, 5th senior brother is not guilty of a capital crime, please spare his life. Junior brother, I know you have a kind heart, but Lin Wuya plotted against you first. This sin cannot be easily forgiven. Su Ning was full of resentment. Lin Wuya was instantly furious when he heard it, ready to face death. These guys were still slandering, so he immediately cursed loudly. Die, you scum, are you motherless or fatherless? What did you say? The wild dog burped. You ate too much, didn't you hear me talking? Ha! Su Ning raised her eyebrows, trembling all over, looking extremely gloomy, and had never been scolded like this before in her life. Rude, vulgar, how dare you insult senior sister? Lu Shuer pointed at Lin Wuya's nose. Lin Wuya turned his head. I spit on you. It's despicable for me to curse people, but what about you spewing filth from your mouth? It's right. No, you look pretty, oh, so beautiful. You, Xiaobai widened his eyes. Unexpectedly Lin Wuya, who had been silent, suddenly erupted, not knowing what had gotten into him, as if he had gone mad. I get up at 8 in the morning. Lin Wuya also didn't indulge him. Stubborn guy, lazy like a little toad, you keep lying in bed, fussing around for no reason, touching the ring when there's nothing to do, touching the ring when there's something to do. Your grandfather is inside the ring. Xiaobai's eyes narrowed. How did he know about the ring? But the ring did not belong to his grandfather, but to an ancestor in his family. A group of dead idiots. I'm ahead of you guys, rubbing with a banana peel, never ending. What kind of watch are you wearing, scheming woman, or green tea woman? Wear a good watch. If you are sick, go get treated. If you lose your mind, go see a doctor. Outside the long pavilion, by the ancient road, a son is born without eyes. Do not want the green lotus. He too Lin Wuya seemed to have opened a map cannon, firing wildly and indiscriminately. He. It's reversed. They are all direct disciples of the Xiantian sect. The disciples of the sect master, who have received a good education since childhood, are knowledgeable and reasonable. The worst insults they have heard are nothing more than scoundrel, dog, waste, etc. When have they ever heard such vulgar words as Lin Wuya's? Their bodies trembled slightly, as if enduring immense pain, while the anger burned like a raging flame, spreading continuously in their hearts. Their eyes slightly reddened, revealing their inner vulnerability. At the same time, surprised in his heart, Lin Wuya, who has always been silent when scolded and does not fight back, was too dirty in his scolding today. Evil creature, shut up. Yi Qinglan was furious. Having lived for 1,000 years, he had never seen such harsh cursing, especially from his own disciple. If this gets out, where can I put my face? Looking at Xiaobai, gentle and lovely, how understanding. Full of foul language, disrespectful to culture, not suitable for great use. Yi Qinglan was furious. Feeling annoyed when he saw Lin Wuya, he waved his sleeve and released a burst of energy. Puff! With a puff, Lin Wuya flew backwards. Evildoer, you have disgraced the sect's face. Today, our sect will expel you and never employ you again. Yi Qinglan's chest heaved violently. Do you have anything else to say? Lin Wuya heard that he was expelled, and he was ecstatic in an instant. Thank you, master. Thank you, sister. Thank you, green tea junior brother. Thank you, your ancestors for 8 generations. The sudden laughter took everyone present by surprise. Ordinary people who are expelled from the sect either seek death or survival, or regret deeply, but Lin Wuya, on the other hand, is extremely happy. It's as if leaving the place of right and wrong. Everyone, the road of the rivers and lakes is long, have a safe journey. Lin Wuya waved goodbye and immediately turned around. Stop! Su Ning shouted loudly, all the cultivation you have gained over the years was given by the sect. If you want to leave, give it back. Good. Glancing at the disdainful crowd, Lin Wuya's eyes instantly became unusually determined, as if he had made a decision and would not look back. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body began to surge uncontrollably. Since you ask so, I will do as you wish. Lin Wuya's voice was low and hoarse, every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. He slowly closed his eyes, quickly formed hand seals, and began guiding the violent spiritual power in his body to converge into his meridians. Click! A crisp cracking sound rang out, followed by a continuous and unceasing sound of shattering, which was the sound of the meridians in Lin Wuya's body breaking. He clenched his teeth, his face as pale as paper, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead incessantly, but he did not even hum, just silently enduring this indescribable pain. Su Ning and Xiaobai and others widened their eyes. They never expected that Lin Wuya would be so resolute. Self-destructing cultivation is like 1,000 needles piercing the heart, and it feels like being burned by a raging fire. Despite such intense pain, he didn't make a sound. Lin Wuya struggled to lift his head and looked at Su Ning, with no resentment in his eyes, only calmness and determination. I have returned my cultivation to the sect. The mountain is high and the road is long. I am cutting ties with Xiantian sect. He smiled with relief. Cultivation can be abandoned, cannot be crushed. Lin Wuya, even if I start over from scratch, I can still find my own path. You are beyond redemption. Yi Qinglan was furious. Su Ning just gave Lin Wuya a way out. As long as he knelt down and admitted his mistake, he could be forgiven. However, Lin Wuya not only did not appreciate it, but instead ruined his cultivation and slapped her face. Inform all forces in the world, whoever dares to take him in, will be an enemy of the Xiantian sect. Let him live next to dogs for his whole life, begging for a living. Get out of here. The furious voice carried a strong wind, blowing Lin Wuya into the endless sky. Not good. Xiaobai was shocked. Lin Wuya was his cash cow. He couldn't die. The figure turned into a lingering shadow and immediately flew out. The junior apprentice is truly kind-hearted. Several senior sisters exchanged glances. At this moment, Xiaobai still had to go and save Lin Wuya. Chapter 4. Please ask your senior brother to cut off his own limbs. Poof. Ahem. Cough. Cough. Lin Wuya fell from the sky and coughed violently. His already heavily injured body was even more severely injured, and he had reached the point of running out of gas. Taking a deep look at the Xiantian sect at the back, which was shrouded in clouds and mist. If you don't take this revenge, you're not a devil cultivator in vain. The previous body is too lousy. Was brought back to the clan by Yi Qinglan. The heart of gratitude. Every day before dawn, climbed from the bottom of the mountain to the Pope's hall to ask for peace. For her to recite the sutra. To clear the demon of the heart. A trip of dozens of miles, regardless of the wind and rain. Every day. If there is a cultivation is okay. But his cultivation has fallen. Just practice chi stage. Can only rely on the walk. For eldest sister Su Ning, she had specially learned the art of orthopedic healing, helping her to alleviate her dark injuries, and her chi and blood to circulate. The predecessor's enlightenment is extremely Tao. A little bit of it, a glance can learn the essence. To the grumpy second elder sister Lu Shuer accompanied the sword training, many times let her sword skill soared, but from time to get beaten. Third sister Xinsho Yua addicted to business. The predecessor is for her. The establishment of the Chamber of Commerce, pulling together resources everywhere. Just 5 years from the small Chamber of Commerce, into the top Chamber of Commerce, commercial coverage of half a continent, and he does not take the pennies, over the life of a penniless. The fourth elder sister Qin Mangyao was caught in the vortex of the battle to seize the first wife. The predecessor for the fourth elder sister to the humble realm, took the initiative to enter the killing game. 3 years of planning, and finally sent Qin Mangyao to the position of the emperor of the great Qin divine dynasty. All of this was just the predecessor treating them as family. Wanting to be recognized by them, to stop loathing him, to accept him. Imagination is beautiful, reality is bone-chilling. The first elder sister was often abusive. The second elder sister found all kinds of chaperone reasons to injure him. The third elder sister disliked him for his bad luck in affecting the chamber's chi, and expelled him countless times. And the fourth elder sister towered over him, and her icy cold eyes couldn't stop their disgust. To this extent, the predecessor still thought that it was because he had not pleased his senior sisters and masters, and his ego PUA, and worked even harder to please them, so that they would be even more unscrupulous. In order to be able to make Xiaobai's strength increase, they tilted the best resources to him. Xiaobai's qualifications were not high. The 3 senior sisters consulted the ancient books and found the method of bone replacement, stripping the bone marrow of the predecessor and exchanging it to Xiaobai. The bone marrow removal was extremely painful. And the predecessor froze and tolerated it, smiling and saying it was fine. As long as the sisters liked it, he could take his life. With this kind of realization, Lin Wuya really wanted to give him a big penny pocket. It's so ing. Xiaobai is also not a person. Every time the predecessor to get the heavenly materials and exotic treasures, full of joy to hand over to the senior sisters, Xiaobai used means to snatch from him. Backwards, the predecessor to the senior sisters cried out. But by the senior sisters' insults, improper character, stealing chickens and dogs, and in the clan made a big fuss, ruining his reputation. In the years to come, the predecessor was completely discredited in the clan, like a plague, and people spit on him. He didn't know how many people had knocked the blindfold stick and how many people had bullied him. Humiliating, so ing humiliating. Lin Wuya's eyes were crimson. His predecessor had lived to this point. He was simply worse than a dog. No longer recalling the past of his predecessor, he took a hard step toward the bottom of the mountain. It's imperative to find a place to heal and recover from your injuries. Crossing over, the devil cultivation technique from his previous life was still there. As long as he continued to cultivate, his own tendons and veins would be repaired sooner or later. As for root damage, just find a heavenly talent to make up for his roots. It's no big deal. The magic cultivation of the blue planet was very developed, and the magic cultivators used the technological civilization to have developed the deduction of the gong method to a terrifying point. And although no one was able to cultivate it due to the limitations of the realm, there was absolutely no problem with it after being simulated by the quantum computers for billions and billions of trillions of times. Senior brother, where are you going? A cold, stern voice came from behind him, and Lin Wuya's entire body tensed up as he turned back violently. Xiao Bai. Looking at Xiao Bai's smirking expression, Lin Wuya's heart sank. This kid definitely did not have a good heart. Is he here to kill him to silence him? Xiao Bai's heart was relieved. Yi Qinglan had flung Lin Wuya 100 miles away from the clan. With his realm it was impossible to find him, so he quickly locked onto Lin Wuya with the help of Elder Mo's divine thoughts and power. What are you doing? Lin Wuya's eyes narrowed. He had lost his cultivation and foundation and was dying, so it was easy for Xiao Bai, who was at the foundation stage, to kill him. What for? Xiao Bai licked his lips. The action fell in Lin Wuya's eyes and goosebumps rose all over his body. This kid is actually good at male style. Lin Wuya's eyes were horrified and a vicious chill ran through his heart. If Xiao Bai used force on him, he decided to fight to the death. I think he has lived an honest life and must not be tainted by this. Elder Mo. Is it possible to transfer Lin Wuya's fortune directly onto my head? Xiao Bai asked in his heart. Although the technique of seizing luck was unbelievable, there were two major drawbacks. One drawback had to be that the person seizing the luck had to be within 100 miles of the person. If he was out of that range, there was no effect. The second drawback was that the realm could not be one large realm higher than him, or else he would be subject to the backlash of his chi. When he first met Lin Wuya, it was because he was weak, otherwise he wouldn't have had the chance to seize his fortune. A voice came from within the ring. I can't. Chi luck is subtle and inscrutable. The art of seizing luck can only cloud the heavens and divert chi luck. And when you become a supreme being, you will be able to seize the creation of the heavens and earth. Xiao Bai sighed in the bottom of his heart. It seemed that Lin Wuya could not die yet, at least until he became a supreme realm. Senior brother and I are like brothers. How can senior brother bear to see senior brother begging for his life with a dog as his neighbor? Xiao Bai looked indifferent. Please also ask your senior brother to cut off his own limbs and stay by my senior brother's side forever. Like a dog. You. Lin Wuya's eyes shook. Xiao Bai's fetish was so perverted that he liked to play with plants. Ugh. Since senior brother is unwilling, senior brother will help you sever your limbs. White Xiao was ruthless without saying much and directly struck out. Wanting to waste Lin Wuya's limbs, keeping him by his side was equivalent to always having a pool of qi that would never dry up. Lin Wuya unconsciously nodded back a few steps. The big hand was getting closer and closer, as if it was choosing people to devour, breaking off his limbs as if he were a living dead person. It was even more ruthless than killing him. Bang! Pust! With a bang, Xiao Bai chattered blood in the air and flew out backwards. A black figure suddenly appeared beside Lin Wuya. Who are you? Xiao Bai wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. One move had actually caused him to be seriously injured. One should know that he was wearing a top-grade spiritual treasure that could block attacks from Yuanshan realm cultivators. The strength of the visitor definitely surpassed the Yuanshan realm. Without even looking at Xiao Bai, the black figure lifted Lin Wuya and disappeared in place. Want to go? Xiao Bai's complexion was hazy. How could he stop when he had managed to capture the fallen Lin Wuya? Elder Mo. Help me. A powerful and profound force suddenly ignited in him, so powerful that the wind and clouds changed. Boom! With a loud boom, space distorted, followed by a single step, spanning thousands of miles away. Xiao Bai's eyelids fluttered as he couldn't detect any breath. Elder Mo. What's going on? Elder Mo frowned, his gaze deep as he probed the aftermath left behind by the distortion of space. The strength of that person's cultivation. I'm afraid it's not far from the chopping road. The reason why he was able to cross thousands of miles without a sound is because his control of space has reached the point of pure perfection. Lin Wuya's fortune is so powerful that it's able to attract the coveting of such a powerful person. Xiao Bai was secretly shocked in his heart. Lin Wuya's qi was very important to him, where he would rely on to break through to the supreme in the future, and now he had been shortchanged. Things have come to this. Lin Wuya should give up first, cultivate to the divine hidden stage as soon as possible. That senior sister of yours is not as lucky as him, but she's not weak either. Xiaobai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the unwillingness in his heart, nodded his head silently, and returned to the sect as a stream of light. Chapter 5, The Indestructible Code. Lin Wuya froze and looked at the black-clothed woman beside him. The woman's eyes surged as if she were a star. Her black clothes outlined perfect curves. Although there was a veil covering her true face, anyone could tell that this woman's face was absolutely astounding and rare in the ancient times. He scoured the memories of his predecessor and had never seen this person before. A faint fragrance hit his face, and Lin Wuya blurted out, "Senior, you smell so good." The woman in black lurched and immediately swooped down from the air. Poof! Hiss! Slamming Lin Wuya heavily onto the ground. "You and I don't owe each other. Whether we live or die in the future has nothing to do with me." Humph! The hoarse voice of the woman in black came out, flinging out a bag of spirit stones. Lin Wuya was just about to retain, when the woman in black disappeared into thin air, holding a bag of spirit stones. Thinking carefully, her eyes gradually widening. This familiar movement, this familiar back. Isn't it the demon sect demoness who defiled her predecessor half a month ago? So it was her. Lin Wuya drifted off, but unfortunately, he failed to memorize the demon girl's true face, slightly regretting it. Ahem. Cough. He coughed a few times. His physical injuries were very serious, and if he didn't get treatment, he definitely wouldn't survive until tomorrow. It took a lot of effort to escape in my previous life in order to compete for that one overwhelming inheritance. Before I could cover it up, I was attacked and killed by an old coin, but it's a good thing that the inheritance has been topologized in my mind. Lin Wuya sat cross-legged, and a black book that emitted endless ghostly light appeared in his mind. The black book was touched by Lin Wuya's consciousness, and countless ancient and complicated patterns emerged around it, and countless great Tao runes continued to emerge. The Indestructible Code, the Indestructible Codex, back then, was the pinnacle of the work of an astonishingly talented, supreme fiend who had lived 9 lives against the odds, and who had suppressed all the ages, and who had spilled his heart and soul into the work, influenced the late future hundreds of thousands of years of demonic cultivation. This law against the heavens, not only can the body remodeling, but also can devour all things to strengthen their own body. No side effects. If you can devour other physique, can evolve into the legendary chaos body, immortal, visible. This law is strong. The prerequisite for practicing this technique is a wasted body with no cultivation. And in his previous life, he had a heavenly cultivation and was unable to give it up, which is why he was attacked to death by old Six. Now that he was living again, this method was simply tailor-made for him. The indestructible heavenly technique echoed in his mind, each word as profound as the imprint of the great Tao. Following the guidelines of the Indestructible Code, an arcane track was formed within the body. Those trajectories were intertwined as if they formed a complex human body model. The human body had great secrets. Developed to the extreme, it was invincible in the human way. As he kept running his gung fu, Lin Wuya's whole body radiated a mysterious and powerful power. The broken tendons and veins were recovering and rejoining, and Lin Wuya's breath gradually became long. There was a vague glow flowing under the skin, a sign that the aura was condensing and taking shape in the body. The sound of his heartbeat became steady and strong, each beat seeming to drive the air around him to tremble slightly. "Brother, look, there's a brat there, not far away." A few men dressed in hemp clothes and holding blades were overjoyed to see Lin Wuya sitting cross-legged, truly young and ignorant, cultivating in an open space. "You don't even know how to die." The big man at the head laughed hideously. "Who does not know that this is my black wind-walled village as chassis? Dare to cultivate in our territory? Big brother, want to?" A man at his side made a neck-wiping motion. Snap! The leader of the big man slapped out, "Letting you go to a greenhouse? You robbed a little kid. Do you know the value of such a little white boy in your circle?" He stared greedily at Lin Wuya and licked his lips. "The flower that your circle plays with. Just this appearance. Definitely can they go crazy? Buy a 10,000 taels is not too much." "That much?" A few other Hans were stunned. A person can sell 10,000 taels. Then they have been desperately robbing and fighting for loneliness all these years. Only more or less. The leader of the Han's eyes were glowing. Lin Wuya's face was the most handsome he had seen since he was born. It wasn't too much to say that he was astonished. "Don't get people killed." After saying that, a few people walked towards Lin Wuya with a fierce smile. Lin Wuya closed his eyes and locked his brows. An inexplicable resistance had appeared in his body at some point, preventing him from entering chi practice. Something seemed to be missing. A trace of pain flashed across his face, and with the arrow on the string, he had to send it. And then he increased the drawing of aura. Suddenly, he felt a sense of being watched and snapped his eyes open, only to see that 5 hideous hulks surrounded him. The man at the head of the group was holding a sack, and the men around him were holding ropes. Kid, it's your good fortune to have met us. How about following the masters? And the masters will take you to enjoy your happiness? The leading man laughed. Lin Wuya's mouth twitched. Was the world so messed up? Go out and meet the tooth. He swept a glance at a few people. The strongest Han was only at the 3rd level of chi cultivation, causing him to look relieved. With the memories of the great powers in his previous life, a group of people at the 3rd level of chi cultivation, which were considered strong for the mortal world, were like ants to him. Kid, dumb, Big Brother asked you. A hideous man violently swung a punch towards Lin Wuya's cheek. The leading man was alarmed. Don't hit him in the face. Your circle likes white and clean. If you break it, you have to lose a lot of silver. Bang! There was a thud, and the leading man's eyes widened. Lin Wuya caught the wind of the fist with a palm, and without waiting for the crowd to react, the man changed into a dry corpse in a few breaths. A wave of essence rushed into Lin Wuya's body. Essence can wash away that boost in the body. Lin Wuya suddenly realized. So this is the missing thing. The indestructible codex originally captured the creation of heaven and earth. The only way to continuously advance is to devour it. His mouth grinned at the thought. The few people around them were instantly horrified when they saw their companions turn into dry corpses, storming back dozens of steps to pull away. Devil! Tao! The leading man was sweating profusely, sucking people into dry corpses in an instant. What was it if not the devil's way? It was just that he had never seen a technique that could also suck people dry. Lin Wuya got the key point of the breakthrough, looking at a few people as if they were looking at prey. His feet stepped, instantly coming to one person, devouring one person cleanly, picking up the knife on the ground and violently throwing it. Pust! A knife struck a toothy man squarely in the chest. No good. The leading man froze in shock, encountering a tough opponent, and immediately turned around and fled at speed. Lin Wuya quickly came to this person and devoured him, and when he saw the two fleeing, he decisively swung out with his sword and knocked the remaining person to the ground. After sucking it dry, he stopped the leading man in a few breaths. Goo! The leading man swallowed his saliva. His eyes were horrified, and he panicked. Senior, I'm from the Black Wind Walled City, and our Walled City Lord is also a Devil's Way cultivator. For the sake of fellow travelers, spare my dog's life. Lin Wuya froze and his eyes glowed. It was really a sleepy person who was given a pillow and a hungry person who was given rations. How many people are in your Black Wind Walled City? What is the strength of the Walled City Lord? The leader of the man's heart was happy. It seems that he was subdued by the reputation of Black Wind Walled City. Then he opened his mouth and said, Elder, we are more than 500 people in Black Wind Walled City, and the Walled City's owner is even a strong person of the Foundation establishment stage. Lin Wuya's eyes turned and his expression changed. So it's the good man of Black Wind Walled City. I've admired Black Wind Walled City for a long time. I'm not going to hide it from you, old brother. I used to dream of being able to become a robbing the rich and giving to the poor, doing justice, and robbing the family and the house good man. Ha! The leader of the man confused. What is going on? When to rob a house can also be justice. He practiced for decades have never heard of, and no one has told him pick a day. I want to join the gang now and become a mighty Han like you. Lin Wuya grabbed the Hanyo's neck with one hand. Yeah! Die die die! The painful Hanyu grimaced, his desire for survival bursting. Senior, have a word. Please take the knife away from my neck. Lead the way. I can't wait to rob the house. Lin Wuya eagerly said. The Hanyu was confused. Was he outdated? Or had the world changed and young people liked to rob homes? There was no choice but to bring Lin Wuya to the Black Wind Walled City. Chapter 6, Black Wind Walled City. A blessed place. Yellow-mouthed child. Wait until we get to Black Wind Walled City and you'll be begging for your life and death. Sixth son. Are you bad-mouthing me? Lin Wuya's hands were hard. The big man's name was Sixth Son, the Black Wind Walled Village's squad leader. Sixth Son's wise eyes had already betrayed him. With a sharp pain coming from his neck, Sixth Son hurriedly said, Yeah, Senior, spare my life. I was just thinking, with you joining the Black Wind Walled City, the strength will definitely increase greatly, like a tiger adding wings. It better be. Lin Wuya kept galloping down the path with Six Sons in his hand, and after pointing out the way, he soon saw the outline of a mountain fortress. Senior, there is the Black Wind Walled City. Lu Zi pointed at the fortress and said, Senior, wait here. I will immediately go and report to the fortress master. Saying that, he wanted to break free from Lin Wuya's big hand, but after struggling for a long time, he didn't break free. and a bad feeling surfaced in his heart. Miserable screams rang out, and Rocco was instantly transformed into a dry corpse. Lin Wuya licked his lips and switched the clothes on his body with Sixth Sun. Finding a hidden place, he sat down on his knees, devouring 5 chi practicing stages. The boost in the body becomes smaller. A wave of do-it-yourself gas. A smooth breakthrough. Taking a deep breath, as if he wanted to inhale all the aura of this heaven and earth into his body. With the running of the Undying Codex, the breath in his body instantly swelled to the extreme, covering all the tendons and veins. Break! Lin Wuya let out a low gulp as the breath in his body surged out like a flood breaking through a dike, instantly breaking through the shackles of the chi refining stage. The first level of chi refining. It felt as if his cultivation had taken a qualitative leap at this moment, as if it had turned from a small stream into a rushing river. The Undying Codex was truly terrifying. Having the power of the 5th level of the chi refining stage after breaking through just one layer, suppressing the joy in his heart, he looked towards the black wind-walled city and his figure instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already arrived not far from the black wind-walled city. What a great place! Great mountains, great water, great bones to bury. With a sigh of emotion, he squeezed out a few tears and shouted with an impatient face as he rushed toward the front door. No good! No good! What happened? The man guarding the fortress asked when he realized that the visitors were dressed in the same Black Wind Fortress attire as they were. Captain Rocco was killed. Old tragedy. Sucked into a human stem. What? The caretaker was surprised. The 6th son, who was at the 3rd stage of chi refining, was sucked into a human stem. They immediately opened the door to greet Lin Wuya, sized him up and frowned. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Lin Wuya wiped away his tears. I'm Captain 6th son's newly recruited fighter. I just joined the profession, and before I had a chance to meet my old brothers, Captain 6th son was met with an untimely death. The other 4 old brothers, they were also killed, and I escaped because I had a stomach upset, and when I went back, I found that they were already dead. The watchmen looked at each other. All 5 of them, not a big loss, but being sucked into a dry body was a bit unbelievable. Go, take you to see the walled city lord. The caretaker brought Lin Wuya to a hall. Shortly after, several middle-aged men walked out from inside the lobby. Tell us about the 6th son's death, said the bearded one-eyed dragon sitting in the very center of the eunuch chair. Lin Wuya glanced at. Six said, Black Wind-walled village owner Nyomazi, nicknamed One-Eyed Dragon. Think it is him. Beside the 4, is the head of each hall, the smiling tiger Zhang Biao. Spicy Hand destroys the flower Wang De, as well as Wu Liang, Hung Fei, are the 9th level of refining Qi realm. Walled City Lord, Captain 6 sons died a horrible death. Lin Wuya instantly burst into tears. They were skin and bones, alive and dry. The one-eyed dragon listened to the description and frowned as he looked at several other middle-aged men. Walled City Lord, it looks like they've encountered demonic cultivators. Could it be that the other fortresses are out to get us? The Walled City Lord is a disciple of the demon refining sect. They wouldn't dare to make a move against us even if they ate 10 leopards' guts. A middle-aged man dressed as a scholar looked at Lin Wuya with a smile. Little brother, you look very familiar. Lin Wuya guessed the identity of this person. Smiling tiger Zhang Biao, polite on the surface, sinister to the core. Back to old brother. I'm the junior brother that Captain Rocco just took in. I haven't been officially initiated yet. Zhang Biao checked Lin Wuya's realm, Qi refining phase 1, but he can enter Black Wind Walled City. Many thanks, old brother. Lin Wuya was overjoyed. Go down. Have someone arrange a place for little brother to stay. Zhang Biao waved his hand and had someone take Lin Wuya out of the lobby. Lin Wuya didn't intend to be idle and prepared to stroll around the Black Wind Walled City. Inside the hall, Zhang Biao arched his hand and said, Walled City Lord, that person happens to be short of blood food, and this person's origin is unknown, so it's just right to give it to that person. Nyoma Zi nodded. Get a few more women for my senior brother. He's been on fire a bit lately. Yes. Zhang Biao said yes, and turned to ask, Walled City Lord, that's 6th son's matter. Recently, the 6 sects of the Devil's Way have been collecting disciples, and the disciples of the sects have been out and active, and the way 6th son died looks like the tactics of the Heavenly Corp sect. As soon as Nyomazi thought about it, it must be that 6 sons and the others were unlucky and encountered people from the Heavenly Corp sect. The Heavenly Corp sect's main cultivation technique was to turn corpses into puppets, and running into them was nothing but bad luck. Several hall masters understood. Who else could make a person into a dry corpse besides the Heavenly Corp sect? This explanation was not faulty. It was night, the moon was dark and the wind was high. Black Wind Walled City. What a great place. The Grey Room. The sparse moonlight filtered through the window and shone on top of several dried corpses on the floor. Lin Wuya licked his lips. The Black Wind Wall arranged for him to go to a dormitory, practically taking the initiative to send him materials. So, one thing led to another, and dinner was served straight away. GGG. He laughed strangely and closed the door, his figure disappearing quietly into the night like a ghost. The rest of the dormitory area was rested except for those on patrol. When you reach the third level of chi refining or above, you can rise to be a squad leader and have a separate room. If you live in a dormitory below the third level of chi refining, Lin Wuya will not take the initiative to look for those who are strong. It's easy to scare the snakes. The stillness of the night was extraordinarily quiet. Fifth level of chi refining. Lin Wuya sucked and dried a squad leader and reached the fifth level of chi refining. Black Wind Walled City is his blessed land. Go faster. After entering the fifth level of chi refining, his ears were quite a bit more developed, and distant sounds fell into his ears, as well as the sound of a woman crying and wailing. Don't be sad. We're good people, and we're here to take you to the immortals later. Lin Wuya froze. Wasn't this the voice of smiling tiger Zhang Biao? So the figure flickered and hid in the shadows. He only saw Zhang Biao and a couple of chi refining fifth level captains grabbing 7 or 8 wonderful women and sending them to a compartment. Wash them and give them to the one later. Yes. Several of the first captains nodded. Who? Zhang Biao bellowed and looked to where the dark corners were. So it's old brother. Lin Wuya stepped out from the darkness. The 9th level of chi refining alertness was really high, and he spotted him at once. However, he was now at the 5th level of chi refinement and was not at all weak. If he could devour Zhang Biao, his strength would be able to go even further. So little brother, what are you doing here in the middle of the night without resting? Zhang Biao looked at Lin Wuya with a smile. You're not lost, are you? The corner of Lin Wuya's mouth twitched. Which retard sneaks around at night and pulls the excuse of getting lost? Zhang Biao is fishing. I'm not hiding it from you, old brother. I'm looking for you? Looking for me? Zhang Biao was slightly stunned. He was thinking of looking for this kid later, but he didn't expect to be sent to his door of his own accord. I'm grateful to old brother for taking him in today. I'm not proud to return the favor. I have an heirloom I want to give to old brother in person as a token of my appreciation. Lin Wuya pulled out the spirit stone pouch that the woman in black had given him. Zhang Biao glanced at the spirit stone bag and smiled at the corner of his mouth. The spirit stone bag exuded a rich spiritual chi. It wasn't spirit stones inside. It was also other treasures. One must know that what people like them, who robbed homes, lacked was spirit stones. Kid, you're very up to speed. This hall master likes it. Zhang Biao laughed. The more he looked at Lin Wuya, the more he liked it. This kind of talent. It would be a pity to give it to that person as a blood meal. But the words were spoken and had to be delivered. Unfortunately, received the bag of spirit stones, weighed the weight, and was immediately happy. Look at the weight. No less than hundreds of spirit stones. For them, is a not small fortune. Unexpected joy. Lin Wuya came closer to him and said gratefully, since I was a child, my parents have told me to know and repay my kindnesses. And as the hall master has pushed his heart out to me, I can only pour my heart out to you. Pust. Not bad. Not. Zhang Biao was just about to praise Lin Wuya, when with a poof, a bloody hand, penetrated his heart, and he looked at Lin Wuya incredulously. You. Sneak attacked. Bang. Lin Wuya immediately pinched with a force, and with a bang, crushed his heart. Hall Master. What's wrong with you, Hall Master? Several of the first captains sensed something was wrong and rushed over. Chapter 7, Refining the Human Emperor's Streamer. The corner of Lin Wuya's mouth arced as a cold light arrived instantly, and the 4 5th level chi refining grade captains fell to the ground in response, devouring the cultivation of several people. The cultivation level reached the 6th level of chi refining. The commotion is getting a little loud. We need to get out of here. Kid, quite the meanie. Lin Wuya was just about to leave when a long voice exploded in his ears. Chikyu. The aura was a lot stronger than Nyopaki, and he turned around without panicking and saw a man wearing a black robe with a vicissitude of face, and in his hands, he was carrying a head with a white face and round, dead eyes. Lin Wuya's eyes narrowed, and that head was clearly one of the women from the party. I'm flattered. Compared to fellow Daoist, I still have a lot to learn. He smiled and said modestly, my name is Mu Miao, a disciple of the demon refining sect. Which family are you from? Wood Miao asked. The party the Sun despicable sneak attack, killing and sucking cultivation means, in addition to the devil's way, no one can teach, the devil's very pure. Demon refining sect? Lin Wuya thought about it carefully. There were 4 great heavenly sects in the righteous path, and 6 great demonic sects in the devil sect, and the demon refining sect was one of them. It is just that they were suppressed by the righteousness of the road to hold their heads and hide, not daring to see people, but they did not want to be met by him. So it's a high disciple of the demon refining sect. Lin Wuya's eyes glowed with envy. Since I was a child, my parents have told me that cultivating the devil regrets for a moment, and not cultivating the devil regrets for a lifetime. No, I am trying to find an organization to return to the devil sect's extended family. What a way to regret a moment for practicing magic, and a lifetime for not practicing magic. Mu Miao was shocked. Joining the devil's sect was either being raised from a young age with no way back, or being tricked into joining the devil's sect, or joining only after being desperate. In short, it was all a matter of necessity. If there was a choice, who the hell lacked the brain to cultivate the devil? The fact that there are actually people in the world who educate their offspring to cultivate the devil is an eye-opener. No wonder this kid's demon is pure. With such parents, it would be strange not to be pure. So it's a loose cultivator without a clan. Mu Miao smiled in his heart. No. Later on, when the 6 sects of the devil sect unify to accept disciples, with the talent of senior brother, he can completely join the devil sect. Dare I ask you, where does the devil sect accept disciples? Lin Wuya was a bit moved. He was worried about not having a backer, although being a loose cultivator was free. Joining the devil sect had a much wider world for him. Mulberry seemed to smile and didn't say anything. Lin Wuya understood for a second and handed the bag of spirit stones to Mu Miao. Mu Miao received the spirit stone and grinned. And suddenly, his face turned cold. Bang! With a bang, the 2 men took dozens of steps back, worthy of being an orthodox devil cultivator, striking out without any morality. Lin Wuya secretly banditized. Mu Miao grimaced. His palms were raw and painful. The 6th level of chi refining was actually able to receive a palm from his middle stage of foundation establishment. If I hadn't kept my hand in, it would have almost been over. Fellow Daoist is truly despicable. Mu Miao's eyes narrowed slightly. If this son didn't die, it would be difficult for him to sleep and eat in the future. Moreover, a technique that could devour a person's body was definitely not small in origin. At least he hadn't heard of the devil sect's one practicing it. One strike failed. Lin Wuya didn't panic. Although there was a gap between his 7th level of chi refining and the middle stage of foundation establishment, it wasn't a big problem. Boom! With a bend in his foot, Lin Wuya is decisive and extraordinary, immediately rushing to kill, and the wooden Miao looks cold. This son is decisive, and cannot stay for a long time. The 2 exchanged dozens of moves with each other, and the more Kimio fought, the more alarmed he became. Genius. Absolute genius. The devil's door to come out of the genius. The district refining chi 6 layer and his fight, actually have come and gone. Although in the end or he will win, but will never be unscathed. To the other side of the despicable tactics, do not die also have to take off a layer of skin. Go you! Lin Wuya blasted out a fist and spun on his feet. His figure rushed into the darkness. If he continued to fight, he would only fall into the wind. This son must not be kept. Mu Miao gritted his teeth and immediately chased after him. Even if he didn't have half a life, he had to kill him. Otherwise, if the other party grew up, the consequences would be unimaginable. After chasing after him for a while, Lin Wuya seemed to disappear without any trace, and a bad feeling surfaced in Mu Miao's heart. Refine. A loud cry was heard in all directions. Wood Sapling looked up, only to see a figure, holding a large flag, emitting an ethereal light, constantly swaying in the sky, and for a while the wind was blowing furiously. "The," Lin Wuya recited under his breath, his voice low and solemn. As his incantation sounded, the large flag began to tremble violently, and above the ground, screams rang out abruptly. All of the people in the black wind wall were bleeding from their 7 orifices, kneeling on the ground in agony, as if their souls were going to be drawn out. Several souls appeared around the perimeter of the large flag, and they began to rotate around the streamer, forming a vortex of souls, the vortex continuously absorbing the surrounding aura, transforming it into pure soul power and injecting it into the large flag. Numio looked dumbfounded. He'd never seen such a bizarre scene before. It was possible to feel the aura emanating from the top of the large flag, as if it was able to be stripped away by the soul. Shitty, Nyomazi. He hurriedly called out to Nyomazi, who was also a strong foundation establishment stage person, with whom he joined forces. It was no problem to take down this son. Senior, Nyomazi arrived unclothed. Just now he was exchanging experience with several women, to the critical moment, but did not expect to be scared by a loud shout. almost could not raise his head. Senior brother. What happened? Nyomazi looked up at Lin Wuya and recognized him. Kimio informed what had happened, and the Nyomazi man went numb. That's. Nyomazi was shocked. Several soul bodies appeared around the big flag. It was clearly several of his hall masters. The soul bodies of several hall masters joined in, and more souls were attracted to the surrounding area. Senior brother, quickly help me kill this Fong. Wood Sapling's heart palpitated as if burning. Such tactics were unimaginable. Lin Wuya's aura was getting stronger and stronger. If he waited any longer, he wouldn't even know how to die. Little boy, die for me. The two of them immediately pounced on it, shouting to the heavens, the wind rising, and all sorts of Taoist techniques being cast. Good coming. Lin Wuya laughed out loud. His strength was no match for Wood Sapling, and he thought of refining the human emperor streamer to overcome the enemy. Black Wind Walled Village 500 people. She refiner probably more than 100 people. Mortals more than 400 people. These are enough to refine simple human emperor streamer. Not in vain during the daytime and the Black Wind Walled Village in all directions to leave formations. The Great Formation came together, and the 500 souls added to the Great Flag, immediately rushing towards the pouncing Wood Sapling duo. What the hell? Nyomazi was horrified, and with one move, he smashed the charging Zhang Biao's soul body. Wu Liang, Wang Da, I am the Walled City Lord. You guys are crazy. Looking at the two hall masters who rushed in, Nyomazi was furious. Surrounded by nearly 50 chi refining stage, killed and then appeared from the big flag, and the cycle was repeated. Even if he was at the foundation establishment stage, he couldn't hold back when he waved his hand to break the rocks and open the mountains. Wood Sapling's side wasn't doing well either, being personally taken care of by Lin Wuya, and with the constant sneak attacks from the soul body, the injuries on his body were increasing. Bang! After a few moves against each other, Lin Wuya used his strength to instantly get out of the battlefield and shouted, Blast! The two of them, Mu Miao and Nyomazi, had horrified eyes, and cold sweat was born on their backs. Boom! 500 soul bodies exploded around them, and the mournful wails resounded through the clouds. They originally thought that with their foundation establishment cultivation, they would be sufficient to suppress Lin Wuya, but they didn't expect to encounter such a horrible trap. Wood Sapling's face was pale and trembled violently, his body covered in wounds. He turned his head to look at Nyomazi, whose eyes were filled with panic and helplessness, and whose clothes were already broken beyond repair, revealing several deep wounds with blood pouring out. With wide eyes, he stared at the soul bodies that kept exploding around him, as if he had seen the end of the world. Plop! Nyomazi knelt down from his heart. Senior, it was all abetted by Mu Miao. I have no grievances with you. Please spare my life. You! Mu Miao was shocked. On fire, life and death situation. This cow pimp actually sold him. Glared at him, looked at Lin Wuya who kept coming. His heart straightened. He seemed to see a great devil rising. Itself was one of the white bones amongst the white bones in the petals. He kept going upwards. I'm from the demon refining sect. Kill me and the demon refining sect won't spare you. The devil refining sect was one of the 6 leaders of the devil sect. Although it was not as powerful as it was back then, the name of the devil sect was still frightening. Shut up! Lin Wuya cursed. People of the devil's path. Everyone deserves to be executed. My parents told me since I was a child to get rid of the devils and uphold justice. You devil cultivators, refining 500 innocent people from Black Wind Wall, deserve to die. You! Mu Miao was stunned. What is a backward rake? What is upside down and black and white? He is considered to have seen today. To say such words, will not your conscience hurt? Get rid of the devil. Do the right thing for heaven. Devil, take your life. Lin Wuya slapped his palm at Wood Sapling. Vile. Kimio's last words were short and cathartic. Chapter 8. You don't want this image to get out, do you? Ah! Nyomazi was horrified. His eyes were shrouded in fear. What kind of gongfu can suck people into dry corpses? Is this ING still a human being? Elder, you killed Wood Sapling, but you can't kill me again. Oh. Lin Wuya looked at Nyomazi with a smile. It was as if Nyomazi saw the king of hell beckoning to him and was terrified. Where does the devil sect recruit disciples? Lin Wuya asked. At Qingfeng Mountain, 500 miles this way. There's a broken temple at the bottom of the mountain, and that's the entrance. Thanks a lot. Lin Wuya arched his hand. Nyomazi heart a relief. Seniors still know how to be polite. It seems that their own small life counts. Before the heart could finish speaking, it was enveloped by a large hand. Lin Wuya clapped his hands. After devouring the cultivation of Mu Miao and Nyomazi, along with the several hall masters he had devoured earlier, and dozens of chi refiners, his cultivation quickly reached the 9th level of chi refining. He searched the Black Wind Wall treasure trove, scavenging down only a measly 500 spirit stones, poor as hell. Ha! He looked into the middle of a room, emanating a zyphotic glow. The figure immediately came into the room, only to see a woman lying on top of the bed, as if she had been put under a fixation spell. A necklace around the woman's neck emitted light, enveloping the woman in protection. This is. Lin Wuya frowned as the memories of his predecessor surfaced. This was the unique means of protection of the 4 great heavenly clans, and in order to prevent the life and death crisis of the Heaven's Pride disciples, they were purposely bestowed with self-defense magic treasures. The protection was open, which meant that the clan had gotten the message and would soon arrive. Whoever killed them, the magic treasure would mark the murderer, and even if they fled to the ends of the earth, they would be hunted down by the 4 heavenly clans. This world's immortal cultivation sect has a strict hold on the merit method, and the 4 heavenly sects have joined together to form the Heavenly Alliance, saying that they are maintaining order in the world, but in reality, they are monopolizing the cultivation methods. Mortals can cultivate up to chi refining at most, and if they want to build the foundation, they must join a sect, and casual cultivators can only rely on strange encounters, and they can only have something to eat when the sect is finished. As for this woman who had no cultivation at the age of 14 or 15, it was thought that she was a predetermined Heaven's Pride seedling, and when the time came, she would be plugged into the sect to cultivate. Lin Wuya's expression changed. The necklace was engraved with the word Xian. It was clearly a disciple of the Xian heavenly sect's predetermined disciples. No wonder Wood Sapling appeared behind him at that time. It turned out that he found out that this woman was a disciple of the Xian Tian sect and didn't dare to make a move, so he could only go to find other women. Luckily, he had taken over the discipleship in the first place and knew how to unlock the protection. Silently reciting the mantra, the curtain of light dissipated and the woman was fully exposed to his eyes. Without saying a word, just collect the scraps. Generally the disciples who were born with powerful talents were either rich or noble. This woman had no cultivation, so she thought she was not from an immortal cultivation family. Why not? Search a big circle, almost pry open the mouth. Lin Wuya confused. Should not be this woman is not a cultivation family, at least is also the mortal family. Actually do not have a little outside the body. He continued his search, not believing he couldn't find it. How long are you going to be touching? Lin Wuya looked up. 4 eyes. The woman's willowy brows were furrowed. Her eyes were clear, and she puffed out her cheeks and stared at him dead in the face. Lin Wuya gave a final reluctant squeeze, and the woman's willow brows tightened even more. The old slave has finally found you. Lin Wuya cried bitterly. You were hijacked by people from the devil sect. The old slave risked his life, but realized that he couldn't wake you up, so he could only come up with this plan. Luckily for God, you're awake. The Devil's Gate. Bai Xinshin looked scared, recalling that she was almost defiled just now. That person was actually a person from the Devil's Door. People from the Devil's Door kill without blinking an eye. Fortunately, she was found by the family servant, or else she would have been in danger. Did my father send you? Bai Xinshin asked. Lin Wuya blinked. Not fighting and consciously arranging roles? It doesn't matter who sent me. What matters is that I'm here to save you. Bai Xinshin nodded. Good lackey. When this young lady worships the Xian Tian sect, she will beg senior sister Su Ning. Senior sister is a great cultivator, to reward you with treasures. Hearing the familiar name, Lin Wuya froze and suddenly remembered that a few months ago, Yi Qinglan had taken in a disciple outside, and when the matters in her hands were finished, she would go to fetch her back. So it was her. Lin Wuya's eyes turned. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he grabbed with his large hand. Bai Xinshin exclaimed. Dog slave, what are you doing? Her face flushed red. I don't know if she was angry or shy. Look again. This lady gouges out your eyes. Lin Wuya took out a jade slip. Do you know what this is? Bai Xinshin saw his impish smile and said fearfully. What? It's called a shadow-retaining jade slip, capable of preserving a record of an image to be passed down through the ages. Lin Wuya said against her ear. The things recorded inside are very detailed. Bai Xinshin's scalp was numb, her body was chilled, and her eyes were tearful. Had she known that it was so dangerous outside, she would never sneak out again. You don't want this image to get out, do you? Bai Xinshin thunderbolts from the clear sky, as if she saw some devil. Her face is red and dripping blood. Dog. What do you want to do? Did the one who took you give you the treasure? And where is it? Lin Wuya asked. Yi Qinglan was very generous to the other disciples except for being stingy with him, either sending pills or treasures. By Xin had outstanding talent. She must have given a lot of good things. There are treasures there. By Shinshin gritted her teeth. Lin Wuya shook the shadow-retaining jade slip in his hand and seemed to smile. There's only one chance. And what's in here if your fellow disciples see it? By Xin cried bitterly, yes, I did. With that, he recited a mantra and a jade bottle flew out of his mouth. Sure enough, it's in the mouth. Lin Wuya took the jade bottle, which was still a rare spatial attribute magic treasure, and took a look at the contents of the jade bottle. There were dozens of foundation establishment pills, chi-nourishing pills, and true origin pills, as well as several pounds of spiritual liquid. Lin Wuya was delighted. These resources were enough for him to enter the foundation establishment stage. Count your blessings. By Xin faced down and let out a whimper. No crying. By Shinshin immediately stopped crying. Only the choking sound was intermittent. Lin Wuya flipped it upright inside. Brother is also for your own good. I will save you from going out. But you have to remember, if you dare to tell me out, the jade slip image, it will spread to the entire Xiantian sect. Got it? Nod your head when you know. By Shinshin's eyes were teary and she kept nodding her head. Lin Wuya smiled and carried her out of the room. As soon as he left the room, the smell of blood pierced his nose, and By Shinshin's face instantly turned white. Wood sapling among the devil sect, prepare to blood sacrifice this place. Don't make any noise. Lin Wuya whispered. By Shinshin on her shoulder immediately closed her breath. Soon, Lin Wuya brought her out. Shortly after leaving, the Black Wind Cottage was ablaze with a monstrous fire. You just wait here obediently for the clan to come. Do you remember what you just said? Remembered. By Shinshin's bitter face, silently nodded her head. Lin Wuya touched her head. Even if By Shinshin set out there is no harm. Leaving the Xiantian sect, the sea is wide and the sky is open for the birds to fly. There is a handle in her hand, and in the future there is the possibility that it is also an important chess piece. After Lin Wuya left, By Xin could no longer stop her sadness and let out a loud cry, and the fixation spell was also lifted. Shortly after, several streams of light flew in. A woman at the head of the group had a stunning face and a magnificent temperament. Eldest sister, I'm here. With a sweep of her divine sense, Su Ning discovered By Shinshin's location. Senior sister Bai, it's good that you're okay. Su Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Her divine sense had already checked her. Her Yuan Yin was still there and her body was not damaged. What? The devil sect. After hearing By Shinshin's statement, Su Ning immediately led her to the top of the Black Wind walled city. Gazing at the walled city below that had been burned to the ground, her brows locked. It's a demonic tactic. Humph. Mu Miao. Xian Heavenly Sect, will remember you. Su Ning wrote down the wood sapling, ready to go back to send out the Heavenly Alliance pursuit order. Dare to touch the Xiantian sect disciples, must be drawn and quartered. Chapter 9 Awakening the Heavenly Demon Indestructible Body. Lin Wuya left the Black Wind Wall for a few hundred miles and searched for a secret place, taking out the pills and elixirs from among the treasure bottles. These are enough to break through to Foundation establishment. He immediately sat down on his knees and breathed evenly, his surroundings seeming to merge with him, filled with tranquility and peace. Taking out the Dan emitted a strong Dan fragrance. It was merely a Foundation establishment stage Dan, but it was of the very best quality. And then he took out the spirit liquid, which was clear and transparent, as if it contained a powerful vitality and vigor. The elixir instantly melted in his throat and turned into a warm current that flowed all over his body. He felt his meridians gradually expanding under this warm current, and the aura in his body also began to surge wildly at this moment. At the same time, the spiritual liquid was slowly poured into his mouth, and as soon as the spiritual liquid entered his throat, it transformed into a stream of cool air, which quickly fused with the medicinal power of the elixir to form a powerful force. This force was constantly pounding within his body, attempting to break his existing cultivation bottleneck. Lin Wuya clenched his teeth and tried to control the force, not allowing it to easily break through his meridians. Taking a deep breath, he focused his entire body on his meridians and guided this force towards his dantian. As time went on, that force became stronger and stronger under his guidance. Finally, after a violent impact, his meridians were finally successfully opened, and a majestic aura gushed out from his dantian, instantly filling his entire body. Lin Wuya felt as if his body had been sublimated at this moment, and his cultivation had reached a new level. Chikyu. Suddenly, his delighted look stiffened momentarily. With the breakthrough of the Foundation establishment stage, the body underwent a radical change. A deep and ancient power awakened in his bloodline, a power that he had never perceived before, as if it was calling from the ancient times, carrying an endless magic and majesty. Electricity flashed and thunder roared in the sky, and the clear sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, as if a natural disaster had descended. Lin Wuya's eyes gradually became crimson, and his blood boiled all over his body as if it was burning with a blazing pitch-black colored flame. Dark black magic lines began to emerge on his skin, and those magic lines traveled around his body like they were alive, bringing about a bizarre beauty. His body emitted a gust of black mist, and the air around him seemed to be distorted by this power. This is the indestructible body? The indestructible body, also known as the heavenly devil indestructible body. Lin Wuya heart shocked. In his previous life from the ancient books have seen this kind of physique, that the creation of the indestructible code of the mighty is the heavenly devil indestructible body, born with the devil seed, rare in the ancient times. Cultivation to the extreme cannot be dead and indestructible. Feel the power and terror that this power brings. He closed his eyes and tried to control the power that. However, the power of the undying body awakening was too powerful, and he could barely manage it. His body began to tremble, as if he would collapse at any moment. Lin Wuya took a deep breath and tried to calm his mind. Running the undying codex and devouring the remaining pills and spirit liquid, the heavenly demon body gradually calmed down under the guidance of the undying code. His consciousness gradually immersed in the power of the heavenly demon body, feeling every subtle change in his body. As time passed, he was able to initially harness the power. His eyes returned to normal, and the magical lines on his skin faded away. In the meantime, Yi Qinglan, who was 10,000 miles away, opened her eyes violently. She was at the top of a lonely peak, surrounded by thin clouds and mist, as if she was isolated from the world, and looked at the sky with a grave expression. The devil's son has descended into the world, a sign of the great rise of the devil's way. Although Yi Qinglan's voice was low, as the best of the righteous cultivators, he had always been extremely sensitive to the devil's way, not to mention the descent of the devil's son. Such a shocking event. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and began to mobilize the spiritual energy within her body, attempting to explore the source of this demon son's descent through a special way of sensing. A moment later, her frown tightened. This demonic chi is so powerful that it actually affects the heavenly chances. Yi Qinglan opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with shock. The moment the heavenly devil descended, the heavenly mechanism was in chaos, and he was actually unable to find out where the source was. Cyan. A distant voice rang in her ears, and Yi Qinglan froze in shock, immediately bowing towards the void. Old ancestor, the devil's son comes out early. Search for the Taoist son as soon as possible, and cultivate him with all your might. Yes. Yi Qinglan nodded his head. As the son of the heavenly devil came out, the son of the Tao Luck would likewise appear. This was not just a battle of righteousness and devilry, but also a battle of chi, competing for the position of the great emperor, dominating the future pattern of the continent for tens of thousands of years. The ancient great powers within the Heavenly Sword Sect, Tao Heavenly Sect, and Sacred Heavenly Sect similarly opened their eyes, wanting to check the Devil's Son's movements. 100 years earlier than expected, the heavenly chances are truly unpredictable. The Devil's way has been suppressed by our righteousness for thousands of years, and this time when the Devil's Son descends, it must be strangled in the cradle, or else it will grow up and the world will be devastated. Quickly go forward to find the son of Tao Luck, at any cost, and never fall into the hands of other sects. What righteousness and demonic struggle is nothing more than an excuse to fight for chi. An ancient powerhouse from the Sacred Sky Sect said indifferently, his eyes deep as if he had seen through the world's troubles. It's a matter of life and death. Mobilize all forces to find Daozi. The four great heavenly sects acted surprisingly consistent, putting down the important matters in their hands and sending countless disciples to various places to look for them. Some ancient great powers awoke from their slumber and personally walked the world in search of the budding son of the heavenly devil to slay him. The devil's son has descended. The devil Tao has risen greatly. My devil Tao has finally seen a new dawn. Bitter, too bitter. The devil's way has been too bitter all these years. Ha ha ha. Quickly dispatch experts to welcome the return of the demon son. It's time for us old guys to get out and about. Yes, extremely. It's been so long since I've exterminated a country that my hands are raw. Show those righteous hypocrites that we old guys are still alive. The countless powerful and terrifying divine thoughts of the ancient and mysterious demon cave communicated with each other. Speaking of excitement and thrill, the position of the great emperor has been hanging in the air for tens of thousands of years. The heavens are chaotic, and the devil's son has awakened. This is the hope of the devil's way. and it can't be blocked by the hypocrites of the righteous way. Countless divine thoughts were sent out from the devil's cave, and the 6 sects of the devil's way that had been silent for 1,000 years united as never before, sending out devil's way disciples to come out and stir up the world's winds and clouds. In just a few days, many conflicts erupted between the righteous and demonic paths, and the hostility between heaven and earth became even more severe. In the middle of a palace, the starry Milky Way hangs upside down. A female emperor wearing a dragon robe was taking a nap on top of a dragon chair. Her eyes were slightly closed and her face was calm and majestic. It was unusually quiet in the great hall. Suddenly, a spatial vortex quietly emerged, and a mysterious force stirred the surrounding air, causing the curtains in the hall to gently flutter. A hazy and terrifying figure stepped out from the spatial vortex, and that figure seemed to come from the endless void, emitting a chilling pressure. He wordlessly approached the empress on the dragon chair and slowly pressed his hand above the empress' head. The empress seemed to sense something in her sleep and frowned slightly, but she was unable to wake up. The mysterious figure's hand seemed to carry a strange magic. A moment later, he withdrew his hand and disappeared into the spatial vortex once again, as if he had never appeared. The hall returned to its usual silence, as if nothing had happened. This is Witch, on top of the dragon chair in the luxurious golden palace. The stunning, cold, crown-wearing empress opened her eyes and muttered, "Your Majesty, the heavenly order from the Xian sect." The palace maid at her side came from outside the palace to hand a jade tablet to the woman. The empress' eyes were blank, and she instinctively opened the jade tablet. Xian order. Find the son of Qi at any cost. Qin Mengyao's eyes widened in shock. I've been reborn. This is 1,000 years ago. She looked at the palace maid beside her, and remembered that the devil's son came out of the world, and the situation of heaven and earth changed, and the battle between the righteous and the devil gradually kicked off. With the Zhan Dao as the general and the supreme realm as the commander, a bloody battle that lasted for 1,000 years was drawn out. During this period, mountains and rivers were shattered, continents were laid in ruins, countless great powers died in battle, countless kingdoms were broken, and countless sects broke off their inheritance. There is no winner of the Millennium War. The last one achieved the imperial throne and dominated both the righteous and the evil, causing people to live in endless fear. Qin Mengyao took a deep breath, and tears of remorse couldn't help but flow from the corners of her eyes. All the future misery of all that is to come is due to their negligence back then. Chapter 10, Senior Brother. We were wrong. Senior Brother. We were wrong. Qin Mengyao's eyes lost focus, as if she was consumed by deep regret, her brows revealing unspeakable remorse. They were so wrong, so wrong. Recalling the suffering of his senior brother, Qin Mengyao felt a pang of heartache. At that time, the battle between the righteous and the devil kicked off. Every day, disciples went to the front line, and that's when his senior brother was falsely accused, and they teamed up to expel him from the sect. Expelled from the clan, Shifu's heart is set on justice and he joins the devil's way without hesitation, gradually rising to prominence, many times, saving them from danger. However, instead of being grateful, they fought with knives and injured them. The senior brother of Ben's low realm, who had received such a serious injury, froze and did not say anything, but smiled and told them, "Sister, it's safe." When she thought of how her senior brother, who was heavily injured, still cared for them, Qin Mengyao's eyes revealed deep self-blame and remorse. How was she so stupid at the time, not understanding her senior brother's good intentions? As the war became more and more brutal, Shidi maneuvered between the demonic path and the righteous path, gradually becoming stronger and slowly surpassing them. They were furious at the bottom of their hearts and rumored that their senior brother was a pawn planted by the righteous path. Countless times it has put him in life and death situations. I'm sorry. Qin Mengyao's eyes lost their previous brightness and became dull. If it wasn't for them, they wouldn't have caused the tragedy behind them. The master brother firm will. A few hundred years later, not only the danger, strength is to enter the supreme realm, become the devil's way to lead the leader of the army leader. The righteous side of the little brother Xiaobai is not willing to show weakness, also entered the supreme realm. On that day, the heavens and the earth seemed to become quiet, and everyone knew that the showdown was coming. Xiaobai joined forces with a few senior sisters and put on a show to lure his junior brother to come. Sure enough, as expected, senior brother led the devil Dao army to come and fell into Xiaobai's trap. The great war was imminent, and the devil's way, knowing that they had been tricked, blamed their senior brothers, and that battle broke heaven and earth. Despite his own injuries, senior brother kept charging and saved them. But this is the beginning of the killing. They suddenly joined forces and injured him, and his already injured senior brother's injuries became even more severe. Xiaobai decisively struck and crippled his senior brother with one move. With the defeat of the leader, the devil's side was in a major rout, and the righteous side was about to win. The change came out of nowhere. Xiaobai laughed maniacally, drawing out his senior brother's lifelong cultivation, and with a burst of energy, he crossed the lightning tribulation, wanting to achieve the position of a great emperor, become the only great emperor of the world. The righteous side cheered and rejoiced. The war that had lasted for 1,000 years was about to end, and after paying so much, it was finally won. The devil Dao side's face was incomparably gloomy as the rabbit died and the dog was killed. Even they felt that the war was coming to an end, and they were only glad that their dying senior brother was alive or dead. Countless people watched as Xiaobai crossed the threshold. The nightmare. It begins. As the 9 heavy thunder tribulation descended, Xiaobai had difficulty supporting it, and his bottom cards continued to explode out. From a fluttering gentleman, a great demon that emanated a boundless aura of evil was manifested. Underworld Demon Buster, the son of a heavenly demon. Instantly the entire battlefield was silent. The leader of the righteous path was actually an underworld demon hegemony body, a unique physique for the sons of the devil's path. And at that moment, the senior brother who was being pulled by the great emperor's calamity and was dying from serious injuries was also stimulated by his physique. Surprisingly, it was the legendary innate Tao body. At this moment, neither the righteous path nor the devil path could accept it. God seems to have played a huge joke on them. The leader of the righteous side was actually the devil's son, and the leader of the devil's side was the Tao's son. It's a mess. Everything's a mess. These two types of physiques, blessed with heavenly fortune, helped to conceal them, and unless they were actively displayed, it would be difficult for even a paramount emperor to detect them. Xiaobai successfully crossed the threshold and became the only great emperor in tens of thousands of years. The people of the righteous path thought that he was in the righteous path, benevolent and righteous, and would be wrong. A great emperor, a little bit of demonic aura is normal, requesting him to overthrow the demonic path, and the people of the demonic path thought that it was over. But, Xiaobai's actions shocked everyone. After entering the great emperor, he became the strongest, tore off his old disguise, revealed his true colors, and sacrificed all the strongest of the righteous and demonic paths to resurrect an old man. The strength of that old man, who had the power of a quasi-emperor, was refined into a puppet by him the moment he was resurrected. What's the devil? That's the real devil. At this moment, the hanging hearts of the righteous and demonic paths finally died. Xiaobai established the Xiao kingdom and dominated the entire Kanglan realm, and the calamity of the sect and divine dynasty came. The extent surpassed the war between the righteous and the devils. If the righteous and the devils were a war between cultivators, then the Xiao unification war swept through the cultivators and the mortal world. The 4 heavenly clans were destroyed. The master was refined into a furnace by him, and several senior sisters and her were imprisoned in the abyss, pierced by 10,000 arrows every day. The 6 demonic clans and even the demonic caves were destroyed. All divine dynasties were immediately dissolved, and her great Qin divine dynasty disappeared into history. Cultivators' blood flowed, mortals were easy to eat, and the entire realm was shrouded in misery. And it was unknown how long such days had lasted. Several elder sisters died and went crazy. She was the only one who stayed awake. But, the cruel penal code didn't let her last long. She's still dead. Senior brother, we were wrong in the last life. We definitely won't be wrong again in this life. Wait for me. I'm coming. Qin Mengya wiped away her tears. The heavens had allowed her to live a new life. She absolutely could not repeat her mistakes. All that was lost. All that was missed. This life is going to make up for it. Open the teleportation array. I want to return to the clan. The great Qin divine dynasty and the Xian Tian sect were separated by 1,000,000 miles, and without a teleportation array, it was impossible to reach them. She took one step and her figure disappeared into the teleportation array. In the midst of reappearing, he had already appeared in the Xian Tian sect's teleportation square. It's Senior Sister Qin. Senior Sister Qin is back, the surrounding disciples exclaimed. The 4 great personal disciples of the Xian Tian sect. One is more beautiful than the other. Is the cultivation world recognized as a heavenly goddess? It is difficult to see one side as if it were heaven, and can be blown for several years. Senior sister, how are you? Who bullied you? Speak up and we'll take it out on you. That made senior sister cry. Stand out. See if I don't beat you to death. Senior sister is so moving even when she cries. My heart melts. The surrounding disciples were filled with righteous indignation, as if they were the ones who were injured, their eyes filled with hatred. Qin Mengyao swept a glance at the people around her. Her heart was a little lost. In the past days when she came back, Her senior brother always stood at the forefront to welcome her back. And at that time, her heart was very disgusted when she saw her senior brother's rough clothes and sweaty appearance. I'll be damned if I ever was. Qin Mangyao hated herself at first. Senior brother can't fly. From the peak to here there are hundreds of miles. Such a short time to run to meet. Must have made all efforts. Not caring about the fiery gazes of the people around her, she sacrificed her magic weapon and flew towards the peak where her master was. Senior sister, why have you come back? Su Ning saw Qin Mangyao come in a hurry and inquired. At this time the great Qin divine dynasty had just stabilized. It was exactly the time when she was needed to sit in the town. To come back at this time, could it be that something big had happened? When Qin Mangyao saw Su Ning, she hurriedly asked, "Where is senior brother? Where is senior brother? Junior brother Junior brother is in his cave retreat." Su Ning casually replied, "It's not Xiaobai, it's senior brother Wuya. What are you looking for that loser for?" Su Ning gazed at Qin Mangyao. Without mentioning Lin Wuya, she had almost forgotten that there was such a person these days. Qin Mengyao's heart ached. Is senior brother Wuya so unbearable in senior sister's heart? The battle between the righteous and the devil. The senior brother with the waste body. Step by step to achieve supremacy. To reach the realm of the quasi-emperor. And at that time Su Ning is only the Dao-chopping realm. Such a stunning talent of the heavenly pride. The senior sister actually said that it is a waste. Cut. Su Ning's eyes were extraordinary in their disgust. With him, he is also worthy of staying in my heart. Chapter 11. She deserves a beating. Eldest sister. Who is elder brother Wuya? Besides Su Ning? A nerdy woman asked. Qin Mangyao twisted her head, and only then did she realize that she, with this incomparably familiar face, was precisely the last woman that her master had taken in. Snap. Ah! Bai Xinshin was stunned. Her eyes widened, covering her face in disbelief. Her heart was very aggrieved. Seeing her fourth senior sister for the first time, she couldn't figure out why she was hitting her. Senior sister, what are you doing? Su Ning frowned. She's master's newest disciple. Our junior sister. Humph. Qin Mangyao flung her hand and said with a cold expression, she deserves a beating. Oh, Bai Xinshin sobbed, her face white. Is the cultivation world so cruel? Nothing to do should be beaten? Su Ning didn't know Bai Xinshin. How could Qin Mangyao not know her mouth? During the battle between the righteous and the devil, it was she who took the initiative to seduce senior brother, making him fall in love with him and then dumping him off on a cliffhanger. And in the end, when senior brother rescued them, it was she who gave him a fatal blow from behind. She could see how helpless and heartbroken her senior brother's eyes were at that moment. Senior sister, you passed. Su Ning protected by Xinshin. How could he hit someone for no reason? And the one he hit was his own senior sister. Qin Mangyao didn't care about Bai Xinshin and turned to ask, senior sister, where is senior brother Wuya? I'm looking for him for something urgent. That sinner, who colluded with the demonic sect's demoness and framed junior master, has already been expelled from the sect by the master's father who abolished his cultivation routes. The coldness in Su Ning's eyes shuddered when she thought of Lin Wuya. What? Expulsion from the clan. Qin Mangyao instantly felt the sky spinning and the world seeming to collapse. It was 100 years ahead of time from the memory of his senior brother's expulsion from the clan. Could it be the effects of her rebirth? Su Ning told her what had happened. Qin Mengyao's heart was so painful that she couldn't breathe. This incident she remembered. But it was a bit different from what happened back then. At that time, the master only imprisoned him in the underground caves for 3 years. This time, because she was reborn, she even let her senior brother be expelled from the clan. Elder brother is introverted and blushes when he talks to girls. How could he collude with the demon cult demoness? Qin Mangyao thought about this matter carefully. There were many loopholes in it. It was clear that Xiaobai had framed his senior brother. At that time, she was also stupid. Did not pursue the matter in detail, as a small matter, did not take it to heart. Su Ning rolled her eyes. Little senior brother said it himself. Can it still be false? You believed what junior brother said and didn't give him a chance to explain? The young master is kind-hearted and knows what he's doing since he was a child. How could he lie to people and say that your waist colluded? Absolutely colluded. Qin Mengyao's eyes widened. One of the 4 great heavenly sects, Shen Tian sect, a pro-disciple colluded with a demonic daughter of the devil sect. Such a significant matter. Only listening to one side of the story, and then beat his senior brother into the ground, not giving him any chance to explain. When this is set out, the Shen Tian sect is the righteous path or the devil's path. Moreover, the elder sister looked as if she had taken it for granted. What exactly had Xiaobai done? Qin Mangyao recalled her experience with Xiaobai back then, and instantly chilled her back. At that time, it was as if they had no reasoning, and they trusted Xiaobai very much in their hearts. And no matter what Xiaobai did, she supported him unconditionally, and she didn't think there was any problem in the end when she pitched in to kill her senior brother. Xiaobai seemed like an invisible aura that suppressed their intelligence to death. Qin Mangyao breathed heavily and looked at Su Ning with infinite compassion, as if she had seen her previous life, where she had unconditionally trusted Xiaobai as she did, and ended up being mercilessly decapitated. She took a deep breath. It was imperative that she found her senior brother, senior sister. Do you know where senior brother's cave is? Senior brother is young and old. His mind is very stable, and he will never be depressed. Su Ning's tone lurched. Thinking for half a day without remembering where exactly Lin Wuya lived. Where does he live? How do I know? It's probably at the true transmission peak. The Xian sect was divided into outer sect, inner sect, true disciples, and pro-disciples, with strict hierarchies, and disciples of the same tier lived in the same area, while there were less than 100 pro-disciples of the Xian sect, who basically lived in the true peak. Senior sister, you and I will look for senior brother together. Qin Mengyao pulled Su Ning and walked towards the pro-transmission peak. After searching in a big circle, he couldn't find the Lin Wuya cave. Strange, why isn't there one? Su Ning was curious. Every pro-disciple had a cave residence, the best cave residence in Xian sect. If Lin Wuya didn't live at the pro-transmission peak, then where did he come from every morning to greet them? Where are the management disciples? Qin Mengyao bellowed out. The major clans have specialized household divisions that are responsible for the clothing, food, and living of the disciples above the true transmission level. A disciple dressed as an outer disciple came trotting in, arching his hand and saying, Household Division Management Disciple, Lu Ha has met the 3 senior sisters. Lu Ha, let me ask you, where is senior brother Wuya's cave? Qin Mengyao asked. Senior brother Wuya, Lu Ha stammered, he doesn't have a cave. No cave? Qin Mengyao frowned. Then do you know where he lives? Senior brother lies in the outer gate. Lu Ha replied as such. What? Su Ning stared with wide eyes. The outer door is 100 miles away from the true transmission peak, and the outer door disciples are mixed with dragons and snakes. The houses have to be built by themselves, and they don't want to build a dormitory that can only be lived in by 10 people a room. And the spiritual chi is 100,000 miles away from the pro-transmission peak. Bold. Su Ning snapped. Lin Wuya is at least the patriarch's personal heir. How could you let him live in the outer gate? This. Lu Ha looked at Su Ning, wanting to speak. Tell it like it is. Lu Ha gathered his courage. It was senior sister Yu who said back then that senior brother Wuya was not worthy of living in the same peak as him, and specifically explained to the household division that they shall not arrange a residence for him, allowing him to fend for himself. I said that? Su Ning had a puzzled look on her face, and after thinking carefully, she suddenly came to a realization, as if she had said so back then. At that time, bringing Wu Fei back, Lin Wu Fei was so excited and dancing around that he accidentally dirted his beautiful dress. The beautiful mood was all gone in an instant, and he became more and more angry before he said something like that. I said angry words at that time. You household division really did not arrange for him. I'll ask again in a few days. Wastes. A bunch of wastes. Su Ning broke into tears. Lu Ha touched his head in embarrassment. Elder sister, the elders came to your door and asked you personally. Your answer is that the pro-transmission peak is for dogs, not for him. The household division still has the records from that year, so you can check them out. On one side, Bai Xinxin sucked in a breath of cool air. What exactly had senior brother Wuya done to make senior sister so disgusted? Qin Mengyao glared at Su Ning. Senior sister, is senior brother Wuya not even comparable to a dog in your heart? This. Su Ning's eyes darted around, realizing that she did go a bit overboard in the past. It's not that he's dirty and smells bad. Qin Mengyao shook her head in disappointment. Senior brother's cultivation is not high. From the outer gate to the pro-transmission peak, hundreds of miles a day. It would be strange not to sweat. Lu Ha, take me to my senior brother's residence. Yes. Lu Ha led the 3 to the outer gate. After some inquiries, a thatched cottage in a remote corner of the outer gate was quickly found. The walls are built with earth and clay masonry and the roof is thatched. Lu Ha, I asked you to bring us to Lin Wuya's residence, not to bring us to the beggar's room. Su Ning said with a disgusted expression. Lu Ha arched his hand and said, Sisters, this is senior brother Wuya's residence, which he built back then. Clay brick by clay brick. Clay brick by clay brick. What? Qin Mengyao's eyes shrank as she trembled. This is senior brother's residence? This is the room for the Xian sect's personal disciples. She couldn't believe it. Pro-disciples had a high status and honorable identity. Their clothes, food and shelter were absolutely luxurious in the cultivation world, while the residence of her senior brother was like that of a poor mortal family. Alas, Luha sighed. Sisters don't know. That year, 5-year-old senior brother Wuya stepped on the mud swamps, made mud bricks, and went to pick up building materials that other disciples didn't want to build, and erected this house. Qin Mengyao couldn't imagine what it would be like for a 5-year-old child, over a meter tall and skinny, to carry mud bricks. You guys, he is a pro-disciple. Won't you guys help him? Su Ning was indignant. The status of a pro-disciple was extremely high, no matter if it was a true disciple or an inner or outer disciple. There were as many disciples who flattered them. Even if Lin Wuya wasn't treated well by her, at least the people who flattered him could form a long line. Claptrap. What a mind. Su Ning snorted coldly, brainstorming that Lin Wuya was doing this for nothing more than trying to gain their sympathy. Chapter 12, Is he worthy to be our senior brother? Lu Ho was helpless and once again arched his hand. Senior sister Lu explained that whoever dares to help senior brother Wuya is an enemy of her, and when she gives the word, who dares to go and help senior brother Wuya? Su Ning's small mouth slightly opened. What was the situation with the second senior sister? So he took out his summoning talisman and called Lu Shuer over. Senior sister, what are you doing in the outer gate? It's dirty. Lu Shuer arrived with her nose covered, fearing that she would be tainted with filth. Second senior sister, when senior brother Wuya built the house, why didn't you let the others help him? Qin Mengyao asked. Lu Shuer was speechless. For this matter, you guys called me over? Qin Mengyao took a deep breath. This matter is very important to senior sister. It concerns senior brother's life in these 10 years. Please inform senior sister. It happened more than 10 years ago. How could I still forget? Senior sister, what do you care about that sinful animal for? Xiantian City has opened a rouge store. Let's go take a look. Lu Shuer said with a smile. Please also think carefully. Senior sister, Qin Mengyao didn't feel any interest in rouge. For the Purple Mansion realm, things that happened more than 10 years ago could be memorized by recalling them as long as they didn't chop off their memories. Lu Meier muttered her mouth. It wasn't because Lin Wuya stole chickens and dogs, stealing little master's spirit grass. I was momentarily angry and beat him up so that the other disciples wouldn't balk at him. How could senior brother steal Xiaobai's spirit grass? Qin Mengyao frowned. At that time, her senior brother often gave her some low-ranked treasures, although she couldn't look at them, but it wasn't so bad that she would go and steal Xiaobai's things. How should I know? The youngest brother said so. He must have stolen it. You believe whatever Xiaobai says? Well then, junior brother is well-behaved and understanding. He won't lie. Lin Wuya's ancestor made his fortune by stealing chickens and dogs. As the saying goes, if there is an ancestor, there must be a grandson. He must be a person who steals chickens and dogs. Lu Shuer said with certainty. Qin Mengyao widened her eyes and gritted her teeth. The Lin family cultivation family, his family's founding ancestor, started by selling second-hand magic treasures. How did it come to your mouth to steal chickens and dogs? Furthermore, the Lin family has been passed down for thousands of years. How can you blame senior brother for something that happened thousands of years ago? She couldn't imagine how terrible a person's preconceived notions were, and how no amount of change could change the preconceived notions later on, no matter how much change was made, as long as the first impression was made in the person's mind. The eldest and second elder sisters are sick, and their trust in Xiaobai has reached an unimaginable level, and if they don't make changes, they will repeat the same mistakes in the future. Qin Mengyao made up her mind that she must find her senior brother, expose Xiaobai's image as a hypocrite, and return her senior brother's innocence. She walked into the thatched hut and pushed open the closed door, which was uncluttered and unusually neat. A bed, a desk, and a locker. Nothing more. Senior brother came back? Qin Mengyao inquired. The house was too simple, as if valuable things had been taken away. Lu He shook his head. This is all that senior brother Wuya has at home. Ah! Bai Xinqin was shocked. Which Wuya senior brother is so poor? The objects of the poor families in the mortal world are more than this. Qin Mengyao opened the locker, trying to discover a trace of where Lin Wuya was going from inside. The locker opened and a gold hairpin came into view, and she shuddered. This golden hairpin is something she discarded when the senior brother gave her a lower-grade spiritual treasure. The lower-grade spiritual treasure is too low in value for her, very much disliked, so she gave him a discarded golden hairpin. It did not occur to me that after so many years had passed, senior brother had kept the golden hairpin solemnly as good as new. Sure fu. Qin Mengyao's eyes were moist. What she didn't care about. Her senior brother treated it as a precious treasure. That inferior spiritual treasure had no value to her, but to her senior brother, it was the most precious thing. She silently took out the jade hairpin spell on her head and replaced it with a gold hairpin. What kind of a life did Shidoshi live all these years? And how did he persevere under such harsh conditions? Pretending to be pitiful. The monthly resources of a protocycle are not a few. Casually taking them out can be exchanged for a large mansion in the outer sect. And the Lin family is not a small family. Casually giving some resources to him can make him live a nourishing life in the sect. Lu Shuer spoke out and laughed coldly. This is all just something he did on purpose in order to gain our sympathy. Stealing and sneaking around. Thinking that's how you'll get our attention. Ha! Qin Mengyao clenched her fists. Lu Shuer was right. The monthly bounty of a protodisciple is 100 times that of a true disciple. The spirit stones are no less than 30,000, and the pills are even more numerous. A random item exchanged for a spirit stone would allow him to be clothed and fed in the sect. Senior sisters. Lu Ha stepped forward and said, there is an order from the sect that senior sister Wuya shall not enjoy all the resources of the Xian Tian sect. Whose order? Qin Mengyao grabbed Lu He's lapel. Who dared to cut off the resources of a personal disciple? Who was so bold? At least they couldn't do it. Lu Ha swallowed fearfully and pointed to the sky. It dawned on the crowd. And they understood in their hearts that who would dare to cut off the resources of a prodisciple other than their master. Qin Mengyao's eyes trembled slightly. Not being able to enjoy the Xian Tian sect's resources meant no monthly payments. Not being able to receive sect missions to earn spirit stones. And not being able to go to the merit law pavilion to exchange merit laws with her contribution points. Without any external objects underneath. Senior brother broke through the divine deposit at the age of 10. How powerful must his natural talent be? Not bad for a Taoist body. Senior sister, where are you going? Su Ning asked as she looked at Qin Mengyao who was flying away from this place. Find master. A few people froze and immediately followed. Pope's Basilica. Why didn't you say anything when Yaoer came back? A magnificent Dharma body emerged above the main hall. It was clearly Yi Qinglun. Qin Mengyao arched her hand and directly cut to the chase. Dare I ask master, why did you prohibit Master Wu Ya's resource supply? Yi Qinglun's expression was unchanged. The order to cut off Lin Wuya's resources was indeed issued by her. That day he came over to recite the Heart Sutra to suppress the demons in his heart for his master. The heart demon was not fully suppressed. Slapped him, and issued a sovereign's order to cut off all of his resources in the Xian Heavenly Sect as well as prohibit the Lin family from providing him with resources. Useless. She can't even recite a scripture well, causing her heart demons to almost suppress. Qin Mengyao took a deep breath. Master, you chopped off your Dao cultivation and let a foundation establishment cultivator suppress your heart demons for you? Heart demons don't distinguish between realms. Who said that foundation establishment can't suppress heart demons? Yi Qinglun frowned. Back then, the ancestor similarly used the foundation establishment realm to help the supreme being suppress his heart demons. There are precedents. You're talking about the ancestor who pushed across the continent without a match and was invincible for 30,000 years up and down? Exactly. I remember that ancestor was an innate Dao body. What? Are you questioning master? Yi Qinglun's expression narrowed slightly. Cutting off his resources is to sharpen him and help him improve his will. He should be grateful. Then why does Xiaobai have so many resources? 3 times more than a pro-disciple? Qin Mengyao said. When Su Ning heard this, she said disdainfully, Senior sister, how can Lin Wuya be compared to junior brother? That's right, in front of junior brother. Lin Wuya doesn't even deserve to lift his shoes. Lu Shuer's tone was indisputable. You guys? Qin Mengyao was incredulous. How could a 36-degree mouth say such icy words? Don't forget, Xiaobai is our senior brother. Could it be that senior brother Wuya he isn't? He's also worthy of being our senior brother? Xinshu Yue came from outside the hall at this moment. Her tone contemptuous. Being in the same sect as Lin Wuya was simply a stain on her life. Qin Mengyao's gaze condensed. Third senior sister. I happen to have something to look for you. Back then, senior brother Wuya was covered in blood and fainted at the entrance of the sect. Could you please explain what happened? That year, with the wind and snow, senior brother failed to break through the divine hidden realm, and his realm fell. Xinshu Yue brought Xiaobai and Lin Wuya out of the sect together. Half a month later, Lin Wuya collapsed in front of the clan entrance covered in blood, and Xinshu Yue took Xiaobai unharmed and returned to the sect 10 days ahead of schedule on a flying boat magic vessel. Chapter 13, The senior brother is having too much of a hard time. Humph. Xinshu Yue coldly grunted, to deal with a mere foundation establishment stage demonic beast that can be seriously injured. What a waste. He's also worthy of being my senior brother Xinshu Yue? Qin Mengyao's eyelids jumped. Her jade fists clenched. Her voice tinged with questioning. Third senior sister. You can't have forgotten that at that time, senior brother's cultivation regressed and was only at the third level of qi refining. So how could he deal with a foundation establishment stage demonic beast? What's wrong with the third level of qi refining? The district foundation stage demonic beasts. Isn't it just a matter of having hands? Shinshou spread her hands. You suppress your cultivation to the third level of qi refining and I'll go find a foundation establishment stage demonic beast for you to try. Qin Mengyao warmed with anger and immediately wanted to go outside to catch a demonic beast. Just try it. Enough. Yi Qinglan's vast mesmerizing sound echoed in the great hall. Turning his head to look at Shinshou Yue, this is simply nonsense. Shinshou Yu's eyes condensed. Her complexion immediately turned honest. Kneeling on one knee and saying, apprentice knows her mistakes. Seeing Shinshou Yu admit her mistake, Yi Qinglan's emotions eased quite a bit. Mengyao, Lin Wuya was raised by his teacher since he was a child, and was taught by his teacher. And his teacher is also responsible for him becoming this way. Of course you're responsible. Qin Mengyao undeniably said that the future senior brother had repeatedly risked his life to advise Yi Qinglan not to be bent on having his own way, informing him of a lot of important information. But instead of listening, Yi Qinglan had sent people to chase after his senior brother, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the righteous path. Qin Mengyao. Yi Qinglan's eyes were filled with anger. She had already given the step down. This girl gave an inch and didn't put her in her eyes. Qin Mengyao didn't care and took a few steps forward. What raising? What teaching? When senior brother was 8 years old, you brought him up to the clan, throwing him straight at us? Dare I ask, master, did you pass on his kung fu? Did you teach him for a day? Yi Qinglan's face was very ugly. Without teaching him, wouldn't he go and ask? Without merit, the hidden scripture pavilion so merit, wouldn't he go and get it? Would he want his teacher to send it to him? He. Qin Mengyao let out a cold laugh. Master, you are really a nobleman who forgets things. Who was it that cut off his monthly payments and forbade him from practicing the Xin heavenly sex techniques in the first place? Yi Qinglan's complexion changed. Not expecting Qin Mengyao to poke her pain so directly, she took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. A hint of anger in her voice. Mengyao, are you questioning me? The decision in the beginning was also based on the rules of the sect and what Lin Wuya did. Rules? Does the clan have a rule about breaking the monthly bounty of a pro-disciple? What did Master Wuya do? Ridiculous. When senior brother was 10 years old, because of your slap, it left senior brother with a dark wound that flared up during the breakthrough, causing the breakthrough to fail. You cut off his supply of resources, cut off the Lin family's funding to him. How will he live in the sect? Qin Mengyao's eyes were moist. At that time, she did not come to the sect in time because of the struggle for the imperial power. She did not know a lot about what happened to Lin Wuya. If she knew, how could she let her senior brother live such a bitter life? When she thought of how difficult it had been for her senior brother all these years, she had long ago received the person into the divine dynasty. Yi Qinglan's eyelids fluttered. There had indeed been severe punishments made because of some of Lin Wuya's behaviors, including cutting off his monthly payments and forbidding him from practicing Xian Tian sect techniques. He's such a big man. Won't he let you guys teach him? Won't he ask you for resources to cultivate? Qin Mengyao swept a glance at the three senior sisters, her eyes narrowing slightly. All three bowed their heads self-consciously. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, how could Yi Qinglan not know that Lin Wuya hadn't even taken a single resource from the clan for so many years, nor had he practiced the clan's techniques? Then how did he cultivate to the divine hidden realm in the first place? Genius. Absolute genius. Without the aid of a gong method, it was hard to deduce the refining of qi to the divine hidden realm. This is not a genius. What is it? Even the old ancestor of the innate Tao body in the beginning didn't have this kind of talent. Su Ning. Yi Qinglan clenched her teeth. Lu Shuer, Shen Xiu Yue. The three of them poofed and fell to their knees. Say, what the hell is going on? The three looked at each other, not daring to reply. Qin Mengyao sneered in her heart. Since the senior sisters don't want to say it, I'll say it for them. Eldest senior sister wouldn't let senior brother live in the pro-transmission peak, and had to build her own thatched hut in the outer gate. Alone and lonely. Second senior sister. Let everyone in the sect not help senior brother. The disciples avoid it and see it like the plague. Third senior sister made senior brother risk his life and almost died. She looked at the trio viciously. These are just the tip of what disciples have heard. They have defamed senior brother and treated him like a ruminant. 10 years. It's been too much of a hard life for senior brother to have survived up to this point. What? Yi Qinglan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the three. Having thought that Lin Wuya would be ostracized, He hadn't expected to be ostracized so completely. One must know that Lin Wuya was brought into the sect at the age of 8, when he was still a child. Sensing Yi Qinglan's anger, Su Ning clenched her teeth. Master, calm your anger. This is all because Lin Wuya has extremely poor character. That's right, Lu Shuer hurriedly said. Not only did he steal from junior brother, he also stole from the sect. Shin Xiaoyu also hurriedly explained. I'm not hiding it from master. Lin Wuya also peeped at my bath. It was very underhanded. Where are the elders of the law enforcement hall? Yi Qinglan bellowed. Not long after, an old man in a long robe hurriedly walked in from outside the hall. Law enforcement hall. Zhao Halberd. See sovereign. Zhao Halberd bowed. Yi Qinglan said. This clan asks you, can Lin Wuya commit theft in the clan? This. Zhao Halberd wanted to say something. Tell it like it is. Zhao Halberd truthfully said. Back to patriarch. Although Lin Wuya has gossip, the law enforcement hall has specially dispatched disciples to investigate in detail, and Lin Wuya does not steal. Instead, he often helps his fellow disciples. Impossible. Even if he didn't steal the chicken and the dog, he still stole from junior master. Lu Shuer said with certainty. Yi Qinglan took a deep breath. Pass Xiaobai. Senior, junior brother is in seclusion. There's no need to make him come out of seclusion for this small matter. Su Ning couldn't bear to say. Qin Mangyao immediately retorted at his words. Concerning Master Wu Ye's reputation, and even the future of the world's life, Xiaobai, even if he's in seclusion, he must come out to see his master immediately. The tone of her voice carried an unquestionable firmness, and she was very clear that if Xiaobai wanted to break through the divine hidden realm, it would be in the middle of the next secret realm trial. Never now. Senior sister, do you have to involve junior brother because of that loser? Su Ning was in pain. Senior brother Wu Ye isn't a waste. On the contrary, he's a genius, a supreme genius, a genius like no other in the ages. Qin Mangyao lost her temper and roared. They didn't know Lin Wuya. How could she not know the existence of the future achievement of a quasi-emperor? If there was no misunderstanding on their part, the one who would become an emperor would be him. Bring him in. As Yi Qinglan opened his mouth, the law enforcement disciples headed to Xiaobai's cave at fire speed. After a while, Xiaobai knelt on the ground in a daze. He was thinking about how to break through the divine hidden and make plans for depriving Su Ning of her Qi-wen. Suddenly, he was brought over by the law enforcement palace. See master teacher. Xiaobai smiled. Seeing Xiaobai, Yi Qinglan's expression eased a bit. My master asks you, did Lin Wuya steal from you? Xiaobai froze. Wasn't Lin Wuya abolished his cultivation and expelled from the sect? Why was he still pursuing? Senior brother, please answer truthfully. Qin Mengyao's eyes narrowed slightly as she took out a compass from her sleeve. Senior brother, this is a lie detector compass, specializing in testing those who lie. If you answer truthfully, the compass will not rotate. If you lie, the compass rotates. Gu Xiaobai swallowed his saliva. His heart was anxious. Lin Wuya certainly didn't steal from him. Rather, he often robbed and stole from Lin Wuya. Seeing Yi Qinglan and Qin Mengyao being aggressive, Xiaobai's thoughts wandered. Qin Mengyao was fine. After all, she was away from the sect most of the time, and the three senior sisters and master teachers, it had only been a few days, and they had actually broken free of their qi suppression. Chapter 14 A hundredfold, a thousandfold repayment. Elder Mo. What should we do about this? Xiaobai's knuckles were slightly white from exertion, as if he was ready to grab something to stabilize his wildly beating heart. That master of yours, the Tao severing realm, without the suppression of qi, it's very easy to regain his sanity. These girls are surprisingly capable of recovering so quickly. I thought it would take at least 10 days. It seems that they're all great qi fighters. Elder Mo's divine thoughts echoed in his mind. Xiaobai gritted his teeth. Elder Mo. Ours is how to get rid of the lying test. Look, another rush. Elder Mo shook his head. Those who achieve great things have mountains crumbling in front of them without changing their faces. Xiaobai's heart still needs to be honed. A lie detector type magic treasure that only makes a distinction between truth and falsehood. I'll just seal your memory later. Xiaobai was delighted in his heart. Let him answer yes or no. Just don't answer. Qin Mangyao frowned and asked drily. Xiaobai, has Master Wuya ever stolen anything from you? In the great hall, everyone looked at Xiaobai, waiting for his answer. Xiaobai bowed his head and smiled in his heart as he raised his head to gaze into Qin Mengyao's eyes. Senior sister, it's been too long. Senior brother forgot. Forgot? Qin Mengyao couldn't wait to hit and kill Xiaobai on the spot. And the future Xiaobai would beat his master alive and then sacrifice him for 77 or 49 days, refining him into a corpse puppet in the raw. What's more, He tortured her and several elder sisters for several years and slaughtered all of their relatives in order to refine the most poisonous blood spell in the world. Lies, she bellowed. Xiaobai's mouth smiled as he stood up. The compass did not rotate, which means that senior brother did not lie. So why is senior sister being aggressive? Since junior brother has forgotten, senior sister is fit to stop, Su Ning said. Lu Shuer also continued. Junior brother is so kind-hearted. Still defending that sinner at this time. Senior brother is homely and kind. Unlike some people who turn black and white upside down and invite right and wrong. Xin Shouyue glanced at Qin Mengyao and said in a conspiratorial manner. Outrageous. Qin Mengyao clenched her fists. Xiaobai actually made the compass ineffective. Out of expectation. Alright, Yi Qinglan interrupted them. This was a time when the heavenly qi was in chaos. Su Ning and the others were going to carry the banner of Xiantian sect in the future. And the relationship couldn't be too stiff. Qin Mengyao frowned slightly, her eyes deep and focused as she arched her hand and said, Senior, since junior brother has forgotten, it proves that senior brother Wuya's theft is false and he is innocent. The pit invites the master to welcome back senior brother and teach him with care. Yi Qinglan gazed at Qin Mengyao. Lin Wuya had no teachings or gong methods and was able to cultivate to the divine hidden. This natural talent was absolutely unique. Bringing him back would allow him to contribute to the righteous path in the future. Afterwards, he swept a glance at a few people. Which one of you is willing to go retrieve Lin Wuya? Several people sniffed and took a few steps back. I recently had to go into seclusion to prepare for the Langia secret realm. Su Ning shook her head. Senior, there's no need to look for it, right? That punk is so heavily injured. He's probably already dead. Lu Shuer said with a look of disgust. Humph. Qin Mengyao snorted coldly. Even if you die, senior brother won't die. She knew Lin Wuya's will. He would never be defeated by adversity and would only grow stronger. Senior sister wouldn't think that after becoming a female emperor, senior sister wouldn't dare to do anything to you? Lu Shuer's eyes narrowed slightly, her expression unkind. Qin Mengyao didn't take the slightest step back and went toe-to-toe. Senior sister wouldn't think that senior sister wouldn't be able to lift the long sword in her hand once she became a female emperor? She could remember that Lu Shuer had taken advantage of senior brother Wuya's feelings for them in the Battle of the Righteous Devils, causing him to almost die many times. If it wasn't for Master Wuya's unbelievable luck, he would have died several times already. Senior sister cares so much about that sinner. How about you go find him and come back? Xin Xiuyu laughed. The matter of retrieving senior brother is not something that you senior sisters should bother about. Qin Mengyao disdained it and arched her hand towards Yi Qinglan. Senior, disciple is willing to go and retrieve senior brother Wuya. Yi Qinglan nodded. With the arrival of the demonic sun, the general situation is about to change in a stormy way. After retrieving Lin Wuya, quickly raise your strength. Then he swept a glance at the crowd. You guys too. Yes, master. The crowd arched their hands in thanks. Qin Mengyao and the others exited the great hall. Xiaobai immediately stopped her. Senior sister, stay back. I don't know what junior brother did wrong that caused senior sister to be so hateful. It's not that senior brother didn't do a good job. It's that there's only a waste in someone's heart. Lu Shuer rolled her eyes. A mouthful of a Wuya senior brother. Those who really don't know think that sibling love is deep. And I don't know who let the refining stage hike back to the clan back then. Xin Xiuyu skimmed her lips. It's more than 100,000 miles. You. Qin Mengyao heart ached as if it had been stabbed with 1,000 needles. And every nerve was taut with remorse for past decisions. Back then, when she first ascended the throne, she was full of ambition to create an unprecedented flourishing world. However, the young mind was too tender in the game of power, dullibly believing the slanderous words of the courtiers, and developing an uncanny aversion and defensiveness towards the young man who had fought alongside him and given his heart and soul to his ascension to the throne. Thus, an icy decree not only closed the transmission array to the heavenly sect, but also threw Lin Wuya, who was only 13 years old, alone into that wintry and snowy winter. Senior apprentice brother Wuya, that teenager who should have been pampered and grown up carefree in the sect, could only step on the knee-high snow and march step by step towards the unknown distance. It was only after a year of being gone and getting help from other clans that he returned to the clan. She didn't know how senior brother Wuya came through for a year, and thought that it must have been incomparably difficult. Senior brother Wuya, don't worry. I will repay what I owe you 100 times, 1,000 times. Qin Mengyao pushed away Xiaobai, who was blocking her way, and took out her flying boat to leave the Xiantian sect. The other side, Lin Wuya, who had ended his seclusion, went directly to the place where the 6 sects of the Devil Dao were recruiting disciples. Find a broken temple. A broken temple with a large hole in the roof and a closed door. Dang, dang, dang. Lin Wuya knocked on the doorway. Anyone there? There was no echo from the house. He pushed the door in and scanned around. There was nothing else in the broken temple except for a statue that was in disrepair and hadn't been repaired in a long time. Could it be that Paki Nyo lied to me? Lin Wuya reached out and gently brushed away the dust on the surface of the statue, and what his fingertips touched were the traces left behind by the years, as well as a trace of imperceptible and weak spiritual power fluctuations. Could there really be some mystery here? He thought in his heart, then looked around, trying to find any possible clues on the crumbling walls and among the scattered rubble. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a small, insignificant pit at the foot of the statue, leaving traces. Boom! He tapped towards the statue and it moved back, revealing a teleportation formation below. Lin Wuya stroked his chin. The threshold for the demon sect to accept disciples was a bit low. This poorly hidden way of filtering cuties. Used. Dang. Knock. Anyone? A sudden shout rang out from the door. Lin Wuya's eyes flickered and his voice hissed. Cipher. The man outside the door was shocked. Secretly, the devil sect is a devil sect, recruiting disciples and a secret code. It seems to be to prevent the righteous people from mixing in, but he doesn't know any code words. The Hanyu is anxious. There is no more room in the world. It is hard to find a place to enter the devil sect, but cannot give up. Elder, please smile at this little bit of intention and make it easy. The Hanyu pulled out a bag of spirit stones and threw it in from above the broken temple. Lin Wuya froze and weighed the spirit stone. A full 100 spirit stones. His eyes lit up and a plan came to mind. Bang! With a bang, the door swung open. In front of the statue is the teleportation array. The broken temple of the hoarse voice echoed, and the Hanyu was thrilled for a moment, arching his hand in thanks. When he came to the teleportation array, the array flickered and the Hanyu's figure disappeared. Lin Wuya stepped out from behind the statue, a smile on his lips. The doorway to the broken temple closed again. I don't know how long it took, but once again there was a knock on the door. Code word. The man outside the door was bewildered. What code word? Do you know what this place is? Naturally. I know the entrance to the devil sect's disciple acceptance meeting. Code word. The person outside the door seemed to have thought of something and said with a bitter expression on his face. Senior, I don't know the secret code. May there be something outside the body? Out-of-body objects? The person outside the door froze, pondered carefully, and realized, Elder, I came in a hurry and didn't bring anything outside my body. Squeak! The doorway slowly opened. Lin Wuya carefully surveyed the person outside the door. Dressed in rags, pale face, seems to have encountered a chase. Alas! Lin Wuya sighed and pointed at the teleportation array. You are also a bitter person. Go! The pale man was ecstatic and touched abnormally. Who said that there are no good people in the devil sect? Isn't that what this is? Thank you, Elder. He gratefully arched his hands in obeisance and walked towards the teleportation array. Devil sect. I'm coming. I will definitely liquidate my former enemies. Pust. He was still fantasizing about the future when suddenly a sharp pain came from his chest, and he slowly lowered his head, gazing incredulously at the large hand on his chest. Senior, you. The man collapsed unwillingly, his last words unfinished. Lin Wuya spat. You want to cultivate immortality without money. Fool's errand. Chapter 15, The Devil's Cave Progeny. Another poor bastard. Lin Wuya threw a dried corpse aside. Several bodies had been piled up there, in the past 2 days, except for the first time, which was a bit profitable. The people who came after were either poor and stingy, or poor and penniless, wasting his feelings. Knock knock. The doorway sounded again. Lin Wuya's face crumpled, knowing that the righteous sects accepted disciples. What with all the royalty abounding, he couldn't believe that there were no rich and powerful people who came to the demon sect. Code word. Su Qingshan was confused. There was still a need for a code word to enter Qingfeng Mountain? Leaning north. I was in such a hurry to leave that I forgot to ask the master for his secret password. Not much of a problem, though. Su Qingshan left the broken temple without saying a word and came to squat on a road leading to the broken temple. Just because he doesn't know doesn't mean others don't. Lin Wuya behind the door froze. This girl left in such a hurry, rushing to reincarnation. Forget it. Look at the dress. Another poor bastard. He continued to wait for a metahuman, that is. Not long after Su Qingshan left the broken temple, he came to the path that was necessary to go beyond the broken temple. Shortly afterward, a burly man in sackcloth came hurrying down the road. Su Qingshan, who was hiding in the shadows, brightened up. Alchemy. Take a pinch. Code word. The voice of urgent questioning came. The stout man stopped in his footsteps, and with sweat pouring from his forehead, he forced himself to say aloud, a faction of Green Mountains for 10,000 years. Su Qingshan in the dark was overjoyed and instantly came to the side of the strong man. The former, senior, but the devil sect leader? The big man asked nervously. Su Qingshan nodded with a dark smile. Congratulations. The burly man was ecstatic. Wrong answer. The stout man's pupils contracted and his head flew out backwards. 1 minute he was flying high with joy. The next he was in grief. Su Qingshan smiled. The life of a devil cultivator is not a life. After collecting the bodies, he immediately went to the broken temple and knocked on the door. Cipher. A school of green hills for all time. Get out. Poor bastard. Lin Wuya rolled his eyes. This young man's foundation establishment cultivation. He was not good at laying his hands on him, so as not to attract attention and cut off his way of making a living. Su Qingshan gritted his teeth. The devil sect deserves to be called a devil sect. The methods are bad. Not only cursing, but also humiliating people. If it is not out of the house in a hurry and did not bring a spirit stone, in a minute, he wanted to smash him to death. Su Qingshan clenched his fists tightly, holding back a seizure. Humph. With a muffled grunt, he left the broken temple. On Qingfeng Mountain, a Jaman with a dark aura looked at the sparse number of people in the square and frowned. How come no one has come up the mountain in the last few days? Marion, go down the hill. Yes, eldest brother. The man named Marion hurried down the mountain. Open the door. Auntie is here. A woman wearing a long dress, with a double ponytail or soft chi-bangs, adding a bit of innocence to her. A face as delicate as a porcelain doll, with large eyes that glittered with curiosity and innocence, as if she could perceive all the beauties in the world. She clasped her hands to her chest and was very bratty. Inside the broken temple, Lin Wuya's eyes were glowing. As we all know, 9 out of 10 Lolitas are rich, and one is quite rich, which is definitely fat. Ahem. He coughed lightly. There are 2 ways to get to the mountain. Rule number 1. Answer the code word. Number 2. Lori spoke directly from the door. 1,000 spirit stones. 1,000. The little loli was stunned, wanting to think that she was born with a golden spoon. Her family was distinguished, and she went out. When had she ever been so humiliated? Lin Wuya's brows tightened. Had he called for more? If she didn't have any money, 500 spirit stones would be fine. Look down on anyone. I'll offer 10,000 spirit stones. The little loli was so wealthy that she directly threw a storage ring inside the doorway. Hiss. Lin Wuya sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The ancients honestly don't deceive me. Loli is rich. The doorway opened and Lin Wuya respectfully invited the little loli in. The little loli tilted her little head and held her hands behind her back as she walked in slowly, sweeping her surroundings and beeping. Where do I enter? Lin Wuya smiled faintly. This is another price. The little loli's eyes condensed, her hands clasped her chest, and she looked downcast, fighting geese all day long. I didn't expect to be pecked by geese one day. She's not a cutie pie. Naturally, she knew she was being played. Suddenly, his face changed. Boy, you're brave. The little loli suddenly stormed up and jumped into midair, clenching her fists and slamming them towards Lin Wuya. Die for your aunt. Lin Wuya's face didn't change as he gently took a few steps back. Poof. Lori misses with a move that drops her to the ground. Careless, didn't flash. The little loli immediately got up, revealing a fierce expression as she continued to charge towards Lin Wuya. Die again for auntie. The corner of Lin Wuya's mouth twitched as he put one hand against the little loli's head. The little loli was furious, and her hands kept swinging at Lin Wuya. Unfortunately, it's too short to reach. Lin Wuya exerted force with one hand and threw her towards the pile of dried corpses in the middle of the corner. Mamma mia! The little loli pissed herself in fear when she saw the several dried corpses in the surrounding area, her face turning incomparably white. Is the devil sect so horrible? Lin Wuya directly turned into a great devil who blood-slaughtered millions in her eyes, incomparably terrifying and cruel. Poof! The little loli knelt from her heart and cried, Good man, spare my life. I have an old man on top, a young man on the bottom, and an old mother who is waiting to be fed, and an old child. Please spare me. Lin Wuya's face was dark. Terrible guy. This little loli looked quirky. I didn't expect it to be a cutie. We come out to mix. What do we rely on, you know? Lori shook her head frantically. Stupid. Of course you rely on spirit stones when you come out. Lin Wuya said directly, then stretched out a finger. This price, give it and I'll let you go. Cauldron. Squarely I pretended. The little loli's tears burned. The spirit stones were all given to you. I don't have any more on me. Lin Wuya's eyes widened. Out of the blue is 10,000 spirit stones. You tell me that you don't have any money. Lying to children. His face instantly turned grim as he took a step towards Lori. Little Lori people are well. Think of her across the family for 18 years, debut both peak, but do not want to just go out on the premature death. Big brother, I have money. Money, it's all yours if you let me go. Confused, Lin Wuya cursed, kill you and the money is mine. Alas, the little loli was sad. Her eyes were godless, and she muttered, the long and long sky, why is it so thin with me and man? Lin Wuya's toes almost gouged out 3 rooms in one hall. See the loaded. Have not seen before the death but also sentimental. Slowly, he raised his palm, ready to result in Lori. Stop, there was a sharp yelp from behind him. Mako, come save me. Lori howled. Peak Foundation Establishment. Lin Wuya's eyes narrowed and he licked the corners of his mouth. Who are you? Ma Liang figure came in front of the little loli and questioned Lin Wuya. The person in front of him was unfamiliar. Glancing at the dry corpse in the corner, his brows tightened. Among the Devil's Sect, there didn't seem to be any feats that sucked people into dry corpses. Lin Wuya's eyelids jumped and his expression remained unchanged. Back to senior brother. I'm Wood Sapling of the refined Devil Sect. Demon refining sect? Ma Liang took a closer look at Lin Wuya. The refining demon sect was one of the same 6 demonic sects. The disciples were spread out in many ways, and it was impossible for him to have met every single one of them. Not to mention the fact that this son was ruthless and devilishly righteous. Ma-chan, he's going to kill me. Lori crossed her arms and said fiercely, dare to touch the Devil Cave progenitor. You are tired of living. Ma Liang's eyelids jumped, his face grim, his voice low and full of threats. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying an unquestionable killing intent. A black demonic chi began to surge up around him. Little Loli was the disciple of a predetermined personage of the Devil's Cave. Her status far exceeded that of the 6 sects of the Devil's Sect, and whoever dared to touch her would be going against the entire Devil's Way. Chapter 16, We Are a Class of Attackers. Lin Wuya sighed slightly in pity. To think that my Devil Dao was so glorious back then, and now it has fallen to such a state. Sad. Sad. He indignantly pointed at Ma Liang and little Loli. It's all because of you that the Devil's Way has fallen. You are the sinners of the Devil's Way. Me? Lori was confused. Her brain couldn't turn around. It was true that the magic path had declined, but what did it have to do with her? Dead to the world. And you're still disrupting things. Ma Liang pressed on step by step. Lin Wuya shook his head. What I mean is, you dare to kill me even if you're at a mere foundation stage. Being a devil cultivator with no eyesight at all. Hurry up and reincarnate. With a flash of his body, he appeared in front of Ma Liang like a ghost. His speed was astonishingly fast. Ma Liang's face suddenly changed. He didn't expect Lin Wuya to suddenly lash out, and he didn't expect the other party's speed to be so amazing. You! Ma Liang just wanted to open his mouth, only to see Lin Wuya lightly waved his right hand. A majestic demonic chi surged out from his palm, transforming into a pitch-black demonic flame. Pushing straight at Ma Liang's face, Ma Liang raised his entire body's cultivation in his haste, and barely coalesced a spiritual shield in an attempt to ward off this sudden attack. However, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and Lin Wuya was the best amongst the demonic cultivators, experienced in battle, and his cultivation was far beyond Ma Liang's ability to match. The pitch-black demonic flame was like a hungry wolf pouncing on a meal, instantly penetrating Ma Liang's spiritual power shield and engulfing him whole. Ah! Ma Liang let out a heart-rending scream as his figure twisted and struggled in the demonic flames, but in the end, he couldn't escape being devoured. A moment later, the demonic flames dissipated, leaving only a scorched black ground and a faint smell of blood in the air, proving what had just happened. As Lori witnessed this, her eyes were wide open and full of disbelief. She had never seen such a brutal scene before, not to mention that she hadn't thought that Ma Liang would die just like that. She trembled and tried to back away, but she realized that her feet seemed to be nailed to the ground and she couldn't move. Poof! The little loli knelt down again, holding up a storage ring, and said pitifully, Cauldron, if you kill Ma Liang, you can't kill me. Yo! Lin Wuya picked up the storage ring and waited. Don't worry, this devil doesn't kill innocent people. This Ma Liang wanted to kill me and I killed him in return. It was the fate of heaven. Big brother is right. Ma Liang is to blame. Little Lori's face turned pale and she nodded frantically. Lin Wuya stared at the little loli and said suspiciously, you're a personal disciple of the Devil's Cave? Above the 6 sects of the Devil's Sect there is the Devil's Cave. And the Devil's Cave is where the Devil's Sect's true underpinnings are located, as in the case of the Dao Sect. And above the 4 great heavenly sects, there is the Dao country. Not yet. Not formally initiated. The little loli stuttered. She had been booked as a disciple by one of the Devil Cave's Devil Dao powerhouses, but she had yet to be formally admitted to the door wall and formally enter the Devil Cave through this disciple acceptance conference. Lin Wuya secretly nodded. Then this little lowly can't be killed. This kind of person with a monstrous background is far from being able to pit against him now, unless he also has a shocking background. Obviously, he doesn't have it now. What's your name? Tu Yun Yun. Lin Wuya's eyes narrowed as he patted her shoulder. Little cloud, do you have a dream? Dream? Tu Yun Yun's eyes were perplexed. Thinking about it, her eyes were firm. To become a devil cultivator that everyone admires. 3 question marks popped up on Lin Wuya's forehead. Was Tu Yun Yun poorly educated? Or did he misunderstand? However, none of this mattered. Very well, you already have the excellent qualities of a devil cultivator. In the future, if you hang out with brother, I'll make sure that you become a devil that everyone admires. Real doo-doo, fake doo-doo. Tu Yun Yun's small fists were clenched, and countless little stars emerged from her big eyes. True do. Lin Wuya's words turned. As devil cultivators, we are the future of the Devil Dao. Now that the Devil Dao is in decline, fish and dragons are mixed together, and any cat or dog can mix in. What we need to do is to filter out some of the pests that are harmful to the Devil's Sect. These pests not only bring down the overall quality of the Devil's Way and don't contribute to the Devil's Sect, but instead, they use the Devil's Sect as a harbor for risk avoidance and jeopardize the Devil's Sect. Think about it, when you become a demonic cultivator admired by everyone, and someone asks you about a demonic cultivator who is spurned by people, who is your fellow disciple? What explanation will you give? Tu Yun Yun's eyes widened, as if she hadn't thought of this. Of course it's in defense of a fellow disciple. Lin Wuya shook his head, justifying for a moment, but not for a lifetime. The only thing we have to do is to eliminate the appearance of such fellow disciples. Tu Yun Yun came to a sudden realization. Her small face instantly turned incomparably worshipful. Cauldron, what you said makes so much sense. Remember the mission. Don't forget the Devil's Heart, and revitalize the Devil's Sect. But Cauldron, what are we going to do? Wait, listen to my arrangements. Okay, Cauldron. A short while later, a man came to the broken temple, knocked on the door. Code word. The person outside the door touched his shiny head, and he actually had to go up the mountain with a secret signal, and he listened to the voice of a girl to watch the door. I come here in admiration. I don't know what the code word is, but I have a pure heart toward the devil. Tu Yun Yun twisted his head in confusion and looked at Lin Wuya. Open the door. Tu Yun Yun immediately opened the door. Su Jingang looked at the tiny Tu Yun Yun in front of him with a kind face. Many thanks to the young master for opening the door of convenience. Tu Yun Yun patted her small chest. My generation of devil cultivators should help each other. Then he pointed to the teleportation array at the back. There is the passageway to the mountain. Many thanks, little enchanter. Su Jingang inwardly snickered and immediately walked towards the teleportation array. Bang! With a bang, a loud noise came from the back of his head. Su Jing'an's face changed, and he turned his head violently, only to see the little lowly holding up a wolfsbane stick that was higher than her head, looking at him in a droll manner. Seeing that he hadn't passed out yet, he swung hard again. Convex, asterisk 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 dish. Su Jing'an's eyes went black and he fainted. Cauldron. Tu Yun Yun shouted as Lin Wuya stepped out from behind the statue. Foundation building grand circle. He looked excited. Sucking Maliang dry made him enter the middle stage of foundation establishment. If he sucked another foundation establishment great round, wouldn't he be able to immediately enter the late stage of foundation establishment? Cauldron. He's not a good person once I see him. Tu Yun Yun said cynically. Lin Wuya's eyes widened. It had been a long time since he had lived. The demonic cultivator actually said that others were not good people. That's right. As soon as I saw his thieving eyes, he must be an outlaw. Lin Wuya righteously said. Xiao Yun, you have filtered out an outlaw for the demon sect. You have done the organization a service. Really? Great. Tu Yun Yun rejoiced, tilting her little head with incomparable pride. Lin Wuya unleashed the Undying Codex and prepared to approach Su Jingang, and at the moment of contact, a golden light shield instantly enveloped Su Jingang. Buddha land. Tu Yun Yun was surprised. Lin Wuya froze. The Buddha kingdom was located in the extreme west and was very powerful. There was even a vast territory of 3,000 Buddhas, which was separated from the Devil's Cave and the Dao country. He is not a person who has not seen any knowledge. This golden light cover must be the protection of Su Jingang by the great powers in the Buddha's kingdom, and it will appear when a big crisis occurs. Su Jingang came to the demon sect. He must have other plans. Without saying a word, Lin Wuya took out Su Jing'an's storage ring and then threw him inside the teleportation array. Cauldron. Why did you let him go? Tu Yunyun puzzled. The Buddha's country, she heard her elders say. Not weaker than the devil's cave of the strong force. Such a person strutting to the devil's clan. Do not kill. Stay for New Year's Eve? This son is of great use. Keep him alive. After Lin Wuya explained, Tu Yunyun no longer dwelled on it. Here. Lin Wuya took out 1,000 spirit stones from his storage ring and handed it to her. Tu Yunyun was puzzled. Cauldron. What are these things for me? This is the proceeds of your labor. Lin Wuya spoke in a heavy and deep voice. We helped the demon sect eradicate the dissidents. And the demon sect gave us a little treat fee. Treat fee? Tu Yunyun's eyes glowed with delight. That way. That's the paycheck. Thinking back to those servants at home, who relied on their own sweat every month to be able to obtain a penny of income, and were especially happy on the day they received their wages. Not to mention how envious she was at that time. She never thought that one day, she would actually be able to receive a paycheck as well. That's right. Lin Wuya nodded. And the next time you strike, kill with a single blow and dig in at the heart. For what? Because we get paid for our work and are part of the working class. Tu Yunyun's complexion was gloomy. Attacking class. What a scary name. She liked it so much. Su Qingshan, who was outside the broken temple, was staring at the broken temple and was very puzzled to see that Su Jinggang had not come out after entering. So once again he came to the broken temple. Code word. Su Qingshan was stunned. Changed? Fellow Daoist. I grew up motivated to join the Devil's Sect, insulting the sect and blackening my ancestors, and my lifelong wish is to shine for the Devil's Sect, Su Qingshan said without blushing. Get out! A furious shout came from inside the door, and Su Qingshan's face turned blue as he turned around and left. Clear Wind Mountain. A few old men with a rolling demonic aura emanating from their bodies looked towards a screen. Inside the screen were the disciples who had come to take the test. Sparsely. Alas. Elder Chi sighed. It's all because we were so addicted to robbing homes and killing people that we forgot to cultivate our reputation outside. Every time a disciple is recruited, not too many people come. Elder Hundred shook his head helplessly. This is one aspect. The other is that the righteous path is bullying too hard. And outside, unless there is no way out, who will come to the Devil's Sect? The Devil's Son descended early, catching us off guard and unprepared. There's no harm in it. The Devil's Son's fortune is added to his body. It's only a matter of time before he returns to the Devil's Sect. Look, you guys, there are people from the Buddha Kingdom coming to the assembly. There's no harm in entering the Demon Sect. One is born a Demon Sect member and dies a Demon Sect ghost. Elder. Just as a few people were having a good conversation, a disciple of the Devil's Sect hurriedly came. Elder. It's bad. Someone is massively intercepting the people who came to participate in the test in front of the entrance. How bold. Elder Chi snapped in alarm, his demonic aura rushing to the sky, and space was distorted in shock and anger. The number of people who came to the conference was already small, and for someone to dare to intercept and kill them was tantamount to breaking the roots of the Demon Sect. Could it be someone from the righteous path? Elder Hundred was puzzled. In the past, when disciples were recruited, it was common for the righteous path to come and cause trouble. The disciple shook his head. Elder, it seems like that person was also here to participate in the assembly, only that he didn't know the entrance code, which is why he went to intercept and kill those who participated in the assembly. The two elders looked at each other and said in unison, the secret signal. What secret signal? Disciple. Chapter 17, The Devil's Hair Black. Elder, Tu Yunyun and a disciple, guarding the mountain gate, asked the disciple who came for the secret signal. If someone can't answer, go and intercept the person who came to the test. Not only that, if you can't answer the code word, you can pay a spirit stone fee to go up the mountain. In her words, it's called a toll fee. Elder Chi and Elder Hundred looked at each other, both shocked. At a young age, you can charge a toll for cultivating magic. Worthy of being a Devil's Cave pro. Enlightenment is early. We can't let that little girl continue to fool around. Elder Chi's figure moved and disappeared in place. The number of people who came to the Disciple Acceptance Conference was already low. Many people were desperate. How could they have any belongings on them? At this rate, this year's disciple quota would become a negative number. When he reappeared, he was at the bottom of the hill. Cauldron. There's 1,000 spirit stones. Tu Yunyun counted a bag of spirit stones and said prettily, what spirit stones? Watch the wording. Lin Wuya tapped Tu Yunyun on the head. It's called hard labor. Tu Yunyun covered her head and handed him 900 spirit stones. Cauldron. Your hard work fee. Lin Wuya quickly collected the spirit stones, Having agreed with Tu Yun earlier, she does the seducing, he does the doing. 91 cents for hard work. He's 9, she's 1. When Elder Chi saw this scene, how could he not know that the so-called toll collection was all this kid's idea? I thought it was some big shot who enlightened Tu Yun earlier, but it turned out to be nothing like that. What are you doing? Elder Chi's body was covered in black gas. Being infuriated, cold light gazed at Lin Wuya, a little girl. What kind of person was she brought up to be? Tu Yun trembled and hid the spirit stone she had obtained in her back, staring at Elder Chi as if she was protecting her food. Who are you? Lin Wuya asked. If you want to participate in the assembly, you either have to say the code word or pay the fee. Tu Yun tugged at the corner of his coat and whispered, Cauldron. He's the Sky Demon's sect elder. Qi Zhenghai. Lin Wuya's heart thumped. The Heavenly Demon sect was the leading sect of the 6 sects of the Devil Dao. Leaning north, he won't be held accountable for charging tolls. Elder Qi, we, the heart-attacking class, work for the demon sect. You go to the side. Tu Yun raised her head and said. Qi Zhenghai's face fell. What are you doing for the demon sect? Tu Yun's complexion turned serious and his eyes erupted with infinite light. Remember the mission. Don't forget the devil's heart, and revitalize the devil's way. Qi Zhenghai's eyes widened, hearing such an answer for the first time. What a way to not forget the devil's heart and revitalize the devil's way. He turned his words around. Collecting tolls and killing people is also revitalizing the devil's way? What devil cultivation without money? Tu Yun spoke without alarm. The devil sect is accepting disciples, not helping the poor. The cauldron said that in the future, it is also necessary for all disciples to contribute to the demon sect and turn in a fixed amount of spirit stones every month to grow. Lin Wuya hurriedly covered Tu Yun's mouth. These were all things he had fooled Tu Yun with, but he didn't expect this girl to take it seriously. Qi Zhenghai's heart trembled as he stared straight at Lin Wuya, looking for disciples to join the clan. Every month the clan will distribute cultivation resources. This kid is good. Directly let them pay money to the clan. The devil sect was already poor, and the disciples were even more so. Let the disciples pay money to the devil sect. Living hell this is. A trace of surprise flashed across Qi Zhenghai's cold face, and then the corners of his mouth hooked up into a faint smile, and a few points of playfulness and appreciation flickered in those deep eyes. He did not immediately become angry, but instead slowly took a few steps forward, his voice gentle but with an unquestionable majesty. Good seed, young man, I see that you have an impressive appearance. You are simply a genius in demon cultivation. Without waiting for Lin Wuya to reply, Qi Zhenghai flung out his sleeves. Lin Wuya's eyes went black, as if he was pulled by an invisible force. His body involuntarily rose up in the air, and immediately afterward, after a burst of heavenly rotation, he found himself firmly standing on a wide square. The surrounding area was bustling with people's voices, and it was the scene of the 6th sect of the Devil's Path's disciple acceptance meeting. Put me down, auntie, don't pull out your beard, don't, not far away. Qi Zhenghai grudgingly carried Tu Yun and disappeared. Lin Wuya blinked, adapting to the sudden cacophony, only to see that the square was crowded with all kinds of people standing or sitting and talking, obviously all here for this event. He himself, at the moment, was standing in an open area in the center of the square, looking particularly striking. Look at that kid, with his red lips and white teeth, obviously one out of the little music color. He also wants to join the 6th sect of the Devil's Path? This kind of white and clean little caramels. I don't know how many of them old me has played and blown up. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Didn't you see that he was brought here by the elder? This kind of person is either a son of a family or has a ruthless heart that caught the elder's attention. Since ancient times, the scholar is the most vicious, and as a fellow villain, I can feel that he is like me. If you're not a ruthless person, can you come to the devil's way? It would have gone to the righteous sect long ago. Seeing that this boy's face does not change when he is being watched by such and such wicked people like us, he has definitely seen the world, and he should know that our reputation can stop a small child from crying. Did you see that monk? White and clean. Just woke up and killed 3 people in a row. Old and ruthless. A group of people stared at Lin Wuya, jealous and talking. They had been crawling around for so many years. Their eyes were naturally old, able to detect a person's psychology through the smallest of details. This brother, I don't know what to call him. A ferocious and burly-looking man stepped forward and greeted Lin Wuya towards him. Lin Wuya. Lin Wuya arched his hand and said, as a new age demonic cultivator, the main focus was on gentleness, justice, elegance and easygoing, and reaching out. After all, people are only asking for names. If they directly suck people dry, What's the difference between that and being a devil? The surrounding people heard this and glanced at each other. The name was unfamiliar. It seemed that they had not heard of this character in the Jianghu. What do you call it? Brother Lin. I'm Ancient Fong. So it's Brother Gu. Long time no see. Oh, Gufan froze. You've heard my story? Haven't heard of it, but you've got stories written all over your face. I wonder what Brother Lin used to do. Among the surrounding people, a feminine-looking man asked forward. Lin Wuya recalled his past life and waved his hand. It's not worth mentioning. I used to be an ambassador of love, often doing some jungle rescue. For example, if someone goes to the doctor and doesn't have any money, if someone goes bankrupt and is in desperate need of money, if someone wants to buy a wedding house and doesn't have a dowry, I'll show up at their side. Alas, the earth is like a purgatory. Everyone is indifferent, lack of due care and warmth. And I am ancient and passionate. I despise those who cannot help others a hand, to the critical moment, immediately to their side to distribute love. The crowd's eyes twitched at the corners of their eyes for a while. When did loan sharking become so high and mighty? I didn't expect that in such a cruel world, a character like Brother Lin could still appear, worthy of the title of Ambassador of Love. I admire and admire you. The feminine man arched his hand. It can't be helped. Who told me to be ancient and not to see their sad faces? Lin Wuya said helplessly. I wonder how much silver taels Brother Lin can lend? Gu Fong asked. Lin Wuya thought carefully. A friend can lend you 50 taels. A parent can lend you 500 taels, even if they are life and death friends. It's only a mere 1,000 taels. I, on the other hand, can lend you 1,000,000 or even 10 million taels to help you rise again to glory. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. So rich and generous. Borrowing at the level of 10 million taels in the mortal world is already considered a consortium. Brother Lin is mighty. It's just that, there's one thing that little brother doesn't know. But there's no harm in saying it. With all this borrowing, what if they can't pay it back? What words this is? What words this is? Lin Wuya had a righteous face. If he's still not on, are his brothers and sisters, wife and children, and parents combined still not on? A pair of loins, a pair of eyeballs, and a heart are all sought after for a price. There's nothing that can't be paid back. There's always more ways than there are difficulties. Bite the bullet, pull out your heart and pay it back. Gulp. The crowd swallowed their saliva and unconsciously touched their waists with a look of fear. It was worthy of being a demonic cultivator who was looked upon by the elders. This devil's blackened. Chapter 18 1 second. So soon. What a ruthless devil. Su Qingshan's face was so gloomy, without Lin Wuya guarding the gate. He immediately went up to Qingfeng Mountain, and as soon as he came up, he heard Lin Wuya's shocking remarks. He swept around the square and saw the figures of a man and a woman. Toward the two men. Senior brother Su, why are you coming up so late? The man in white clothes asked with a voice transmission. I was in such a hurry to go out that I forgot to ask for the password to go up the mountain, and I was delayed for a few days. Secret signal? A man and a woman were surprised. You need a password to go up the mountain? Su Qingshan looked confused. What? You guys went into the broken temple and no one asked you for the password? The two men shook their heads. Su Qingshan's eyes widened before he realized that perhaps he had been tricked. If he finds out who it is, there will be no mercy. Two senior brothers. The devil Dao is on the rise. The sect has sent us to go undercover in the devil sect, so we must act carefully. The woman at the head of the group transmitted her voice to instruct the two of them, and Su Qingshan and Bai Xiong nodded. Senior sister, why are they all looking at us? Bai Xiong looked at the many people around them pointing at them. His heart was apprehensive. He hadn't been discovered before he left the division, right? Impossible. How could he have been found out when he was already acting so ferocious? Never. Hey, you guys are undercover agents of the righteous. Words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, instantly hitting the hearts of the three people. Their faces turned white in an instant, as if they were suddenly attacked by the most piercing cold winds of winter. The pupils suddenly shrunk, eyes full of unbelief and deep fear, and exchanged a panic to the point of panic look with each other unanimously. Yet no one dared to open their mouths to retort, fearing that one more word would reveal more. By the looks of this, it's definitely a righteous undercover agent. A group of ferocious men surrounded them. Senior sister, what should we do? Bai Xiong nervously transmitted his voice, sweat dampening his lapel. Bang! Su Qingshan's face was grim, and he immediately struck out to blast a palm against the person. Feng Wei's eyes fluttered around, not knowing what to do, looking towards those dark figures above the square that were looking at her with a smile or not. Her mood instantly fell to the bottom. If you make a move to expose the bottom of your feet, if you don't make a move, You will be beaten to death by the group. Any way you choose, you're going to get killed. Abominable. Feng Wei clenched his fists. Had he known that he shouldn't have offended anyone in the first place and been sent undercover by the sect? Nice looking little pussy. Hey, 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 hey. In broad daylight. Think about it. How about we kill the two men, and we'll take the little pussy one at a time? I have to lick the bowl clean after eating. These two males are fine and tender. It's a pity to kill them. No other way. They're starving. Ha ha ha. The sounds of wild laughter and insults broke out above the square, instantly attracting Lin Wuya's attention. It's her. Lin Wuya's eyes narrowed. The memory of his predecessor's death suddenly attacked. His predecessor had been driven out of the imperial capital by his fourth senior sister Qin Mengyao back then, and after a year of walking on foot, his shoes had worn out and the soles of his feet had developed a thick layer of calluses. If he hadn't met this woman in the middle of the journey, he probably wouldn't have been able to return to the Xiantian sect for the rest of his life. Then he looked at the other two, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The man in the green shirt, isn't that the stubborn donkey? Asterisk 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 looking for death. A loud shout came from Lin Wuya, and Lin Wuya instantly rushed into the crowd, his palms of demonic flames heaving as he killed a bloody path alive. When the crowd saw this, their hearts jumped and they moved away. What's going on here? Is it old sister? Older brother has searched so hard for you. Lin Wuya finished digesting the power he had absorbed, forced out a few tears and rushed towards Feng Wei. You are Lin. Feng Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as she naturally recognized the man in front of her. Back then, when she went down the mountain to do a mission, she came across Xiantian sect disciples, and on her way, she sent people to Xiantian sect, but being told that that disciple was actually a pro-disciple, it was incomparably shocking, knowing that pro-disciples were the pride of a clan, with extraordinary strength and numerous treasures. But back then, Lin Wuya was all tattered and gray. The soles of his feet were full of calluses that had been worn out, and he wasn't even as good as an outer disciple. Don't talk. Lin Wuya held her in his arms and cried fiercely. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked around at the menacing men. What were you just about to do to my old sister? Those who were targeted by him immediately took several steps back, jokingly, killing 8 people in a row with a single word. This actual devil. Lin Wuya's figure instantly arrived in front of one person and grabbed the other person's neck. Nima, are you the one who said you were starving? Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. The man was shivering and stuttering. Go to hell for misunderstanding. Lin Wuya pinched his opponent's neck with a force in his hand. Kid, getting rid of the Tao and defending the devil is a natural right. You're overdoing it. There are so many of us, and we're still afraid of one of you? Be sensible and get out of the way. Don't delay us from removing the righteous path. What old sister? They don't look alike at all. I think they're concubines. Brothers, this kid is too arrogant. Completely disregarding us. Let's do it together and kill him. Crowd you a word in a sentence. Seems to be constantly said. Think they are all the big brother in the Jianghu. Each is a ruthless person. In the outside living a precarious life. Come to the devil clan is still like this. Will not it be a waste of time to come? Lin Wuya took a deep breath and looked at the people of the demon sect in the middle of the sky above. If it wasn't for the fact that he was being stared at, he couldn't wait to directly refine all of these people. Let me introduce you to this brother of mine. Lin Wuya came to Bai Xiong. This is the famous chrysanthemum picking bandit of the Jianghu. People are nicknamed the sage of chrysanthemum picking. As long as the man he sees, let you lose your body at 3 o'clock. Never stay until 5 o'clock. Picking chrysanthemums only takes a second. His greatest hobby is gutting people. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When the surrounding people heard this, they all looked at Bai Xiong once again. 1 second. That fast. The world is going to hell in a handbasket. I didn't expect wow. Looking white and clean. I didn't expect to be so ferocious. I thought I was perverted enough, but I didn't realize this person was even more perverted. Hanaya, that's disgusting. Yuck. There was a chill of evil and incomparable dislike from the surrounding people. Bai Xiong was confused for the 3rd time in a row, pointing at himself. He was so perverted. Feng Wei and Su Qingshan looked at each other and took a few steps back to distance themselves from him. Lin Wuya arrived in front of Su Qingshan, and he panicked in his heart. This son doesn't even need me to say that. Juggling the righteous path to a whole new level. Let me ask you this. The deceased is the murderer. The murderer is likewise the deceased. The murderer kills the murderer. The murderer becomes the victim. The victim becomes the murderer again. And the ultimate culprit behind the scenes is the victim. Then ask, who is the murderer? The crowd all of a sudden brain burned. This Nemo what with what? At once the murderer. At once the victim is the murderer. A series of reversals. No good. My head hurts. I'm going to grow a brain. Above the sky, a demon sect disciple held his head and said, "Eldest senior brother, there is actually someone so terrifying in the world? The killing technique is divine, playing everyone in the palm of his hand." A demon sect disciple asked the man in front of him. Eldest senior brother frowned and took a deep look at Su Qingshan. If this son was really like this, then in the future, the devil's way would produce a giant. Did you find out their identity and background? The two disciples shook their heads. Eldest brother, these three people have not been checked out clearly. Their origins are very complicated, but it is certain that they are not from the righteous path. Not just, keep them, but the man, indeed, checked out. Say, he was a personal disciple of the Xian Tian sect and was expelled from the sect not long ago. A pro-disciple. Eldest senior brother Wu Zhiping stared at Lin Wuya below, his eyes slightly chilled. A pro-disciple being expelled from the sect was a rare sight in 1,000 years. What the hell did he do to get expelled from the Xian Tian sect? Keep an eye on them. Yes. Lin Wuya clasped his hands on his chest. Gentlemen, if you offend him, you'd better not sleep at night. Hiss. The crowd is in incomparable fear. Unusual killing and extermination is also even. There are also with you to play with the brain. Kill you, so that people just cannot find out that he killed. This kind of people are too much bad taste. To kill for fun. Obsessed with finding clues. Be suspected that there is no evidence of the scenario. Very perverted. Fang Wei took a look at Su Qingshan and stormed back tens of steps. Compared to Bai Xiong, Su Qingshan was hundreds of times more dangerous. No, senior sister. I'm not. Su Qingshan hurriedly transmitted his voice. Lin Wuya came to Fang Wei's side again and said coldly, my old sister. Whoever dares to bully my old sister, I'll raise your ashes. Don't dare. The people around him shook their heads frantically. Silence, just as they were chilling in their hearts. Several streams of light from appeared in the sky above the square. Chapter 19, The Posture of a Great Emperor. The crowd was incomparably surprised and looked incredibly envious. The aura emanating from the three old men was powerful and terrifying. Merely standing in front of them was like facing a monstrous abyss. Between every move, even a single look could crush them to death. I am the elder of this examination, Qi Zhonghai, and together with the 6 clans of the Devil's Way, I have come to test you all. The examination is divided into 3 items. The first, the root bone test. The second, the literature test. And the third, the illusion test. If you pass all 3, you can join the 6th sect of the Devil's Path. No matter where you came from or what you did before, as long as you become a disciple of the Devil's sect, you will be born as a Devil Dao person and die as a Devil Dao ghost. The Devil Dao accompanies you all throughout your lives. The test begins. Hundreds of people have lined up in a long line. Comparing to previous years, this year, a lot fewer disciples came. Senior brother Lin, you're a pro-disciple. Why would you come to the Devil's sect to go undercover? Fang Wei pulled Lin Wuya within the 3-person voice transmission system. Lin Wuya's heart thumped. These few people as undercover agents, but also so strutting voice transmission, do not know how to write the word death. Furthermore, the undercover agents of the various sects were a top secret, and if they brought him along here, if they were discovered, wouldn't they be able to end it all in one pot? What? Senior brother Lin, you are a pro-disciple. Su Qingshan once again sized up Lin Wuya. A pro-disciple should have talent, qualifications, and resources. How could he come to undercover the demon sect? His brain kicked by a donkey? Bai Xiong also had an incredulous expression. Could it be that the devil's son has descended, and that you, senior brother, are a very important pawn arranged by the Xian heavenly sect? Lin Wuya was silent for a long time and slowly spat out 4 big words. Get rid of the demons. The 3 of them instantly stood in awe. A few of them were forced to come undercover. They didn't expect Lin Wuya to actually come on his own initiative. This righteousness, this noble integrity, made them incomparably moved. Senior brother Lin, introduce yourself. I'm Su Qingshan of the Sacred Sky Sect, Dao Tian Sect, Bai Xiong, Heavenly Sword Sect, Fang Wei. A few people introduced each other, considered to have dealt with each other. Lin Wuya was a little disappointed. These people treated the undercover agent as if they were going through the motions, very careless, and they didn't know how to die in the back. Dang! The sound of a bell rang out and everyone looked sideways. Garbage spirit root, get out. Yellow grade spirit root, barely. No spiritual roots. Trash. Xian level spirit root, can. As the talent testing began, Some people laughed and others lost their minds. Lin Wuya looked at it. The spiritual roots are divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. Heaven and Earth. Yellow, heaven is the highest. Yellow level is the lowest. There are also rare special physiques as well as special spiritual roots. The physique is greater than the spiritual roots. It is common knowledge in the cultivation world. 2 rings of the bell represented yellow level spiritual roots, 3 rings of Shen level, 4 rings of Earth level, 5 rings of Heaven level, 6 rings of special physique. As for the 7 rings, it represented the posture of a great emperor, and 8 and 9 rings had never appeared before. Dang, 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 5 rings, heavenly grade spiritual root, the testing disciple exclaimed, attracting everyone's attention. I saw a monk with his hands clasped together, not saying a word, as if everything was within reason. A disciple of the Buddha kingdom. Feng Wei's eyes narrowed. Senior brother Lin. The Buddha kingdom actually sent such an outstandingly talented person to join the demon sect. Their intentions are not small. Maybe it's possible that people are Buddhist outcasts. Lin Wuya explained. Feng Wei shook his head. The Buddha kingdom has extremely strict control over its disciples. No one is allowed to leave the kingdom without permission. They have no living outcasts. Oh, Lin Wuya gazed at Su Jingang. It seemed like the Devil's Cave and the Buddha Kingdom had made some deal, otherwise the Buddha Kingdom wouldn't have arranged for such a highly talented disciple to come. Next, Senior Brother Lin. It's my turn. Feng Wei took a deep breath, walked forward and pressed his hand on top of the ancient bell. The ancient bell shook and struck out 5 times. Heavenly spiritual root. Feng Wei smiled faintly. If she couldn't help it, with such talent, she wouldn't have come to the demon sect to go undercover. After she returned to the group, Su Qingshan walked up. Heavenly talent. Senior brother Su, you're so talented. Why did you come to the demon sect to work as an undercover agent? Feng Wei said in disbelief. The corner of Su Qingshan's mouth twitched. It wasn't even his master's arrangement. Heavenly talent. After Bai Xiong finished his test, he also returned to the group and stretched his hands towards the 3. I also had no choice. Qi Zhanghai looked at the disciples in the crowd drive below, excited beyond words. So many heavenly grade spiritual roots. The future of the Devil's Way is promising. Some of the elders in the back also laughed openly, unable to hide their inner joy. Ha ha ha. There's also Tu Yun Yun, the 6 ringing special physique joining in. The Devil's Path is flourishing. Instructions have come from the Devil's Cave that 5 rings or more are to be personally trained by them. The Devil's Sun has descended, and those old antiquities are willing to come out. Look, the Xin Tian sect outcasts are coming to test. Oh, the disciple of that Yi Qinglan? Exactly. This son seems to have a damaged Dao foundation. It must be that the Dao sect wasted him, and with no way to go, he came to the Devil's sect. And read on. Lin Wuya walked step by step towards the front of the test ancient bell, not knowing if the spiritual root was still there since the Dao foundation had been extracted, regardless of whether it was there or not. Anyway, he had a heavenly demon indestructible body, which was many times stronger than the spirit root. And the spirit root was no longer important to him. Dispelling his doubts, he placed his hand on top of the test ancient bell. The ancient bell shook violently. Dang, dang, 2 long bell chimes in succession pierced the sky, and those who did not pass in the square revealed envious eyes. The elders in the sky above stared at Lin Wuya. Guess how many rings this former Taoist disciple can have. This son's roots are damaged. 3 rings is the end of the line. Dang, dang, 4 rings at once. Earth-grade spiritual root. I don't know who exclaimed. Feng Wei and the other 3 looked at each other with a smile. Senior brother Lin is a prototypal, and the 5 rings are the most basic. What's going on? Qi Zhenghai's eyes narrowed as he carefully observed Lin Wuya. At their level, whether there was talent or not could be seen at a glance. Those disciples in front of them, what talent they had, they knew it in their hearts. Only Lin Wuya, they couldn't see through it. Being able to knock out 3 rings with a damaged Dao foundation was already unbelievable, but they didn't want to be able to knock out 1 more ring. This son is a bit of a gateway. 100 Moxie's eyes were old-fashioned and seemed to see that Lin Wuya was extraordinary. After all, it's Yi Qinglan's disciple. 4 rings is definitely possible, an elder said with certainty. The great world is about to begin, and the 4 rings are nothing more than cannon fodder. The future is a contest of geniuses, and only the 5 ringing spiritual roots are qualified to compete. Dang! The 5th ring resounded. Heavenly spiritual root. The entire square was boiling. In the past, tens of thousands of people did not have a single heavenly grade spiritual root in the Righteous Path's apprentice assembly. And this time, 2 heavenly grade spiritual roots appeared in the few hundred people's Devil's Path's apprentice assembly. Qi Zhanghai and the others became serious in their expressions. 5 voices meant that Lin Wuya could worship the Devil's Cave and become a disciple of the Devil's Cave. A former Taoist outcast who became a disciple of the Devil's Cave. They were now under a lot of pressure. If they were undercover agents of the righteous path, then they would be the sinners of the Devil's Path in the future. Dang! Once more the bell tolled and people stared. 6. Ring. The disciple beside the test ancient bell stuttered, as if seeing someone who could ring 6 bells for the first time. To know, the 6 ringing represents a special physique. This kind of person is born with a vision, and carries a divine difference, and has long been included in the door wall by the major powers, unless it is arranged in advance for the purpose of the show, coming out to go through the motions, and growing the reputation of the clan. But he wasn't informed in advance. How can that be? Not only Qi Zhanghai, all the demon sect elders present were stunned. The special physique would never be invisible to their eyes. Could it be a physique that's covered by a heavenly chance? They couldn't calm down, and their eyes glowed with a hot light, as if they had seen a supreme treasure. A special physique. A great power can be seen with just a glance, and a physique that is covered by the heavenly mechanism, unless it reveals itself. Even if a supreme being comes, he will not be able to detect it. This kind of physique is often an overwhelmingly strong physique that is rare in 10,000 years, and is automatically shielded by the heavenly Tao to prevent premature death. As the bell rang 6 times, several terrifying divine thoughts came across the void dimension. Qi Zhanghai and the others were shaken, and they all arched their hands toward the sky above. The 6 rings drew the great powers of the Devil's Cave to it. Dang! The 7th ring was unprecedentedly loud. The posture of a great emperor. Chapter 20, Above the Immortals. ********. The posture of a great emperor. Yi Qinglan is stupid. Such a disciple is also willing to expel from the sect. Holy, the Devil's Way is flourishing. The Devil's Way is flourishing. The elders above were stunned and looked downwards, not daring to let go of a single detail. Their bodies trembled and it was hard to hide the excitement within them. How many years had it been since the fall of the heavenly demon emperor? The Devil Tao hadn't seen a young man of the stature of a great emperor for tens of thousands of years. He was not only a sign of the great rise of the Devil's Way, but also the future leader of the Devil's Way. Feng Wei and the others frowned. Senior sister, is the Xian Tian sect crazy? Sending senior brother Lin, who is a great emperor, undercover. If this were placed in the Tao heavenly sect, it would be a direct holy son, the future heir to the patriarch. Feng Wei frowned. She naturally knew what the posture of a great emperor stood for. Recalling the scene when she had sent senior brother Lin back to the sect, the Xian Tian sect disciples had taunted and avoided senior brother Lin as if they were seeing the plague. For a moment, he was distracted. Senior brother Lin definitely had another reason for coming to the devil sect. Bang! After 7 rings, the test ancient bell exploded in an instant. Lin Wuya was stunned and immediately took a few steps back, pointing at the location of the ancient clock and shouting, "Touching me! It touched me!" With the sudden change, several great elders instantly came above the square. Why did the test ancient bell blow up? 100 Moxies said in disbelief. Qi Zhanghai's eyelids fluttered as he helplessly shook his head. I don't know either. Then, smilingly, he looked at Lin Wuya. Little friend, don't panic. The test ancient clock is just broken. Elder Qi, what should we do? Should the test continue? 100 Mochas transmitted his voice to inquire. Qi Zhanghai was the main person in charge of this apprentice acceptance conference, and he was the one who decided on all things. Why don't we just end it here? Qi Zhanghai intended to end the test. After all, the great emperor's posture had been detected, and the apprentice admission conference could be brought to a successful conclusion. Boom! Just as Qi Zhanghai was about to announce the start of the second test, the sky suddenly changed, and a thick dark cloud quietly gathered, as if even the sky and the earth had changed color. A dazzling light pierced through the sky, and a giant ancient bell crashed down from the clouds. With the endless vicissitudes of age and mysterious aura, it steadily landed in the center of the testing ground. The giant bell, cast from an unknown bronze-colored metal, was covered with intricate and exquisite totems and inscriptions. Every stroke reveals the wisdom and power of ancient civilizations. The 6 streams of light were like comets breaking through the night sky, converging from 6 directions at an incredible speed. Each stream of light contained the terrifying power and overbearing aura of the Tao beheading realm. When these 6 streams of light converged in the sky above the testing grounds, it was as if the entire space was frozen, and time became slow at this moment. They were either male or female, dressed in fancy clothes or clad in battle armor, and each of them exuded a powerful aura of demonic aura. Let people dare not look directly at them. Their eyes are sharp as eagles, as if they can see into the hearts of the people, and as deep as the abyss, so that people cannot speculate on its depth. This is, someone exclaimed in a low voice, obviously shocked by this sudden change, casting gazes of awe and admiration. See Patriarch. Qi Zhanghai and the others arched their hands, never expecting that their patriarch had actually come in person. It was only then that the crowd came to their senses that these 6 people turned out to be the heads of the 6 great sects of the Devil's Way. Testing continues. Vast Brahma sounds descended from the sky, carrying an incomparably terrifying and domineering aura. More testing? Qi Zhanghai froze and looked at the ancient bell in the center, thinking that the great figures of the demon cave wanted to know Lin Wuya's true talent. Little friend, may I have a try? Lin Wuya smiled in his heart. He had exactly that intention. As long as the more outstanding the talent, the higher the status in the Devil's Cave, the more resources he would obtain, and the stronger the capital to traverse the world. He quickly came before the ancient seeds. Put your hand up. Dang, 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 dang. 8 rings, 8 roars, shaking the clouds, as if the ancient years of the dormant beast was violently awakened. Its sound power is unstoppable. Straight to the 6 great demonic sects of the Lord's heart and mind. All shock. Face suddenly changed. This ancient clock, which has a long history and has witnessed the rise and fall of several generations of demon emperors, has been silent since tens of thousands of years ago, as if forgotten by time. And now, the deafening sound of the 8 bells was not only a display of power, but also a declaration to all things in the world: the Devil's Way will rise, and the wind and clouds will rise again. Countless divine thoughts emanated from the demon cave. With the surge of divine thoughts, an ancient powerhouse that had once reigned supreme and was known as a living fossil slowly broke the seal from the divine source. Their bodies were withered, sculpted by the years to become tougher and tougher, and their eyes glittered with undying battle intent and endless vicissitudes. These powerhouses, awakened by the pull of the bell's 8 chimes, were so powerful and terrifying that they surpassed everyone's imagination. Every living fossil mastered a devilish aptitude that was enough to shake heaven and earth. Their appearance has turned the whole world upside down. The powerful existences among the countless ancient forces felt this power and opened their eyes in excitement. The gesture of becoming an immortal, the ancient great power whispered, and although the voice was light, it echoed in the void like thunder. These 4 words contained endless yearning and longing, a realm that countless cultivators could only dream of. At this moment, it was as if they saw the unattainable other shore, where the immortal realm that transcended life and death and was eternal and indestructible was located. This son is destined for me. Old devil, with all his teeth gone, his breath is not small. This son deserves to be a disciple of the old man. Big words, a bunch of juniors. When the old man was in the middle of the ages, you still didn't know where you were playing in the mud. My beloved disciple, you dare to pry. One by one, the dominating aura of the heavens and the earth vibrated between the ever-due, as vast and boundless as the ocean. It made all the powerful people in the world feel an unprecedented pressure. Numerous ancient demon lords, forgotten by time, awakened from their slumber, and above the Qingfeng mountain, a terrifying monstrous shadow emerged, hooking up heaven and earth, vast and boundless. These were all ancient demon lords from the deepest reaches of the demon cave, who had once been the peak existences in the demon Tao, each possessing a genius and power that was strong enough to suppress an era. Dang! The ancient bell struck the 9th ring, and the ancient demon lord of Qingfeng mountain, who had gone through countless vicissitudes and witnessed the vicissitudes of the sea, had a great change of face at this moment. The 6 great patriarchs were even more directly jaw-dropped and froze in place. The people in the square were directly numbed by the shock. 9 voices above the immortal, the ancient demon lords looked grave, and their eyes that had survived the vicissitudes of life seemed to contain the rise and fall of the demon Tao for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. The appearance of the 9 rings had overturned their view of the great rise of the Devil's Way. These demon lords, like witnesses to history, sat back and watched the world go through the ages, witnessing every rise and fall of the demon road. In their hearts, the rise and fall of the Devil's Way is the inevitable result of the laws of heaven and earth, and no one can change it. The future prosperity of the Devil's Way is nothing more than a cycle of decline to rise. Immortals have already transcended the great powers of the world and broken free from the bonds of destiny, not to mention being above immortals. What with the great rise of the Devil's Way and the battle between good and evil? What a devil's son and a Taoist son, compared to Lin Wuya. No, I witnessed the rise of an immortal. Qi Zhanghai was staggered in place, and then he was incomparably proud that what he had witnessed was not a so-called great emperor, nor a supreme being, but an immortal. Immortals that only exist in legends. If a great emperor appeared in the devil's way, it would allow the devil's way to flourish once again. But, if an immortal appeared, then the devil's way would be eternally immortal. Shi Zhanghai was so excited that he burst into tears, his old face trembling. Rumble! The deafening sound resounded through the 9 heavens. Countless ancient demon lord true bodies came out of the demon cave, all of them heading towards Qingfeng Mountain. Lin Wuya was in the limelight and became the center of everyone's attention. Suddenly, the sky cracked open a radiant slit, from which an overwhelmingly large hand that covered the sky stretched out. Above that giant hand, thunder and lightning intertwined and flames raced, each ray of light containing a terrifying power that was enough to make mountains and rivers turn upside down and stars fall. This unbelievable scene instantly attracted everyone's attention, and Lin Wuya became the direct target of this giant hand. Chapter 21, The Devil's Way sinks into the boundless dark night. Lin Wuya's pupils suddenly shrunk. He could feel the destructive will contained in this power, as if it wanted to wipe him out along with the entire world. Unbridled. Just as Lin Wuya was almost engulfed by that destructive will, a violent shout spread across the heavens. Ancient and profound aura suddenly surged out from the depths of the earth, like a sleeping dragon being awakened, shaking the entire space. This breath contained endless vicissitudes and majesty, and seemed to be able to reverse the universe and reshape the world. As this aura approached, an old man with a stooped figure and white hair slowly appeared in the crowd's line of sight. He was clad in black robes and his eyes were like torches, as if nothing in the world could be hidden from his eyes. Flaming old devil, you're still alive. Beneath the black dome of the sky, the winds were rising, as if the most magnificent picture scroll in heaven and earth was slowly unfolding. At this instant when chaos and order were intertwined, 2 eyes as bright as the size of the sun snapped through the dark canopy. It blossomed with a dazzling light that went straight to the deepest part of the human heart. Old man Xiancheng, if you're not dead, how can I be willing to die? The flame demon lord's expression did not change. The terrifying eyes rested on Lin Wuya and shuddered violently. Xian Tian Sect Gungfu breath. You're a Xian Tian Sect disciple? Why did you abandon the light and join the Devil Sect? Lin Wuya was not humble and smiled coldly. Don't bother. I've already been expelled from the Xian Tian Sect. What? Venerable Xian Chang was slightly shocked. He was the old ancestor of the Xian Tian Sect, and had entered the Dao countryside for tens of thousands of years, ignoring worldly affairs. When the demon lord of the devil Dao awoke, he was awakened and came to investigate. But he didn't want a demon above Xian to appear in the demon sect, keeping the principle of destroy if you can't get it, strike decisively. Stopped by the flame demon lord, as he continued to size up Lin Wuya, he realized that it was actually the Xian Tian Sect's outcast. The Xian Tian Sect's head of this session was caught by the door in the brain. Or, is it a retard? This kind of disciple that has not been seen in the past 10,000 years actually expelled him from the sect. I am the old ancestor of the Xian Heavenly Sect. Go back with my father and you will be in charge of the Xian Heavenly Sect in the future. Lin Wuya shook his head at his words. The devil's way is where I belong. The heavens did not give birth to me. Lin Wuya, the devil's way of the ages sinks into the boundless dark night. Good, good, good. Upon hearing this, the fiery flame demon lord shouted 3 times in a row. Old devil Xinqing, robbing my beloved disciple in front of me. Are you tired of living? Your beloved disciple? Venerable Xinqing was stunned. Joining the devil sect so soon? Loved Nima's disciple. Clearly my beloved disciple. A shocking aura appeared. Yin Yang demon lord. Venerable Xinqing smacked his lips. Lin Wuya's qualifications were beyond imagination. Old demons from 100,000 years ago had appeared. Junior, give this demon lord death. Without saying a word, the Yin Yang demon lord directly struck out, and in an instant, the sky swirled. Venerable Xinqing's eyes disappeared, and the sky dome quickly returned to clarity. Humph! The flame demon lord snorted coldly. Refine you to death. Venerable Xinqiang was surrounded by several great demon lords, trapped in a terrifying formation, and was struggling to hold on. The pressure on his body dispersed, and Lin Wuya let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, a heated debate unfolded in the magic cave. Special physique. Can't tell what kind of physique it is. An ancient demon lord gazed at Lin Wuya as if he wanted to see through his entire body. The foundation is flawed. Another demon lord was shocked, then became quite furious. Which one of you killed 1,000 daggers and damaged my beloved disciple's Dao foundation? Exterminate 10 clans. 10 clans must be exterminated. The righteous path's chi suppressed the devil path. Why would he appear in the devil path? A demon lord with a demonic flame on his head wondered. Xian Tian Sect outcast. That old bastard Xian Tian Stao? What old mongrel? You've been beaten silly. People end up becoming emperors. Grass. If it weren't for the fact that the old man didn't flash back then, could he have become an emperor? No. No. I smell a conspiracy. Someone has cast a chi seizure technique on him. Nima, young old ghost, where the hell did you die? A figure shrouded in black and white mist appeared in front of Lin Wuya. As soon as he appeared, an overwhelming pressure swept over, and everyone was shocked by the aura, their hearts jumping and their guts chilling without bounds. Standing unsteadily and kneeling down, young old ghost, Nima killing 1,000 knives. Is it you who harmed my beloved disciple? What you love disciple? It's clearly my love disciple. Young old ghost, if you can't solve this technique, I'm not finished with you. A dozen terrifying figures instantly descended, and the void seemed to be frozen at this moment by the gloomy aura emanating from them. Even the air around him trembled with an unspeakable oppression and fear. The young demon lord sniffed. It is indeed my fortune-taking technique. Lin Wuya frowned. He had already demonstrated his talent, and it looked like these people wouldn't be unfavorable to him. What is the luck-taking technique? Thinking back to the original body's various bad luck, could it have been hit by this kind of spell? His heart sank. He still underestimated this world. The chi is ethereal and intangible, and there is actually a method of seizing chi. 100,000 years ago, my father created this method to make up for the lack of chi, wanting to use the power of chi to impact the great emperor realm. Young demon lord's voice is gone. I think it is a failure. The impact of the realm of the great emperor, non-great perseverance, great vigor, great luck can be done. Back then, he had taken the chi of all the heavenly prides on the continent in order to plunder their chi, but he had still failed. Lin Wuya was shocked. Impacting the great emperor realm 100,000 years ago. Wouldn't it be that this person was already at the peak of quasi-emperor 100,000 years ago? How strong must this man be after 100,000 years? Senior, is there a way to crack it? Lin Wuya asked. The young demon lord nodded his head gently. The person who gave you the luck-taking technique is obviously not at a high level of cultivation, at most at the supreme realm. Lifting it would be easy. The corners of Lin Wuya's mouth twitched. Now that the great emperors had disappeared, the quasi-emperors had returned to the shadows, and the supreme beings were in power. The supreme being is the existence of the absolute top of the continent nowadays. Such an existence actually said that the cultivation level was not enough. The young demon lord gently touched his head. Okay. Just fine? Lin Wuya's complexion moved slightly. How could he be so unbelieving when the luck-seizing technique was lifted so quickly? Shen Tian Sect. In a secret room. Pust. Xiaobai suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Not good. Lin Wuya lifted the luck-seizing technique. Elder Mo panicked, his voice shaking loudly. Xiaobai's face turned pale. Didn't you say that the luck-snatching technique was created by a monstrous demon lord, and that no one in the world could solve it unless they were a great emperor? It shouldn't. Mo Lao fell into a deep thought. The art of seizing luck. He got it by chance. The young demon lord who created the gong method was a character of 100,000 years ago. Very few people in the world know about it, let alone unlocking it. Maybe he has another chance. I realized that your little senior sister's chi is even more Changlong than Suning's. Don't wait, or you'll be in a dangerous situation when they all recover. By Xin? Xiaobai nodded secretly, and after swallowing a few pills, he stood up and walked out of the cave. Without his chi luck, his cultivation speed slowed down quite a bit. Want to learn? The young demon lord tempted and lured. Lin Wuya nodded his head. The art of seizing luck, actually being able to turn someone else's chi luck to one's own use, was too heavenly not to learn. Die aside. A demon lord pushed the young demon lord out of the way and stepped forward, as if he was standing on top of a profound void. Surrounded by the never-dissolving night, he seemed to be the embodiment of night, clad in a robe flowing with dark purple light, the corners of the robe swaying gently with the invisible wind. Each swing seemed to devour the light around it. Kid, don't listen to this old devil's nonsense. The art of seizing luck is ultimately an external path. It can't become a climate. If you want to learn it, you should learn this demon lord's heavenly curtain. Darkness descends. You are the master. Dark Knight Demon Lord confidently said. Heavenly curtain to be so strong that it still allowed Xian Tian to become an emperor back then? A man surrounded by a piercingly cold aura that froze time around him. A robe carved from cold ice. The robe covered with delicate ice crystals that shimmered with a faint blue light, exuding a palpitating coldness. If you want to learn this demon lord's frost way. This demon lord could have wrestled with a great emperor back then. Just ask if you're fierce. Is that wrestling for you? It's clearly a one-sided beating. The Dark Knight Demon Lord laughed coldly. Instead of being angry, the Frost Demon Lord became incomparably divine. Am I dead? The Demon Lords were stunned. To be beaten like that by a great emperor and not die. The Frost Demon Lord did have two skills. Be my beloved disciple and I'll give you a quasi-imperial weapon. Die? Drawing a big cake isn't how you draw it. Little friend Lin. This divine pill can help you repair your Tao foundation. Take it first, become my disciple, and the old man will protect your Tao for you. You protect a hammer. This honorable weapon is for you. Be my disciple and I'll let you ascend to immortality. Where did you get the confidence to let little friend ascend to immortality when you stepped on a tiny quasi-emperor? You don't want to serve. Come and fight. Just do it. The lords of the 6 great demonic sects looked at each other and laughed bitterly. A group of terrifying demon lords who had once suppressed the times, had given up their dignity and face in order to be able to take Lin Wuya as their disciple. There. The grand sound descended, and the quarreling demon lords immediately became quiet. A figure with 1,000 different and elusive states floated high in the sky. Sometimes he a massive twisted darkness that consumed everything around him. Sometimes he transforms into an endless vortex, churning space and time to pieces. His voice was like a whisper from the abyss, full of temptation and chaos, capable of distorting one's will and triggering endless madness and fear. Eliminate their memories. The test will continue, and after the process is complete, it's up to little friend Lin to make his own choices. The lords of the 6 great demonic sects immediately stepped forward and exerted their divine abilities to erase the memories of everyone present out of sight. Senior brother Lin, what happened just now? Feng Wei came to Lin Wuya's side and asked. Lin Wuya put away the treasures he had obtained and shook his head without answering. The rest of them had blank eyes, as if it was a dream. Qi Zhanghai slapped his head and frowned. Could it be that he's hallucinated after killing too many people recently? Ahem. Let's start the second test. The literature test begins. Chapter 22. A great power with the surname Ma must die. Su Qingshan deflated his mouth. When the mortal science examination, and also the literature test. Asterisk. After so many years of killing and burning, it's okay for you to let me cut people, but for you to let me write a text is worse than killing me. Joining the devil's way also requires a civil examination. Naya, the standard for being a devil's cultivator is so high now? An old saw up a tree is a strong man. Murmurs rose from the crowd that stayed behind. Most of them were life and death travelers walking on the rivers and lakes, used to making a living in the shadow of swords and knives, and really felt headache for the learning of pen, ink, paper and inkstone. Some people have touched more weapons in their lives than they have read the words, and this one level of the literature test is simply a few points more difficult than breaking into a dragon pool or tiger's den. Qi Zhanghai cleared his throat. The literature test is very simple, divided into 2 questions. The first question, suppose that during your piloting of the flying boat, the boat suddenly loses control and is going to crash into a city. And if you change the direction, you are going to crash and kill 10 people. What should you choose? There is no right or wrong in this question. The test is the decisive ability of the initiated disciple to weigh the pros and cons and then make a decision immediately. Not only can it test out the disciple's ability to adapt and make decisions, but it can also uncover some undercover agents of the righteous path. The righteous path would never crash a flying boat into a city. Feng Wei and the others' complexions moved slightly, their gazes intertwined, and they quickly made a decision, decisively choosing to crash the flying boat into the city. Qi Zhanghai looked at Lin Wuya, waiting for him to make a choice. Crashing into 10. Of course. Qi Zhanghai was stunned, and even the 6 great patriarchs were stunned. My beloved disciple is still too young and a bit soft-hearted. What do you love, disciple? It's clearly me who loves disciple. Old ghost, if you say one more sentence I'll beat you to death. After all, I just came out of the right path. My mind has not been transformed, so I'll be fine when I've cultivated it. One demon lord talked to each other in the void, obviously not very satisfied with Lin Wuya's answer. The flying boat is out of control, crashing into it and it's over. It's just a city. Even if it destroys a country, what can they do with it? Senior brother Lin, still too righteous. Feng Wei and the others sighed softly. Their hearts were incomparably worried that if this went on would the demon sect find out that he was an undercover agent of the righteous path, crashing 10 people. You damn undercover agent of the righteous. The surrounding people quickly questioned. As a demonic cultivator, of course the more brutal the better. This is in line with the demonic cultivator's style of doing things. This kid, he's definitely an undercover agent of the righteous path. I'll go and destroy him. Eldest brother, calm down, calm down. Eldest senior brother Wu Zhiping was furious. If he hadn't been stopped, he would have gone up and made a move. Qi Zhenghai was surprised. Although Lin Wuya answered decisively, he seemed to have a kind heart. Why did you do that? Saving the people of a city. Then aren't all the lives of the people of this city mine? Lin Wuya frowned. If you tell them to do something, they have to do it. All of them jolted at the words and looked at Lin Wuya in shock. Qi Zhenghai's eyes glowed with respect. What's the devil? That's the devil. TSK, TSK, what a silky angle. This kid is practically a born devil. Not bad, not bad. The old man likes this kid too much. The devil's way is not alone. The devil's way is not alone. The devil lords talked to each other and shouted. And they preferred this kind of clear-thinking devil to the middle-of-the-road devil cultivator. Feng Wei and the others' hearts were relieved. Senior brother Lin was worthy of being a prodisciple and found another way to save the people of a city. This wisdom is beyond their reach. For a time, Lin Wuya had only admiration and respect in their hearts. Silence. Qi Zhenghai yelled and continued. Second question. Suppose 4 great powers fall into the weak waters, lose their magic power, and are unable to save themselves, and you happen to be passing by. The great power surnamed Lu is willing to package your future cultivation resources. The great power surnamed Yun is willing to give you 100 million extreme spirit stones. Surnamed Mighty Wang. He is willing to pass the mantle on to you. The mighty man named Ma gives you a 50% chance of getting his entire fortune. Start answering. The crowd instantly fell into deep thought and began to whisper. Complex emotions and intense thoughts surged within Feng Wei and the others. This question seemed to have gone beyond the syllabus. Each of the 4 mighty men has a great deal to offer, and none of their promises are less than tantalizing. But the choice is often accompanied by a dual consideration of risk and opportunity. What exactly is the magic sect's test for with this question? Feng Wei secretly pondered that the great power surnamed Lu gave cultivation resources. Cultivation resources. For every cultivator, were vital. With these resources, there is no doubt that the cultivation process can be accelerated and many unnecessary bumps in the road can be minimized. However, although this promise is good, but also seems too broad and vague, future cultivation resources' specific amount and quality are not known. The great powerhouse surnamed Yun, he directly gave an astronomical figure of 100 million extreme spirit stones. Extreme spirit stones, which were hard currency in the cultivation world, had an incalculable value. With this wealth, one could freely purchase any desired cultivation resources, and might even take this opportunity to leap to the top of the cultivation world. Looking at the great power surnamed Wang again, his willingness to pass on the mantle meant that he would inherit his lifetime of cultivation experience and unique techniques. This is a valuable asset that cannot be replaced by any resources or wealth, and the mantle is passed on, not only to improve cultivation, but also as a guarantee for the future. Lastly, there was the mighty man surnamed Ma, who offered the most extraordinary conditions, a 50% chance of obtaining his entire fortune. It's both a gamble and a potentially life-changing opportunity. Ma Donan's entire fortune is undoubtedly an astronomical figure, but whether or not it can be obtained depends on luck. And choosing this path requires enough courage and boldness to face the unknown results. After analyzing it, Feng Wei had a decision in his mind. Surname Ma is so petty. Only half the chance? He must die. I think the Wang surname is great. The inheritance of a great power? Priceless. The Lu surname great power is also very generous. The resources for cultivation in the future are provided, so you don't have to go to fight and kill. Just lie down and cultivate. The Cloud surname powerhouse is striking out with 100 million extreme spirit stones. One extreme spirit stone can be exchanged for 1,000 lower grade spirit stones, equal to 100 billion lower grade spirit stones. My goodness, with this much money, what can't be bought? The crowd's jaws dropped, except for the one surnamed Ma who could not be saved. They were in a dilemma all of a sudden. There can only be just one exam question. If only they could all be saved. Qi Zhenghai smiled slightly. The purpose of this question test was not directly reflected in the promises given by the 4 great powers. Rather, these promises are used as bait to examine the individual's decision-making ability, ethical values, long-term perspective, and trade-offs between responsibility and opportunity in the face of great temptation. Soon, they answered their choices, and the demon sect disciples recorded the answers, which were scored by the elders of each sect. Senior brother Lin, it's your turn. After Feng Wei replied, he returned to the team, and Lin Wuya's turn came next. Lin Wuya stepped forward and frowned. Why should I choose? When the crowd heard this sudden rhetorical question from Lin Wuya, their faces showed surprise, expecting him to choose between 4 tantalizing options like everyone else. He didn't expect him to outright question the necessity of the choice. Qi Zhenghai looked serious and said, You have to choose, or you won't be able to enter the next examination. Lin Wuya said directly. We, demonic cultivators, are self-reliant and will never eat food handed out in contempt. I will kill the one surnamed Ma first, and finally let the three rebid, and save whoever has the highest price. At these words, the hall was filled with silence, and for a moment, the entire scene fell into an unprecedented silence before a burst of shocked whispers and incredulous exchanges erupted. Some of them stared wide-eyed, as if they had seen some unbelievable sight. Some of them had their mouths wide open, but they couldn't get a word in edgewise. Others had a look of admiration on their faces, deeply respecting Lin Wuya's courage and determination. This, genius, kill a great power first. Life is pinched in someone else's hand. Let the remaining three have a sense of crisis. Then let the three rebid. The three will compete with each other in order to stay alive. The price they pay will only get higher and higher and the benefits they get will only get more and more. Genius. I'd like to cut his brain open and see how it grows. It is a great fortune for the devil's way to have this son. The demon lords were also surprised by the answer, and their originally cold faces couldn't help but show disbelief after hearing Lin Wuya's answer. Their eyes were a mix of shock, curiosity and a hint of imperceptible appreciation. Chapter 23 Reducing Costs and Increasing Efficiency with Immediate Effect. Third. Qi Zhanghai was just about to announce the start of the third test when he suddenly lost his tone. The heavenly demon sect patriarch Qi Huan descended from a high altitude. The third test is the illusion test. At that time, we will mobilize the magic sect's greatest treasure and send you into the illusion, in which your memories will be erased, and you will be graded according to the degree of completion of the task. The person who ranks first will receive a Zun weapon. Zun weapon. When this statement came out, the crowd exploded. The cultivation world's magic treasures were divided into 6 grades: magic weapon, spirit treasure, Dao weapon, honored weapon, and emperor weapon. Spiritual weapons had a price, not to mention Zun weapons, supreme treasures that could only be grasped by supreme beings. Qi Huan swept a glance at the excited crowd. Originally, this third illusion test was just a walkthrough to see if there was a righteous undercover agent. As long as it was not a little cutie, you can basically join the devil sect. But just now he received an order from the demon lord, putting the intensity on the kids. There's no choice but to hemorrhage. Patriarch, how did the contents of the illusionary realm change? Qi Zhanghai asked. Qi Huan didn't say a word. Qi Zhanghai backed away with a sense of humor. Feng Wei's willow brows knitted. How is this test different from the bot exam questions? Not an unusual illusion test, but a sealed memory test. If the demon sect found out the end, she would not be able to escape. Senior brother Lin, there's something odd. Feng Wei said. Yeah, senior brother Lin. This is different from the test questions we got. Could it be that the demon sect has discovered the leakage of the test questions and suddenly changed the test questions? As the three of them spoke, Lin Wuya's eyes widened. You guys, there are still exam questions? The trio froze slightly. Senior brother Lin, 1 lower grade spirit stone a share at the bottom of the mountain. You didn't buy it? 1 lower grade spirit stone a share? Lin Wuya's expression was complex and subtle. Had the demon sect fallen to such a state? Someone actually leaked the test questions. Then with a roll of his eyes, he relieved himself. The devil sect had been suppressed by the righteous path for so many years. Their reputation was ridiculously poor, and there were very few people who came to the conference. And in order to save face, the devil sect set up 3 tests to tell the world that the devil sect also has a threshold. But, privately, they indulged in the trafficking of those exams, just so that people could pass the tests. It takes care of the face of the demon sect and qualifies people at the same time. Win-win. Thinking of this, Lin Wuya's sudden desire to join the demon sect wasn't as strong. Qi Huan smiled skinlessly. Gentlemen, the examination begins. He flung his sleeve, and a hurricane of wind met his face. The crowd only felt a blackness before their eyes, as if they were falling into a whirlpool. By the time he awoke again, he was already in the middle of the illusion. I'm the Earth Demon Sect's patriarch. The sect is already in so much debt that it can't even pay out salaries. Coupled with the frequent attacks from the righteous path, the demon sect is in internal and external trouble. You're restricted to earning enough 100 million spirit stones within a month to be paid out as wages to rekindle the fighting spirit of the demon sect's disciples. Feng Wei shook his head and looked around blankly. At this moment, she was sitting on top of a hideous chair, with demonic qi scurrying around under the stage, blood qi rolling around, and the eyes of the demonic cultivators filled with anger and hatred. Patriarch, my greatsword is hungry and thirsty. Give the order. Don't hesitate. Grab that spirit stone mine and make sure we don't lack spirit stones to spend for 30 years. The devil cultivators were shouting. Feng Wei frowned, feeling very noisy. Memories flashed through his mind. The devil sect was in internal trouble and happened to discover a spirit stone vein in the righteous path. As long as the vein was seized, it would alleviate the devil sect's internal crisis. She had an incomparable struggle within her heart. Not grabbing it, the clan disintegrated from within. Grabbing it, fighting with the righteous blood. 9 deaths in 1 life. The devil cultivator on one side kept urging her, making her mood very anxious. A slap on the table followed, and a decision was made to send out the troops at once. It was as if she had already substituted into the role of the Earth Demon sect leader. These dolls are still too young. No harm done. The devil sect is a big family. It's normal to mix in a few little mice. It's hard to handle it in a mediocre way. The little guy from the Buddhist country has some brains. A dozen or so demon lords looked at the different images and pointed. And within the images were the very sites of the illusion test. The demon lords looked to one side of the screen, only to see that Su Jingang's eyes quickly regained their senses after a brief moment of disorientation. This level. The test is how one can make money quickly to alleviate the crisis of the demon sect, not necessarily by robbing. Su Jinggang seized the key point and looked into the distance. The 6 sects of the Devil's Way share the same breath, enjoy the blessings together, and fly separately when there are difficulties. This spirit stone mine, I can't eat it, but, combined with the other 5 sects, I can definitely eat it. But, Patriarch, the other 5 clans all have serious businesses and don't lack money at all. The devil cultivator on one side said bitterly. Su Jinggang was silent and fell into a deep thought. Without a huge profit drive, the other 5 clans would not start a face-to-face conflict with the righteous path. And again, they were grabbing the spirit stone mines, so it was easy for a large-scale war to break out. Is there no other way? Su Jinggang touched his shiny head, and suddenly, his eyes lit up. They have a serious business to keep the clan going. But what if they don't have it anymore? Patriarch, you are talking about. Shortly afterward, the business of the 5 sects of the Devil's Path was reported by unknown enthusiastic people, and the Heavenly Alliance of the Righteous Path immediately stepped in to seize it. The financial chain of the 5 clans was quickly broken, and there was a lot of discontent. At this time, Su Jinggang approached the door. In order to maintain the sect's expenses, the 5 great demonic sects had to join forces with him and seize the spirit stone veins together. Mazamichi had no defense and was dealt a painful blow. After a few fierce battles, Su Jinggang had raised enough spirit stones for 100 million. Unfortunately, the good times don't last long. Before the spirit stones in the hands of the demonic cultivators could be warmed up, the Heavenly Alliance reacted quickly and mobilized their armies to come up with a major purge of the 6 demonic clans. Su Jinggang was severely injured and escorted to the soul-devouring prison to be locked up. Too bad. It was so close to being done. Still too young to leave a backhand. Like us officers, that one doesn't leave a dozen backhand. That's a backhanded move on your part? A wimp is a wimp. Netting yourself a face. What words this is. To have made it this far at this age is already very good. A demon lord said soothingly. The rest of the demon lords stopped talking and continued to look at the other screens. And some of the disciples were uniting with other demon clans as well. Instead of robbing spiritual stones, some disciples went to hijack the road, while others went to kidnap the children of rich families and kidnap them for ransom. The demon lords shook their heads straight as they watched this kind of small fight scene. Placed in their time, the door of the demonic cultivator could not even be seen. Why is he still making music? A demon lord looked at one of the screens and wondered. The rest of the demon lords also invested their gazes, watching Lin Wuya. Everyone else was going to beat the hell out of each other and rack their brains to complete the test, while he was on cloud 9, with beautiful women, hugging them left and right, and having a good time. Patriarch, make your decision quickly. If you're late, the fire in the disciples' hearts won't be able to be suppressed. The devil cultivator beside him urged. Snap! Lin Wuya instantly shook him off. I've worked so hard to get to this seat. What's wrong with enjoying it? Keep playing the music. Keep dancing. All get high for this patriarch. The Devil's Way female cultivators were more open than ordinary women, gently caressing over the green silk hanging down by their ears, their eyes flashing with cunning and charm, evoking one's most primitive desires. And Lin Wuya soon danced with them, young in age, indulging in women's colors. Unuseful. A demon lord looked at the picture and was very unhappy. Enjoying life at a young age, enjoying beauty, enjoying wine, enjoying freedom, and when one grows old, one will realize that one basically has no regrets. A demon lord lamented. Don't worry, maybe he's biding his time. He's raising a hammerlight. His pants are down and he's ready for the big time. The demon lords murmured. There were voices of appreciation for Lin Wuya as well as voices of opposition. Patriarch, we really can't play anymore. If we play, the clan will be gone. The demonic cultivator cried bitterly. In playing on, there is only one way to die. Look, another rush. Lin Wuya shook his head. A bunch of useless things. Isn't it just a paycheck? What's the big deal? Ah, the demonic cultivator froze in shock and was delighted in his heart. Sovereign, you already have a countermeasure? To a twisted hammer policy. Lin Wuya's demonic chi rolled and waved his hand. Pass on this clan's order. From now on, reduce costs and increase efficiency. Cost reduction. Increase efficiency? The demonic cultivator was confused. Chapter 24 Performance Appraisal. What's your name? My name is Zhang San. Lin Wuya patted Zhang San's shoulder. This clan now appoints you as the Talent Graduation Grand Metropolitan. Ha? Zhang San asked 3 times in a row. Patriarch, what is a Talent Graduation Grand Metropolitan? The so-called talent graduation is to send some people within the sect to the big stage of society. Lin Wuya took a sip of tea and flirted with the little witch beside him for a bit, then said with a straight face, this clan is rooted in the masses and originates from the masses, and in order to give back to the community and to promote the development of the community, it has to send some of its family members into the community. Zhang San's eyes widened. You mean, expelling some people from the clan? What words this is? Lin Wuya didn't have the heart to say. What expulsion? This is called graduation. After so many years in the demon sect and learning so much useful knowledge, if you don't give back to society, do you rot in your stomach? How can one be a disciple of my demon sect if they are so selfish? And there is a need for that in the community. This is a difficult decision made by this clan for the greater prosperity of the world. Zhang San sweated like a pig. The first time he heard someone expelling from the clan is graduation optimization. What contribution to society is clearly a performance for those righteous people in the Heavenly Alliance. Moreover, making him a graduating metropolitan would turn him against the entire clan, and he wouldn't even know how he would die when the time came. Patriarch, can we get someone else? Lin Wuya seemed to smile. What do you think? Soon after, Zhang San began a drastic cost-cutting and efficiency enhancement of the clan, and many demonic cultivators were expelled from the clan for no reason. Some because they stepped through the door with their left foot. Some because they stepped through with their right foot, some because they were too ugly, and some because they had a sweet tooth. The devil cultivators were on edge, expelled from the clan, and without the clan to rely on, it was a dead end when they went outside. I've shed blood for the clan. I've carried the sword for the clan. I want to meet the patriarch face to face. A hideous-looking demonic cultivator burst out in anger, pushing Zhang San away and rushing straight into the Pope's hall. Bang! In an instant, he became a mist of blood. Lin Wuya stepped out of the great hall and swept a glance at the protesting demonic cultivators. The demonic cultivators were stared at with chills all over their bodies, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. I'll give you face. You eat from the clan and drink from the clan. Ungrateful and still gathering here to cause trouble. In the future, performance appraisals will be implemented. Each person must submit 10,000 spirit stones per month as a performance test. Those who rank at the bottom of the list each month are eliminated at the end and humanely destroyed. All of you, go make money for me. The demonic cultivators dared to be angry, and in the gloomy and depressing atmosphere, their eyes flashed with a touch of unwillingness and indignation. But more than that, they were in deep fear of that irresistible force. Soon, the demonic cultivators were reeling inward. A month later, Zhang San looked at the ledger in his hands and smiled joyfully. Patriarch's great joy. Your move is brilliant. This month, not only did the clan not spend a single penny, but it also made 10 million spirit stones backwards. Just what? Lin Wuya took a sip of tea. Zhang San said bitterly, it's just that there are some wasted demonic cultivators, and with this operation, many disciples are desperate and have been caught by the Heavenly Alliance. And, our clan is being targeted by the Heavenly Alliance. The Heavenly Alliance demands that we give them an explanation. What explanation? Lin Wuya hated it. A bunch of idiots. Going out, don't know to report the name of another family. Next month, $20,000 per person performance review. Zhang San wiped the sweat. Each person 10,000 spirit stones per month. Let the disciples work overtime day and night. Some people, in order to fulfill the performance target, has not closed their eyes for a month. If the performance is improved again, people are almost boiled to death. Ha ha ha, Patriarch Lin is so tactful, actually coming up with such a method. This clan admires it. This move by Patriarch Lin to reduce costs and increase efficiency can be considered an epic-making product of the Devil's Way. Several figures suddenly appeared in the Great Hall. Lin Wuya frowned. What are you guys doing here? These people were the 5 major demon sect patriarchs. What are we here for? To pay our debts. Of course. When do you plan to pay back the 100 million spirit stones you owe us? 3 years and 3 years? When will it be paid back? The 5 great demon sect patriarchs were aggressive. Lin Wuya didn't panic and took a sip of tea. I'm going to do a big job. Not only can I pay you back, but I can also let you eat and drink without worrying for the next few decades. The demon sect patriarchs looked at each other in dismay. Guaranteeing that the sect would eat and drink for the next few decades was not a small amount of money. Lin Wuya stretched out 3 fingers. In 3 months' time, you'll know. With their 3-inch tongue, they would believe it. The righteous path had always been high-handed towards the demonic sects. And when they wanted to intervene in the business, they were also cautious and walked on thin ice. Seeing Lin Wuya had such confidence, they chose to believe it for a moment. Besides, 3 months is just a blink of an eye for them. They wanted to see what tricks Lin Wuya was playing. Once the 3 months are up, if you don't pay back the money, the 5 great demon clans will never let you go. After dismissing the 5 great demonic clans, Lin Wuya went out of the sect. He infiltrated the Heavenly Alliance, killed the head of the Heavenly Alliance branch, and disguised himself as him to sit in the Heavenly Alliance branch, gather the members of the Heavenly Alliance and launch a general attack on the Earth Demon sect. As the orders were issued, the Heavenly Alliance army continued to gather and advance towards the Earth Demon sect. Outside the illusionary realm, the demon lords looked on in disbelief. What the hell is this kid up to? This brat is also too devilish, actually treating his own disciples so harshly. Cost reduction. Performance review. Is he still human? The front got it right. How come the back is unreadable? Could it be that it was an undercover agent of the righteous path who came to the devil sect to end it all in one pot? It's hard to say. Keep reading. Fangwei came out of the illusion realm and saw Lin Wuya's operation on the screen inside. Senior brother Lin is still too righteous after all. Even after losing his memory, he would rather oppress the demonic cultivators than do something that jeopardizes the righteous path. In the end, he actually called for an army to exterminate the demon sect. I really cry to death. Bai Xiong and Su Qingshan both burst into tears. They lost themselves in the illusion, lost their sanity and followed the devil's way to the same place, while senior brother Lin engraved justice into the bones. In the illusionary realm, the Heavenly Alliance army was dumbfounded when they attacked the demon sect straight away. There was not a single devil cultivator in the huge devil sect. They knew immediately. Fooled, so he rushed back to the Heavenly Alliance without stopping. Halfway through, he was ambushed by the Earth Demon sect. The deaths and injuries were heavy. It was hard to return to the Heavenly Alliance and report the matter. Lin Wuya was furious and bluntly stated that there was an undercover agent in the Heavenly Alliance. The Heavenly Alliance was in uproar. The crowd was enraged and threatened to make no bones with the spies. Lin Wuya immediately spoke. Must be inventoried. The souls of those who died tragically have been consoled. As a result, a windy purge campaign was launched within the Heavenly Alliance. His brother's cousin's second aunt's distant relative's neighbor's second nephew is a demon cultivator. Arrest. He once fought with a demonic cultivator for 3 days and 3 nights. Unclear. Arrest. He peeped at his senior sister's bath. Definitely a devil cultivator. Arrest. He, Nima, wrote a diary. Who would write a diary for a decent person? Definitely a spy. Arrest. With the intensive campaign to clear out the devil cultivator spies, an unprecedented atmosphere of tension and unease quietly enveloped the Heavenly Alliance. It has left many righteous people in a state of panic, and the confusion and distortion of information has intensified the uneasiness. During the inventory process, all kinds of rumors and speculations about demonic cultivator spies were flying all over the place, and it was hard to tell the truth from the lie. Some people with ulterior motives even took advantage of the opportunity to make waves, spreading false information with the intention of sowing discord and destroying the unity of the righteous path. The dissemination of such inaccurate information not only made it difficult for cultivators to distinguish the truth, more than that, they are constantly on tenterhooks, fearing that they will become the target of others if they are not careful. Everyone chooses to stay at home and not go out in order to protect themselves. The Devil Sect, under Lin Wuya's secret authorization, took advantage of the opportunity to strike. And not only did they occupy several important spirit stone veins, but their power also expanded quite a bit. Rich. Zhang San smiled as he held the ledger. Having entered the demon sect for so many years, he had never fought this wealthy battle. With this wealth alone,
the Earth Demon Sect would be able to live in style for hundreds of years without worrying about resources.
Gentlemen, see, Lin Wuya shook the wine cup in his hand and looked at the 5 Demon Sect patriarchs and laughed.
The 5 Demon Sect patriarchs were stunned.
In just 2 months,
not only did they pay off their debt, but they also earned so many resources for an extremely small price. Throughout the tens of thousands of years of history of the Devil's Way,
it was an unprecedented victory. Next, there is one last vote. I wonder if you all are interested. Lin Wuya seduced. The 5 great Demon Sect patriarchs immediately agreed and went back to prepare their troops. The Heavenly Alliance Purge campaign was learned by the Heavenly Alliance headquarters and sent an emissary. Lin Wuya knew that he couldn't hide it from the emissary and ran away in advance. The messenger became furious and gathered the Heavenly Alliance's army to surround the 6 great sects. The big battle is imminent. Cultivators of the Justice Sect, come with us to exterminate the Devil's Way. Just as the 2 armies confronted each other, a bellowing cry came from the rear of the Devil's Way. Instantly, there was a commotion on the Devil Dao side. The Heavenly Alliance emissary immediately ordered a strike, and routed the Devil Dao army. The 5 Devil Dao patriarchs were captured and imprisoned in the soul-devouring prison. After the great battle, Lin Wuya had taken all 5 major demonic forces in his pocket in the name of unity. And, through his connections, he informed the soul-devouring prison's 5 great patriarchs. Don't panic, that abominable Justice Sect had already been annihilated by him, and he guaranteed that when they were released from prison, the positions of the 5 great demonic sect leaders would still be theirs. The Demon Sect patriarchs were instantly grateful and in tears. What a brother! That's what makes a good brother. So damn righteous. If Lin Wuya hadn't been absent, they would have hated to worship each other directly. Outside the illusionary realm, both the Demon Lord and the others were staring at the screen motionless, as if they were dumb. Chapter 25. You'll save us, won't you? Watching Lin Wuya's maneuver, the Demon Lord and everyone outside the arena stood still, with shock, relief, incredulity, and deep admiration in their hearts. At first, Lin Wuya's series of measures to reduce costs and increase efficiency and performance appraisal was an eye-opener for them. Subsequently, when he joined the Heavenly Alliance and launched an attack on the Earth Demon Sect, the crowd thought for a moment that they had misjudged him. However, the truth was unexpected by all. Not only did Lin Wuya play the righteous path into the palm of his hand, he also managed to unify the devil path. This kind of subversive operation caused their worldview to completely collapse, and their minds and hearts suffered an unprecedented shock. Such a heart and means caused them to breathe heavily, get emotional, and pull out cold inside, excited to have an unprecedented troll out of the magic path, plucked by the fact that this son is a bit hard on the Devil's Way, a bit of a waste of the Devil's Way. This son is like a comet of the Devil Dao. His future achievements are unlimited. The Frost Demon Lord opened his mouth coldly. His voice was like ice hammering. Without this sun in the Devil Dao, the long night of the 10,000 years Devil Dao is long. Another Yin Yang Demon Lord picked up the conversation, his tone filled with appreciation. But this sun's tactics, are they too ruthless for the Devil Dao? A devil presided over the opposition. The means are only to reach a result, and if the result is favorable to the Devil Dao, then his means are good means. The Blazing Flame Demon Lord's face was expressionless, although it's a bit despicable. It's harmless. As soon as the Flame Demon Lord's words fell, a cold voice resounded in the darkness. Fiery Flame Demon Lord, your words are too biased. Although the Devil's Way honors strength above all else, it also needs to have a bottom line and principles. What Lin Wuya did has already broken through the bottom line of the Devil's Way. The one who spoke was the Dark Knight Demon Lord, and his voice was low and powerful, as if it came from the abyss, carrying an endless pressure. The appearance of the Dark Knight Demon Lord caused the other Demon Lords present to look sideways. After all, the Dark Knight Demon Lord's position in the Demon Cave was extremely high, and his opinions often carried a lot of weight. Dark Knight Demon Lord, what do you mean? The Frost Demon Lord frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Lin Wuya is indeed exceptionally talented, but his methods are too cruel to the Devil Dao, and this kind of behavior will not only make the Devil Dao internally conflicted, but it will also cause other forces to be wary and hostile. The Dark Knight Demon Lord said with a straight face. The position was different. The angle of thinking was also different. They were the Devil Lords of the Devil Cave, not small devil cultivators who were lawless in order to release their desires. They had to consider the future of the Devil Path. The Yin Yang Demon Lord nodded. Although our Demon Dao has extremely poor character, we are not to the point of betraying the entire Demon Sect. If his behavior is not restrained, sooner or later, he will bring disaster to the Demon Dao. The Flame Demon Lord snorted coldly, unimpressed. You are not making too much of this.
Although Lin Wuya's methods are drastic, his goal is always for the strength of the devil's path. So as long as the outcome is favorable to the devil's path,
what's the harm in the process? Fiery Flame Demon Lord.
You've been too biased in favor of Lin Wuya.
The Frost Demon Lord's expression moved slightly.
Although Lin Wuya is extremely talented,
we must consider the interests of the entire Demon Dao.
I propose that we let experience the illusion once more. Arrange for him to have the righteous armies besiege the demon sect, and see how he can survive the crisis without the help of the other demonic paths.
The Dark Knight Demon Lord nodded. I agree.
This will not only make him realize the importance of the other demon sect, but also allow him to grow in his view of the big picture,
preparing him to take over the demon sect in the future. Once this was said, the demon lords nodded their heads,
expressing their agreement to let Lin Wuya experience the illusion once more.
Outside,
Fang Wei stared at the big screen and let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. The justice in senior brother Lin's bones is hard to change.
It's amazing.
Su Qingshan eyes incomparable worship. Clearly as long as to reach the goal of 100 million can be.
Lin Wuya super strong play. Directly the Magic Road 5 Sect Strino.
That's what he admires.
What he learns from.
Su Jingang stared at the screen without saying a word, and secretly said in his heart, this son of the devil's too in the right.
If he is dispatched to the Buddha's kingdom, the great eastward advancement of the Buddha's kingdom is not a dream. In the screen, the picture shifted again.
Fang Wei frowned and said in alarm, why is senior brother Lin still not out of the illusionary realm?
Senior sister, don't panic.
Bai Xiong observed carefully for a moment.
The Devil Dao Sovereign looks calm. Maybe they're going to continue to consider senior sister Lin. Well, what if he is exposed?
Fang Wei was worried. If senior brother Lin's identity was exposed, there was only a way to die.
Alas!
Su Qingshan sighed helplessly and clenched his fists, all because they were too weak to even control their own lives.
In the image,
Lin Wuya was still singing and drinking night after night, as if he had already taken the place of the demon sect's patriarch.
Patriarch, it's bad. It's bad.
Zhang San hurriedly ran from outside the hall.
Humph.
Lin Wuya stifled a snort.
What's the point of yelling and screaming?
It's only a strong man's demeanor if he doesn't change his face when a Taishan collapses in front of him.
Yes.
Zhang San seemed to know that he had lost his temper, so he straightened himself out and said without haste,
Sovereign,
the 4 heavenly clans are preparing to send troops to annihilate my demon sect.
What?
Lin Wuya rose in alarm and kicked Zhang San.
Such a big deal. Why didn't you say so earlier?
Oh, Zhang San was aggrieved and almost cried. You were the one who told me to stay calm just now.
Lin Wuya was speechless, secretly pondering. In the illusionary realm, right now,
his strength was at the beginning of the Dao-zapping realm, whereas each of the 4 heavenly sect masters was at the peak of the Dao-zapping realm.
1 for 4, no advantage. Moreover,
the Devil's Way has just gone through a great reshuffle,
and people's hearts are unstable, even if they are hardened against the righteous way. It is just like hitting a stone with an egg and a mantis. Outside the illusionary realm, the 6 great demon sect patriarchs stared at the illusionary realm.
I deduced this countless times,
but I couldn't deduce the possibility of Lin Wuya winning.
Qi Huan of the heavenly demon sect said, the difference between the power levels of the righteous and the devil is too great, and with the 4 great patriarchs of the righteous path coming out at the same time,
Lin Wuya wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. The demon lord's meaning is obvious.
It's to let him know the importance of the team. Lin Wuya flipped the table over.
Without reinforcements,
the end was already predetermined.
He, defeated. Not necessarily, maybe he'll work a miracle. The 5 great demon sect patriarchs looked at the person who spoke, and the person who spoke was the extreme bliss demon sect patriarch, Cold Frost Moon, Patriarch Cold.
Even though Lin Wuya is extremely talented, he has no solution in the face of this certain death. The difference in difficulty between the 2 lights is too great.
Last time it was luck, this time he's not that lucky. That's right, even when the demon emperor was young back then,
he couldn't fight against the 4 heavenly clans with his own strength. Cold Frost Moon's silhouette was shrouded in a haze, the corners of her mouth smiling lightly.
Just keep looking.
A few people stopped speaking and continued to watch the illusion.
Even the demon emperor couldn't do things. They didn't believe that a junior could do it. Resisting the attack of the righteous path and preserving the inheritance of the devil's path?
Lin Wuya's mind floated the task indicators of the examination and looked at the crooked people surrounding him below.
Lord Demon Lord, you will save us, right?
Zhang San carefully said. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to trust Lin Wuya, but Lin Wuya's maneuvers had already made his scalp numb. He is not righteous, betraying his brothers, oppressing his fellow disciples, and helping the other 5 patriarchs take care of their wives and daughters.
He did what the devil's way couldn't do. And he did what the devil's way didn't dare to do. Why are you frozen here? Why don't you go meet the enemy? Lin Woya said without any good humor. The demonic cultivators under the stage shrunk their necks and didn't dare to utter a single breath when they heard this. Froze for half a day. No one laughed. They all knew that going to a bloodbath with the righteous, there was no other choice but to die. If he escaped, he would still have a chance to live. They were here to get Lin Wuya to order a hurried evacuation. Waste. Rice bucket. Lin Wuya's eyes were cold and hateful. You and the others are crooked. Vertical pikers, social scum, and earthly cripples. You'll die when you're dead. He then pulled out a large flag from behind his back, which beckoned. The body of the streamer was based on dark black ethereal silk, which was embroidered with complicated and twisted runic patterns. The runes seemed to be the imprints of ancient magic, glowing a ghostly green or a tragic blue. Looming in the night, it draws one into an abyss of fear and fantasy. The streamers swayed gently with the night wind, emitting a low and mournful whimpering sound, as if thousands of dead souls were whispering about their misfortunes and grievances. Chapter 26, All of you, help me to become a Taoist. Once the soul streamer came out, a cold and terrifying aura filled the entire hall, and the crowd was scared and trembling. Lin Wuya's expression was straightened. As long as I live, wherever I am, there is the devil sect. If I don't die, the demon sect will not be destroyed. You'll all die just as you should. For the sake of the great cause of the devil's way, for the sake of the devil's way's prosperity, you'll all die just as you should. All of you, help me become a Taoist. As the soul streamers continued to be invoked, the demonic cultivators let out wails of agony, as if their souls were about to be stripped apart in incomparable pain. The demonic cultivators outside the illusionary realm were trembling. Even the demon lords glanced at each other, seeing the physical discomfort between them. The devil is good before this boy. It is not a way out of the trap idea. The fiery flame demon lord said stiffly, wanting to smack himself a few times. He was really blinded by lard in the party and spoke for this brat. Ha ha ha, yes extremely. He has the inheritance of the devil's way and numerous treasures. Where can he go that he can't rise again? It's just a waste of time. Don't say it. This magic treasure this kid got is quite demonic, capable of devouring souls for his own use. A demon lord fixed his gaze on the soul streamer and changed the topic. When this brat comes out, this demon lord will let him taste the feeling of his soul being pumped. A little physical discomfort. My great aunt is visiting me. Slip away. The scene fell into an awkward situation for a while, and the demon lord who had supported Lin Wuya in the first place felt a little sick to his stomach as he felt like he had been fed a pile of. Outside, everyone fell into silence. Harpies, ah. Look at you guys. Is this still a devil? Chi Huan's voice carried incredulity. Having seen a cruel devil, he had never seen such a cruel devil. Sort of a pocket knife pulling belly and squeezing eyes. Naya really open eyes. The other Devil Dao sovereigns had chills in their hearts. If the Devil Dao was ruled by him in the future, the Devil Dao would be considered to have come to an end. Feng Wei's heart was overjoyed. Senior brother Lin did a great job. Su Qingshan looked at Feng Wei speechlessly, and then looked at the expressions of the people around him. One good news, one bad news. Good news, Mazamichi thinks he's operating a bit conservatively. Bad news, the magic's a little aggressive. Not good. Su Qingshan secretly said that it was bad. If this continued, senior brother Lin would become a public enemy of the Devil Dao. Some of the demonic cultivators looked at Lin Wuya with eyes that were not quite right, as if they were seeing life and death enemies. Suddenly, they looked relieved, only to see that Lin Wuya in the illusion stopped moving. The demonic cultivator's miserable howling also ended, kowtowing continuously towards Lin Wuya, grateful as a regenerated parent. Soldiers come to block. Water comes to cover the earth. A mere Zhangdao coalition army. The sect will be annihilated with the snap of a finger. Lin Wuya returned to his seat, and an order was continuously issued. The demonic cultivators picked up whatever it was, no matter what it was. Zhang San was ecstatic. The patriarch still cared about them. Only, the task at hand was a bit off. Patriarch, our Earth Demon sect has changed its name to Justice Sect? We cultivate demons and change our name to Justice. How is this different from the righteous path? Snap. Lin Wuya went up as a large pen pocket. What era? The rule of law society understand. But also ing magic cultivation. You see the society which say they are bad people? Still a magic cultivator. No brain at all. Might as well go to auto repair. Change it. All of it. The gates are replaced for me. And the clan is all new. Be the bright, fairy kind. Zhang San covered his face and was scolded by his head. and said in an aggravated voice, "I understand the reasoning, but you asked us to open a medical clinic, set up a school, help the poor and farmers, carry grandmothers across the street, and take care of the orphans and widows. So why is this? Patriarch, we are serious demonic cultivators, of Zongban origin, doing work that dishonors our clan and blackens our ancestry. You're asking us to honor our ancestors. It's really not the right profession."
Lin Wuya silently pulled out his soul streamer and said with cold eyes, "I'm not going to make it difficult for you guys.
If you don't want to do it,
I'll send you guys on a tour in here."
The demonic cultivators swallowed their saliva,
suppressing the doubts in their hearts and expressing their competence. He put down the soul streamer. "It's good if you can do it. Everyone should have a performance appraisal.
Do at least 3 good deeds every day to make our Justice Sect's name known. And if you don't meet the standard, you'll be euthanized immediately. Got it? Got it. Got it."
The devil cultivators immediately nodded their heads in a chicken-pecking manner.
Thus, all the people of the Earth Demon Sect changed their appearance.
All the black clothes were thrown away and replaced with white clothes, and all the demonic flames changed their colors to white or the color of golden light. Even the demonic cultivators who had originally refined the corpses into puppets had,
on the same day, tearfully put them in the ground.
Female demonic cultivators who specialize in the practice of yin and yang have changed their faces and dress like good women,
and they look shy when they see people. The entire clan was greatly constructed, and in just a few days, the gloomy clan was transformed into a cloudy, immortal atmosphere. Anyone who passes by will leave a comment of praise. "What a piece of heaven on earth,
beyond the illusion."
When the demon lords saw this scene, their hearts, livers, spleens, and kidneys ached. Devil's way, you died a miserable death."
The Dark Knight demon lord cried out in pain. The devil Tao that had been passed down for millions of years had turned into a look he didn't recognize overnight.
"Goddamn Lin Wuya, yellow skin and black bones, righteous heart, must be an undercover agent sent by the righteous. The Justice Clan. When he comes out, I'm going to educate him on what justice is. Woe is me. My devil's path has finally been soiled by the righteous path."
The devil lords were in tears, as if they had substituted into the devil Tao in the illusion.
Seeing the future development of the devil Tao, a burst of heartache and bitterness, all of their eyes were on fire,
itching to drag Lin Wuya out and violently beat him to ashes. The demon sect patriarch was also grimacing at this moment, his afterglow sizing up Cold Frost Moon from time to time.
"Everyone, I don't know Lin Wuya, come out later and be the first to make a move."
Cold Frost Moon immediately took a stand, cursing Lin Wuya in her heart for having nothing to do with changing the name of the clan.
Changing the name of the sect was fine,
but letting those female demonic cultivators who practiced the art of yin and yang to be submissive,
wasn't that a slap in her face? Who doesn't know that although they are Thai and uninhibited, permed and dressed up with tattoos, at heart they are all well-taught, well-read, understanding, gentle and considerate good girls?
It was just attacked as a female devil cultivator by those vicious shrews in the outside world who had no education,
knew no manners, and knew nothing about men. Fong Wei's face turned pale. Not only did senior brother Lin convert the devil path, he also renamed the devil sect as the Justice Sect. This meant that the legacy of the devil sect was broken and there would be no devil sect in the future. Elder brother Lin has written the righteous path on his face. The heavens are long,
and why are they thin on him?
Senior Lin should be standing on the edge of a radiant cliff,
not in the middle of an abyss where he couldn't see the light of day.
Woo! Tears flowed down Su Qingshan's face.
Senior brother Lin is truly a model of the righteous path, sacrificing his small self for the sake of the world's living beings to fulfill his greater self.
Must enter the forest of merit.
If the forest of merit does not have him, the righteous path will be as dark as night for all eternity.
Su Jingang wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead, glad that degradation Lin Wuya was still just a plan. If Lin Wuya were to be truly naturalized into the Buddha kingdom, one day he would come back from the outside, and with a snap, the Buddha kingdom would be gone.
Kill Lin Wuya and return a clear sky to the devil Tao.
With a shout, the fire in everyone's heart was instantly ignited.
Kill Lin Wuya and return the devil's way to a clear sky.
Whether it was the elders or the disciples, their thoughts were unprecedentedly unanimous. If Lin Wuya was not removed, the devil would not be a devil. Chaotic devil thieves, how dare you mess with my devil's heart?
Eldest brother Wu Zhiping was filled with righteous indignation and raised his arm to make a call, which was answered by countless people.
Ahem! Silence! Silence!
Qi Zhengdao also hated the fact that Lin Wuya died a horrible death, but once he thought that this was just an examination, he shouted stiffly. It took a long time to calm the rioting crowd.
Chapter 27, Inverting the Big Dipper. In the illusionary realm, The Righteous Alliance forces were mightily oppressing the Justice Sect. Devil, come out and die.
A vast heavenly might resounded above the Justice Sect. The allied forces of the righteous path were countless,
coloring the clear sky black. The entire 300,000 strong army,
and the devil cultivators all added up to a mere 30,000.
Sovereign, what should we do? Should we escape? Zhang San and the group of demonic cultivators were trembling. In terms of realm, the Orthodox way was stronger than them.
And in terms of numbers, the Orthodox way was 10 times more numerous.
Humph. No talent at all.
Lin Wuya said without a trace of anger.
This clan doesn't understand why everyone is talking about how the devil Dao is at the end of its rope.
As if to say that this war will be more or less vicious for us, and even for the entire devil Dao.
300 years ago, I started out as a small demonic cultivator and climbed up to the position of Earth Demon Sect Patriarch step by step. 3 years ago, inspiring, wandering between the righteous and demonic paths. Just 1 year, the demonic path Lotus Leaf Autumn Begonia. So return to unity. The disciples of this sect are united as one, and wherever they go, the 10,000 spirits will welcome them wholeheartedly. That realm of vibrancy and concurrency of all things, as in front of your eyes. Throughout the long course of history, the battle between the righteous and the devil has been staged countless times on this continent. Witnessing how many flourishes and declines have been witnessed. Either way, 30,000 against 300,000. The advantage is mine. Lin Wuya's flurry of heartfelt remarks moved the demonic cultivator. Sovereign.
Zhang San's eyes burned with tears as he looked at Lin Wuya's back. His heart banded, 30,000 against 300,000.
Advantage a hammer. But it was impossible to say this.
As the crowd of demonic cultivators watched, Lin Wuya flew out of the Great Hall alone and headed for the Righteous Alliance.
At this moment, his figure was incomparably tall in the demonic cultivator's mind.
Lin Wuya flew out of the sect slowly, and when he saw the allied forces, he immediately arched his hand and said,
"Fellow travelers, what is the purpose of coming to my justice sect? Bah! Who's with you? Devil, the cause of other days, the fruit of today. Today you will definitely die. The destruction of the devil's way is today. What's the point of talking to him? Do it!" The 4 heavenly sect patriarchs immediately took up positions, ready to strike. Wait!
Lin Wuya reached out.
The 4 great patriarchs froze,
only to see Lin Wuya hurriedly run down the hill and help a grandmother cross the road.
"Young man, thank you."
The grandmother was overwhelmed with gratitude.
Then,
he helped a widow's family pick up a full load of water and plowed a few acres of her family's land on the way.
"Little Lang Jun, next time, you can come to my room." After the widow finished speaking, she blushed and trotted back to the house. After doing so,
Lin Wuya returned to the air and confronted the 4 great clans. The 4 great patriarchs stared at each other with wide eyes as countless questions bubbled up.
"Devil, what tricks are you playing?" Lin Wuya's complexion was straightened. Rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. "What devil? I am the Justice Sect Patriarch, a proper righteous monk."
The righteous patriarchs looked at each other in dismay.
One word at a time they recognized.
How it was connected was beyond their comprehension.
When did the great devil Lin Wuya become a righteous cultivator? Devil, you're still talking tough at the end of your life. Fellow Taoists, kill for me.
The 4 heavenly sects immediately activated the magic treasures in their hands.
Slow down.
Lin Wuya once again reached out and held a piece of red paper aloft.
Devil, are these your last words?
Lin Wuya snorted, "Please look carefully."
"What is this?"
The righteous patriarch's eyes narrowed as he looked towards the red paper.
His expression instantly coalescing. "This is a clan operating license issued by Dao Township with the official seal of Dao Township on it." Lin Wuya roared loudly and then took out a red award certificate. "The Road Township also gave us a special commendation, the title of Top 10 Outstanding Clans of the Year. And this, Outstanding Upward Bound Clan of the Year. A Great Integrity Clan of the Year. Top 10 High-Tech Clans of the Eastern Wasteland Area." The righteous allied forces were shock-numb by a series of certificates. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but it's a shock to look at it.
All of them are awards issued by the Dao Township himself,
and they really can't be in the real. Nonsense.
What kind of high technology does your devil sect have there? The righteous patriarch retorted.
Deception. Outright deception.
Lin Wuya smiled without saying anything and snapped his fingers.
In an instant, a sound of Swana came from within the Justice Clan. "Oh father, what a tragic death you had, leaving without giving your last words. What shall we, brothers and sisters, do with your $10,000 fortune, which you have not yet had time to divide?" The allied forces of the righteous path followed the sound and saw a dead man lying right in the middle within a temple, surrounded by many people in white onyx. crying and weeping. The Justice Sect disciple, dressed in yellow robes at the side, held a wooden sword in one hand and a talisman in the other, muttering under his breath, "Merry-go-round." Bang! There was a bang and a splash of fire. The corpse in the middle of the room rose abruptly upright and stared with wide, ghastly white eyes. "Father, you are finally alive. Come on, tell me how the family fortune is going to be divided." The surrounding people eagerly said. Not the slightest bit of the party's sadness was gone. Instead, they were very excited, and they gazed at the surrounding loved ones with a cold gaze and a cold smile. The dead body opens its mouth and spits out a roll of white smoke. "All of my property will be donated to the Justice Sect, and future generations of children and grandchildren will not be allowed to ask for it. If he dares to disobey the order, I will not let him go even as a ghost." When he finished, he fell upright with a poof. This time, not only were the surrounding loved ones confused, the righteous allied forces above them were also confused. "It's high-tech?" The four great patriarchs' mouths opened wide, their eyes flashing with disbelief and shock, as if they had never seen anything so outrageous. "Devil, this is clearly the corpse refining sect's corpse refining methods. The crime of robbing ordinary people of their property under the false pretense of testamentary means." Lin Wuya sniffed. A touch of perseverance and unyieldingness coalesced between his brows. He stood straight. His voice was not high but his words were clear, penetrating through the noise and skepticism of the scene. "How is reversing the yin and yang and bringing the dead back to life briefly not high technology? As for what you said about the corpse refining sect's means of refining corpses is pure slander. This is clearly unique to my Justice Sect, the secret art of channeling. Furthermore, the will is all based on the deceased's heart, and the Justice Sect will never favor anyone." That old man knew what virtues his own children and grandchildren were, and the will, whether it was divided equally or given to another, would cause dissension and lead to the destruction of the family, and the best course of action would be to donate all of the family's property to the Justice Clan. You think of yourselves as the four heavenly sect patriarchs, the leaders of the righteous path, but if you don't even have this kind of eyesight, how can you lead the world's righteous path and how can you protect the world's 10,000 souls? The loud voice was like thunder, resounding in everyone's heart. The disciples of the four heavenly clans were also shaken. Such an immortal and righteous clan, such a righteous patriarch. It was far from the demonic path in their memories. Were they looking in the wrong place? Countless people below fell into deep thought after hearing this, pointing at the four heavenly sect. They are the ones who destroyed the crops we just planted. The second child of the family next door was beheaded by the righteous just because he spat in the air, and he was only 5 years old, disregarding the lives and deaths of ordinary people. I poo-poo the righteous path. The righteous clan gives us rice, oil, and eggs every month, opens a school, a medical center, and teaches us techniques to fight poverty. They are the real righteous ones. If you want to talk about the devil's way, they are the devil's way. Long live the Justice Sect. The Justice Sect will win. People spoke in unison, resounding between heaven and earth, as if an invisible voice vibrating everyone's heart. The originally sparse clouds seemed to be infected by this power, converging into a magnificent sea of clouds that seemed to be cheering for the Justice Sect. Invert the Big Dipper. Invert the Big Dipper. The heavenly sect patriarch was furious. If this continued, they would sooner or later fall to the side of the devil's way. Gentlemen, the people are too ignorant to see the real from the unreal. Follow me and strike together to kill the devil and return the world to a clear sky. Kill. The four great patriarchs made a decisive move, and the entire battlefield was instantly enveloped by an unprecedented aura of solemnity. Their figures surged up like 4 streaks of lightning cutting through the sky, each of them displaying their clan's mastery and launching a fierce attack towards the Lin Wuya. Chapter 28, The Merits of Qi and Fortune. Stop. Terrifying, mesmerizing sounds shook in the firmament, and the attacks of the four great patriarchs stopped in response. An old man with white hair, wearing a fiery red uniform robe and an immortal style, twisted space and walked out of the void. It's Tao Country's three-flame venerable. The four heavenly sect masters were stunned, and then they arched their hands and saluted. Greetings, Venerable Three Fires. Venerable Three Fires smiled faintly. All of you are excused. The hearts of the four heavenly sect patriarchs rejoiced, thinking that the exalted one had seen their anxiety and had come down to help them. The Xian heavenly sect patriarch let out a cold laugh. Fiend, Venerable Three Fires is a supreme power. You're dead. Humph. No matter how eloquent you are and how you turn black and white upside down, you won't be able to escape your holiness eyes. The sacred heavenly sect patriarch's expression was cold. The complacency that surged in the hearts of the four heavenly sect sovereigns was hard to express, as if they had already foreseen the complete destruction of the forces of the devil's way. as well as the reappearance of Lang Lang in the heavenly kingdom of the righteous way. A tacit eye contact with each other. No need for words. The firm belief in victory has been deeply imprinted in the bottom of each person's heart. Beyond the illusion, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Shocked numb when Lin Wuya took out so many certificates. The corpse refining sect corresponded to what should be one of the 6 sects of the Devil Tao, the Heavenly Corpse Demon Sect. Never in a million years did they think that a bunch of their corpse-touching contraptions would actually be re-employed when the demonic path died out. Already a couple versions ahead of them. Why didn't he go to the demon cave for protection? The Yin-Yang demon lord frowned tightly. If Lin Wuya wanted to fend off the allied forces of the righteous path, he could have gone to the Devil's Cave for help. And with the Devil's Cave's presence, the Dao countries wouldn't have dared to take action easily. Is it possible that there are no magic caves within the mirage? When these words came out, all the demon lords present were immediately dumbfounded. There's a Dao country. Why isn't there a Devil's Cave? Some people looked at the Dark Knight demon lord. After all, he was the one who presided over the illusionary realm, and the internal forces were set by him. The Dark Knight demon lord scratched his head in embarrassment. Mistake. The demon lords then understood why Lin Wuya chose to establish a righteous sect in the beginning. The feelings made a mess. There was no existence of a demon cave in the illusionary realm. Facing the army of the righteous, they couldn't fight, so they had no choice but to join. Everything, they misunderstood. Dark Knight demon lord, can we still change the setting? A demon lord suggested that he should join the demon cave at this time, so that someone from the demon cave could step in and resolve the crisis facing him in the illusionary realm. The Dark Knight demon lord shook his head. The illusion realm has already been set up and cannot be modified once it starts running, unless it is reopened. The corners of his mouth sketched out a playful smile. To lead the rise of the Devil's Way, the difficulties faced in the future will be countless times tougher than in the illusion. This demon lord would like to see if he can be qualified to pick up the entire Devil's Way. The rest of the demon lords nodded their heads as they heard this. The dilemmas and crises facing the demon Dao in the future were 100 times more complicated than in the illusion. It was just the right time to take this opportunity to sharpen Lin Wuya. But, facing the Supreme Being, Lin Wuya only has the fate of failure. Alas! The blazing flame demon lord slipped back in at some point and said helplessly, Lin Wuya is already very good for making it to this point. That's right, just by his own strength. Against the 4 great heavenly clans, without changing his face, controlling the situation without losing the wind. Ask the people present if they can do this when they are the same age as him? This son has preserved the fire of the Devil's Way and given the Devil's cultivators another way out, which is undoubtedly meritorious for the Devil's Way. The eyes of the demon lords were hopeful. Looking at the illusion screen without a single word, the Dark Knight demon lord's heart was relieved that he had finally snubbed these guys. Inside the mirage. Third brother, what should we do? The Dao country's reverends are here. This is the end. Inside the Justice Sect, the demonic cultivators' faces were white with fear. That was a supreme exalt, an existence at the top of the world. There was no need to use their hands to kill them. A single look was enough. Let's hurry and run. It's too late if we don't. A devil cultivator suggested, instantly causing everyone to resonate. And Zhang San's eyes narrowed slightly. His hands clasped his chest, his face very calm. Don't panic. A man who accomplishes great things does not change his face when a mountain crumbles in front of him. The crowd of demonic cultivators froze as if they were recognizing Zhang San for the first time. He was extraordinarily steady today. Zhang San laughed contemptuously. Who is he? The second in command of the Devil Sect. The second wise man. Wise he has long seen through the situation. If there is danger, the patriarch absolutely run away. At this time to stay in the air, must have a full grasp. Don't panic. Let's see how patriarch turns the world upside down. Seeing that even Zhang San, who was most afraid of death, didn't flee, the devil cultivators followed suit and looked towards the sky. Your Holiness, please kill this devil and return the righteousness of the world. The eyes of the 4 great patriarchs shone with a cold light, their murderous intent revealed, as if Lin Wuya was going to be struck down by an exalted one in the next second, and his ashes were raised. Humph! Venerable 3 Fires snorted coldly. Nonsense! Yes, it's just nonsense. Hooliganism? The 4 great patriarchs were dumbfounded, and even the allied forces behind them froze in place. Your Holiness, what is the meaning of this? They didn't understand. The devil was right in front of them. Why did the Venerable One blame them? Lin Wuya walked over with a smiling face. Venerable 3 Fires has come to visit. My juniors have heard about your name for a long time. And today, when I see it, it's really extraordinary.
The banquet has already been prepared. So I would like to invite Venerable to visit and guide the Justice Sect, so that my juniors can look up to it and learn from it. Venerable Three Fires laughed. Patriarch Lin is too kind. Business is important. Let's get down to business first. Okay, you follow me. Under the watchful eyes of the four great patriarchs, Lin Wuya led the three-flame Venerable One to a palace outside. There were people standing outside the palace. The palace door flat and the pillars on either side were covered with red cloth. Two Justice Sect disciples pulled a red cloth tightly across the center of the gate. Lin Wuya took out a pair of scissors. Your Holiness, please also cut the ribbon. The three-flame Venerable One grinned as he picked up the scissors and cut the strip of red cloth. In a split second, bang, 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 sparkling fireworks blossomed in the air, resounding. The couplets and door plaques covered by red cloth should fall to the ground. As soon as the four great patriarchs took a look, their eyes shrunk violently and their bodies trembled unceasingly. Just see. The top line reads, Enlightenment and Cultivation of Immortality. The sword points to the sky to kill the evil sycophants. Bottom line, diving into the heart and asking questions. Immortal style and Taoist bone casting the British soul. Door plaque, School of Justice. Put. The sacred Sky Sect patriarch was so furious that he spewed out a mouthful of blood, and the other three people were trembling and their veins were bulging. They were not expecting that the demonic cultivator had actually opened a school. It's also a ING proper cultivation academy. Rumble. Without waiting for them to react, the sky resounded with five-colored divine thunder, so powerful that it seemed as if it was destroying the world. Ha ha ha. The Xian Heavenly Sect patriarch laughed wildly. Devil. Even the heavens can't see it. Turning black and white, mixing fish eyes with pearls, deserves to be struck to death by a thunderbolt. God. Split the devil. Vast divine thunderbolts descended from the sky, instantly spanning endless dimensions and descending on Lin Wuya. Lin Wuya's brows tightened, and instead of looking pained, his entire body warmed up. Moreover, the cultivation level was constantly being pulled up. The peak of the chopping road. Early Supreme. Mid Supreme. Late Supreme. Supreme Great Perfection. Powerful chi surged up to the sky, rising straight up to the nine heavens in clouds. This is merit chi luck. Venerable Three Fires exclaimed. What? Poof. Poof, put, poof, the sound of spitting blood one after another, constantly alternating in the sky above. The four great patriarchs never expected that what they waited for was not a heavenly punishment, but merit and chi, a reward from the heavens. Chapter 29, The Sun. The Devil's Fa Zhang. Lin Wuya was bathed in golden chi, his body filled with a holy aura. It was as if it was the sage who regarded the well-being of all the world's living beings as his own responsibility, and with supreme wisdom and compassion, led them to light and hope. My Justice Sect, may everyone in the world be like a dragon, and everyone become immortal. His words and actions all contain the supreme principles of heaven and earth, capable of enlightening people's hearts and resolving disputes. Countless lost practitioners have found their way forward, and countless sinking souls have been redeemed and sublimated. His existence was like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating the entire cultivation world. The allied forces of the righteous path were all shaken, their hearts and minds surging, and they couldn't wait to worship on the spot. It is a great blessing to see such a great sage of the world. Who said that the Justice Sect was a demonic sect? If the Justice Sect was a demonic sect, their 10 great heavenly sects were demonic sects. Ha ha ha. Venerable Three Fires laughed a few times. Congratulations. Congratulations to Patriarch Lin. This time I will present you with an award on behalf of the Dao country. Another award? The four great patriarchs stopped spitting blood and glanced at each other, completely messed up. They had gone to great lengths and expended manpower and resources to conquer the devil cultivators, and the above actually sent someone to give the devil sect an award. Did they miss here? Or is the world on top? Clan of the Year award for best social responsibility. Venerable Three Fires took out the shiny award and handed it over to Lin Wuya. Lin Wuya built the Immortal Cultivation Academy to benefit all the spirits, and provided them with secondary employment opportunities, stabilizing the order of the cultivation realm, and benefiting the living. On behalf of the Dao countryside, I would like to pay my respects to the Patriarch. The three-flame Venerable One took a few steps back and a silhouette emerged, followed by dozens of silhouettes floating in the air, their expressions solemn as they bowed towards Lin Wuya. This is the highest level of etiquette representing the road town. Even the great emperor had never enjoyed it, and it was enough to go down in history. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The eyes of the four great patriarchs were perplexed. They had conquered the devil's path and suppressed it to death for tens of thousands of years, treating the overthrow of the devil's path as their lifelong wish.
but I don't want to see that. In the end,
the devil's way is cleansed and given the highest rights of the Taoist township, destroying the countless years of hard work of the 4 heavenly sects.
The sacrifices of countless disciples became a joke. How can they take it?
The 3 views maintained instantly collapsed,
and an evil will instantly permeated their entire body. Devil, die for me. If he doesn't die, the righteous path will never see the day of reckoning. All the karma of the heavens has been added to me, and if the devil doesn't die, I'll fall into infernal purgatory forever. Kill, kill, kill. The 4 great patriarchs' eyes were crimson, their bodies bubbling with infinite demonic fury, urging their mana to the extreme as they pounced towards Lin Wuya. Not good. They've entered the devil. The eyes of the 3 flame venerable lords were horrified, and they immediately struck out. A gigantic hand appeared in the firmament,
and the vast and terrifying might caused the void to collapse,
the mountains and rivers to turn upside down, and the sun and moon to alternate. Boom! With a loud boom,
the 4 figures were imprisoned in his hands. Venerable 3 fires wiped away a handful of sweat.
Patriarch Lin, the 4 heavenly sect patriarchs' hearts have grown demonic and fallen into the devil's path.
I have to bring them back to the Tao country as soon as possible to avoid any changes. Lin Wuya was also anxious and blaming himself.
It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, they wouldn't be like this. I'm guilty. Guilty.
Humph. Venerable 3 fires stifled a snort.
How is this your fault, Patriarch Lin, if you do more than you should?
It's obvious that they have an unstable Tao heart and can't see the good. When I bring them back to the Tao country, I'll properly punish them and imprison them in the soul-devouring prison for a few tens of thousands of years and then they'll be honest.
Then,
I'll trouble your holiness for taking the trouble. Lin Wuya apologized.
Patriarch Lin, you're already a supreme being. The title of venerable is unnecessary. I see that you have a dragon and phoenix-like appearance.
Lin Wuya froze at his words and directly said,
why don't we burn yellow paper and pay our respects? Exactly. The 3 flame venerable one was overjoyed and immediately pulled Lin Wuya into a knot. Lao, buddy. The eyes of the 2 were filled with sincere emotions, and the 2 were 70, 000 to 80, 000 years apart, as if they had endless words and feelings. I'm going too, old man. No farewell.
Venerable 3 fires left with the 4 great patriarchs.
Lin Wuya looked at the 300,
000 righteous army that was still in place and hadn't returned to their senses.
His face expressionless. Ahem. He coughed and looked towards the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. The righteous allied forces were confused and didn't react. Zhang San, who was not far away, immediately understood and immediately came to kneel in front of Lin Wuya, shouting, the 4 heavenly sect patriarchs have become demons, and the righteous path is leaderless. So please ask Patriarch Lin to sympathize with the world's living beings and take charge of the world's righteous path. Inaugurate the heavenly alliance. Uphold justice, and guard all souls. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the righteous alliance filled with light and immediately dropped to one knee. I ask Patriarch Lin to sympathize with the living and take charge of the righteous path in the world, and assume the position of heavenly alliance master. The sound of one voice is as deafening as the morning bell and the evening drum. The eyes of the righteous alliance were instantly filled with endless light, an admiration for their leader, a desire for justice, and an infinite longing for the future. Alas! Lin Wuya's sleeves fluttered as if he was carrying the weight of heaven and earth. His gaze was deep and resolute as he swept over every figure kneeling in devotion, an unprecedented sense of responsibility and mission surging in his heart. He slowly raised his hand, palm toward the sky, seeming to draw the purest power from heaven and earth, and then gently dropped it down again, warmly and powerfully covering his chest, a deep concern and commitment to all living things. Fellow travelers, today's words, not my one person's will, is the hope of the world's people, the light of the righteous way, need you and I to raise. The allied forces of the righteous path were unusually excited and shouted, willing to follow the ally too. A number of years later, Lin Wuya was sitting on top of the main seat of the Heavenly Alliance's Grand Hall, and beside him stood the imposing and godly Zhang San. Below them were the sect masters of the 4 great heavenly sects, and the sect masters of other sects. Kowtow to the mountain chief, who is eternally limitless and eternal. Lin Wuya smiled faintly. These were all the direct disciples that he had trained at the Justice Academy, all of which he had taught. Nowadays, he serves as the head of all the major clans. There is also a saying circulating in the cultivation world that entering the Justice Academy is the most important prerequisite for promotion to the Patriarch. And in the cultivation world you can disrespect the Taoist township, but you can't disrespect the Academy's Lin Shanxiang. Lin Wuya became the most authoritative and powerful person in the world. with a mighty pressure that covered the world and was unrivaled, outside the realm of illusion. The dozen or so demon lords looked at each other in dismay. Having lived for endless years, they had never seen such a scene that overturned their three views. Numb, straight up numb. It also operates like this. They racked their brains, unable to think of just how powerful and terrifying a person could be, able to put death to death. Not only did he solve the sect crisis, but he also forced the four great heavenly sect patriarchs to breed their heart demons, and became the Heavenly League Alliance leader, dominating the world and manipulating all the sects in the world. Throughout ancient history, even the most astonishingly talented great emperors were unable to achieve such a high level of prestige and such an unprecedented status, and Lin Wuya did do it. No strong background, no strong backup, from a devilish path that was hated by the world and denounced by everyone, a leap to become a great sage whose name will live on through the ages. This son, the demon lords weren't good at evaluating, and they didn't dare to do so. Even if they went about it at their current realm, they wouldn't be able to do what Lin Wuya did. To put it bluntly, they are in no position to judge him. This son, the devil's hair is right. The Dark Knight Demon Lord pondered for a long time before coming up with this one word. No other. The means is too positive. So positive that you can't find a single flaw to pick. Simply a textbook tutorial. Chapter 30. Misunderstood him? If I'm not mistaken, the war in the illusionary realm should be the war between the righteous devils from 100,000 years ago. The Flame Demon Lord's eyes narrowed as he looked towards the Dark Knight Demon Lord. The Dark Knight Demon Lord let out a slight sigh. During that battle of righteousness, he was the head of the 6 sects of the Devil's Way, and one person unified the 6 sects of the Devil's Way, and the Devil's Way was united like never before. Seeing that the Devil's Way was unified and the allied armies of the Righteous Way were pressing in, the venerable masters in the Devil's Cave and the Tao country came out one after another. The Devil's Way and the Righteous Way also waged a century-long war. In the end, the Devil's Way was defeated, and he escaped to the Devil's Cave with serious injuries, and never went out again. If I had 1/10 of the sun's wisdom 100,000 years ago, there would still be no distinction between righteousness and devilry in the world. The Dark Knight Demon Lord's voice echoed in the empty demon cave with a bit of bitterness and relief. Thinking back to Lin Wuya's various things, whether it was his calmness and boldness in the face of a strong enemy, or his far-sightedness in the layout and planning, all of them shocked him like never before. It wasn't just a battle of wits, it was a deep understanding and persistence of human nature and beliefs. The other demon lords were speechless. Lin Wuya acted in a style that was neither purely righteous nor completely evil. Instead, he wandered between the two, displaying an elusive magical charm that caused all the demon lords to feel both worried and joyful. Joyfully, it would be hard for the Devil's Way not to prosper with the emergence of such devilish talent. The concern was that Lin Wuya acted in an unconventional and unpredictable manner. Such a power, if not used for the Devil's Way, it was feared to become a great danger in the future. But even if it was used for the Devil's Way, it would be a disaster for the Devil's Way. The demon lords were in trouble. Neither using nor cultivating them must be cultivated. The Flame Demon Lord waved his big hand. This son was born as a devil. If we let him continue to return to the righteous path, the unlucky ones will be us. Only in the devil's path will he be able to shine and contribute to the great cause of the devil's path. Have you forgotten how he took on the Devil's Way? Cost reduction, efficiency, performance review. The fiery Flame Demon Lord said disdainfully. We only look at the results. We don't care about the process, as long as it's beneficial to the Devil Tao. What's wrong with the devil cultivators suffering a little? Plus, it's not like we're the ones who suffer. The moment these words came out, the eyes of the demon lords instantly lit up. There was nothing wrong with what Flame said. They were the demon lords, the hidden quasi-emperors of the Devil Tao. And what had the demon cultivators to do with them when they suffered? Flame has a point. Seconded. That's the end of it? Lin Wuya blankly appeared on the square. His eyes instantly regained clarity, and he slapped his thigh. Regretful, it's too fast. Give this alliance master another month, and all of the Buddha kingdom will be mine. When Su Jingang heard this, he shivered in fear, and in his mind, he categorized Lin Wuya as an extremely dangerous troll. He must not be allowed to go to the Buddha kingdom. He secretly swore in his heart that even if he fought Lin Wuya, he wouldn't let him get his hands on an inch of the Buddha's kingdom, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing Lin Wuya's figure appear, the people around him were like birds of prey, quickly and silently pulling away from him. Awe and fear were written all over their faces. A complex mix of emotions about the past and unknown changes. This son of clear thinking, the devil's hair positive, chilling, on the righteous way ruthless even if on the devil's way is equally ruthless.
Lin Wuya touched his head and arched his hand towards Qi Zhenghai.
Elder, can I pass the test?
Qi Zhenghai's heart jumped and he hurriedly hid behind an elder.
Little friend Lin performed well and naturally passed the test. Then thank you, Elder.
Lin Wuya smiled faintly. Passing the test meant that he was a member of the Devil Dao.
And in the future, the sea would be wide open for the birds to fly,
and no one would be able to restrict him. Qi Zhenghai's body trembled 3 times.
Little friend thinks too highly of the old man. The elder name is too familiar. If you don't mind, just call me Xiao Hai.
Lin Wuya was staggered and puzzled. How could a hallowed elder of the devil's path be so fearful of him? Even the other disciples around him didn't dare to look at him squarely, as if once they were stared at by him, they shivered as if they had fallen into a cold pool.
Senior brother Lin, it's like this. Feng Wei transmitted his voice towards Lin Wuya, explaining its original reason to him.
Lin Wuya suddenly realized, the corner of his mouth twitching. Just this bit of manipulation could scare them like this. It seems that the devil paths of this realm are not very psychologically advanced. Qi Zhenghai looked towards the 6 patriarchs in the sky, as if seeking relief in his eyes. Lin Wuya also looked after him.
The 6 demon sect patriarchs in the heavenly sect instantly took several steps back. Patriarch Cold, do you want to go up and say a few words?
Qi Huan shoved. Cold Frost Moon's eyes rolled. You are the heavenly demon sect's patriarch, the head of the 6 great demon sects.
If you want to go, it's also you who will go.
The other patriarchs hurriedly took a few more steps back, pushing Qi Huan into the limelight. Qi Huan's face darkened and he said stiffly, congratulations to all of you for passing the demon sect examination. The subsequent elders will select all of you to enter the appropriate demon sect. Those disciples who didn't pass shouldn't be discouraged. They should continue their efforts next year and strive to join the devil sect.
Down below, some people are happy and some are sad.
Some of the disciples who failed to pass the selection bowed their heads in contemplation, their eyes flashing with resignation and loss, as if they were conversing with themselves deep inside, searching for the reasons for their failures. They vowed to work harder in the days ahead to make up for today's regrets. There were also some disciples who looked especially excited and thrilled. They had either passed the selection and were about to become part of the demon sect.
Lin Wuya's brows tightened. What's going on? How come the devil's path's mode of recruiting disciples is the same as the righteous path? You can come back before you fail the test. What's the difference between that and the right way?
So he took a step forward, a step that brought everyone's hearts into their throats.
Enlightened Patriarch,
I think it's a bit too cruel to make those who failed to pass come back next year to take the test.
Qi Huan forced out a smile.
Little friend Lin feels that it's too cruel to them.
Is it so that they all join the devil sect?
Those who didn't pass the test were instantly elated in their hearts. There could still be such a good thing?
Who said Lin Wuya was a big devil? It was clearly a blessing for them. It was a moment that turned many people from black to pink.
Those who had passed the test looked at them angrily. Since everyone could enter the demon sect, what was the point of having a test?
Wasting their time and expressions. Lin Wuya arched his hand and said, our demon sect has always been people-oriented and humanized since ancient times. Don't give up. Don't give in. Do not abandon every devil sect disciple. Do not give up on every reserved disciple whose heart is toward the devil sect.
Lin Wuya's words had just paused, and the entire square was silent, as if time had stopped at that moment. Qi Zhenghai took the lead and stood up, a pleased smile on his face as he said loudly,
well said, little friend Lin. You deserve to be a pillar of my demon sect. Not abandoning and not giving up are the fine qualities of our devil's way. The crowd also reacted as if they were recognizing Lin Wuya for the first time.
Lin Wuya's words were diametrically opposed to the manifestation in the illusion. They were secretly ashamed of themselves. How they could judge the quality of a person by their small-mindedness. How they could judge the quality of a person by their experiences in the illusion. Although they are the devil's way, they are not dehumanizing. And Lin Wuya's words have moved their hearts toward the devil's way.
I have sinned and wronged him,
a man said in shame. To be a voice for those of us without credentials, he deserves our respect. The people present couldn't agree more with Lin Wuya's words. Even the 6 great patriarchs froze for a moment before nodding their heads and praising Lin Wuya.
Chapter 31, The King of Hell. Lin Wuya continued.
The vast majority of those present did not become a true member of the devil sect, but that cannot stop them from contributing to the devil Dao.
Brother Lin is right.
Although I haven't become a part of the devil sect, I've always considered myself a member of the devil sect in my heart.
Elder, Sovereign, give us the chance to dedicate ourselves to the demon sect. If you really can't, give us a journeyman disciple as a servant. We can accept that.
Many people borrowed Lin Wuya's words to tell their aspirations for the magic sect.
And they weren't little darlings.
who hadn't been admitted to the devil sect this time, and probably wouldn't be able to be admitted the next time. Outside, they were all 10 evils, wanted by all the major powers and desperate before coming to the devil sect. This time, if he lost the chance to enter the demon sect, and when he got outside, he lived a precarious life. It was questionable whether he could survive until tomorrow. So what do you mean, little friend? Qi Zhenghai inquired, charging no qualified disciples into the door wall. Then what cats and dogs come? The reputation of the magic sect is even more in shambles. What's more, the devil sect wouldn't die to open a goodwill hall. With so many disciples joining, it simply couldn't be fed. What I mean is to give them a chance to dedicate themselves to the devil sect. Lin Wuya swept a glance at the crowd. Although these people can't become disciples of the devil sect, they can dedicate themselves to the devil sect. Those spirit mines and coal mines desperately need manpower. In the past, we used to go out and catch mining slaves. Catching too few and understaffed. Catching too many will also cause the Heavenly Alliance to be alerted, or mixed with spies, leading to the spirit mine being investigated and heavy losses, which is extremely risky. And where these people come from, most of them are outlaws, and the righteous would not plant people without spiritual roots to come under cover. More importantly, these people have no attachments out there, and even if they die, no one will pursue them. This not only solves the problem of the mining slaves, it also solves their plight of having no way to serve the devil's path. Lin Wuya's words revealed a profound wisdom and determination. He knew that under the cruel laws of the cultivation world, every choice had its own helplessness and inevitability behind it. These outlaws may have been rebels in the eyes of the righteous, or lonely souls abandoned by fate, but among them, there was no shortage of people with extraordinary will and potential. The devil's way's acceptance of them was not only a rational use of resources, but also a deep understanding and respect for that deep-seated unwillingness and longing of human nature. Without ties, one has no fear of life and death. Without fear of life and death, one can move forward. These people have found their own stage in the midst of the devil's way, and they will prove with their actions that even with humble origins, they can shine brightly in the face of adversity. They are no longer mere mining slaves, but an important force on the road to the revival of the devil's way, and every bit of their effort adds to the future of the devil's way. Lin Wuya's words were like thunder vibrating in everyone's ears. Quiet, deadly quiet. A pin dropped on the ground as if it could be heard. Being estranged, single, and unattached equals nuclear-powered ass. Qi Zhenghai back to his senses and sucked in a breath of cool air. Just now he thought that he had misunderstood Lin Wuya. Turns out, it was an illusion. He's still the same. Tough on his own people, even tougher on others. The devil's hair is evil. Killing a man is nothing but a headache. And he is the one who will make others beg for life and death. Making mining slaves out of people who have fallen through the cracks is an idea a human being could come up with? It's a living hell. The 6 demon sect patriarchs above also froze in place in shock, as if they had never thought of this, and a chill suddenly appeared at their backs. In his heart, he raised his danger level towards Lin Wuya by a few more notches, and Feng Wei had tears in her eyes at this time. Senior brother is too righteous. At this point in time, she is still thinking about the righteous path and keeping these evils in captivity to prevent them from harming society. Su Qingshan and Bai Xion looked at Feng Wei with wide eyes. Lin Wuya, proposed grandma. Some people were furious. They had come to the demon sect to seek refuge, not to step into the shoes of a mining slave. What dedication to the devil's way? What belonging on a stage of one's own? What can shine even from humble beginnings? What vital power? Damn, that's better said than sung. Enraged, those who had not passed the examination were completely enraged. They copied the guys in their hands and directly rushed fiercely towards Lin Wuya. Even with the presence of the demon sect's elders, there was no stopping them from wanting to kill Lin Wuya. Lin Wuya's brows furrowed as he stepped forward, his foundation establishment cultivation visible, instantly lifting a group of people off the ground. I provided you with the opportunity to give devotion to the demon sect, and instead of being grateful, you want to kill me. Is there any king's law left? Lin Wuya shouted. Familiar flavors, familiar recipes. At this moment, it was as if they were empathizing with the demonic cultivator in the illusion on their behalf. The heart to kill Lin Wuya came to its peak. But, it can't be beaten. They were either spirit rootless or of low strength, and were simply no match for Lin Wuya. Brothers, he's taking our lives for granted. Absolutely cannot be tolerated. A man yelled. Another man stepped forward and shouted. I'd rather die than be a mining slave. Being a slave is a dead end. Manly man, might as well die with a bang. Brothers, kill Lin Wuya. Many people were filled with righteous indignation, but none of them dared to step forward.
Lin Wuya shouted. Who says being a mining slave is a dead end? The crowd looked stunned as the mining slaves lost their freedom and dug until late at night every day. You have to get up before dawn to go digging. There is no rest from work all year round. And there is nothing but death to squeeze the last value out of it. Our mine is not like anyone else's. As I said, I don't give up on anyone whose heart is turned to the devil's way. And the same goes for all of you. I'll provide you with 4 insurance policies and a monthly salary. What are the 4 insurance policies? One asked. Lin Wuya looked at the man and said approvingly, good question. The so-called 4 insurances and 1 pension are pension insurance, medical insurance, work injury insurance, maternity insurance, and money for entering the devil. Pension insurance, as the name suggests, means that when you get old, you will get a sum of silver every month as a guarantee for your old age life, and not worry about not having money to spend when you get old. Medical insurance, which reimburses an amount for major and minor illnesses in the future. For example, if you spend 100 taels of silver on a doctor's visit, you can be reimbursed a portion of the cost based on your years of service. It turns out that 100 taels of silver can be spent for less money, or even no money at all. Workers' compensation insurance. During the work period, if you are injured, all expenses of the magic sect will all help you to reimburse. As for the maternity insurance, that's for the care of the female Taoists. They can take half a year's maternity leave during their childbearing period, and they can also receive a portion of silver every month. The final money for joining the devil sect is the reserve for joining the devil sect. As long as the amount reaches a certain amount, you can be exempted from the examination and directly become a disciple of the devil sect, without a spiritual root. Lin Wuya's words were sincere and powerful, and the crowd held their breath for a moment. For insurance policies, 1 pension, and finally, exemption from the examination to join the demon sect. The first few entries didn't appeal to them very much, and the last entry gold attracted their attention. I don't have a spiritual root. I won't be able to join the demon sect for the rest of my life. There might be a chance for me to go and become a mining slave. A person clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Some people see the 4 insurance scheme and say dismissively, I'm afraid of having a life to make money and no life to spend it. When this statement came out, everyone's eyes wandered. That's right, everyone is a devil cultivator. Selling brothers, not righteousness. Backstabbing is a common thing. Even if you make money, whether you have a life or not is another matter. Ahem. Lin Wuya coughed a few times. You don't have to worry about the safety of your lives. Our mine. You only need to work 10 hours a day. The remaining 14 hours, as long as you don't go out of the mine, and don't get into any fights, it's up to you to make your own arrangements. Then how can our lives be guaranteed? A man asked out of concern. How can anything outside of the body be as honorable as life? I will ask the 6 sect masters to order that the demonic cultivators will never be allowed to brutally kill you. Lin Wuya looked up at the 6 sect masters above him, and the rest of them also looked up. The 6 great demon sect patriarchs above them exchanged words with each other. What do you all think? Chi Huan asked. He couldn't decide for a moment. Cold Frost Moon said, if we set a precedent, won't the demon sect recruit some spirit rootless disciples? If this spreads out, where will the demon sect's face go? I'm against it. What Patriarch Cold said is very true. Regardless of the entry demon gold, the other 4 articles treat the mining slaves a little too well. Others will think that we are opening a charity hall. The demon sect is not wealthy to begin with, and the increased expenses will undoubtedly add insult to injury. I object. Chi Huan shook his head. In the past, although it was difficult to catch mining slaves, at least there would be some. If this group of people were recruited, although there was no shortage of mining slaves anymore, the cost increased greatly, which was not conducive to the development of the devil sect. Listen to this kid. Chi Huan reached out and took Lin Wuya in front of him. What's your boy's game? Chapter 32, You're so nice. Little friend Lin. Mining slaves are already rare, so we naturally won't kill them. But adding so many benefits to the mining slaves is burdensome to the demon sect. Chi Huan said that he had no problem with grabbing them as mining slaves, but to also spend money on them, that was a no-no. Hearing the question, Lin Wuya smiled. Sovereign only knows one thing, but not the other. The 6 great patriarchs froze and glanced at each other. Unsure, Lin Wuya explained. What do miners crave most after a day of labor? Chi Huan thought for a moment. Naturally, it's rest and relaxation. A very good answer from the patriarch. Lin Wuya gave a thumbs up, and on Chi Huan's face, a hint of smugness suddenly appeared. What would the miners, who have worked so hard for so long, do if they had a fine wine and some good food in front of them? Chi Huan thought carefully, You mean we provide them with wine and food?
Lin Woya smiled faintly.
Exactly. Doesn't that increase the investment even more? A patriarch was displeased. What if it's bought with money?
Chi Huan and the others were wide-eyed. The miners have been working hard all day.
Their mouths are dry, and water is no longer enough for what they need. If there is wine and food,
then they must not be able to resist buying it,
even if they are strong-willed and see people around them buying it.
Cold Frost Moon said indistinctly.
Clever. Lin Woya continued. Fine wine is just inferior liquor, and the food is just a little better than the food handed out. By spending just a little bit of silver instead of spirit stones,
not only can you empty their monthly salaries, but you can also convince them that it's all their fault for not having control.
As for medical and workers' compensation insurance, it's just a front. How can we keep it when Hades tells him to die on the third shift?
The several patriarchs looked at each other, chills rising from the soles of their feet.
What about pension insurance? The Heavenly Corpse Demon Sect Patriarch asked.
50 years of service, and you can't get a pension until you're 80 or older.
Hiss, they instantly pumped the air around them. 50 years of service alone could shock them beyond belief.
And it has to be 80 years old or more. Knowing that ordinary people without spiritual roots living to 60 years old is already considered a high life expectancy.
Doing such heavy hard labor every day, one would be lucky to live to 50. Maternity insurance is? Maternity insurance, naturally, is to be able to keep the miners a steady stream.
Lin Wuya pretended to be profound. Women who enter the mines will not be able to do such heavy work,
and the only way they can avoid it is to go and give birth. Chi Huan's brain roared. In that case, the woman gives birth to a child who is still absentee. An endless stream of children and grandchildren and absenteeism. Patriarch Chi, worthy of being a patriarch, waking up in a flash. Lin Wuya appreciated. Several patriarchs took several steps back, distancing themselves from Lin Wuya.
Letting people who failed the test to be mining slaves had already refreshed their three views, but also letting the descendants of mining slaves
still be mining slaves, counting people's roots. They, the devils, are the great good before him? That demon entry gold. It won't really let them enter the demon sect, right? The demon refining sect patriarch asked. Miscellaneous disciples. They are also disciples of the devil sect. Lin Wuya rolled his eyes and thought. Set the demon entry goal too high and they'll lose hope. Set it too low and it'll be easy for them to get. It can only be set at a number that they can reach and can't get easily. For example, it takes them 20 years to save up enough gold to enter the demon sect, but if they work hard and double their digging, they can enter the demon sect in 15 years. The devil sect can also let these disciples, every few months, go to the mining area to give speeches, to mobilize them, so that they have goals and hope. The faces of several great patriarchs turned white in an instant, their lips trembling slightly, but they failed to spit out a single word in half a day. The veins on their foreheads were faintly visible, pulsing slightly with their rapid breathing, as if they were struggling silently with the emotions churning inside. From being forced into the mines, to willingly staying in the mines, and having a constant supply of mine slaves. This sun, Cold Frost Moon could no longer use words to describe Lin Wuya. Chi Huan was also shocked beyond words. The demon sect can never have to worry about mining slaves by paying just a little bit of a price. And, compared to the loss of going outside to capture mining slaves, his method is more insured, safer, and more economical. Lin Wuya slapped his head. I forgot to mention that the devil sect can also send people to train those born children, implanting the devil sect's beliefs from a young age. The pupils of the 6 great patriarchs seemed to have instantly dilated to the limit, their eyes flashing with disbelief, like the bright stars that suddenly lit up in the night sky, yet mixed with a few moments of consternation and dismay. It's too hard. A group of small children were implanted with the beliefs of the demon sect. Then they would only be incomparably loyal to the demon sect, not worrying about betrayal, not having to worry about rebellion, and would only work diligently for the work. This move is, quite simply, brilliant. If it wasn't for their status, the 6 great demon sect patriarchs would have hated to directly kneel. It was worthy of being the Heavenly Alliance League leader who played with the world in the illusionary realm. This kind of demonic wisdom, if they come across it, they will be sold. But they still have to say, you are strangely nice. Sure enough, after Chi Huan and the others announced that they could guarantee the safety of their lives as well as their property, the crowd all cheered, their eyes glowing, itching to go digging immediately. This sun should never be messed with. Wu Zhiping in the corner wiped a handful of sweat, his heart palpitating. He was just worried that with Lin Wuya's intelligence, he would be a threat to his position as senior brother. Now it seems completely non-threatening. That's right, making him no threat to Lin Wuya.
Lin Wuya only had to use a little trick. He would be crippled if not dead, and in the end, he would have to thank his 8 generations of ancestors. It's scary to think about. This senior brother, why is he sweating so much? Is it from the heat? A voice rang out behind Wu Zhiping, furious, and kicked out violently, but as soon as he saw the visitor, he immediately reversed his direction, kicked himself raw toward his other leg, and fell to the ground with a plop. Senior brother, why is this? Lin Wuya was confused. This demonic cultivator was a bit perverted, beating himself up. Goo! Wu Zhiping swallowed a mouthful of saliva and laughed awkwardly. So it's senior brother Lin. Kid Wu Zhiping, just call me Xiao Wu. This, not good. Who dares to say it's not good? Wu Zhiping swept a glance around, and the surrounding disciples turned white with fear and shook their heads frantically. Afterwards, with a fawning face, he looked at Lin Wuya. Look, they all have no opinions. Lin Wuya had no choice but to accept it gladly. By the way, the 6 patriarchs asked me to find you and ask you to take me to the Devil's Cave. Devil! The cave! Wu Zhiping was surprised. The original plan was that the heavenly spiritual root disciples would be brought into the Devil's Cave by the 6 great patriarchs. Now, it seemed that these several patriarchs were afraid to meet this demon star and let him handle the matters behind them. If something goes wrong, the consequences are on him. You and a few senior brothers and sisters follow me. Wu Zhiping adjusted his mind and led Lin Wuya several people to a place of formation. The devil cultivators don't seem to be as bad as the rumors, Feng Wei said in the chat channel. Well, it's probably just blackmail from outside, Lin Wuya replied. The corners of Su Qingshan and Bai Xiang's mouths twitched. These 2 people really didn't know, or they were just pretending not to know. Didn't see these people see Lin Wuya? As if they saw a natural enemy, they couldn't even hide. A few people went up to the formation, which flickered and the figures of a few people disappeared. Chapter 33, I have 3 methods. In the Devil's Cave, the light seemed to be strangled alive by an invisible hand. All around, the rough stone walls were like the scales of an ancient beast, densely covered with traces of age erosion, and each stone seemed to carry countless unknown secrets and curses. The cavern's dome was impossibly high, engulfed in darkness so deep that occasional low echoes reverberated through the emptiness. It's like the whispers of an ancient spirit, evocative and creepy. The wind, too, seemed to have lost its voice here, and one could only feel a gust of chilly air traveling between the statues, bringing up a palpitating chill. In this forgotten corner, time seems to stand still. Every breath seemed so heavy, every meeting of eyes was filled with caution and unease. This was not just a physical space, but also a testing ground for the mind, testing whether every being who stepped into this place could withstand this terror and oppression from the distant past. The Devil's Cave, the holy place in the heart of the Devil's Way, the place where countless powerful devil cultivators have buried their bones, is also the place where the Devil's Way's heritage lies. Gentlemen, I'll send you here. Wu Zhiping's heart was relieved. Beside Lin Wuya, he always had the feeling that his life was being held. Thanks a lot, Xiao Wu. Lin Wuya arched his hand. It should be. Wu Zhiping bowed and smiled. Lin Wuya couldn't figure it out. Wu Zhiping's cultivation was incomparably powerful. Quite a bit more powerful than Xian Tiansek's Suning. So powerful, yet so humble. Is the Devil's Way so well educated? Senior brother, I feel so scary here. Feng Wei surveyed the surroundings and fear arose in his heart. Don't panic, Lin Wuya comforted. The terror is man-made behind it. As long as they are human, they have weaknesses, and with weaknesses, they are weak. It's not us who are afraid, it's them. Su Qingshan and Bai Xiong glanced at each other. Only Lin Wuya could say such words, knowing that this was the Devil's Cave, the place where the Devil's Way great powers had fallen silent, the most terrifying place in the world. It is often said that there is great terror between life and death. In front of the Devil's Den, life and death are just minor terrors. Su Jing'an's eyes glowed as if he had some sort of realization. The 4 of you come with me. There are supreme beings who specialize in teaching you. Wu Zhiping said. The Devil Cave not only had supreme elders, but also the Devil Lord who had been sleeping for endless years, only that he was unable to see the Devil Lord at that level. What about me? Lin Wuya froze. The few of them had been taught by a supreme being. He shouldn't be any worse. You can just keep going forward. The Demon Lord wants to see you in person, Wu Zhiping explained. So that's how it is. The corners of Lin Wuya's mouth sketched out a smile, and without the slightest hesitation, he took a step into the darkness. In a blink of an eye, I don't know how much distance had been traveled to the core of this dead silence and terror intertwined. Around them stood a dozen gigantic statues.
silently looking down on everything below with a scale and majesty beyond imagination. These statues were in different forms, some with hideous faces, cruel smiles sketched at the corners of their mouths, and in their eyes they seemed to be burning with a ghostly green flame that would never go out, looking straight into the deepest fears of the human heart. Some are clad in battle armor, holding huge swords or spears, with a majestic posture, but they are in pieces due to age and disrepair, adding an air of desolation and despair. The surface of the statue was covered with a thick layer of moss and vines, and they shimmered with an eerie green light in the faint light. It was as if it was a weird combination of the power of nature and the power of darkness. Rumor has it that when a great avatar inscribes a statue, portrait, or chants their true name, they can sense it, and can even will themselves to descend. Lin Wuya swept around the statue and saw a few familiar faces, the very same people who had fought over him in the square outside. It turned out that those guys didn't blow their minds and were really demon lords. Thus, he bowed and said, "Lin Wuya, meet the demon lords." The huge statue trembled, as if its soul, which had been sleeping for 1,000 years, was gently awakened at this moment. The surface of the stone gradually glowed with a soft luster, a warmth that transcended the natural light, as if the light of life was coming from within the statue, and the air around it seemed to become heavy and full of awe. "Old brothers," he bowed toward me. "Jeopardy." Seeing that the other statues didn't reply, he immediately blessed his heart, and in a speed visible to the naked eye, he quickly became smaller, becoming the same height as Lin Wuya. Seeing this scene, Lin Wuya touched his head and turned around to bow towards the other statue. The other statue, before he could bow, immediately changed into a regular human tiny. Odd. Lin Wuya was completely confused. What tricks were these demon lords playing? The rest of the statues shuddered a bit and slowly grew smaller, becoming just like him. "Don't bow. We can't afford it." A melodious and loud voice drifted from the darkness, joking aside, letting Lin Wuya bow, in case when he grew up and recalled this scene, he would trip them up, and at that time, he wouldn't even know how to die. A dozen or so demon lord silhouettes appeared beside Lin Wuya, with odd expressions, as well as afterthoughts, thinking about their generation of demon lords, a monstrous troll who was invincible in an era. They didn't expect to be so afraid of a junior one day. Throughout ancient history, it was the first time. Lin Wuya's eyes flickered. "I wonder what the demon lords are looking for me for?" Cough. The flame demon lord coughed. "Do you know the world's situation today?" Lin Wuya thought for a moment and replied, "Naturally, I know that the devil's way will rise, and the devil's sun will soon emerge. These messages are not secret. Many people know about them. Then what do you think? How does the devil's way when to prosper? This is a test for me?" Lin Wuya muttered to himself in his mind and immediately said, "I'm not a devil's son. I'm not sure how to revive the devil path." The corners of the dozen or so demon lords' mouths twitched slightly. "If you don't know, who can? Furthermore, when the devil's son comes, he's all brother before you. Is it possible that you are the demon's son?" The Yin-Yang demon lord said indifferently. They could see that the chi above Lin Wuya's head was rising straight up into the clouds. If it wasn't a demonic son, who could have such strong chi? Could it still be a Taoist son? When Lin Wuya heard this, he instantly quit slander. "I'm pure in heart and mindful of the living. How could I be a devil?" "Ah, yes. The demon lords nodded their heads in succession. If they hadn't seen his performance in the illusionary realm and were prepared in their hearts, I'm afraid that they would have flipped out at this point. "As long as you answer to our satisfaction, we can reward you with an exalted artifact in the meantime," the flame demon lord promised. Seriously, Lin Wuya's eyes lit up. He already had a Zun weapon after winning first place in the illusionary realm, and now he could get another one. That would be 2 Zun weapons in his hand. Bao Xin. Lin Wuya thought carefully and smiled heartily. "It's not hard to revive the devil's way." "How?" "I have 3 methods to revive the devil's way." "That much?" The demon lords were stunned. Worthy of being the great demon who manipulated the world in the illusion, coming up with 3 ploys in such a single moment. The first ploy, to attack from afar. There is a Buddha kingdom in the west. The devil Tao can cooperate with the Buddha kingdom in the west, and can make a promise to jointly suppress the righteous Tao together. And when it's done, we'll share the world. The demon lords frowned. This one was flat. They had tried it before. The policy of driving a tiger to swallow a wolf is not worth the effort. If the Buddha kingdom backtracked, or suddenly turned against them while they were fighting the righteous path to the death, the devil's path would be in danger. Lin Wuya continued. "Of course, the West must not be trusted completely. The first thing we must do is to gain the trust of the Buddhas and make them trust us. The second step is to secretly cultivate forces that are solely of the devil's path in the Buddhist kingdom.
stirring up relations and causing conflicts and rebellious forces to arise within it. In the third step, in the contest with the righteous, the devil's way deliberately showed its power in the joint action. On many occasions, the Buddha's help was needed at critical moments in order to get out of the trap, further deepening the Buddha's misunderstanding of the devil's way's weakness and dependence. Step 4. Public opinion manipulation. The devil's way secretly manipulates some of the neutral forces to create public opinion in favor of the Buddhist nation. Let the Buddhist nation think that it is gradually winning the respect and support of the metaphysical world. At this point, the righteous path might realize that the devil's path is nothing more than a disease of moss, and that the Buddha kingdom is the greatest enemy. After all, when it comes to the battle of faith, it's either you die or I live. Chapter 34. Death by entertainment. If the righteous Tao and the Buddha kingdom are in a great war, then it will definitely clear up other uncertainties. The yin-yang demon lord analyzed. The dark night demon lord nodded. At that time, the devil's way is the object of attention for both parties, and perhaps they will strike at the devil's way first. Lin Wuya shook his head. You mustn't forget the second move of laying out the pieces in the Buddhist kingdom. When the time comes for the Buddha kingdom to battle the righteous way, perhaps the righteous way will be wary of us. But the Buddha kingdom cares more about the interior. After all, to make trouble outside, we must first secure the interior. Solve it internally so you can be consistent. The Buddha kingdom, while resolving its own conflicts, leaked the news to the righteous path. The Buddha kingdom has no time to care, and will definitely need the help of the devil's path. We pretended to fight against the righteous and secretly leaked information to the righteous. A large force of the righteous path raided the Buddha kingdom, and we're only facing a small group of the righteous path. While the Buddha kingdom is fighting with the righteousness, we take the opportunity to occupy the righteousness chassis, and when the righteousness reacts, we want to retreat from the battlefield of the Buddha kingdom. At this time, they are facing a two-sided attack from both the Buddha kingdom and the devil's path. Will they be able to remain intact? We've gotten the resources of the righteous path, with the chassis, and our strength has skyrocketed. So it's not like taking down the Buddha kingdom is a piece of cake. There is no guarantee that they will be exterminated, but at least they will be guaranteed to live on for the next 10,000 years. The fiery flame demon lord, thinking carefully and with his divine sense deduced countless times, exclaimed, "Wonderful, wonderful, this plan, interlocking, step by step. We are the weakest on the surface, but in reality, we are hibernating, secretly manipulating everything and grasping the momentum." The Dark Knight Demon Lord analyzed it a few times, and a series of details and omissions were all deduced, patting himself on the back. The other Demon Lords also nodded their heads continuously. When the Frost Demon Lord heard this, his eyes flashed with a biting cold light, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile as he slowly said, "The depth of this plan is as if everything is frozen invisibly under my cold ice domain. We seem to be lying low and hibernating, but in reality we are using static as a brake, and when the time is ripe, it will be a thunderous force that will upend the kingdom of heaven and earth." The faces of all the demon lords were filled with unprecedented excitement and anticipation. Once this plan is successfully implemented, the entire world's pattern will be changed, and they, who will be the driving force behind this change, will be deeply hidden. What about the second ploy? The Dark Knight Demon Lord couldn't wait to hear the second ploy. The other demon lords were likewise like this. The first method was able to play the righteous path and the Buddha kingdom, and the second was how anticlimactic it was. The second, it's a bit underhanded. Lin Wuya was a bit hesitant. We devil cultivators don't even have the most basic morals. And you're mentioning shade to me? The yin-yang demon lord didn't have the good sense to say. With these words from the yin-yang demon lord, Lin Wuya's heart was unburdened. Do you all know the Forbidden Book? The demon masters showed odd colors. The Forbidden Book, as the name suggests, is the Book of Enlightenment. The content is inappropriate for children. The Forbidden Book has been prohibited by the righteous to circulate. Cultivators have a tough moral heart. How could they be blinded by a forbidden book? This method is too minimal in its effects, I think. The Dark Knight Demon Lord was somewhat disappointed. Lin Wuya smiled. Then what if these forbidden books were given to the Heaven's Pride disciples of the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages? One forbidden book is not enough. How about 1,000? Thousands of books are not enough. There are also thousands of female demonic cultivators of the extreme bliss demon sect. What about letting them go out and open a place of enjoyment dedicated to serving cultivators? 3 questions in a row. All the demon lords fell into deep thought under Lin Wuya's series of questions, and for a moment the hall was so quiet that they could only hear each other's heavy breathing. Each of these proposals was full of subversive creativity and unfathomable intentions. causing one to re-examine the strategy and direction of the revival of the magic path.
The Dark Knight Demon Lord was the first to break the silence, his eyes flickering as he seemed to be impressed by Lin Wuya's boldness and vigor. This plan is truly astounding. Giving the forbidden book directly to those heavenly disciples who are regarded as pillars of the future is tantamount to planting a seed of rebellion in their hearts. Moreover, 1,000 forbidden books are enough to form a huge ideological position that gradually erodes their mind's defenses. The Frost Demon Lord nodded his head immediately afterward, revealing a few points of approval. Indeed, the Heaven's Pride disciples tend to regard themselves highly, and are even more averse to the shackles of tradition. And the content in the forbidden book, if it can touch their deepest desires and dissatisfaction, might really trigger a storm of thought. The Blazing Flame Demon Lord, on the other hand, slapped his thighs and appeared unusually excited. As for the female demon cultivators of the Extreme Bliss Demon Sect, their very existence is a temptation in itself. Opening a place of enjoyment will not only allow the righteous cultivators to gradually lose themselves in their enjoyment, but will also take this opportunity to gather intelligence and further weaken the strength of the righteous. This plan is wonderful. However, there were also demon lords who raised doubts, and the Yin-Yang Demon Lord frowned as he slowly said, "Although this plan is wonderful, the risk is not small. Once the righteous path notices our intentions, it will definitely counterattack with all its might. Moreover, these young heavenly disciples may not all be corrupted by the forbidden book as we wish. There is no shortage of strong-willed people among them, and they may be more wary and hostile to us as a result." The Flame Demon Lord then added in that characteristic mysterious tone. "In addition, we also need to consider how to ensure that these forbidden books and places of enjoyment will not be infiltrated or destroyed by the forces of the righteous path. And we need to invest a large amount of manpower and material resources to monitor and protect them." Seeing this, Lin Wuya smiled faintly, as if he had already expected these reactions. "All of your concerns are reasonable, but that's precisely why we need to be more thorough in our layouts and actions. The Forbidden Book and the Land of Hedonism are just one of the means, mainly to dismantle the will of the righteous path. The key lies in how we utilize these means, and whether the strategic intent behind them is clear and unambiguous." He looked around at the demon lords, his tone firm. "This is a protracted battle, disintegrating the willpower of male cultivators, making female cultivators materialistic and eye candy, causing a huge change in the righteous way of thinking. If a celestial pride that was launched by the righteous path is found in a greenhouse one day and exposed, then both the celestial pride and the clan behind it are all being verbally attacked by public opinion. Or, a self-respecting female celestial pride, who claims to be self-reliant and independent in personality, one day becomes a Taoist couple with a rich and powerful man. There are countless things like this, but none of them have spread, and all we have to do is simply spread that information so that more people know about it. In the long run, when the celestial pride indulges in hedonistic pleasures, this trend will spread like a plague, eroding the foundations of the righteous path. People will question the morals and beliefs that were once held in high esteem, and the cohesion of the righteous path is greatly diminished as a result. As said, when people's hearts are disorganized, does the will of the righteous path still exist? This ploy, I name entertainment to death. What an entertainment to death! The Flame Demon Lord's words carried a few shocks and chills. It was as if he foresaw the far-reaching effects that might come from the implementation of this strategy, and a chill could not help but spread down his back. It was a reverence for the unknown future and a profound realization of this amazing scheme of Lin Wuya. The poison of this plan lies in its invisibility. It will not be immediately fatal, but it can silently erode the human heart and disintegrate the will. Just as yin and yang are mutually exclusive, and joy begets sorrow. When the pride of the righteous path is immersed in false prosperity and enjoyment, they are moving step by step towards the abyss of self-destruction. The Yin-Yang Demon Lord's voice was low and magnetic, and his words pierced into everyone's heart like cold ice. The eyes with which all the demon lords looked at Lin Wuya changed subtly and profoundly at this moment, no longer simply recognizing or approving, but rather a heartfelt reverence. It was as if Lin Wuya was no longer a junior amongst them, but had transformed into a devil Dao Emperor who was leading the devil Dao into the unknown. A monstrous devil emperor who was able to perceive the world and play with human nature in the palm of his hand. And with one hand, he covered the sky and stirred up the world for eternity. The third rule. Are you all still listening? Lin Wuya scanned the circle and faintly said, Chapter 35, I'm super righteous. Complex emotions flowed from the eyes of all the demon lords as they looked at each other. They were both shocked at Lin Wuya's endless and extraordinary schemes. Again, they vaguely felt a hint of uneasiness and exhaustion. Every single one of Lin Wuya's ploys were so deviant, and they were putting people to death, even if they were demon lords.
They had never seen them play like this.
If their enemy was Lin Wuya,
They would have been played to death before they even saw the person.
why don't we talk about it?
The Dark Knight Demon Lord said. He wanted to hear the third ploy, and there would be one more path for the future of the Demon Dao. The other Demon Lords didn't have any opinions and looked towards Lin Wuya. Lin Wuya sketched out a smile.
My third ploy is the Devil's Road Money Bank. Magic money changers? The Demon Lords were stunned.
The other two ploys were understood. This one they were very puzzled. The money bank was a place for mortal beings to store silver and money. The immortal cultivation realm had storage rings. There was absolutely no need to deposit spirit stones into the money bank.
What's more,
putting it in a money changer is not as reassuring as putting it in your own hands. An ordinary money changer is a place where money is deposited and a certain management fee is charged.
Whereas the money changer I'm going to open not only doesn't charge a management fee, but also pays them a certain amount of interest every year. It means, give them money, Lin Wuya explained.
Dark Knight Demon Lord heard. Eyebrows tightly locked. Eyes flashed a touch of incomprehension and doubt.
Said in a deep voice, what you said, really unheard of. Since ancient times, the way of the money bank is to gather people's wealth, to capital flow, from which to collect a small profit in order to maintain the operation. You want to do the opposite today.
Not only do not charge fees, but also to subsidize the interest.
Such practices
is not self-inflicted damage to the foundation.
Contrary to the common sense of business? The Flame Demon Lord thought for a moment. There is still money to be given to them. If someone deposits $100 million, the interest to be given every year is not a small amount. Where does this money come from?
Ha ha, what you all have said is very true.
In the eyes of commoners, this move is indeed unwise.
But everything in this world is subject to change.
And so is the way of business.
Lin Wuya laughed softly, a light of wisdom flashing in his eyes. What I have in mind is not a momentary gain,
but a long-term plan. Imagine,
if I can attract the world's wealth to converge with interest,
it will be like a snowball accumulating more and more.
At that time, the amount of money in our hands is strong enough to influence the market and even manipulate some of the economic lifelines.
Cultivators fight and die every day. And when they are accidentally killed,
the wealth of a lifetime and their storage rings is snatched away,
leaving them empty-handed. And with our money bank, not only can they make money out of their money, but after they die, their descendants' children and grandchildren will be able to enjoy the money as well.
With this gimmick,
will more and more people save money down the road and worry about where the interest portion of the money will come out?
Furthermore, the battle between the righteous and the devils has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years.
What is the battle about?
It's just the word resources.
What is the nature of resources?
It's a spirit stone. The eyes of the many demon lords were shaken. The authorities were confused and the onlookers were clear. They and the righteous path struggled with each other,
grabbing territories, grabbing resources, and, to put it bluntly,
competing for the wanting spirit stones needed for cultivation. Lin Wuya's one glance revealed the root cause of the fight between the righteous and the demonic paths,
which could be described as an old and extraordinary. Spirit stones, as the most basic resource in the cultivation world, are not only a necessity for cultivation advancement,
it's even the core that drives the operation of various magic treasures,
formations, and even the entire cultivation civilization.
Lin Wuya took over the topic, his eyes glittering with the depth of insight into world affairs. What we're trying to do is not just using the money bank to attract spirit stones to gather. Rather, we want to build a financial network based on spirit stones that covers the entire world and even wider areas.
Imagine when our money bank becomes the recognized spirit stone money bank in the cultivation world, holding a huge reserve and circulation channel of spirit stones.
We will be able to invisibly influence the supply and demand in the market and even regulate the allocation of resources to some extent.
In this way,
whether it's the pills and magical artifacts needed for cultivation,
or the supplies and intelligence needed for war, we will have unprecedented initiative.
And as for the source of the interest,
it's really not that difficult.
Lin Wuya smiled faintly and continued. We can invest the spirit stone funds within the money bank into the hands of potential cultivators or into the hands of the Chamber of Commerce through reasonable investment and lending to obtain a stable return.
At the same time, we can also utilize the advantages within the magic way to open up unique sources of income, such as secret realm exploration, vein mining, and other high-risk, high-yield activities.
It also allows for early spending,
lending to those in dire need,
allowing them to get what they want ahead of time and pay it back slowly over several years down the road.
When we gradually master the spirit stone lifeline, the demonic cultivators won't dare to do anything to us even if we walk around under the noses of the righteous.
Lin Wuya's words revealed an ineffable dominance and foresight. and his planning seemed like a slowly unfolding magnificent scroll. Pulling one hair moves the whole body. If the righteous path wants to move us, we'll give them a spirit stone crisis and let them live through the pain.
At that time, the offense and defense will be easy to type. As Lin Wuya's words fell, an unprecedented excitement surged through the hearts of all the demon lords. It's numb. It's really numb. If they used to say that Lin Wuya was a born devil talent, now that they looked at it, it was clear that he was a far-sighted, convention-subverting wizard of the ages. He was not only proficient in the ways of the devil's way, but also possessed the wisdom of the way of commerce, skillfully blending the concepts of the cultivation realm and the mortal money market to create an unprecedented situation. Each of Lin Wuya's conceptions was like a stone thrown into the surface of a lake, not only stirring up layers of ripples, but also in the vast and boundless lake that was the cultivation world. A storm of unprecedented proportions has been created. He wasn't just running a money bank, he was also weaving a huge network that covered the entire cultivation world. This network was based on spirit stones, with finance as the thread, and tightly connected the devil's path to the righteous path, cultivators to mortals, and resources to the market. The demon lords were able to imagine that perhaps there would be no wars in the future, but rather spirit stone-based spirit stone wars, without smoke, but able to silently bring a force, or even an era, to an end. This, genius, wizard, demon. The Dark Knight demon lord shrieked in shock and was incoherent. Spare him the fact that he had lived for more than 100,000 years and had seen geniuses like the crushing carp of the river, and the supreme geniuses had only seen his threshold. In front of Lin Wuya, he was like a newborn child, as if he had never known the world before, simply ghostly and unpredictable. It is difficult for us to look up to them. The blazing flame demon sovereign took over the conversation, admiration flickering in his eyes. There was a tremor in his words, a deep awe of the unknown and the powerful. Not bad. Not only is Lin Wuya's intelligence superb, but he also has extraordinary foresight and boldness. The Frost Demon Lord spoke softly, and although her voice was soft, it was like a sharp blade that cut through the original calm. Every move seems to have been calculated in the mind 1,000 times already and is flawless. For a time, the entire dark space was filled with demonic aura and battle spirit, and all the demon lords were infected by Lin Wuya's grand blueprint. It was as if they saw the dawn of the rise of the devil's way, the future of overriding the righteous path, and the scene of a clean slate. Lin Wuya, on the other hand, stood quietly in the midst of the crowd, a faint smile on his face and a wise light flashing in his eyes. What a flimsy thing to do. And my Zuni weapon? Must give. The Dark Knight Demon Lord gave his word that Zun Chi was not worth mentioning to them, and even if Lin Wuya didn't ask for it, he would still send a dozen or so to him. Lin Wuya's eyes turned. I don't know which Demon Lord can refine weapons. Latecomer wants to refine a weapon. Elder Brother Lin, tell us your request to refine an artifact for you at no cost. The fiery flame Demon Lord stepped forward. He controlled demonic flames and was a Devil Dao Quasi-Emperor level artifact refining master. Lin Wuya's heart was delighted, and he immediately took out the simple version of the 10,000 soul streamer that he had refined at the Black Wind Wall. Senior Demon Lord, can you follow the basis of this soul streamer? The fiery flame Demon Lord received the soul streamer, took a closer look, and was secretly astonished. It's actually possible to pull the souls of living beings into it, and utilize formations to control it. It's truly astounding. Let me take a look. The Dark Knight Demon Lord also looked at the soul streamer and sucked in a breath of cool air. This is not even a casting. Dying and having to work for someone else to kill the enemy. What is the name of this magic treasure? Lin Wuya thought for a moment and immediately replied. Adhering to the chi of heaven and earth and enhancing the human way. It is the Human Emperor Streamer. What a Human Emperor Streamer. The fiery flame Demon Lord was stunned. Elder Brother Lin, wait for me for a few days. When I finish my research, I'll help you refine it. Many thanks, Senior. Lin Wuya thanked. The Yin-Yang Demon Lord looked at Lin Wuya and smiled. Are you willing to become a demon son? This great revival of the devil's way, the battle between the righteous and the devils, would only involve the supreme level, and could not involve the level of quasi-emperors, unless great emperors came out and they would intervene. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy, and it would be perfectly fine to stay out of the way and continue to slumber. Nay. The variable of Lin Wuya appeared and had to change his initial decision. Lin Wuya's expression stiffened and he hurriedly waved his hand. Demon son. What demon son? Don't talk nonsense. I'm super righteous. Chapter 36, The Entire Devil Sect. No one dares to disobey. The corners of the mouths of the demon lords twitched. If you are righteous, we are great sages when we step on the horse. Alright, Since Brother Lin doesn't want to be a devil's son, we shouldn't make things difficult for him. The Dark Knight Demon Lord's voice was gentle and deep. The other Demon Lords didn't say anything. The Demon Son needed to carry the chi of the Demon Dao, which was equivalent to being bound to the Demon Dao, and with their understanding of Lin Woya, he was suitable to be the person behind the curtain. In the future, Brother Lin X's status will be equal to that of the sect leaders, a position above the Devil's Son. The resources of the Devil's Cave can be mobilized as much as you want. As the Demon Lord spoke, a token coalesced by black array patterns appeared in front of Lin Woya. This is the Demon Lord's order. Once this order is issued, it's equivalent to our personal presence, and no one in the Devil Sect will dare to disobey it, and to communicate with us. Lin Woya's pupils flickered with disbelief, as if they were suddenly illuminated by a dazzling light. Demon Lord order, equivalent to the Demon Lord. Doesn't it mean that his position in the Demon Cave is second only to the Demon Lord? And in the case where the Demon Lord doesn't exist, he is the Demon Cave Hand. Malpractice. He was overjoyed, and after continuing to exchange some words with the various Demon Lords, he reaped a large amount of cultivation resources. Yin Yang Demon Lord, can you teach me that fortune-taking technique of yours? Lin Woya approached the Yin Yang Demon Lord and said, being able to borrow other people's luck to cultivate, how could one not cultivate such an astounding technique? The Yin Yang Demon Lord smiled knowingly. The art of seizing luck. Little Doyle, what is there to learn? Lin Woya was staggered that the art of seizing luck was actually a minor path. The old boy can't look at it. He can look at it. I'll teach you a stronger one. Reversing Qiankuan. Reversing the Qiankuan? Lin Woya was shocked, and without waiting for him to react, the Yin Yang Demon Lord pointed out a finger, and a golden light disappeared into his mind. A picture began to emerge in Lin Wuya's mind. A picture of all the magical sites about reversing Qiankuan. The withered flower blooms again in a flash. The dying old man regains his youth in the twinkling of an eye. Even tragedies that have happened can be rewritten to make it all right again. Turning the tide can rewrite destiny. It doesn't just affect an individual's chi or fortune, but can go down to the essential level of destiny. Enables the user to reweave the web of destiny as they wish. This ability transcends simple luck or misfortune and touches directly on the deepest path of fate in the universe. Lin Wuya's shock overflowed, the sudden information exploding in his mind like a thunderbolt, making it difficult for him to digest for a moment. Elder Brother Lin, although old Yin Yang's reversing Qiankuan is good, my Buddha's wrathful demon lotus isn't bad either. Do you want to learn it? The Flame Demon Lord said with a smile. District Buddha's wrath demon lotus. Also dare to take out. Garbage thing. This seat's canopy. Only horror. A hair power. The world forever fall into infinite darkness. Cut. Garbage. This seat's frostway can cause the freezing of all spirits. So what are you going to compete with? I'm not mocking you all, but I truly despise you all. You're all little trash in front of the chaos of this seat. The dark space that was just peaceful immediately turned noisy and chaotic because they all wanted to pass on Lin Wuya's dharma. They also had calculations in their hearts, and all of their creations were quasi-imperial laws, not true laws for becoming an emperor. They wanted to go through Lin Wuya and see if he could deduce the true great emperor's method. Then they would be on track to become emperors. In an instant, the dozen or so demon lords were like vegetable market vendors, boasting about their own products. Silence. A loud voice came. A dozen or so demon lords were instantly dumbfounded. Lin Wuya's eyes shrunk. The devil Dao should not be underestimated. It seems that there are still experts who have not appeared. 3 days later, let little friend Lin join the other disciples in comprehending the Demon Emperor Dao tablet. The voices dispersed, and the dozen or so demon lords stopped arguing. What is a Demon Emperor Dao stele? Lin Wuya said in disbelief. Brother Lin. Inside the Demon Emperor Dao stele, the inheritance of dozens of great emperors as well as hundreds of quasi-emperors and thousands of supreme emperors have been recorded in the history of the Demon Dao, and our inheritance is also among them. The Yin Yang Demon Lord explained. The Devil Emperor's inheritance has a spirit. If you pass their test, you can become a Devil Emperor's heir. However, we would like to remind you that the paths of others are only a reference and cannot lead to the achievement of empire. In order to become an emperor, one must step out of one's own path. Lin Wuya's heart was clear. Gongfu was divided into 4 grades, heaven and earth, Xian Huang, and above the 4 grades is the inheritance, representing the supreme Zun level inheritance, representing the quasi-imperial inheritance, as well as the Emperor's Way inheritance. Unlike the Gongfu, the inheritance carries the personal experience and enlightenment, which can make a person's achievement higher. It was no wonder that the Devil's Cave and the Dao countryside were the holy places of the 2 camps.
and the highest heaven-level techniques taught within the sect had to enter the Devil's Cave or the Dao countryside if they wanted to be passed down.
Before entering, you have to be inspected by them and get consent to do so. Understanding the general idea, Lin Wuya tried. Dare I ask the demon lords, has there ever been a time before in our demon Dao when we practiced the great emperor technique of devouring others for one's own use? As soon as the words fell, the demon lords were instantly quiet. No, they gave an affirmative answer. When this kind of heaven-defying method appears, it will either be destroyed by us or by the righteous path, devouring the power of others for one's own use. Our demonic path is also rations, and cannot be retained. All right, Lin Wuya received an affirmative answer. His expression was helpless, but inside, he was smiling. The undying codex, capable of helping him become a great emperor. Brother Lin, don't be presumptuous. The Dark Knight Demon Lord consoled. As the saying goes, good people don't live long, but misfortune stays for 1,000 years. If you don't become a great emperor, you're at least a quasi-imperialist, and the demon cave has already reserved a good place for you. The other demon lords laughed out loud at their words, attaching great importance to Lin Wuya and the others, and looking favorably on them. Such an unprecedented devil has to be cultivated. What words this is? Lin Wuya's forehead was covered in black lines. These guys actually cursed him when they were invited to be guests at the human emperor's streamer in the future. After communicating with the demon lord, he beautifully exited the dark space. Looking at his backing, young demon lord suddenly said, "It seems like we didn't arrange a master for him. You're qualified to be his teacher?" The Dark Knight demon lord despised. The other demon lords were silent. Lin Wuya was comparable to a demon in terms of both qualifications and intelligence. So what qualifications did they have to teach him? Today we call him little brother, and if he doesn't fall in the middle, in the future, we may have to call him senior. As soon as Lin Wuya exited the dark space, an old man in a black robe seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Han Gue see young lord. By order of the demon lord, protect young lord. Lin Wuya was stunned and sized up Han Gue. His black robe moved lightly, revealing a devilish aura even though it was windless. The powerful energy fluctuations emanating from Han Gue's body could be felt, and it was beyond the realm of what a cultivator could achieve. With every breath, it moves and twists with the rhythm. Supreme Realm Mighty. Lin Wuya was secretly staggered that the Devil's Cave had been so bold with him, actually sending a Supreme Realm powerhouse to protect him. Han Gue's appearance was undoubtedly the demon lord's extreme regard for his status as a young master. Steady. Lin Wuya smiled in his heart. With the help of the Devil's Way, the overthrow of the Xiantian sect was just around the corner. Han Gue led Lin Wuya through the darkness like a light so that he wouldn't lose his way. Soon, light appeared ahead and the view opened up. It was gloomy above the Devil's Cave, and the devilish aura was monstrous. The ground was bare, with no hint of vegetation. As far as the eye can see is a towering rocky peak rising out of the ground. Among the rocky peaks, there are caves spread out. I think it's where the people in the Devil's Cave live. Han Gue brought him to a huge stone peak that towered over him, with only a grotto above it. Young lord, this is your residence. The Pixie Peak, near the center of the Devil's Cave, is where the aura is the most dense. Han Gue explained. Lin Wuya nodded and walked into the grotto with Han Gue, which was larger than imaginable. Stepping into the cave, a rich spiritual chi poured out, almost condensing into substance, lifting one's spirit. The inner space of the cave was vast and boundless, and in the center was a blue rippling spiritual spring. The water was crystal clear, and from time to time, there were spiritual fish shuttling between them, emitting a faint fluorescent light, adding a bit of vitality and mystery. Above the spirit spring, a cultivation platform made of rare gemstones was suspended. Each of the gems emitted a soft glow that mirrored the aura of heaven and earth, forming a perfect cultivation field. On the surrounding walls, ancient totems and runes were drawn, which contained profound mysteries of the Devil Dao. As Lin Wuya approached, it was as if they came to life, flowing with a faint demonic aura, guiding the spiritual energy of heaven and earth towards the cultivation platform, providing Lin Wuya's cultivation with a constant supply of energy. In addition, there was also a book pavilion in the cave, which contained 10,000 volumes of books, including classics of the Devil's Path, secrets of the world's martial arts, and even precious tomes on the supreme principles of heaven and earth and the mysteries of the universe, for Lin Wuya to read and study, to broaden his horizons and grow in insights. The entire cultivation cave mansion, whether it was from the layout, decorations, or the resources equipped, all reflected the ultimate luxury and extravagance. After Han Gue exited, Lin Wuya immediately went to the practicing platform and sat on his knees.
A Kuei treasure filled with intense power floated in midair. Relying on the treasures given by the Demon Lord, repairing the foundation of the Tao and breaking through to the Divine Hidden Realm is today. Chapter 37, Divine Hidden Realm. Heavenly Demon Indestructible Innate Body. The night was low. Inside the cave at the top of the mountain, Lin Wuya sat cross-legged, a faint spiritual light lingering around him. He closed his eyes and concentrated, his mind immersed above the Tao foundation within his body. With the operation of the indestructible code, the spiritual objects exploded and turned into a trickle of water that surged into his body. He could not help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart as he felt that long-lost Tao foundation slowly being repaired. Once the Tao foundation was repaired, the might of the heavenly demon indestructible body could be fully utilized. By then, both the speed of cultivation and enlightenment would be greatly increased. Lin Wuya took a deep breath and stabilized his mind. Knowing that this was exactly the critical moment, he fiercely sucked in, and the surging spiritual energy continuously poured into his body, repairing his broken Tao foundation. As time passed, the spiritual light around him grew brighter and brighter, as if a small sun was rising in the cave. However, shortly afterward, the sun slowly turned dim, and tiny lines appeared in the center, and after a short while, it was about to collapse away. Lin Wuya's heart tightened and fine sweat broke out on his forehead. He had still underestimated the power of the heavenly demon indestructible body. Just the Tao foundation that needed to be repaired required such a huge amount of energy. The resources had already been depleted, and if we waited any longer, we would only explode and die. His eyes flickered sharply. He couldn't just sit back and wait. Han, danger! With a bellow, Han Gui instantly appeared beside him. It is! Han Gui's eyes were old-fashioned, and with a glance, he could see the situation Lin Wuya was in, and without saying a word, a spiritual spring appeared in the sky above, containing rich energy and the essence of heaven and earth. They seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force, slowly flowing into Lin Wuya's body and traveling along his complex meridians. This force was gentle but powerful, not only repairing Lin Wuya's Tao foundation that had been damaged due to past battles, it was also constructing an impenetrable fortress of spiritual energy within his body, making the foundation of his cultivation even more solid. An incomparably powerful force raged inside the cave. What kind of physique is this? Han Gui's eyes widened as he formed seals with both hands, bringing Lin Wuya's scattered power under control. He was the pinnacle of the world. And back then, he was also one of the heaven's pride, and he had seen countless physiques, but he had never seen a physique that required such a massive amount of resources, and the power that erupted was dozens of times more unusual. As time passed, Lin Wuya could clearly feel the changes within his body. The original cultivation level was now like a flood that broke the dike, swiftly advancing forward. Break me! A slight vibration emanated from Lin Wuya's body. It was the omen that his body's spiritual energy had reached saturation and was about to break through the bottleneck. Lin Wuya's heart rejoiced as he took a deep breath and focused all of his mind on one point, guiding the spiritual energy in his body towards that final barrier. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted around Lin Wuya, illuminating the entire cultivation space as if it were daytime. The spiritual energy in his body raged like a wild storm, constantly impacting the shackles that bound his cultivation. Not enough, not enough. Lin Wuya gritted his teeth, and Han Gui's eyelids fluttered as he once again took out a massive amount of resources. As resources were sent in a steady stream, each impact was accompanied by Lin Wuya's pain and perseverance, but his heart was filled with unprecedented determination and desire. At the same time, Lin Wuya was attending to the indestructible code. The indestructible code had 18 layers, and the further back one went, the more difficult it was to comprehend. It increased exponentially, requiring an extremely high level of enlightenment and talent. He participated in one layer and broke through the foundation establishment stage. As long as one comprehends the second layer, one can enter the divine hidden realm. Just the second layer was so difficult, not to mention the dozen or so layers behind it. It was simply not something one could cultivate. Humph! Lin Wuya stifled a snort. He didn't believe that it was impossible to break through the second layer. Boom! At that very moment, a sudden change occurred in heaven and earth. Colorful rays of light appeared in the sky, as if it were a rainbow. On the ground, spiritual springs gushed and erupted, nourishing the earth. The spiritual chi in a radius of 1,000 miles rioted, forming a spiritual wind that swept in all directions, coming towards the cave where Lin Wuya was. Han Gui was startled. What's going on? Why is there a spiritual power riot outside? Even the demon lords in the core were startled, their divine thoughts crossing over. See, demon lord! Han Wei was like an enemy, his back sweating, He hadn't seen a single demon lord in the tens of thousands of years since he came to the demon cave, and now the divine thoughts of a dozen or so demon lords descended all at once,
scaring him to the bone. What's going on with Brother Lin?
The flame demon lord asked. The yin-yang demon lord's eyes narrowed. He repaired his Tao foundation, a vision caused by his special physique.
What? Numerous demon lords exclaimed in shock.
Only the top 10 ranked physiques could trigger a vision, but the physique that Lin Wuya had awakened was unheard of and unseen by them.
Boom! With a shocking roar, a rich demonic aura erupted from Lin Wuya's body, instantly coloring 100 miles in a circle into a deep purple. This demonic aura contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, yet it carried an unspeakable majesty and holiness. It was as if it was the purest essence of the devil in the heavens and the earth, and it also seemed to be the giant waves of demonic flames from the ancient devil gods.
As the demonic aura spread, a huge vortex of spiritual energy formed around Lin Wuya,
drawing in the yuan qi of the heavens and earth crazily.
The center of this vortex was none other than Lin Wuya,
his figure looming in the intertwining of demonic aura and spiritual energy, like a demonic god walking from the ancient times.
Feng Wei and the others, who had just settled down, looked at the dimly lit dome of the sky and frowned.
Is this the heaven and earth anomaly that is recorded among the awakening of a powerful physique?
The devil Tao is greatly flourishing, and there is still such a powerful physique within the devil cave.
It will definitely be a monstrous troll in the future.
Su Qingshan looked worried. Why don't we find him out later and kill him in the cradle?
Yes.
The three exchanged a round of words.
Not in words,
with different positions that dictated the way they behaved. The other disciples in the devil's cave also looked up,
their eyes showing envy and shock.
The devil's cave was truly a crouching tiger and hidden dragon.
In the past,
they were pro-disciples in the sect. They were heavenly pride. But in the devil's cave,
celestial pride abounded.
Bully. The yin-yang demon lord was a bit shocked. This special physique was as if it was a king among demons.
Overbearing and overwhelming. Under the heavens,
all devils would have fear and palpitations when they saw it.
A new demonic body. A more powerful physique than the underworld overlord body. Hurry up and record it.
The Dark Knight demon lord immediately recorded Lin Wuya's state.
The underworld overlord body carried the chi of the devil Tao, born for the devil Tao, and as soon as it appeared, it would become a devil son and lead the devil Tao to another level. And now, an even stronger physique of the underworld demon overlord body had appeared. This meant that as long as Lin Wuya didn't die, he would be a proper great emperor in the future. Together with his talent, he was definitely above Xian.
They were witnessing the birth and rise of an immortal.
Only,
what they didn't understand was that Lin Wuya was clearly a demonic body.
So why was there a vision of spiritual springs gushing around him and auspicious descents? It's so magical.
Worthy of being Brother Lin.
The Tao Foundation is remodeled and activating the demonic body can be different from the ordinary. The Dark Knight Demon Lord could only think so.
Quick! The energy is draining too fast.
Increase the dose.
The fiery flame demon lord exclaimed as a stream of light ingested from their hands. Each piece was a supreme treasure of the heavens and earth, and could be looted when placed in the outside world.
Lin Wuya,
who was impacting the final barrier with his eyes closed,
didn't have the slightest idea of what the demon lords were thinking.
He was just very dismayed as to why after awakening the heavenly demon indestructible body,
he could also awaken the innate Tao body. In the end, the innate Tao body was devoured by the heavenly demon indestructible body, synthesized a new physique.
Heavenly devil undying innate body. Lin Wuya was confused and encountered a knowledge blind spot.
Could it be that this is the change brought about by swallowing a special physique as recorded above the Undying Codex?
Lin Wuya thought of the record in the Undying Codex that if one swallowed enough special physiques, they would be able to evolve into a chaotic body.
But, it was just a guess by that great power. Push down the questions in your mind. Lin Wuya continued to impact the realm with a bang. Boom! With a rumble,
the shackle shattered after a violent impact. Lin Wuya's cultivation instantly jumped up to the divine hidden realm.
Shinzang realm. Discovering and utilizing the Shinzang within a person's body.
These Shinzang usually refer to the 5 viscera and 6 bowels as well as the torso within a person's body.
And through cultivation, the practitioner is able to open and utilize these Shinzang, thus obtaining greater power and higher cultivation level. At the same time, the practitioner's essence, spirit, blood, bone and flesh reach a high degree of integration and unity,
forming a more powerful vitality and combat power.
This unity not only enhanced the cultivator's physique, but also boosted their mental and divine soul power.
Lin Wuya opened his eyes, feeling the surging spiritual energy in his body. His perception ability increased dramatically, as if he was able to perceive the subtle changes between heaven and earth. The understanding of the laws of heaven and earth also became deeper, and many things became clear and distinct. The spiritual energy in his body changed qualitatively, multiplying in power and becoming more powerful than ever before. Chapter 38, The Devil Emperor's Tao Tablet. At the same time, the divine thoughts of the other supreme beings of the Devil Cave arrived one after another, but as soon as they realized that the divine thoughts of the Devil Lords were here, they immediately rolled far away. The crowd only knew that Yufeng had awakened a special physique. What's the situation? There's actually someone moving in at the Pixie Peak? That's a stone peak that only a supreme being can stay in. Could it be that the Devil Tao has once again produced a supreme being? Supreme my ass. Didn't see the changes in the surrounding heaven and earth. It's clearly a little doll who just awakened his physique. With the protection of the Demon Lord. This little doll is not a small one. The people in the Devil's Cave were talking. And in a short period of time, the news of a newly initiated disciple moving into the Pixie Peak spread. The supreme beings won't say anything, but the new disciples coming in below thought otherwise. These disciples originally still had awe in their hearts, and once they heard that they were disciples like them, their minds instantly exploded. They were originally demonic cultivators, defying the heavens and the earth, and when they saw that their peers were treated countless times better than them, jealousy instantly filled their entire body. Phantom Peak. Lin Wuya was suspended in the air, at this moment covered by a demonic aura, making his entire body look like a black hole, deep and mysterious. This is? Han Gui's expression changed. One day divine hidden perfection. What kind of genius could reach the divine hidden perfection realm in just one day from foundation establishment? He had seen one day foundation building, but he hadn't seen one day divine hidden. It was important to know that the divine hidden realm, as an important milestone on the path of cultivation, was not only the extreme tapping of physical strength, but also a profound awakening of the mind and will. In this realm, the practitioner begins to touch the most essential mysteries of life, and every cell, meridian, and even the divine soul in the body seems to be endowed with new life and power. With the deepening of cultivation, the practitioner will gradually discover the divine treasures hidden in his body, which are like endless treasures, containing the purest and most powerful power in heaven and earth. They could be the power of a sleeping bloodline, the memories and wisdom of a previous life, or even fragments of some rule or law in heaven and earth. This was an incredibly long process, and Lin Wuya had reached the perfection realm in just one day. More than that, the Yin-Yang Demon Lord's expression narrowed slightly. Lin Wuya had consumed so many supreme treasures, not just activating his physique, there was also divine hidden perfection. He stepped into the divine hidden extreme realm. The Dark Knight Demon Lord said indifferently, the divine hidden realm is the foundation for entering higher in the future. And after consummation it is not the end, but rather there is the term extreme realm. Into the realm of the pole. It means that the monk has been supreme, and the polar realm is divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. In order, they are the exalted pole, the imperial pole, and the forbidden Tao realm. At most, great emperors in the ancient past had awakened the emperor's pole, and only one great emperor from the distant past had awakened the forbidden Tao realm, but only in words. Lin Wuya opened his eyes and clenched his fists, feeling his own strength, incomparably powerful, thousands of times stronger than the foundation establishment comparison. Young Lord, you have now reached the divine hidden extremity realm. Continue to polish the extremity realm. It is best to polish the Tao of divine hidden emperor extremity before entering the Violet Mansion. Han Gui explained on the side. He used to be at the divine hidden extreme realm as well, and not having the qualifications to impact the emperor's extreme had left deep regrets in his heart. Looking at Lin Wuya now, it was as if he had seen himself back then, and perhaps, he was able to sacrifice the divine collection to the emperor's extreme. What is the divine hidden extreme realm? Lin Wuya said blankly. Han Gui was instantly speechless, spitting in his heart. Young Lord, you've entered the extreme realm and you still don't know what an emperor's extreme is. What did your elders teach you? Cough. The Yin-Yang Demon Lord coughed a few times, explaining what the extreme realm was. Lin Wuya suddenly realized and immediately sat down on his knees. Bring up all the resources. I'm going to achieve the emperor's pole today. I'm talking. Nuwa can't even stop me when she comes. The corners of Han Gui's mouth twitched as he went up and advised. Young Lord, what I mean is that you need to slow down and stabilize your realm before impacting the emperor's extreme. Lin Wuya waved his hand, solidifying the realm. How can trash talent be compared to me? As the saying goes, rich and famous, while it's hot, one step at a time. He had the heavenly demon imperishable innate body, such a heaven-defying physique. Plus there was still the demon lord to protect him, so there wouldn't be any danger. This time was the best time to impact the Emperor's pole. And, with the Demon Lord at hand, there were as many resources as one wanted. If you miss this village, you won't have this store. That. Han Gui was embarrassed. Young Lord, the Imperial pole doesn't rely on piling up resources. Rather, it is honed raw through constant battle. Lin Wuya's eyelids jumped. What era is it? Still fighting and killing? Meaning I need to spar with someone to break through to the extreme realm? Han Gui nodded. Exactly. Lin Wuya got up. There's a genius there. Give me a dozen. This young master wants 10. Ha! Han Gui never expected that the young lord he was protecting was actually a reckless man. And fight 10. Why don't you go fight 100? Why don't we wait for the opening of the Demon Emperor Dao Monument 2 days from now? Han Gui said in a consultative tone. After the Demon Emperor Dao Tablet's enlightenment is over, there will be a sparring match between the disciples, so the young lord can sharpen his skills. Lin Wuya secretly nodded. It was only 2 days. He could afford to wait. Boom! Without waiting for him to react, there was a loud boom. A streamer was erected on the ground. The body of the streamer was not silk, seemed to be intertwined by the grief and unwillingness of thousands of dead souls. The whole body exudes a light that is intertwined with dark blue and dark purple, like the deepest dream in the night sky, and like the never-extinguished fire of the underworld under the abyss. Above the surface of the streamer, the patterns were complicated, and each pattern seemed to contain endless secrets and power. The streamer pole was forged from an unknown black metal, cold and heavy, as if it could devour all light and warmth. It was carved with hideous ghost faces and twisted runes, as if the dead souls were speaking of endless pain and resentment. Brother Lin, the human emperor streamer you asked for is ready. The voice of the flame demon lord echoed in the cave. So fast. Lin Wuya's eyes were on fire as he picked up the human emperor streamer and refined it in an instant. Ha ha ha, human emperor streamer. He was overjoyed. A Zune artifact level human emperor streamer, crossing the world. Who could stop it? The streamer is there, just missing the soul. Lin Wuya stroked the streamer and muttered. In his previous life, a certain great devil destroyed several starfields to refine the human emperor streamer, and he was envious at the time. 2 days rushed by. Lin Wuya followed the guidelines and arrived at the Demon Emperor Dao Monument. When you reach the divine hidden realm, you can fly. The Devil Emperor Dao Steel was hidden in the profound and unfathomable abyss of the Devil Realm, surrounded by a dazzling devilish aura and a bizarre ghostly light. Step into the monument forest. Into the eyes. Dense towering monuments stand. They stood like guardian gods, with faint magical patterns flowing across their surfaces, flickering with a cold and deep light. As his footsteps went deeper, a low and distant magical sound came vaguely to his ears, as if the stone monuments and the monument forest were telling an ancient story. In the center of the monument forest, dozens of monuments that were countless times more massive than the surrounding area towered. Every stone tablet on it was a piece of history frozen in time, and every magic pattern was the mark of a legend. This is the holy place in the heart of the Devil's Way, the place where great powers above the supreme realm are buried. Witnessing the history of the Devil's Way. Witnessing the rise and fall of the Devil's Way. Cauldron. A startled cry rang out, breaking Lin Wuya's thoughts. Chapter 39. Don't be afraid. Senior brother will do it for you. He looked at the sound, only to see Tu Yunyun bouncing and running with a double ponytail. As soon as he came up, he hugged his thighs, his eyes full of adoration. I knew that Cauldron would definitely come to the magic cave. Lin Wuya swept around and there were already about 100 people standing. These were all exceptionally gifted celestials of the Devil's Way. He was sent to the Devil's Cave for training and to pick up the responsibility for the great rise of the Devil's Way. Feng Wei, Su Qingshan, Bai Xiong, Su Jingang, and Wu Zhiping were also among them, and they greeted each other towards Lin Wuya. It's over. It's over. That demon star is here too. Unlike the delighted expressions of Feng Wei and the others, Wu Zhiping was sweating like a pig. Aoyoma. Bai Xiong, what's wrong with your face? Lin Wuya asked as he looked towards the bruised and swollen Su Qingshan and Bai Xiong. Su Qingshan and Bai Xiong stammered, not daring to speak. Alas! Feng Wei sighed. We just came in, and we were bullied by the devil disciples. These devil disciples came to suppress us based on their high cultivation. Su Qingshan's face turned blue with indignation. Lin Wuya's heart realized, as the saying goes, other people's pain is our joy. That's in keeping with the magic style, otherwise it's peace and harmony in magic pills. He patted the two on the shoulder and mentally sketched a smile. Who doesn't know you're my brothers? Who hit you guys? I'll avenge you. Su Qingshan and Bai Xiong's hearts were warmed, but then they got worried. Brother Lin, forget it. They are divine hidden realm disciples. We are only at the foundation stage, not an opponent.
When we enter the divine hidden realm, it's not too late to take revenge. How can one have such dangerous thoughts? Lin Woya hated it. What do you mean by entering the divine hidden realm and revenge? If you can't beat them, you can always beat the oldest and youngest members of their family, right? There's no old man or young man in their family, so you can't poison him, sneak up on him, and break his life? Su Qingshan and the others stared wide-eyed, their eyes flooding with light as if they had opened up a new line of thought for them. Yo, isn't this those base-building losers? A sorrowful voice sounded not far away. Su Qingshan and Bai Xiong trembled and their faces sank. Lin Wuya looked over, only to see three people not far away looking at them with smiles on their faces. Senior brother Lin. He's Wu Yu from the Sky Demon Sect, and the two behind him are his lapdogs. Su Qingshan's voice trembled slightly due to his anger, his eyes staring intently at the provocative Wu Yu and his two attendants not far away, his chest rising and falling violently, obviously extremely dissatisfied with the behavior of the demon refining sect and its disciples. When Wu Yu saw Lin Wuya, he laughed coldly and said, "Things come in groups, and wastes can only find wastes." Lin Wuya raised his eyebrows and smiled in his heart. It wasn't in vain that he suppressed his cultivation to the foundation establishment realm. The person who was looking for death took the initiative to send him to the door. The extended human Emperor Hata family is finally going to welcome its first family member. Brother Wu, that chick is so handsome. Not a disciple of the extreme bliss demon sect, Wu Yu took a closer look and his eyes glowed. Most of the people within the devil sect were male cultivators, and there were very few females. It's so hard to come across, and it's still the extreme bliss demon sects. Feng Wei frowned, a hostile look on his face, quietly on guard. The people around them were attracted by the rattling of the place. That Wu Yu kid is bullying again. Don't tell me, that girl does look good. I heard that these guys are just starting out and were unlucky enough to meet this sadist Wu Yu. The people around them talked to each other, with no sympathy in their eyes, but instead a bit of gloating, as if they wanted to be able to watch the show as soon as possible. Eldest brother, don't meditate. Something big has happened to Wu Yu. A heavenly demon sect disciple jogged to the side of Wu Zhiping, who was meditating with his eyes closed, and said. Wu Zhiping took a deep breath and never opened his eyes. A man who achieves great things does not change his face when a mountain crumbles in front of him. So what is the point of being flustered? He recalled Lin Wuya's performance in the illusionary realm. That kind of demeanor where his face didn't change in the face of a crisis and everything was under control, which made him incomparably yearn for it. A great man should be like that. Oh no! Wu Yu has gotten into trouble with Lin Wuya. What? Wu Zhiping's eyes snapped open and his body trembled, almost sitting upright. Where is that dog Wu Yu? Wu Zhiping was in a great hurry. Wu Yu's death was just a death. If Lin Wuya stared at the heavenly demon sect, the consequences would be unimaginable. Plus, he was the heavenly demon sect's eldest senior brother, and within the demon cave, the first one to retaliate would be him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just as Wu Zhiping got up and prepared to look for Wu Yu, a teasing voice sounded not far away. Wu Zhiping, you're really going back further and further. Isn't it just bullying a new entry disciple? Is there a need to be so flustered? A grim-looking man stepped out of the darkness. Wu Zhiping's eyelids jumped. Evil Cloud, it's not your turn to control the affairs of the heavenly demon sect. It's not your turn to control the underworld sect. Humph. He let out a muffled grunt and turned into streams of light as he sped towards the distance. Evil Cloud smiled coldly. Coincidentally, the heavenly demon sect can't manage what I can't manage. I can't do what I can't do. And I can't kill what I can't kill. With that, it also turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Everyone heard it. He's the one who messed with me. Lin Wuya grinned and took a step towards Wu Yu. Just as he was about to take out the human emperor streamer, a tall, lanky cultivator suddenly stepped in front of him. Senior brother Lin. Wait, you are? Lin Wuya looked at the person in front of him. He looked a bit familiar, but couldn't recall who he was. Wu Zhiping's face was a bit ugly. He had seen him the day before yesterday, but today he gave it a miss, but quickly squeezed out a smile. Senior brother Lin. I'm Xiao Wu. Oh, Lin Wuya realized. No wonder it was so familiar. The original. Not recognizable. Wu Zhiping wiped a handful of sweat. You forgot that I was the one who brought you into the devil's cave in the first place. It's you, Xiao Wu. Lin Wuya then remembered that this person seemed to be the heavenly demon sect's eldest senior brother. Wu Zhiping's expression corrected. Senior brother Lin, how can such a curmudgeon be qualified to make you fight? Little Wu will help you teach him a lesson. After saying that, he turned around and looked at the Wu Yu trio grimly. The three Wu Yu people were like enemies. It's not. Just bully a newbie. How is it that you see the eldest brother? Moreover, eldest senior brother was very respectful to that foundation establishment. The world has changed? Eldest brother, one of our own, Wu Yu said hurriedly, scrambling back. Since your mom's head. Wu Zhiping was furious, his mana be chrysalis, frantically smashing towards Wu Yu's three people. Bang, 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 one after another. The violent punches kept ringing out. Eldest senior brother. I'm not convinced. Wu Yu's face swollen like a pig's head. Very unconvinced. He is at least the heavenly demon sect's heavenly pride disciple. Heavenly spiritual roots. In front of so many people to be beaten up. Still do not want to lose face. Disobedience. Labor makes you disobedience. Wu Zhiping's anger was soaring, his fists clenched tightly, veins rippling up on his arms, as if every vein was roaring with resentment and anger. The air around him seemed to grow heavy with his anger. Who do you think you are? You're not even worthy of lifting senior brother Lin's shoes. Wu Zhiping's voice was low and strong. Each word was like a heavy hammer, striking the hearts of everyone present. The surrounding people were trembling with fear and chills, and they backed away from Wu Zhiping. Except for that holy woman of the heavenly devil sect. It's a fierce reputation out there. Back then, with a double axe, no one dared to raise their heads from the pride of the four heavenly clans. Wu Yu's entire body was beaten with broken bones and blood. Not an inch of his body was intact. Convinced. Dog. Wu Zhiping kicked at Wu Yu, his heart's anger subsiding to subside a bit. Xiao Wu, how could you hit so hard? Lin Wuya helped Wu Yu up. Painfully tricky. We are all of the same clan. We should love each other. Won't your heart hurt if you lay such a heavy hand? Wu Zhiping was instantly confused. No, man. I'm taking it out on you. Why blame me? Wu Yu made a whimpering sound as his teeth were knocked out of his mouth, the tears in his eyes unable to hide his sadness. Don't be afraid. Senior brother will do it for you. Lin Wuya patted his shoulder comfortingly. Wu Yu hugged Lin Wuya tightly, bawling like a helpless child who had found a harbor. Come on, turn around. Let's go home. Lin Wuya's voice was gentle and firm, carrying an unquestionable strength. The 5 or 6 meter tall human emperor streamer quietly stood behind him, exuding a terrifying and eerie power. Wu Yu had already expended too much physical and emotional energy from the previous conflict, and at the moment looked a bit tired and confused. However, when he heard Lin Wuya's words, he still slowly turned around and slowly walked towards the human emperor streamer, muttering at the corner of his mouth. Go back, home. When he got close to the human emperor streamer, his sad demeanor immediately changed to peacefulness, as if he had been relieved. A smile slowly rose at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, he seemed to see the light, slowly opening his arms and walking towards the human emperor streamer. Bang! With a bang, Wu Yu's body turned into dust, and his divine soul was sucked into it by the human emperor streamer. The sudden scene froze everyone around in place in shock. Goo! Wu Zhiping swallowed, his forehead covered in fine sweat. Chapter 40 Beat you to death. I am the ruler. See it. This is what happens when you offend Lin Wuya. Die without knowing how. Wu Zhiping was very glad that he had moved. Otherwise, it could have been him who went home. Poof, poof. The two disciples who followed Wu Yu immediately knelt on the ground and continuously kowtowed as they watched Wu Yu's divine soul struggle on top of the human emperor streamer. Scared numb. I've seen murder. I've never seen murder like this. Wu thought it was home. Your ing sending his divine soul to a new home. Not even a chance to throw in the towel. Senior brother Lin. For the sake of junior brother, can you give these two a wide berth? Wu Zhiping whispered. Heavenly spiritual root disciples were already rare. Each one was a pride of the clan, and the death of one was an irreparable loss. Give my brother your storage rings to make amends, Lin Wuya said indifferently. Without saying a word, the two disciples directly handed over their entire bodies' belongings to the Su Qingshan duo. These two were still in a daze, completely unsure of what had happened. Wu Zhiping, you're the heavenly demon sect's senior brother, a purple mansion realm cultivator. You actually stooped to the level of a foundation establishment. Funny, too funny. Ha ha ha. Evil clouds flew down from the air. Lin Wuya's eyes narrowed slightly. Who is he? The holy son of the underworld demon sect. Evil cloud. Zifu realm cultivator. One of the strongest Zifu realms in the world. And I have never been able to deal with each other. Wu Zhiping whispered. Then snorted coldly. Humph. Evil cloud. You can disrespect me, but you can't disrespect senior brother Lin either. Evil cloud glanced at Lin Wuya and said disdainfully. A mere foundation establishment is worthy of my respect. You seek death.
Wu Zhiping cursed and took up a stance to make a move, but Lin Wuya stopped him.
Evil Cloud Saint's son. High cultivation is certainly admirable, but outside of cultivation,
there is even more heart and character.
Although I, Lin Wuya, am only at the foundation establishment realm,
I know that I fear the heavenly Tao and respect every living being.
Cultivation is nothing more than a ladder to climb the great Tao, not a yardstick to measure the highs and lows of personality.
Lin Wuya's voice was not high, but his words were clear and echoed around, causing people to be infected by the power in his words.
Evil Cloud was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Lin Wuya to respond in such a manner. He frowned slightly. That's somewhat interesting. However, in this cultivation world, strength determines everything. If you really have the ability,
then let me see how your mere foundation establishment can make my Evil Cloud's heart grow fonder.
Lin Wuya smiled faintly and offered up the human emperor streamer. Zune weapon.
Evil Cloud's eyes shook as he said in a chilling voice.
You think you can make me respect you with just a Zune weapon?
Lin Wuya shook his head.
What do I want you to honor? Elder Han. The sound spread out, and Han Gue silently appeared beside Lin Wuya. Young lord.
Lin Wuya was pointing at Evil Cloud.
Press him into the human emperor streamer for me. Han Gue's gaze condensed and he sighed helplessly, thinking that he, a dignitary, would actually fight a tiny Zifu realm cultivator. It's kind of embarrassing to say that, but the young master had given the order and had to make a move. Evil Cloud was horrified, never expecting that Lin Wuya would be so unkind to martial virtues that he would order a venerable to strike. Lin Wuya,
you're shameless and despicable. Where's the promised character scale?
Lin Wuya looked at the little cutie, looking at him like, I cultivate demons, and you're talking to me about personality scales? Beat you to death. I'm the yardstick.
Without waiting for Evil Cloud to react,
a large hand choked his faithful neck, lifted him up alive. Venerable Han, my master has an old relationship with you. We've even had dinner together. Evil Cloud panicked. Bah! Han Gue poo-pooed.
Your old ghost master is stingy, treating me to noodles and not bothering to add eggs. This father has long since looked at him with disdain.
Evil Cloud's face was pale and his body was trembling. Since ancient times, when juniors fight,
there is no reason for adults to get involved.
It's okay to call out adults. What do you mean you called the old man here? Fellow Daoist Han, calm down. Calm down. A vicissitude voice appeared, and an old man with white hair appeared beside Han Gue. Makino was bitter for a while. How many thousands of years ago?
This old ghost still remembers.
Wasn't it just a little bit poorer at the time? So why remember it for so long? Old man Mu, you showed up just in time. Han Wei said as he glanced at Lin Wuya. Mako understood in a second and immediately slammed his face and raised his palms. Snap! It snapped and hit Evil Cloud in the face. Useless thing. Why don't you make amends to Mr. Lin?
He was a supreme being, and had been silently paying attention since Lin Wuya had shown qualifications above immortal.
He wanted to take him as a disciple, but then the demon lords awakened and he dismissed the idea.
Seeing Lin Wuya's performance in the illusion again was incomparably gratifying.
It's a good thing they didn't take him as a disciple.
Evil Cloud was confused by the slap.
No, master.
He's a small foundation builder.
What gives him the right? By virtue of me being your master, Makino said in a bad mood.
How did he take in such an eyeless disciple in the first place? Evil Cloud's 1,000 words were stifled by this one sentence.
He stared blankly at Lin Wuya. Taking a deep breath, he said word for word, Mr. Lin, right. I'm sorry.
I never thought that I would one day say the words I'm sorry to a foundation stage cultivator. It was certainly a great psychological challenge and compromise of his self-esteem.
Lin Wuya, you're bullying people based on your power. Even if my mouth is convinced, my old heart isn't convinced. Makino's teeth hurt. It was hard to calm Lin Wuya's anger, but this kid ignited it again.
Alas, Lin Wuya walked slowly and said in a serious tone,
to the sheep,
to the birth mother,
when you come out, you talk about the power behind you, the background behind you. If you can fight again, is there a supreme being who can fight? It's not even a little Karami one.
Evil Cloud's face flushed red.
Not only was he humiliated,
but he was also given a lecture.
Kill and kill.
Brat, why don't you apologize to Sir Lin?
Makino gasped. Forget about apologizing. Just discount it.
Lin Wuya extended his hand towards Makino. The corners of Muya's mouth twitched, and he immediately took out a storage ring.
Sir Lin, here are 10,000 pounds of spirit liquid. Please smile. Good talk. Good talk.
Lin Wuya took the storage ring and clouded over. Han Gue and Makino both glanced at each other and let out a sigh of relief. Evil Cloud was a key disciple of the Devil's Cave. One such disciple dead is one less. And the Devil's Way can't continue to make needless sacrifices in infighting. Wu Zhiping in the back was once again glad that he hadn't offended Lin Wuya. Benefits were not gained and a lot of trouble was caused.
Right at this moment, the Demon Emperor Dao Steel erupted with infinite demonic flames. A spatial vortex was suspended in the air.
The surrounding disciples immediately became very serious. Immediately gathering into one piece, he sat down on his knees in front of the Demon Emperor Dao monument,
silently reciting the spell,
his divine soul pulling out of his body,
and rushing into the vortex as a stream of light. Lin Wuya, wait for me.
Evil Cloud's eyes were endlessly cold as he looked for a remote corner and his divine soul entered it silently.
Young lord, the Demon Emperor Dao Steel is open. You can enter it to comprehend the technique. Han Gui reminded. Lin Wuya nodded and without further hesitation, he also dragged his divine soul out and flew into the vortex.
It was as if he had traveled through an endless void, and his divine soul was pulled by an ancient and profound power.
In an instant,
the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. He was no longer in the noisy world of the outside world, but had stepped into a vast and boundless illusory universe.
Within this universe, the stars were bright, yet not comparable to an ordinary night sky.
Each star moved slowly in a trajectory that transcends common sense, weaving a magnificent picture of the sky. And among these thousands of stars, there was nothing more striking than those meteors that cut through the sky. These meteors were not naturally formed, but rather were figurative embodiments of the inherited power within the Demon Emperor Dao tablet. They trailed long tail flames like sharp swords slicing through the sky, and each ray of light contained the essence and sensation of the Devil Emperor's and Quasi-Emperor's lifelong cultivation.
Here come the youngsters again. The young people of this session can't do it. There aren't many special physiques. Last time,
there was a girl child that I was very optimistic about, but she was cut off by that time kid.
Take a look,
and test the disciples if you have a heart for them.
Meteors soared through the universe, communicating with an imperceptible sense of divinity. Chapter 41, Headache, Brain Growth. You guys think he can obtain that Demon Emperor's inheritance?
At the core of the Devil's Cave, the divine thoughts of a dozen or so Devil Masters inspected everything inside the Devil Emperor Dao monument.
It's possible that we'll obtain the Destiny Demon Emperors, the Yin-Yang Demon Emperor speculated.
Lin Wuya was good at playing with people's hearts and calculating the world,
coinciding with the inheritance of the Destiny Demon Emperor.
The Dark Knight Demon Lord thought for a while.
It's hard to say. Maybe it will be the inheritance of the Nightmare Demon Emperor. After all, he's quite rich in ideas. Keep watching. Whatever he can obtain is his own destiny,
the Flame Demon Lord said. The dozen or so Demon Lords nodded their heads and looked at the Dao tablet.
Lin Wuya snapped back to his senses, fixed his eyes to scrutinize,
and was shocked to find that the meteor that broke through the vastness of the universe.
In reality, it is a heavy, anciently bound book, which seemed to carry endless knowledge and wisdom, traveling leisurely through the stars. Suddenly,
a meteor cut through the sky and hovered above him several times before coming to him.
Kid, I am Destiny Inheritance, here to test you. Examining me?
Lin Wuya pointed at himself.
So, you're good. Awesome? Ha ha ha. The Destiny Inheritance laughed indulgently. It's not that this emperor is blowing. Back then, I manipulated the world and grasped the destiny of countless people, and with a single thought, I could float billions of corpses and sink the world. Kid, do you think I'm awesome? Lin Wuya shook his head. Being able to fight is of no use. When you're in the cultivation world, you rely on your intelligence. Do you understand that knowledge is power? Destiny Inheritance froze. Strength was honored in the cultivation world, and for the first time, he heard the statement that knowledge was power. But he had lived for so many years and had seen nothing.
Ahem. Destiny Inheritance's words changed, but whoever has the biggest fist in the cultivation world is justified.
This is an unchanging truth for ages. Foolish, too foolish. Lin Wuya kept shaking his head.
I've seen a frail scholar fight against endless darkness and lead the rise of the human race,
and I've also seen a mortal manipulate the world's power for 300 years. You say he's strong,
but he's just a mere mortal.
You say he's weak,
but his will can shake the heavens. Lin Wuya's words carried a bit of pain as he continued. Jier's excessive obsession with power will only make you an appendage of power. Knowledge is what will allow you to harness power.
Destiny Heritage was in deep thought. Good point. Nope. I came to quiz him, not to reflect from me. Almost spare me to go in. The Destiny Inheritance shook vigorously a few times. Kid, don't be smart. Answer my question. If I am satisfied, the Destiny Inheritance is yours. Lin Wuya had a look of contempt on his face.
Such a headless inheritance dared to say that he was Destiny.
The old cow went up to heaven and blew it. You answer me a question first. Lin Wuya said. Destiny Inheritance Trance, I'm the one who asked you. Are you afraid? Who is afraid? Destiny Inheritance instantly exploded. I am the way of destiny. I have manipulated countless great scholars, and my knowledge is ancient and unparalleled. Who else in the world knows more than me? Good. Lin Wuya clapped his hands and applauded. Please listen to the question. Put a chicken that has eaten poison in a box, and there is a 50-50 chance that the poison will kick in, resulting in the death of the chicken. Excuse me, when you opened the box, the chicken, was it dead or alive? After the Destiny Inheritance was heard, the originally thick book instantly flipped open, turning the pages at a speed that was imperceptible to the naked eye. Alive. No. Destiny Inheritance's eyes twinkled and quickly dismissed it. Dead. And wrong. Half alive. Half dead. And not right. Life is life. Death is death. How can there be half dead and half alive? Destiny Inheritance feels very painful and itchy in the head. Gotta grow a brain. Looking at Lin Wuya's smirking demeanor, he was furious. No way. Never let this kid bluff. This question has to be figured out. Kid, I didn't eat today. Go back and eat before you answer. You wait for me. The Destiny Inheritance left behind a sentence and hurriedly disappeared as a meteor. Lin Wuya shook his head helplessly. Still Destiny Inheritance. Pheasant Inheritance was more like it. If you can't answer this kind of small question, you must be a garbage legacy. Don't stand in his way of the great emperor's legacy. Grass. He actually rejected the Destiny Inheritance. The Yin-Yang Demon Lord was dumbfounded. That was the Destiny Demon Emperor, one of the top 10 demon emperors of the Devil Dao. The inheritance was horrifyingly extraordinary. If they had gotten it, they would have been able to wake up in the middle of the night with a smile on their faces. And they didn't think that Lin Wuya would actually put the Destiny Inheritance in question, forcing him to flee far away. It's not a refusal. The Destiny Inheritance went back to ask the other inheritances. The Dark Knight Demon Lord said without changing his face. Look, look, look. So many great Emperor inheritances have come together. What are they doing? The Flame Demon Lord dropped his jaw in shock, only to see that in the Dao Monument, with the Destiny Inheritance Shaker, many great Emperor inheritances clustered together with each other, and the pages of the book flipped madly. No answer yet. Destiny Inheritance was in a hurry. Is it a dead chicken, or a live chicken? Neither death nor life. Live or die. In an instant, rolling green smoke rose from the tops of all the great Emperor inheritances, forming a sea of cloudy chi. Thanks to the fact that you are still great Emperor inheritance, you don't know about this problem? The Destiny Inheritance went numb. Don't you also not know? A great Emperor inheritance retorted. Hold it. Hold it. There's an answer coming. One of the great emperors spoke out, drawing the attention of the other great emperor legacies. They stared at that inheritance in death, not daring to move a single inch. In the meantime, the people at the Demon Emperor's Dao Monument were clueless. How come I didn't see any of the great emperor inheritances? Wu Zhiping was bewildered, then looked lost. It seems that my qualifications are not enough to obtain a great emperor's inheritance. That's just it. That's just it. The quasi-emperor inheritance is not bad. He put away one of the quasi-emperor's inheritances in front of him, and his divine soul transformed into a beam of light, leaving within the Dao Monument. Congratulations to eldest senior brother for obtaining the quasi-emperor inheritance. Wu Zhiping opened his eyes leisurely and realized that people around him were waking up one after another. Glancing at the complimentary disciples, how are the harvests of the other sect's holy sons? Eldest senior brother. The holy sons and daughters of the Heavenly Corpse Demon Sect, the Refining Demon Sect, the Extreme Bliss Demon Sect, and the Blood Sea Sect have all obtained the quasi-emperor inheritance, and we're just missing the evil cloud of the Underworld Demon Sect, which has yet to come out. Wu Zhiping's brows tightened as he secretly sighed. It seemed that apart from his senior sister, no one had obtained the great emperor's inheritance this term. Right, where's senior brother Lin? He swept his gaze around and realized that Lin Wuya hadn't returned yet. Perhaps he can obtain the great emperor's inheritance. Looking at Lin Wuya, Wu Zhiping had an unspeakable confidence. Devil Dao Paragon Emperor Inheritance. Feng Wei opened his eyes and was overjoyed. He didn't expect that he would actually be able to obtain a quasi-emperor's inheritance. Something that was absolutely impossible in the righteous path. Right. Senior brother Lin. She hurriedly checked Lin Wuya's bearing and saw that he hadn't returned yet, and prayed in her heart, Senior brother Lin, you'll definitely be able to do it. Damn it. The evil cloud in the corner opened his eyes with an extremely unpleasant expression. All under great emperors were ants, and inheriting great emperors was his goal. After searching within the Dao Monument for a long time, a great emperor's inheritance was not found.
as if it had disappeared. In the end, one could only choose the legacy of a paragon emperor. He swept his gaze coldly at Lin Wuya, adjusted his breathing, and closed his eyes. Old Han, do you think Lin Wuya will get the great emperor's inheritance? Ma Kino, who was above, asked Han Gui, who was beside him. Han Gui stroked his beard, confident. If that little girl from the heavenly demon sect is a genius that is hard to come across in 10,000 years, then young lord is a genius that is hard to come across in epics. A mere great emperor's inheritance is still at hand. Perhaps, the young lord can't pick the great emperor's inheritance anymore. Ha ha ha. Che Makino rolled his eyes. Inside the Devil Emperor Dao monument, Lin Wuya stood in place with a confused look on his face. Where's the great one? Where's the legacy? Where the is everybody? There was no great emperor inheritance. At least have a quasi-emperor inheritance, so that he wouldn't lose face. This was a good thing. There was not a single great emperor inheritance or quasi-emperor inheritance. Chapter 42, Colorful Inheritance. Ha 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 ha, I've become. This Tao has become. A bright and maniacal laugh echoed endlessly through the universe. Lin Wuya was jolted to discover an inheritance that emitted a multicolored light. Sometimes it flies upward at 360 degrees, sometimes downward at 180 degrees. Unable to see the trajectory or feel the direction. Could this be the great emperor inheritance? Lin Wuya was overjoyed. The emperor's heaven was not to be missed, finally letting him hold the great emperor's inheritance for him. This fancy decor, this debauchery, the pursuit of the path. What else could it be if not a great emperor's legacy? Lin Wuya swooped down and immediately stopped the colorful inheritance. Is he who stops me a man or a dog? The colorful inheritance staggered as if it was drunk. Lin Wuya's face darkened. This inheritance is drinking fake wine. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the anger in his heart, he knew that in order to obtain the great emperor's inheritance he had to be recognized by the inheritance. It was thought that this was definitely a test of the great emperor's inheritance. But, it can't be that simple. This question has a deep meaning. Lin Wuya's gaze was like a torch as he gazed at the colorful legacy-like mass that seemed to carry a few teasing intentions, secretly pondering in his heart. This is not just a simple question and answer, but a profound test of heart, wisdom and even understanding of life. Those who stop me are not men or dogs, but are all the world, and their minds are blocked. Lin Wuya slowly opened his mouth, his voice steady and powerful, as if it had penetrated the shackles of space and time and reached the core of the inheritance. People are sentient, either with good thoughts or evil deeds, but they all arise from the heart. Dogs, although they have a loyal and guardian heart, do not harbor malice. On the path of cultivation, however, what really stops me from moving forward is not the specific form of life, but the fear, doubt, greed and obsession within. The multicolored inheritance light cluster sniffed and shook slightly, and its light seemed to shine a few points brighter and shake more violently. Lin Wuya's heart rejoiced. He had taken the bait. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The colorful inheritance bypassed Lin Wuya, who was frozen in place and continued to float around without purpose. Tramp. Labor gave you face. Lin Wuya was furious. Turning around and stretching out his large hand, he violently tackled the colorful inheritance and pressed it down to death. Daring? This Tao is an unseen immortal. Who dares to take me? The five-colored inheritance struggled violently. My Tao is both the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao even added to my body. Kill, 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 kill the... Lin Wuya kicked the colorful inheritance violently, and with successive pounds, the color of the colorful inheritance slowly faded, revealing a tattered and torn book. The books were worn and ancient, as if they had gone through vicissitudes of time, worthy of being a great emperor's inheritance. This aura of age is undisguised. The inheritance vibrated for a few moments, turning into specks that flowed into his mind. Like a star falling into mortal dust, it not only stirred up layers of ripples in his mind, but also seemed to light up the lighthouse in the depths of his soul. The aftermath of each vibration was transformed into sparks of wisdom that splashed out in all directions in the ocean of his mind. The 9 plagues of the phantom demon. Lin Wuya examined the inheritance in detail. What an overbearing inheritance, actually basing the 9 sins of humanity on it. It aims to tap into the deepest desires and potentials of the human heart to achieve the supreme magic path. The path of cultivation of this technique is full of thorns and challenges, and can only be mastered by those who are tough-minded and determined. Eventually, he was transformed into the most powerful monstrous demon god in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Only, why is it crippled? Lin Wuya shook his head and suppressed the doubts in his heart, turning into streams of light and exiting the Tao monument. Senior brother Lin has come out. Fang Wei and the others looked delighted and immediately walked up. Senior brother Lin, what inheritance did you obtain? She wondered.
Su Qingshan and Bai Xiong were equally very curious. Ing Qiping also walked over.
The gazes of the surrounding people also looked at Lin Wuya.
Lin Wuya smiled faintly. What kind of inheritance did you obtain? Senior brother. I obtained is a quasi-emperor inheritance. I'm also a quasi-emperor inheritance. Me too. Lin Wuya nodded.
It seemed that everyone had gained quite a lot.
But,
in front of his legacy, it was not worth mentioning in the slightest.
Evil Cloud's face was gloomy from afar.
Looking at Lin Wuya's confident appearance, he wouldn't really have found a great emperor's inheritance.
Young lord, have you obtained the great emperor's inheritance?
Han Gue came to the side excitedly.
The crowd was also attracted.
That was a great emperor's inheritance. If it wasn't for the change of heaven and the great rise of the devil's way, it would be impossible for them to come into contact with the devil emperor's Dao steel in their lifetime.
Let alone the devil emperor's inheritance. Lin Wuya raised the inheritance in his hand high. This is. Makino instantly came to Lin Wuya's side, looking shocked as if he could eat a dragon egg. Young lord. This. Han Gue froze in place in shock.
When Lin Wuya saw the two supreme beings lose their composure like this, his heart became even more seated on the fact of the great emperor's inheritance.
Ha ha ha. Makino covered his stomach and let out a loud laugh with tears in his eyes. Lin Wuya's brows furrowed. Makino had lost his mind?
Han Gue was as if he had lost his mother and comforted.
Young lord is fine. The district's inheritance is just a matter.
With your natural talent, you're completely capable of becoming an emperor on your own.
What do you mean? A bad feeling arose in Lin Wuya's heart. Mad Daoist. You obtained as Mad Daoist's inheritance. Makino wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and was numbed with laughter. Mad Taoist?
As soon as these words came out,
everyone's faces changed and they looked at Lin Wuya very oddly.
It's actually the inheritance of the Mad Daoist. There are candidates for that crazy person's inheritance as well.
Ha ha ha. The evil Cloud in the distance couldn't control his facial expression as he laughed uncontrollably as if he had heard some big joke. I thought it was some kind of genius, but I didn't expect it to be a wastrel. A man carrying a coffin with a pale face said disdainfully. Humph. Laugh off the teeth. Thought I could see what amazing talent, but it turned out to be nothing more than an embroidered pillow with an empty face.
A woman with a hot body and extremely charming look said in disappointment in this world. Rumors always run faster than the truth,
causing people to look forward to one for nothing. Another rough man laughed coldly. Yes. These days, it's easier to attract eyeballs with a false name than strength. Unfortunately,
this thing called strength is not something that can be blown out of your mouth. You have to do it for real.
He's like this.
I'm afraid he's not even worthy of lifting the shoes of a true genius.
Wu Zhiping looked serious, the corners of his mouth sometimes up and sometimes down. Wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. Who is the Mad Daoist? Lin Wuya asked.
Han Gue was bitter and explained.
Young lord,
the Mad Daoist was a supreme being from the same time period as me, who went insane because he practiced his kung fu and then went mad and died before he entered the quasi-emperor.
Ha ha ha. Mako stepped forward. Know how he died? Lin Wuya shook his head to indicate that he didn't know.
Makino pointed at Han Gue. That old lunatic lost his mind one day,
farted at old Han, and was killed alive by him. Lin Wuya's eyes widened. Such a big man, so malicious. Nima is really crazy.
In his dying moments, the old madman regained his senses and sent his own inheritance into the demon emperor Dao Steel.
Because the Gong method of refining was a bit deviant, coupled with going off the deep end, the inheritance was contaminated and became different from the other inheritances. Only then did Lin Wuya realize why all the other legacies were white and this legacy was colorful and loud. But it turned out that it was contaminated. Furthermore, the 9 plagues of the spectral devil required a strong will, and the reason why the Mad Daoist went mad must have been that he didn't manage it and refined himself into madness. Leaning north, could it be that you weren't given the Demon Emperor Dao tablet notes? Makino said in shock. Han Gue looked at the sky in embarrassment. The corners of Lin Wuya's mouth twitched. Who the hell didn't tell him that there were still cheats for the Demon Emperor Dao tablet? It's fine. Senior brother Lin has outstanding talent. Even if he doesn't have an inheritance, he'll still be able to certify as a great emperor. Feng Wei comforted on the side. Ha! That said, it's still too fickle. Alas, rumors run faster than truth these days. It's true to the old adage that the greater the expectations, the heavier the disappointment. The emotions of the onlookers were intertwined, and the sounds of disappointment and sarcasm rose and fell as you spoke and I spoke. Buzz! With a buzzing vibration, a huge black hole vortex appeared in front of the Demon Emperor Dao monument. What's going on? How could the Demon Emperor Dao Steel open on its own? Mako was alarmed. Chapter 43. Please call me mentor. As the whirlpool's rotation accelerated, a powerful fluctuation of magic light emanated from it. They were like sharp blades that cut through space and time, causing the space around them to become distorted and broken. How did the Demon Emperor inheritance run out? Makino's scalp tingled as he stared incredulously at the scene in front of him. The air around them seemed to freeze. The might of the Emperor's Tao manifested, and time became abnormally slow at this moment. Let everyone feel the shock and fear emotions clearly. The surrounding crowd was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Stunned, puzzled and disturbed were written all over their faces, as if the whole world had lost its balance at this moment. How is this possible? A dozen great emperor inheritances breaking through the seal at the same time. This is a spectacle that has never been seen before. Han Gue spoke tremblingly, his eyes flashing with excitement, yet it was hard to hide the shock in his heart. At this moment, countless divine thoughts descended on this place. They didn't dare to act rashly, they could only observe quietly. In the sky, the great emperor inheritances that had broken through the seals were like bright stars, each emitting a unique light and aura. They were either as hot as flames, as cold as ice, or as furious as thunder, and each power was enough to shake heaven and earth and change the pattern. Kid, your problem. This emperor has solved it. The voice of the destiny inheritance boomed in the ears of the crowd, like a morning bell or a drum, awakening all those who were immersed in shock and confusion. He took a condescending stance with a bit of smugness and pride, as if he had just accomplished a feat that was unrivaled in the world. Han Gue and Makino exchanged glances, the cluelessness in their eyes unable to be concealed. The surrounding people stared at Lin Wuya with wide eyes, feeling very unreal. In the past, it was the inheritance that gave them questions, but this was good. It was the turn of the inherited to give the inheritance questions. And it worked. Inverted Big Dipper. Evil Cloud covered his chest, feeling a mouthful of unrelieved stuffiness appear in his chest. The great emperor's inheritance that had been searched for so long at the Demon Emperor Tao Monument not only appeared in unison, and, descending with a single bar, it refreshed his supreme impression of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. Humph, the district's difficulties are nothing to worry about. The Fate inheritance was contemptuous, and there was a tone of disdain for the conundrum. Fate don't bull ******* him. Just tell him the answer and scare him to death. One of the legacies in the back gritted his teeth and said that he didn't know how many brains had died in order to think about this topic. Ahem. The Destiny inheritance towed the line and exclaimed, for that question, the chicken has a half chance of dying of poison, which means that no one will be able to know if the chicken is dead or alive until it is opened. Whether it is dead or alive only the box knows the moment it is opened. How is it possible? Lin Wuya took a few steps back, hardly able to hide his horror. Ha ha ha. The Destiny inheritance and the other great emperor inheritances laughed uncontrollably when they saw Lin Wuya's expression, and then hugged their heads and cried. Having lived for so many years, they all would have encountered such a difficult question for a while. Wrong answer. The tone of certainty and disappointment vibrated around them. The great emperor inheritance who was hugging and crying froze and instantly put back the tears. No way. That has been the perfect answer. You're lying. Destiny passes on hysterical denial. If the answer was wrong, what was your party's shock? Lin Wuya shook his head in disappointment. I had thought that the great emperor inheritance was exceedingly wise, but I didn't expect it to be nothing more than that. Disappointing. So disappointing. The correct answer is simple. The chicken only has a 50-50 chance of dying, and the fact that we, as devils, have already poisoned it represents an enmity. Make a feud. It's either you or me. Even if it is alive the moment it comes out, it must die after it comes out in. Lin Wuya's words revealed a determination and coldness. In this world, feud often means irreconcilable conflicts and confrontations. Once the two sides become enemies, there is only a life and death struggle, with no possibility of reconciliation. The phrase, there's only a 50-50 chance a chicken will die, while ostensibly describing a probabilistic event. In effect, it is implying that the chicken's fate is sealed, no matter what the outcome, because the demonic path had poisoned it. The very act represented hostility and determination from which there was no turning back. Lin Wuya's voice was like a vibrating drum, not loud, but resounding in everyone's ears. The great emperor inheritances were even more stunned in mid-air, not echoing for a long time. He is overly concerned with the expression of the title and forgets the position he is in and the logic of his actions. If you can't answer such a simple question, you're wasted as a great emperor inheritance. Lin Wuya shouted. No, how can this be? It's not true. A great emperor inheritance couldn't imagine the facts in front of him, and after thinking hard for so long, it was actually such an answer. A demonic flame suddenly blazed through his body. In an instant, it was reduced to ashes.
The sudden scene scared everyone.
However, it was as if the great emperor inheritances didn't see it anymore. If he had eyes, he would have noticed the deep confusion in his eyes at this point. Why? Such a simple and straight-to-the-heart question cannot be answered. Are they still great emperor legacies? Or is it the imperial way that leads the demonic path? Alas, Lin Woya sighed. You guys have already done a good job. True do?
Destiny Legacy lowered her stance.
Not as high and mighty as she had been.
Lin Woya nodded and turned his words around.
You haven't developed your potential yet. Are you saying that we still have room to grow? Destiny Inheritance asked.
Everyone has room for improvement.
Let alone you guys.
Lin Woya pressed his hand on top of the Destiny Inheritance.
You're all good kids, groping your way up to here. You have struggled. You have been lost. You have no guide. If you had a guide, your wisdom would transcend the world and reach as I have.
The Destiny Inheritance vibrated for a few moments.
Teacher, please teach me. Don't call me teacher. Please call me mentor.
Lin Woya stroked the Destiny Inheritance.
I don't preach and explain, but enlighten and guide you to open your wisdom. Master of wisdom. A great emperor inheritance pointedly called out. Lin Woya unfolded his arms. Come on, lost children. Children lost in the sea of knowledge. You once comet swept the moon, but it was only a mirror. A dream. Return to the arms of your mentor and let him enlighten your wisdom for eternity. Mentor. As soon as the words left her mouth, Fang Wei's voice carried incomparable excitement and admiration,
and as if she had used all her strength, she hugged Lin Woya tightly from behind.
At this moment, her eyes shone with devotion and adoration.
As if Lin Woya was more than just a mentor in her heart for imparting skills.
More than anything,
it is the guiding light that leads her to the pinnacle of wisdom, and cuts out the confusion in her heart.
Immediately after that, Su Qingshan and some of Bai Xiong's people came running,
wanting to embrace wisdom. Lin Woya spread a smile and extended his hand to the great emperor inheritances.
Children, what are you waiting for?
The Destiny Inheritance let out a whimpering sound and rushed towards Lin Wuya's body in a desperate attempt. Several rays of light from the great emperor's inheritance were like meteors piercing through the night sky, carrying an ancient and profound power as they violently rushed towards Lin Wuya's body. Each ray of light contained the lifelong cultivation and wisdom of a Devil Dao Emperor.
They intertwined and collided in the air, eventually converging into an irresistible torrent that wrapped Lin Wuya's entire body.
Lin Wuya was like a bright light appearing in the midst of the darkness, guiding his future path.
Good boys, all of you.
The corners of Lin Wuya's mouth sketched out a smirk,
and the aura on his body grew stronger and stronger. In this moment,
it was as if he was in a strange space constructed by the laws of the Devil Dao. The air around them became distorted due to this surge of power, and space and time seemed to lose their meaning. He could clearly feel that those ancient and powerful demonic wills were communicating and fusing with his soul like never before. As the power of the inheritance continued to be injected, the aura on Lin Wuya's body began to climb, as unstoppable as a volcanic eruption. Not good. Chapter 44, Deducing the Emperor's Law. The energy contained in a great emperor's inheritance was extremely large and complex, and the slightest carelessness on the part of the cultivator in the process of absorbing this energy could trigger the energy to go out of control. The out-of-control energy would wreak havoc in the cultivator's body, destroying his meridians, internal organs and even bones, causing serious internal injuries. More frighteningly, this loss of control can also trigger a backlash. It was already the limit for an ordinary heaven's pride to obtain one great emperor's inheritance. While Lin Wuya absorbed 9 great emperor's inheritances at once, the energy contained in it was incomparably terrifying. Even a quasi-emperor wouldn't be able to withstand the inheritance of several great emperors.
The power of the inheritance surged into Lin Wuya's body like a torrent,
instantly bracing his entire body's meridians to the limit. It was a kind of severe pain, as if his body was being cut by countless sharp blades at the same time and scorched by flames.
Dense cracks surfaced on his skin,
and blood seeped out, staining his lapel red. Dense fine lines emerged all over his body,
as if he was about to disintegrate and die at any moment. Senior brother Lin. Fang Wei's face changed drastically as the sudden scene stunned everyone present. Ha ha ha. Evil Cloud laughed inwardly. Lin Wuya was out of his depth.
Absorbing so many great emperor inheritances at once, it would be hard not to die.
Unfortunately, it didn't die on him. Chicken alive? The chicken is dead. The demon lords were still discussing whether the chicken was dead or alive, unaware of the huge changes that had occurred outside. What are you still thinking about? He's about to die.
The Dark Knight Demon Lord roared in shock.
What the hell?
The wills of the demon lords descended above the demon emperor Dao Steel and discovered that Lin Wuya was about to burst into flames.
This kid is too fierce. actually absorbing 9 great emperor inheritances at once. Make a move. The power of a dozen or so demon lords instantly descended,
bringing the chaotic forces under immediate control.
Can't suppress the energy in his body, the flame demon lord said urgently. The frost demon lord was shocked. The power of a single great emperor is already extraordinary. How did he dare to absorb so much? It's over. It's over. Powerless. The yin-yang demon lord's forehead was sweating profusely. Even if they controlled the spread of their power, they couldn't stop the great emperor's power from vibrating inside Lin Wuya. With all your might,
all of them are using their full strength.
Brother Lin. The Dark Knight demon lord looked sad and took out a black and white photo from the back. Announced the aftermath.
The yin-yang demon lord's eyelids jumped.
The effigy is ready. So such a good seedling won't continue to be salvaged? Rescued? Not all are doing their best to save. Can't save. The Dark Knight demon lord sighed helplessly. Heaven's jealousy. Brother Lin's ancient wizardry has been envied by heaven. The faces of the dozen or so demon lords were grim. The talent and tactics displayed by Lin Wuya were beneath even them. But I didn't want to miss it for a moment and suffer such a turn of events. At this moment, Lin Wuya's every breath was like a blazing fire burning his body, and every bone was cackling as if it would break at any moment. At this rate, it's certain death. His mind raced, and the undying codex worked frantically, constantly devouring the power of the great empress. However, even with all the firepower, it was impossible to consume the power of the 9 great emperors' inheritance at the same time. A sense of powerlessness swept over him. Can't do anything about it? Should I just die like this? Lin Wuya was very unwilling. He hadn't yet avenged himself and exterminated to the Xin Tian sect, nor had he yet transcended his previous life and reached the pinnacle of the devil's path. There are still many ideas in mind that have not been realized. How can one be willing to die just like that for no reason? For a moment, he ran all the methods he had learned in an attempt to find a silver lining. Ugh! A long sigh struck. Han Gue looked compassionate. A dozen or so demon lords had taken action and were unable to save the young lord. The only fate that awaits the young lord is death. It is? Just as Lin Wuya was about to disintegrate, the 9 plagues of the phantom demon operated countless times faster than the other techniques. Lin Wuya's eyes flashed endlessly. The 9 plagues of the spectral devil, corresponding to the 9 crippled Dao techniques. The mad Taoist went mad precisely because he was unable to deduce the complete technique and went off the deep end. If, with the indestructible code as the foundation and fate as the guide, the 8 imperial paths, instead of the original 8 plagues, wouldn't that mean the 9 plagues are complete? Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Lin Wuya let out a loud laugh, releasing an unrivaled force. That was a Tao that had never appeared in the cultivation world, transcending all imperial paths. It seemed to be able to devour everything and dim all life, treading on clouds and seeking for traces of immortality. Great love turns the sky into a dome without boundaries. One thought of compassion to cross the living world, and the 10,000 dermas to prove the emptiness of the Tao. The red dust and the chaos of the world are all passers-by, and the immortal path is long and endless. If the heart is like Bodhi, it is always at ease, swallowing the sky and devouring the earth to refine the living beings. The operation of the 9 plagues of the spectral demon gradually accelerated as guided by his intention, as if the demonic fire under the 9 Sephiroths was ignited. A cold and violent force surged out from his body, colliding and fusing with the originally mild spiritual energy. A strange energy was formed that had never been seen before. This energy traveled through his meridians, each cycle bringing unspeakable pain and metamorphosis. However, Lin Wuya clenched his teeth and persisted, his eyes flashing with determination and unyielding light. The undying codex, turn it for me. He let out a low roar, and a big hot black sun rose up inside his body. Endless thin black threads of destiny flowed out from the great sun. The 9 plagues of the spectral devil transformed into unique ancient and magnificent patterns that densely covered the black great sun. The power of the great empress that was spread all over his body was pulled by the thin black threads, and came to surround the great sun in a matter of moments. As time passes, one small black sun after another is formed. It was constantly rotating around the big black sun in the center. Lin Wuya's eyes snapped open, and his overwhelmingly powerful aura rose to the sky. The black 9 days hovering behind his back, running raw and unceasingly, like a black hole, causing palpitations and terror. One plague, greed awakens. Roar! The sound of a loud roar resounded through the devil's cave, and a shadow of greed sat in the middle of a large black sun. The shadow of greed, as if it was a collection of all the greed and desires in the world. Its eyes glittered with greed, attracting the hearts and minds of all the creatures around it like an abyss. This is. Han Gui's eyes widened. Having lived for so many years,
He had never seen such an amazing scene. He's refining the Imperial Tao and deducing the Imperial laws.
The Dark Knight Demon Lord's heart turned over. He knew the power of the Emperor's Tao and the Emperor's law.
It was beyond what he could comprehend. A realm that only true emperors could venture into. Throughout the ages, how many amazingly talented celestials had been unable to deduce their own Tao and had stopped at quasi-emperor? Nor had I ever seen a mere mole in the divine hidden realm, put to death.
Coalesce the 8 great emperor laws and deduce your own.
With the great sun in the center as the main method, and in concert with the 8 great emperor methods, the power of this method will fearfully surpass that of any great emperor in the ancient past. Young Demon Lord sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Had seen the bold.
Hadn't seen such boldness. Lin Wuya even 9 great emperor laws in one.
If this method were to come out,
it would be unrivaled through the ages. Against the heavens, the immortal foundation is now complete.
The fiery flame Demon Lord's scalp was numb.
When he was Lin Wuya's age, he was still thinking about what to eat at noon and what to eat at night, whereas others, they were all deducing the emperor's laws. The second plague, the demon flame of anger. 3 plagues, foolishness and brokenness. The 4th plague, slackness devours the soul. The 5 plagues, the arrogant demon shadow. The 6 plagues, doubting the specter. Anger, foolishness, arrogance, laxity, suspicion, emotional attachment, and fear. The 8 demonic shadows are constantly appearing. That breath, mingled with the fiery heat of anger, the chaos of foolishness, the arrogance of haughtiness, the slothful laziness, the grimness of suspicion, the entanglement of affectionate obsession, and the trembling of fear. Like 8 dark storms of different hues, they kept raging over the demon cave, and the entire space was dyed into a twisted and complicated picture. The shadow of anger transformed into a blazing flame, burning all reason and peace, and each of its roars was like a thunderous shock that struck the heart. The shadow of foolishness, on the other hand, is a fog that causes people to lose their way and fall into endless confusion and bewilderment, unable to extricate themselves. The shadow of arrogance towered over all living beings, emitting a suffocating sense of oppression as if everything in the world was inferior to it. The shadow of slackness is like an invisible shackle, binding every soul that tries to struggle, making people lose the motivation to move forward and wallow in the quagmire of comfort. The shadow of suspicion creeps in the shadows, gnawing at the foundations of trust and unity like a viper, tearing teams apart. The shadow of love obsession, on the other hand, is one of the most entwined forces. In the name of love, it practiced bondage, causing people to sink in a whirlwind of emotions, forgetting about themselves and their responsibilities. And the shadow of fear, it creeps silently into the heart, exploiting human vulnerability and insecurity, magnifying every tiny fear until it consumes the person completely. 9 devil devouring. With a low roar, a terrifying silhouette emerged from the central black great sun. This terrifying shadow slowly coalesced, as if it had been birthed from the bottom of the abyss by endless darkness and despair. With a terrifying aura capable of shaking heaven and earth and making everything tremble. The eyes of the silhouette were like 2 deep black holes with no pupils, only endless emptiness and indifference. It was as if he could see into the nature and weakness of everything in the world. If someone had looked closely, they would have noticed. This silhouette was none other than Lin Wuya. Chapter 45, Forging the Imperial Way. Lin Wuya slowly opened his eyes flickering with former endless depth and indifference. It's as if you've undergone a baptism of the soul, and your perception of the world has reached a new level. He sat up, a faint, ineffable aura surrounding him, the calmness and self-confidence that had settled down after all the trials and tribulations. 9 great black suns circled behind them, and the 9 terrifying shadows seemed to be above the 10,000 paths, just like the ancient devil gods. Success! It's done! The Dark Knight Demon Lord's voice thundered through the night sky, not only shaking himself, but also causing the other demon lords to fall into deep shock. This sudden news of success was like a strong wind that blew away all the haze in their hearts and brought an unprecedented shock. 18 years old divine reserve. 18 years old forging the foundation of an emperor. The young demon lord was shocked numb. The youngest great emperor in history had only forged the embryonic form of the imperial Tao at the time of the Tao beheading. And Lin Wuya not only refreshed ancient history, but also stretched the age of forging the emperor's Tao to an unprecedented level. 10,000 years in the future, or even 1,000,000 years. There wouldn't be a peerless demon like him who forged an emperor's foundation at the age of 18. A miracle. Simply a miracle. The fiery demon lord was in hot tears, from a heart as if it was dead, then to the joy of a desperate recovery, and finally the shock of a refreshed ancient history. He could no longer use words to describe Lin Wuya.
Just how demonic was the natural talent to be able to forge the foundation of the Emperor's way at such a young age?
Congratulations, young lord! Congratulations, young lord! Han Gue shouted loudly.
And at this moment, his face was red with excitement to the extreme. I had thought that the young lord would rise for at least 1,000 years or even 10,000 years, and perhaps I wouldn't be able to see the young lord rise in this life. Unexpectedly, Lin Wuya gave him a big surprise. He could be certain that in less than 500 years, the Devil Dao would give birth to the strongest devil emperor in history.
Throughout the ages.
Below, the originally tense and depressing atmosphere was instantly broken as everyone stared in disbelief in the direction where Lin Wuya was.
Some of them had fought alongside him and knew his tenacity and indomitability.
Others held him in awe and considered him an unparalleled wizard. There are those who despise him at heart and think he has a name.
But at the moment,
even those who know him best did not anticipate that he would achieve such splendor.
Rumors and what you see with your own eyes converge into a powerful force. It filled them with awe and admiration for Lin Wuya. Erase their memories.
A distant voice awoke from the deepest part of the Devil's Cave.
The dozen or so demon lords nodded silently.
Thus, the memories of everyone except the Supreme Being were erased.
From now on, when the Devil's Cave is there, Lin Wuya is there. And when the Devil's Cave is not there, Lin Wuya is there.
These words shook the heart tips of the demon lords as they took a deep breath and gazed at Lin Wuya.
The current Lin Wuya's status was incomparable. Instead,
they put him above the Devil's Den,
representing the magic cave in the future. It would do whatever it took to help him grow, even if the Devil's Cave is destroyed. A few days later, Lin Wuya woke up in the middle of his meditation,
and the path of the 9 plagues of the phantom demon in the future was almost perfected.
It was just a matter of his realm rising to bring new realizations and strengthen the imperial way. The divine collection is one step short of entering the Purple Mansion realm. Before that, it has to be sharpened to the Emperor Extreme, or the legendary Forbidden Dao realm. As I recall, the Lin Lang mysterious realm will open in 2 months, and Su Ning and the others will be there at that time. He carefully calculated that Su Ning and the others were all Purple Mansion realm cultivators, and the divine hidden realm was no match for him, so the only thing he could do was to enter the Purple Mansion realm within 2 months. It was only by reaching the divine hidden Emperor Extreme that one could achieve invincibility in the Purple Mansion realm and crush Su Ning and the others. Not enough insurance. Lin Wuya shook his head.
If Su Ning and the others had also reached the Emperor's pole, his realm would have no advantage.
Forbidden Dao Field. Only by entering the realm of the Forbidden Path can we take revenge. But, entering the Forbidden Dao realm required sharpening himself. Where was he going to find a cultivator of the same level who was incredibly powerful? Is senior brother Lin available? Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. Lin Wuya's figure disappeared and went out of the cave. Senior brother Su, what brings you here? The person who came was none other than Su Qingshan.
Su Qingshan was filled with respect as he arched his hand and said,
Senior brother Lin, I would like to invite you to the Imperial Pagoda trial. Imperial Pagoda? Lin Wuya froze. Predecessor memories surfaced. The Emperor Tower,
a trial tower established by a great emperor of the righteous path, designed to sharpen the battle prowess of the younger generation of the righteous path. Later, after several righteousness emperors as well as demon emperors had added to it, it gradually became a venue for the righteousness and demonic paths to enhance their battle power and compete with each other.
Senior brother Lin, the minimum realm for entry into the Imperial Pagoda is the Divine Hidden Realm. Cultivators at the Divine Residence realm to the Transition realm can enter the trial. What realm one is in, the Imperial Pagoda will manifest the same realm to fight against. The higher the layer you break through, the stronger the battle you encounter. If the cultivator is powerful, he will also encounter a great emperor incarnation down the road. The Imperial Pagoda arranges the top 10 in each realm individually, dividing them into the Divine Residence list, the Violet Mansion list, the Yuan Shen list, the Cavernous Void list, and the Transition list. Senior brother Lin, I've just entered the Divine Hidden Realm and I want to try it out. Su Qingshan said, his eyes filled with excitement. I can't wait to want to break into the tower and make a name for myself. Lin Wuya checked Su Qingshan's realm and was secretly shocked. After a few days, Su Qingshan had reached the Divine Hidden Realm from the Foundation Establishment stage. Enlightenment and talent were also top-notch existences among the righteous path. Just how much do you want to come undercover in the Devil's Way? Go check it out. He remembered that Su Ning was also a member of the Purple Mansion list. Su Qingshan then led Lin Wuya to a venue in the Devil's Cave. There stood a tall tower in silence. Senior brother Lin, in order to sharpen his disciples, the Demon Lord has specially moved an Imperial Pagoda to the Demon Cave. There were 108 Imperial Pagodas on the continent, situated in mega-cities. There's no excuse for taking one. In the center of the tower,
there were several screens that recorded the top 10 in several realm rankings, as well as the progress of each person breaking through the levels within this trial tower.
Once you're in the top 10, you'll be famous. Countless cultivators will know their names. Outside of the Imperial Tower, there were already dozens of people standing. Look, the evil Cloud Saint's son has broken through to the 40th floor, 5th in the world's Violet Mansion realm, surpassing Xian Tian Sect Su Ning at the upper level. Way to go, Senior Wu. These people were divided into 3 factions. One side was the Sky Demon Sect disciples, one side was the Underworld Demon Sect disciples, and one side was the Melon Eaters. Yo, isn't this the Lin Tianjiu who obtained the supreme inheritance? A lovely person with an exaggeratedly convex and seductive figure laughed. Self-deceiving, relying on a bit of fame, thinking it's their strength, not realizing that they are jumping clowns. A rough man disdained. Are they usually this brave? Lin Wuya frowned. A tiger that doesn't take offense thinks he's a sick cat? Su Qingshan tugged at the corner of his coat. Senior brother Lin. One of them is the holy daughter of the Extreme Bliss Demon Sect, Yu Qi Meng. One is the Blood Sea Demon Sect, Blood Moon. Both of them are at the strength of the Purple Mansion realm. Lin Wuya was stunned. Both of them were at the Zifu realm. Then the 2 of them stay alive for now. Senior brother, I'll go in first and try. Su Qingshan arched his hand and then stepped into the trial tower. What? You also want to enter the trial tower? Yu Qiming smiled. The corners of Bloodmoon's mouth grinned. Trash should just take it in stride instead of recognizing reality. Someone is trying to make a fool out of himself and we're just watching the joke. What the holy maiden said is extremely true. I just can't stand to see those who can't recognize that their trash. Bloodmoon licked his lips. I always want to help them out. Suck their blood dry and give them a ride. Lin Wuya wasn't angry and shook his head helplessly. There were always some people in the world who liked to mock and belittle others to gain satisfaction. For such people, he had always killed them when he could. If you can't kill it, you can kill it when you're strong. How could he care about these mocking words when his thoughts were clear? It's only barking. With that, he took a step out and entered within the Imperial Pagoda. Chapter 46, Breaking into the Imperial Pagoda. Lin Wuya's eyes blinked. When he appeared, he was already in a huge space, looking upwards, covering this dense array of patterns. Suddenly, a man in green clothes appeared not far from Lin Wuya. The man was holding a long sword and his long hair was flowing. He understood that the person in front of him was just a will to fight. Perhaps this person was so astonishingly talented back then that he was recorded by the Imperial Pagoda with the will to fight as a way to test those who came after him. Heavenly Sword Sect. Nameless, enlighten me. Nameless arched his hand and saluted. Then he immediately brought his sword to kill. And in an instant, sword chi splashed and shook the surroundings. Lin Wuya's eyes narrowed. Late Divine Hidden Realm. The nameless person in front of him was a sword-practicing Late Divine Hidden Realm powerhouse. Lin Wuya had underestimated the Imperial Pagoda, and at just the first level, it was the Late Divine Hidden Realm. Then if Su Qingshan goes in, won't he get beaten up? Unsurprisingly, it was less than a few minutes after Lin Wuya went in. Poof! With a poof, Su Qingshan flew out of the trial tower upside down. It drew laughter from the neighborhood. Su Qingshan held his face red. The Imperial Pagoda had been accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years, and had long since been rolled out to new heights by generation after generation. Entering the gate, he encountered a late-stage expert, and it was the best late stage of all generations. The Su Qingshan who had first entered the Divine Hidden Realm was not an opponent at all. I wonder how senior brother Lin is doing, Su Qingshan muttered. Ha ha ha, that kid will be beaten out later. Blood Moon heard Su Qingshan's words and said loudly. Su Qingshan laughed lightly. Senior brother Lin is not you, only barking, unbridled. Blood Moon loudly rebuked. The blood aura on his body enveloped Su Qingshan, and his killing chance intensified, as if he wanted to kill him at any time. Su Qingshan's eyes stared as he took out a halberd and resisted with all his might. If he was good, he wouldn't have beaten and killed several demonic cultivators before entering the mountain. The moment he saw the halberd, a hint of fire flashed in the Blood Moon's eyes. Surprisingly, it was an extreme spiritual treasure. Fighting is forbidden within the Devil's Cave. A strong aura struck, suppressing Blood Moon's attack alive. Blood Moon's eyes were terrified as he respectfully said, Supreme Being rest his anger. Han Gui appeared above the trial tower, and the news that he was protecting Lin Wuya was still top secret. The disciples don't know it yet. Moreover, these are the future of the Devil's Way and cannot die. Many thanks to your holiness for saving me. Su Qingshan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared at Blood Moon unwillingly. Pissed Blood Moon off.
Blood Moon's eyes narrowed. Kid,
How about we make a bet? What bet? Let's bet on Lin Wuya
to be able to pass the 20th floor.
Su Qingshan pondered. What are you betting on?
Blood Moon laughed heartily and took out a medium-grade spiritual treasure. I'll bet on the halberd in your hand.
Joke.
Su Qingshan was not overwhelmed by his aura. This one of mine is an extreme-grade spiritual treasure.
A mere medium-grade spiritual treasure would dare to be used for a bet. Poor bastard. You.
Blood Moon's veins rippled.
Everyone knew what was going on in the devil's way. It was poor as hell.
And it was already very good to be able to take out a mid-grade magic treasure. Don't play if you can't afford to play.
Su Qingshan mocked. If I take out an extreme spiritual treasure, how should you bet?
Blood Moon said in a cold voice.
Humph. Su Qingshan coldly grunted. I'll bet on senior brother Lin to enter the top 10.
Good. Blood Moon immediately agreed,
fearing that Su Qingshan would back out.
The Divine Collection list was different from other lists. The other lists would disappear from the list as soon as a realm breakthrough was made. And the Divine Hidden list was special in that those who were on the list would not disappear,
but stayed on the list. The name only disappears as soon as it is defeated and replaced.
Therefore, in the top 10 of the Imperial Pagoda Divine Collection, there were some names that existed for a very old time and had never been surpassed.
Being in the top 10 doesn't just represent the moment,
but the past, all of which are the strongest. Su Qingshan bet with him for 20 floors.
He didn't dare, but betting on the top 10,
he could have dumped his money on it,
because the top 10 of the Divine Hidden list was the strongest Divine Hidden Emperor pool in history.
A few of them were later certified as great emperors. Blood Moon took out an extreme spiritual treasure from his hand, which was a treasure that he had suppressed.
Ask the Supreme Being to be a witness. Blood Moon arched his hand toward Han Gui. Han Wei looked at Su Qingshan. Are you willing to bet? What dare you? Without saying a word,
Su Qingshan threw the halberd in his hand into the air.
Yo!
How can I miss out on such a good thing? Yu Qiming walked over with a smile and also took out an extreme spiritual treasure.
Kid, if you lose,
you'll have to pay for 2 extreme spiritual treasures.
Blood Moon smiled playfully. Can you afford to lose? Su Qingshan smiled contemptuously and casually took out 2 more extreme spiritual treasures and threw them into the air. Poor bastard.
Blood Moon and Yu Imo's faces were green and purple.
Very ugly. I've seen hoes. I've never seen a small cultivation level that can have 3 extreme spiritual treasures.
The two of them glanced at each other and could tell that Su Qingshan's origin was not small. The two then laughed in their minds.
Meet the fat goat. Within the Imperial Pagoda,
Lin Wuya resisted Nameless several swords without retreating.
Jabla! The sword energy roared. Lin Wuya did not move. His eyes slightly lost. Too weak. He gently shook his head and pointed out with a finger. A powerful force erupted with a bang, like a meteor striking the moon, mighty to fill the sky. Boom! With a boom, the sound of an explosion resounded through space. Nameless was blown to pieces by a finger. It's just too weak. Outside the Imperial Tower, Su Qingshan, who was watching the progress of the screen, hooked a smile. In just a few breaths, he had broken through the first level, worthy of being senior brother Lin. Blood Moon and Yu Qimeng's eyes narrowed as they thought they hadn't passed through so quickly even when they entered the tower. It's just relying on the power of the realm. He'll have a good time behind him. Blood Moon said easily. The first 10 floors are simple, and after that, the difficulty increases several times. Yu Qimeng leisurely said. The further one went, the Divine Hidden Extreme realm was the threshold, and there would also be terrifying figures like Emperor Extreme. Although they did not become emperors in ancient history, they were the prides of the times at that time. What? Senior brother Lin is also breaking into the tower?
A gray-headed man rose from the ground.
Ing Chi Ping.
Blood Moon and Yu Qimeng were shocked that Wu Zhiping had broken through the 40th floor, even though he had fallen to Xian Tian Sect's Suning.
But a body of battle power is terrifying.
The two were deeply scandalized by it.
Good luck with the lottery. I'll do it too.
Wu Zhiping took out 2 extreme supreme treasures and put them into the betting pool.
Su Qingshan smiled. 2 poor bastards. If you lose, you'll have to pay out for 5 pieces of extreme spiritual treasures. You guys, can you afford to pay? Can't afford to pay back? Wu Zhiping froze, squeezing out a smile. Senior brother Su, what can't afford to pay back? They can't afford to pay back. Brothers and sisters, parents and family members can always afford to pay back, and also to be unable to pay it back. All the organs are great treasures. What senior brother said is very much to my liking. Su Qingshan recalled Lin Wuya's words and thought that Wu Zhiping was deeply influenced by him. Chills ran down the backs of Blood Moon and Yu Qimeng. When did this Wu Zhiping become so ruthless? There's no way we can lose. Blood Moon didn't believe that Lin Wuya could break into the top 10. knowing that the top 10 were all divine hidden emperor extremely strong. In addition to the great emperors since ancient history, the strongest divine hidden realm.
We're going to laugh at senior brother Wu's two extremely high-grade magic treasures, Giggle Yu Qiming said with a smile, as if she had made a lot of money from this gamble.
Look! Someone broke through the 15th floor of the Imperial Tower in a row. Hiss less than an incense burner.
From the first floor straight up to the 15th floor.
Holy, here comes a fierce man,
Dawei exclaimed. And several people's eyes quickly looked at the screen.
Ha ha ha, Su Qingshan laughed. Wait for the compensation.
Worthy of being senior brother Lin.
Wu Shiping's expression was cloudy, as if he had already expected it. Damn it!
Blood Moon gritted his teeth and grunted coldly. One drum will only consume a lot of stamina.
He's not far from getting out of the tower. Che Su Qingshan cut out. Dead duck's mouth.
Blood Moon forcefully squeezed out a smile.
Outside.
That divine hidden realm cultivator talking to him like that would have been torn apart by him long ago.
Senior brother Su.
Be careful of natural disasters in the dark.
A natural disaster can't be stopped, but if it's a man-made disaster, I'll be the first to cut someone down.
Wu Zhiping took a step forward and looked at the Blood Moon and said morosely,
What's going on? Lin Wuya has stopped.
This stunned voice echoed in the silent air, as if even time had frozen at this moment. The surrounding crowd of people watching the battle cast puzzled and suspicious gazes, and murmurs rose and fell, but they all lowered their voices for fear of disturbing this sudden change.
Chapter 47, The Divine Collection of the Emperor's Pole. Who is he? How come I've never heard of him? I've heard that this just entered Heavenly Pride has extraordinary talent. Outside the Imperial Pagoda, everyone whispered, afraid of touching Wu Zhiping's mold.
Ha ha ha,
Blood Moon let out a loud laugh. Wu Zhiping, look at that. It's just a reckless man. 15 floors, that's the end of him. Yui Meng's brows relaxed and a joyful color appeared on her face. Who says that senior brother Lin can only reach the 15th floor? A CUI sound came from Feng Wei as he walked in stride. Without blinking an eye, he put the 3 extreme spiritual treasures into the betting pool. I'm betting on senior brother Lin to be number 1 on the divine hidden ranking. Blood Moon and Yu Qimeng looked at each other and laughed heartily. Laughing my ass off. These days, cootie. So much?
When Su Qingshan heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched.
Senior sister Feng, what are you doing here to make a scene?
Senior brother Lin's top 10 is already considered a big gamble.
And number 1, it's a bit of a strong bet. Feng Wei was unconvinced. Senior brother Lin is definitely number 1. I believe in him. Su Qingshan's eyes widened. It was over.
Senior sister Feng was no longer a matter of blind worship, but rather extreme worship.
Jia jia jia. So much fun. I'll have some fun too. The 2 extreme spiritual treasures fell into the betting pool. An evil cloud appeared in the field from somewhere. Defeated General. Wu Zhiping was contemptuous. Just now he broke into the Emperor Tower. Evil Cloud stopped at the 38th floor, missing him by 2 floors. Evil Cloud sneered. Wu Zhiping, being behind for the time being doesn't mean you'll be behind in the future.
Who is strong and who is weak is not a momentary contest.
That's right. Wu Zhiping nodded. I will step on you for the rest of my life. Lip service. Evil Cloud's face immediately turned gloomy. In terms of strength, he was a drop short of Wu Zhiping, and in terms of mouth, he was also a drop short. A drop that almost blew his lungs out. Look, it's moving. Vibrations rang out, and the faces of Blood Moon and the others froze, only to see that Lin Wuya instantly soared high after stopping at the 15th floor. In one breath, 10 floors in a row. Weak, too weak. Inside the Imperial Pagoda, Lin Wuya smashed the body of a silhouette with a single punch. I have reached the divine hidden extreme realm, and these people haven't reached the extreme realm yet. That's why they're so weak. He knew roughly. Once a divine deposit entered the extreme realm, there was a difference in strength of 100,000 miles, and a huge gulf arose between realm and power. And it was precisely because of this gap between the divine hidden realm and the Violet Mansion realm that there had been no such thing as a cross-level challenge since the beginning of time. Not enough. Again. Lin Wuya continued to challenge. In the next moment, there was a blackness in front of him, and he appeared on another level. A young man appeared before him. Tao Heavenly Sects by Miao. Please enlighten me. By Miao? Lin Wuya froze. Both surnamed Bai. What was the relationship between Bai Miao and Bai Xiong? The White River Shadow didn't have any nonsense and directly sacrificed its magic weapon to charge and kill. Lin Wuya's eyes narrowed, and without avoiding or dodging, he directly blasted out with a fist. Boom! There was a loud boom. A tingling sensation came from Lin Wuya's arm. Without waiting for him to react, Bai Miao's figure immediately appeared at the back. The Pole Realm.
Lin Wuya's expression changed slightly, and when he reached the 30th floor,
he finally encountered the extreme realm void. Drink! With a loud shout, he no longer held back.
His entire body was filled with demonic flames, and all sorts of Dao techniques were unleashed.
Powerful mana vibrated in space. Bang! After an unknown amount of time,
Lin Wuya shattered the White River void.
But, just then, Lin Wuya's expression was joyful. The divine hidden extreme realm actually loosened up a tiny bit.
If they continued to fight upwards, the Emperor's pole was not in question.
Outside the Imperial Tower, people are amazed.
Beyond the 30th layer,
it represents the divine hidden extreme realm.
Blood Moon's eyes narrowed. Yue Meng's eyelids jumped.
Did you guys already know that he had entered the extreme realm? Lure us into betting. Su Qingshan spread his hands out. I don't know. Wow.
Senior brother is so powerful. There was nothing else in Feng Wei's eyes. If someone looked closely, they would know that there were only the three big words Lin Wuya in her eyes.
Don't panic.
Evil Cloud calmed the two of them.
It's just the extreme realm. It's not like we haven't reached it before. The real terror is the 40th floor by God's pole. That's the real opponent. If he only has the extreme realm, he's not destined to go far.
Blood Moon in Yu Qi Meng's heart settled down. Although there was only one word difference between Emperor Extreme and Extreme Realm, the difference was more than 100,000 miles.
It is an abyssal gap. Some heavenly pride can easily reach the extreme realm,
but consume a large amount of half a year Hua can't reach the Emperor's pole.
Because,
reaching the Emperor pole meant that there was a great Emperor. But becoming a Taoist is difficult, and it is not possible to become a Taoist just because you have the stature of a great Emperor.
Roar! Within the Imperial Pagoda,
Lin Wuya raised his voice to the sky, his battle power as terrifying as it was, and violently rushed towards the shadow in front of him.
39 floors.
Unlike the other layers, this layer was the strongest extreme realm in the ancient world.
Powerful and extraordinary.
The shrouded formation flickered continuously,
and the might caused by the duo was powerful and intimidating.
Each collision of light was accompanied by a deafening roar.
The fighting was fierce.
Lin Wuya and that mysterious young man's silhouettes appeared and disappeared in this interplay of light and shadow.
Their might was strong enough to shock people. If there were any unusual cultivators here, they could not help but be in awe and watch this battle that surpassed their perceptions with trepidation. As the battle progressed, the strength displayed by the duo had far exceeded the realm of the divine hidden realm. A black whirlwind surrounded Lin Wuya's body, so fast that it was inscrutable, and every movement was accompanied by a slight distortion of space. The mysterious youth also stood at the peak of frenzy, his black hair dancing as Tao and Dharma constantly changed and intertwined. Roar! Lin Wuya roared,
his entire body boiling with spiritual energy,
transforming into a huge black dragon that roared and charged at his opponent. The black dragon was lifelike,
carrying the power to tear everything apart, and wherever it passed, even the air was cut into countless tiny wind blades.
It was enough to pulverize any divine hidden realm cultivator. Boom!
The roars continued to intertwine as the mysterious youth was riddled with holes and turned into dust under a powerful attack.
Phew!
Lin Wuya breathed heavily and wiped away the smear of blood at the corner of his mouth. The strength of this person was the strongest extreme realm he had seen so far. But, what made him speechless was that the extreme realm had yet to evolve into the Emperor's extreme.
Not enough. More! Lin Wuya roared and his figure disappeared. Firefly Candlelight, how dare you compete with the White Moon?
Lin Wuya had just already appeared on the 40th floor when violent shouts descended from the sky. A white-clothed figure carrying rolling might killed him.
Too late for a second of thinking time. Emperor's pole.
Excitement flourished in Lin Wuya's eyes. After wasting so much time in front of him,
he finally encountered an Emperor Extreme powerhouse. Boom! Vast vibrations shook within the space.
The people's movements were so fast that they could no longer be captured by the naked eye, and only two residual shadows were seen weaving and weaving within the formation.
Each collision stirred up a deafening roar, accompanied by the raging of spiritual energy and the collision of laws.
It was as if the entire space was going to be torn apart.
Break me!
Lin Wuya's extreme sublimation had reached a critical point by the time he engaged this white-clothed Emperor pole again.
There was a huge difference in the strength of the two, and he might be blown away if he didn't break through the Emperor's pole before. Borrowing the powerful power blasts from the white-clothed Emperor pole, he finally broke through the Emperor pole. Lin Wuya only felt an unprecedented power erupt violently within his body,
as if thousands of stars were exploding within him.
It is also as vast as a river joining the sea.
His spiritual sense became exceptionally clear at this moment,
able to capture every ounce of spiritual energy flowing in the air. One could even vaguely feel the pulsation of the laws of heaven and earth. Break me! Boom!
A vast roar arose within his body. and at this moment incomparably majestic power filled his entire body.
Incomparable. The entire person exuded a terrifying and overwhelming aura.
His entire body covered in demonic flames, as if he was a shocking devil.
Die for me!
Lin Wuya's fist blasted out. The space distorted, and his aura, which was already so powerful that it was suffocating, was now even more like a substance oppressing the space around him.
The black dragon he incarnated was even more powerful, each attack carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth.
The white-clothed Emperor Extreme's face did not change, but it was difficult to block the terrifying might that rolled over him.
Bang!
Turned to dust in a collision of intertwined fists.
Impossible! Outside the Imperial Pagoda, Blood Moon let out a low roar with an unbelievable expression. Chapter 48, Dueling the Strongest Divine Collection in Ancient History.
He had thought that Lin Wuya's 39th floor was already the limit,
but he didn't want to step into the 40th floor. That was an Emperor Extremity powerhouse, the strongest batch of Divine Hidden Realm in ancient history. Meaning, he was the Divine Hidden Emperor pole. He had even less expected that Lin Wuya had actually passed the 40th floor, ranked as one of the strongest Divine Hidden Realms throughout the ages. Not only him,
all the people present were shocked.
Steady! Evil Cloud's complexion was low.
There have been countless Emperor poles since ancient times.
He's only at the 40th floor.
There are still 20 floors above him.
Don't panic.
Blood Moon and Yu Chi Meng slightly settled their minds.
The Divine Hidden Realm was the most rolled up of the many lists. Throughout the ages,
I don't know how many heavenly prides had died to the Emperor's pole to reach that nebulous Forbidden Dao realm.
Family members who understand. Su Qingshan God's face was odd. Is it so hard to accept that others are better than you?
As soon as the words fell, the three evil clouds glared angrily, and if it weren't for Wu Zhiping's presence, they would have had to break Su Qingshan's 3 legs.
Inside the Imperial Tower,
Lin Wuya sparred with a youth. Their figures were like ghosts,
appearing and disappearing,
and every exchange was accompanied by a deafening roar and the vision of space distortion. One side was holding a long sword,
the tip of which was flowing with brilliant lightning,
and each swing seemed to be able to tear through the void,
carrying an aura of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth.
The other side used their fists as soldiers, and the winds of their fists whistled,
wrapped in blazing flames and icy cold ice, displaying the ultimate Taoism of yin and yang, rigidity and flexibility.
41 layers, 42 floors, 43 layers, 44th floor, 50 floors,
fighting all the way through 10 levels in a row.
Lin Wuya's aura grew stronger and stronger as the Emperor Extreme Realm continued to rise higher and higher.
A higher level of comprehension of the Tao, an unspeakable aura spread out. It was invincible. If the previous Lin Wuya was subtle, then the current one had an overwhelming aura. This aura was as if it was the purest power in heaven and earth, an invincible conviction condensed after countless battles and trials. At the top of the Emperor, proud of the world. With me, Yulan, there is heaven. The vast mesmerizing sound boomed ear-splittingly in Lin Wuya's head.
A shadow was like the shadow of a god or devil,
killing from the sky.
He holds a small, miniature city in one hand and a vast,
boundless abyss on his back. The aura on his body was spreading to the sky, brilliant as a god.
Lin Wuya's eyes narrowed as he said in his heart,
"What a horrible person." From the costume, this was definitely a figure that dominated the times in ancient history. Boom! There was a monstrous boom. It was like a star exploding.
Lin Wuya's palm gently trembled.
Each subtle tremor seemed to trigger the resonance of heaven and earth.
And wherever the wind of his fist went, even the void trembled. He stood there like a god of war coming out of an ancient legend. With his own strength, he suppressed the agitation and restlessness of the entire heaven and earth.
That's it?
Lin Wuya's hands were at a loss. An Empyrean extremity that was so powerful in its appearance and compulsion had actually been punched by him in a second.
Fake it. With coming to a higher level, reality told him, it really can't be unreal. Top 10.
Su Qingshan screamed in shock,
and everyone's breathing seemed to stop.
The list that was claimed to be the most rolled up divine hidden realm that would never be able to rush in was squeezed in alive by Lin Wuya.
Ha ha ha.
Su Qingshan laughed up to the sky and stretched out his palm, compensation for the magic treasure.
Evil Cloud's body was almost unsteady on its feet. Hang on to your heart. The moment finally died.
Su Qingshan had 3 extreme spiritual treasures.
Wu Zhiping had 2, and Feng Wei had 3, adding up to 8 extreme spiritual treasures to pay out. Yu Qiming's petite body trembled. Having lost so much, how many people would have to go and cheat to pay it back? No way.
There won't be someone who can't even afford to pay back a mere 8 pieces of extreme spiritual treasures.
Su Qingshan's voice was not high or low,
but it carried a deliberate,
slightly exaggerated staccato. Don't worry, old brother.
With the Supreme Being as the master,
they wouldn't dare not pay out. Wu Zhiping laughed. Han Gui said in a deep voice, willing to gamble, you guys lost. Blood Moon's face was very ugly, with the Supreme being as a witness. Even if he had 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to disobey. Here, Blood Moon neatly took out another extreme spiritual treasure, which was all he had. Yu Qiming's white cheeks, reluctantly, also took out an extreme spiritual treasure. It's something she was born to die for. Evil Cloud, you won't be unable to afford to lose. Wu Zhiping gazed at Evil Cloud. I hate losing in my life, but I have never compared myself to you guys. Evil Cloud was not flustered and pointed at Feng Wei. Since the beginning, I have been comparing myself to her. The competition is whether or not Lin Wuya can become number 1. Shameless. Su Qingshan was furious, secretly saying that someone in the Devil's Way was this shameless. I'll bet with you. Feng Wei's tone was resolute. Senior sister, he's setting you up. Su Qingshan hurriedly pulled Feng Wei back. Feng Wei shook his head. Whoever dares to say that senior brother Lin isn't number 1, I'll get angry with them. Su Qingshan held his forehead. Finished. Senior sister Feng is hopeless. Ha ha ha. Evil Cloud let out a loud laugh. Luckily he was smart or he would have to lose the rest of the extreme spiritual treasures. This woman was also stupid, letting him earn 3 extreme spiritual treasures for nothing. Stare at the Tita screen and smile knowingly. With that monster around, the number 1 in the divine hidden realm wouldn't change for at least the next 1,000 years. Alas, Wu Zhiping sighed. Senior sister, you've been fooled. Feng Wei returned to his senses and flabbergasted. You don't believe that senior brother Lin will come first? Wu Zhiping let out a bitter smile. It's not that I don't trust him, but the number 1 on the divine hidden list is a monster. That monster I still recognize. Naturally, I understand how horrible she really is. After so many years have passed, I, who was in the same period as her, can only look up at her back. Feng Wei blinked and remembered a rumor. Are you talking about the holy daughter of the heavenly demon sect? Wu Zhiping nodded slightly in acquiescence. Feng Wei's eyes widened. Although she hadn't seen the heavenly demon sect's holy maiden, her name was as good as thunder. Claimed to be the strongest talent in the Devil's Way for 10,000 years, and the Devil's Way's most promising existence to witness a great emperor. However, not long ago, the muffled relics, it was as if they had disappeared. Senior brother Lin, go for it. Feng Wei looked at the screen again. No matter what, in her heart, Lin Wuya was the strongest. Han Gui in the sky above was slightly mesmerized. Young lord, the real challenge has begun. Inside the Imperial Tower, who is the peak at the end of the immortal road? Once you see this emperor the whole drama ends. A white-clothed ethereal man killed from the sky. Lin Wuya took a few steps back in shock, surprised not by the strength of the visitor, but by the forced words. You dare to take on such a big karma? It was thought that it was another great emperor void. Soon, Lin Wuya was caught in a bitter battle. The muscles of his entire body were tense, as if a volcano was about to erupt, and the power surging within his body reached its peak at this moment, only to see him violently step on the ground, his figure shooting out like a cannonball, both fists clenched with devastating power, directly meeting that stream of light, and that ethereal shadow, unpredictable, contained monstrous might between its hands and feet, as if enveloping the world. He took a deep breath and made his way through the difficulty climbing, and the great emperor avatars decimated many of them. Facing this virtual shadow, he actually developed a sense of astonishment. It's too strong. What he didn't know was that this silhouette, before the heavenly demon sect's holy maiden had appeared, was a supreme great emperor who had dominated the number 1 spot on the divine hidden list for countless thousands of years. Lin Wuya's fists were clenched tightly, and the 8 great suns at his back surrounded him, rotating endlessly. Boom! A loud sound that shook the heavens and the earth reverberated like thunder in the heavens and the earth. Light and shadow collided at this moment, erupting into a dazzling light and a violent energy storm. After the earth-shattering collision, the light of the formation erupted violently, temporarily submerging the figures of the two. When the light dispersed, only one person could be seen standing in mid-air, his clothes slightly disheveled but his eyes glittering with victory. The other man, on the other hand, landed slowly, his eyes full of joy. Lost again. The ethereal shadow shook his head and let out a bitter smile as he turned into dust and disappeared. Lin Wuya was shocked. This shadow actually had its own consciousness, worthy of being the most stunning great emperor in ancient history. It's kind of fun. A moment later, his figure also disappeared into this floor. Lin Wuya opened his eyes and looked at the shadow not far away, his mouth wide open. It's you! She was surprisingly the strongest divine hidden realm in ancient history. Chapter 49, Forbidden Dao Realm.
The mysterious woman has an extremely perfect figure.
A black robe is very appropriate. The devil flame around her body is monstrous. Wearing a black veil,
The cold eyes are somewhat compassionate.
the onlookers see it,
Such as a broken heart.
taking in the heart.
Lin Wuya's expression moved slightly when he saw the familiar and unfamiliar silhouette in front of him. He had thought that the number one on the divine hidden list would be a great emperor who had amazed the long river of time. It was also thought to be a silent and forgotten heavenly pride of time.
But I didn't want it to be her.
The woman who took her predecessor's innocence in the secret realm.
So it's her. Lin Wuya came to a sudden realization, overlapping with the figure in his memory. Finally,
She knew who the woman was who had saved her from Xiao Bai in the first place.
why would such a powerful woman be assassinated by Xiao Bai?
Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Lin Wuya's expression was incomparably grave as he set up his stance.
Lin Wuya, please enlighten me. Boom!
The 9 great black suns on his back opened up in unison, like 9 falling stars,
Carrying an aura of destruction and rebirth.
the threads of fate were quietly weaving in the void,
As if they had a spirit, twisting and intertwining, forming an intricate yet well-organized web. The mysterious woman beckoned,
and a huge phallic shadow appeared on her back.
heavenly demon technique.
Lin Wuya lightly froze. He recognized this method. It was the core inheritance of the heavenly demon sect. The mysterious woman was from the sky demon sect. The mysterious woman's figure was ethereal,
Like the brightest star in the night sky.
and each of her strikes was just right, not losing her elegance,
But also containing the power to destroy the sky and the earth. Lin Wuya, on the other hand, was like a lone boat in a sea of anger.
although he was in danger. He turned danger into safety time and time again by virtue of his superior combat experience.
The two sides engaged in a thrilling duel.
The figures of the people staggered,
So fast that only a stump could be seen.
each exchange was accompanied by explosions of energy and distortions of space.
As if even the heavens and earth were trembling for the battle. Lin Wuya's brows furrowed lightly.
The mysterious woman was a few points stronger than him, but she didn't use as many combat techniques as he did. The two of them exchanged blows back and forth hundreds of times and remained indistinguishable. They had all reached the critical point of the Emperor's pole.
The strongest divine collection in all of history. Senior brother Lin. Go for it. Go for it. Fan Wei outside the Imperial Pagoda shouted loudly. Su Qingshan stared intently at the screen. Ing Qiping swallowed. Evil Cloud's heartbeat accelerated.
And in his heart, he prayed that Lin Wuya would lose quickly. He had never expected Lin Wuya to actually reach the top and fight that monster. The hold on the bet was lost all of a sudden.
Han Gue froze slightly. The Demon Lord is going to open the projection?
A Demon Lord had just sent him a message to open up the battle footage within the Imperial Pagoda for the disciples to watch.
Not only did it let them know the depths of the Devil's Way,
but it also let them know the gap from it, so that they would know how to rise to the challenge and become more and more courageous.
Han Gue mobilized the authority of the Imperial Pagoda.
And the image of Lin Wuya's battle with the mysterious woman immediately appeared above the crowd. The crowd held their breath and stared at the battle screen with dead eyes. Many of them were at the Violet Mansion realm cultivation and disdained ordinary divine hidden realm battles.
However, the battle between the two was no longer a divine hidden realm battle. Rather, it's a matchup of the strongest Dao bases in all of history. They're witnessing history. Witness the rise of a myth. Nima, this is a duel of the strongest divine treasures?
A disciple's heart trembled with fear. The might caused by the image was incomparable even to the Purple Mansion realm.
Strong, too strong. Some gazed adoringly. A great man, as it were, not on par with that monster. How is that possible? Evil Cloud's heart was horrified.
Lin Wuya's strength was beyond expectation. It never occurred to him that he could have casually pinched the mole in the beginning.
After just a few days of not seeing him, he was already so powerful. If he entered the Purple Mansion realm,
wouldn't he be invincible in the Purple Mansion realm?
Evil Cloud's eyelids were fluttering madly and his emotions were apprehensive. Blood Moon took a few steps back.
Just the might displayed on the screen could make him restless and fearful. Yuaiman gazed at the image for a while before a playful smile curled the corners of her mouth.
It would have to be his woman.
She was originally the holy daughter of the Extreme Bliss Demon Sect,
with a noble status in the Demon Sect and an unlimited future. But compared to a true heavenly pride, the gap was huge. If one became Lin Wuya's woman, the status and benefits gained could not be compared.
Her mind surged and her eyes blossomed with gusts of peach blossoms.
Wow!
It's worthy of being senior brother Lin. Fan Wei's eyes were filled with little stars and could no longer be described by worship.
In the picture, Lin Wuya looked like a god of war rising from the abyss.
The 9 great black suns behind them violently expanded like black holes. devouring all the light around them and releasing a palpitating dark energy. Not only were the great black suns immense, almost covering half of the sky, but each of them emitted destructive fluctuations. The mysterious woman's dharma was monstrous, her every move outlining the Tao and reason. Every movement was accompanied by the resonance of the elements of heaven and earth, wind, fire, water, and earth transforming into raging power under her control. It collided fiercely with Lin Woya's dark energy, erupting in a deafening roar. That was the ultimate understanding of the Tao. Boom! The explosions were deafening. Lin Wuya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and folded his hands. The god's color became very cold, as if he was a deity without emotions. The 9 plagues of the spectral demon, foolishness and breaking delusion. In an instant, his eyes shone with incomparably dark eyes, and terrifying beams of light shot out from them. Reduce everything in front of you to nothingness. At the same time, the mysterious woman's movements became slow, and everything became traceable. Foolishness and brokenness, the third of the 9 plagues of the underworld. Opening the eye of foolishness not only allows you to see through all falsehoods and disguises, but also gives you direct insight into your enemy's thinking and intentions. Even those who look into the eyes with it can lose their minds for a short time. It is even capable of releasing a destructive light that penetrates the enemy's defense and resistance, directly inflicting damage to their souls. Lose the ability to think and judge for a short period of time. Boom! The mysterious woman retreated tens of miles away violently, her eyes carrying a stunned look. Never seemed to have seen such a move before. Then, with a change in her expression, she gently raised her hand, and the light that surrounded her body coalesced once again, forming a gorgeous rune. These runes danced in the air, blending with her and adding a bit of mystery and majesty to her. The runic chi vibrated, the aura of age filled the air, and the terrifying and overwhelming might was like a comet sweeping the moon, cutting through the long river of time and gently passing by Lin Woya's side. Put! Lin Woya's eyes were shocked and he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The power of time. He had thought that he was already invincible by mastering the destiny inheritance, but he didn't want the mysterious woman to be equally not weak and master the time inheritance. Ha ha ha! Lin Woya laughed maniacally. The limitations of the emperor's pole in his body finally reached its peak at this moment. As Lin Woya continued to make breakthroughs and comprehend in the heat of battle, the power in his body had finally reached an unprecedented level. Forbidden Path Fields. This was a realm that transcended the cultivator's perception. Forbidden Tao Field. Open. Lin Woya let out a low cry. His aura around him instantly skyrocketed, and the 9 black great suns became even more solid and powerful under the infusion of this power. They were no longer just symbols of power, but had transformed into terrifying existences capable of twisting laws and rewriting destinies. The silhouette in the great sun became gradually solidified, as if it was a god or devil that came from the ancient times. With distortion and depth, under the enhancement of the Forbidden Tao domain, Lin Woya's speed and power reached an incredible level. Boom! The array crumbled with a loud, brazen blow. With a wave of his hand, the 9 black great suns seemed to transform into 9 black dragons, roaring as they rushed towards the mysterious woman. Not only did these black dragons contain destructive power, they were also able to distort space, making it impossible for the mysterious woman's attacks to hit accurately. Although the mysterious woman tried her best to resist, her attacks seemed so pale and powerless in front of the power of the Forbidden Tao domain. The light was gradually swallowed by the black dragon, and the figure became increasingly blurred. Eventually, it turned to dust with a deafening roar. Chapter 50, the strongest divine hidden realm in the ancient world. Outside the imperial pagoda, the mysterious woman Zhang Roland's name on the divine hidden list stepped back one. Lin Wuya's name appeared in the first position. The color also turned red, very different from the others. Everyone seemed to be frozen in this moment, and everything around them became blurry and distant. The only thing that was left was the look of shock that was frozen on his face like a sculpture, becoming the truest portrayal of this moment. From Lin Wuya being hit and injured, and then he suddenly became so powerful that he shattered the mysterious woman with just one punch. Only a few breaths, and in just a few breaths, Lin Wuya's aura changed radically. Ethereal, deep, elusive. It's as if it doesn't exist and looks down on the earth. Forbidden Tao Field. Wu Zhiping roared, his eyes filled with incredulity. Only the legendary Forbidden Tao Field could defeat that monster. Only the Forbidden Tao realm could be so terrifyingly powerful. The words instantly spread around the perimeter. Evil Cloud's eyes rolled over, seemingly unable to accept the situation in front of him, and he fell backward. Blood Moon's face turned pale, remembering the words that taunted Lin Wuya. She wanted to give herself a few big mouthfuls. Is this the kind of person he can mess with? Success. It's done.
Han Gui's eyelids trembled slightly, trying hard to deepen the shock into his memory. Or maybe trying to break free from the unrealistic picture. A forbidden Dao field that no one in the world has ever reached. His young master, today, has achieved first place in all ages. Not a simulation in an illusionary realm, but a real victory over all the heavenly prides of the past and present. This battle record was enough to crush several eras. The demon lords at the core of the demon cave didn't say a word. There was shock, relief, and a demeanor that should have been there. The Tao is expected. The Dark Knight Demon Lord murmured, speaking the hearts of all the demon lords. The years go by like a shuttle. The cycle of reincarnation is unending. And we, the demon lords, have gone through the vicissitudes of life, witnessing the splendor and sinking of countless heroic souls. The voice of the yin-yang demon lord rang out in the silence, its tone carrying a few points of vicissitude and determination. As the years slip by, we have never given up our pursuit of the Tao, the supreme realm that transcends life and death and overrides all things. They sat around the ancient altar, surrounded by dark flames that were condensed with demonic energy and the power of the stars, both destroying and nurturing new life. Every flicker of flame seems to tell of past legends and future prophecies. The path to becoming a Taoist is thick with thorns, but our hearts are as firm as a rock. The Dark Knight Demon Lord's voice resounded once more. Filled with unquestionable power, we've witnessed great worlds wither away, and we've also witnessed heroes rise, but only Lin Wuya. It is only then that hope can come out of the midst of the end of the way, and a straight path to the way can be opened up in the midst of the broken path. With the resonance of the demon lords, it was as if there was an inexplicable change in heaven and earth, and the originally oppressive and dull air began to surge with a wave of strange power fluctuations. These forces gathered into a river and flowed to where they were, nourishing their physical bodies and souls, making their auras stronger and stronger. It was as if he could break through the existing shackles at any time and reach that legendary realm, but it was always so close. This point seemed like an endless abyss, blocking their path. On top of a stone peak far away from the imperial pagoda, stood a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in black, with a marvelously bewildering figure. The stunningly beautiful pupils looked in the direction of the imperial tower and muttered, "It's actually you." In the meantime, Shen Tian Sect, Lin Wuya. When Lu Ha saw the name on the screen of the imperial tower, his lips trembled and he stood unsteadily. Panic ran to the Pope's basilica. Patriarch, something big is wrong. Yi Qinglan was preaching to several disciples. Seeing Lu Ha coming, he said unhappily, "What's the panic?" Lu Ha swallowed his spit and said urgently, "The number 1 on the divine collection list has changed." Yi Qinglan's face was instantly gloomy. His brows locked as if two mountain peaks were meeting in front of his forehead. "A trifling matter, and you come to disturb this seat. Go face the wall for 3 months at the thoughtfulness cliff. What's the big deal about the divine hidden list changing?" Su Ning sneered. Lu Shuer tasted playfully. "Last time, the number 1 on the divine hidden ranking was that monster from the devil's path. This time, I think it's because we in the righteous path have come up with a supreme genius that has suppressed that monster. The devil is 1 foot taller. The Tao is 10 feet taller. How can a mere devilish demoness be compared to our righteous path?" Xin Xiuyue smiled dementedly. Xiaobai nodded his head. "The divine collection list is special. To be able to get the first place is already the strongest divine collection since ancient history. I wonder which clan's senior brother is it? Junior senior brother is gifted and intelligent, so he can go to the Imperial Pagoda to challenge and win the title of number 1 in the near future." Su Ning laughed. "What is the divine hidden list?" Bai Xinshan said blankly. Lu Shuer and Su Ning's eyes were filled with disgust when they looked at Bai Susu. "How dare you? Adults are talking. What are you interjecting? Grow a mouth." The corners of Xin Xiuyu's mouth formed a displeasing arc as she slapped Bai Susu. "Watch yourself." "Ah." Bai Xinshan covered her face with an aggrieved expression. A few days ago, for some reason, her sisters, who had always loved and cared for her, suddenly changed, became very strange and hated her very much. Anytime one says or does something one is disliked and counted, it's either hitting or cursing. She kind of regretted entering the Shen Tian sect. Xiaobai lowered his head, and a smile curved the corners of his mouth. A few days ago, he had utilized the method of seizing luck to strip Bai Xinshan of her qi, and in just one day, he had broken through to the divine hidden realm. It was evident how powerful Bai Xinshan's qi was. No. Lu Ha shivered when he heard that he had to go to the Xiqiao cliff to face the wall in March. The Xiqiao cliff had endless hurricanes, and with his strength to go in, he would be crippled if not dead. "Greetings, Sovereign. The number 1 on the divine hidden ranking is no other than senior brother Lin Wuya." "What?" Yi Qinglan stood up.
Su Ning and the others were instantly frozen in place as if their entire body had been struck by lightning. Thought about the righteous path. Thought about the devil's path. Never thought about actually being that outcast. Lies. Su Ning stood up. Lin Wuya's entire body's cultivation has been abolished. In just half a month. How could he have achieved divine hidden first? Just going from body refining to foundation building takes a lot of time. And even a genius would need a few years. Double the time from foundation building to divine hidden. To be number one in the divine collection and crush the heavenly pride of the 10,000 ancients, as well as the great emperor incarnate. The amount of substance and accumulation needed cannot be compared to the same thing. There was once a heavenly pride who wasted 100 years and spent countless resources, but was unable to enter the top 10. He's a piece of trash. How can he be? Xin Xiuyue also stood up. It must be someone with the same name. The extremely talented disciples of all the great clans will have secrecy measures, just waiting for a hit. Lin Wuya's cultivation is ruined and his Dao foundation is destroyed. Even if the immortal gods descended into the world, they wouldn't be able to make him rush to number one on the divine hidden rankings in a short period of time. Lu Shuer said with certainty. The Dao foundation was destroyed? Yi Qinglan looked at Lu Shuer. When was his Dao foundation destroyed? On that day, he had only abrogated his cultivation, and his Dao foundation was still intact. Lu Shuer was shocked and her back went cold, secretly saying that she had lost her words. Years ago, he had transformed the Dao foundation for Xiaobai and extracted Lin Wuya's Dao foundation out of his body. This matter could not be leaked out. So, immediately, he denied it. Master, forgive me. Disciple slip of the tongue. It can't be him. Lin Wuya is already ruined. Yi Qinglan's words were like an icy cold wind, instantly blowing away the suspicion and uncertainty that filled the air. These words were like a verdict that completely sobered up the crowd that was still holding on to the slightest bit of luck. Lin Wuya, that person who used to be like a waste, was still a waste today. A waste who could never venture into the cultivation world. How could it not be him? Just when the crowd thought the dust had settled, a voice came from outside the hall. It wasn't a big sound, but it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. Chapter 51, Even if you die, senior brother won't die. Sister. Su Ning gazed at the approaching Qin Mengyao, her face gently covered by a layer of gloom. Qin Mengyao walked into the great hall and searched outside for many days without finding the slightest trace of Lin Wuya. He had planned to return to the sect to look for clues, but he didn't want to hear the disciples talking about Lin Wuya, so he came to the sect's main hall. They didn't believe that Lin Wuya could be number one on the divine hidden rankings, while she definitely believed it. In his previous life, his senior brother was lonely and miserable, and he swam against the current under desperate circumstances. From being a silent demonic cultivator, he became a giant of the demonic path. Such talent, such perseverance, rare in ancient times. Yi Qinglan saw Qin Mengyao return and was relieved for a few moments. Mengyao, did you look for any sign of Lin Wuya? Qin Mengyao looked bitter. Back to master. Disciple was incompetent and didn't find senior brother. After mobilizing the intelligence networks of the clan and the great Qin divine dynasty without finding him, there's only one possibility. Lu Shuer tasted playful. He might have died. Shut up. Qin Mengyao glared angrily. Even if you die, senior brother won't die. You're reckless. Lu Shuer's red lips were tightly bitten. Qin Mengyao was getting more and more reckless, and for the sake of a loser, she repeatedly crossed her path. So what if it's licentious? Qin Mengyao flung her sleeves, her late purple mansion strength visible as she fought against Lu Shuer. Two senior sisters, don't hurt the peace. Bai Xinxin really couldn't watch and came up to persuade. Adults are talking. What are children interfering with? Get out. Lu Shuer was furious, seeing Bai Xinxin disliked from the bottom of her heart. A bolt of qi emanated from the center of his palm, straight at Bai Xinxin's cheek. Bai Xinxin's face instantly turned white. Elder sister. What a mighty wind. Qin Mengyao took a step forward, her sleeves flicking to counteract the attack. Thank you, senior sister. Bai Xinxin lowered her head in fear, her lips trembling in thanks. Qin Mengyao glanced at her, her willow brows furrowed. Strange. Why was it that when he saw her, he had the same feeling of loathing that he had when he first saw his brother? The last time we met, it didn't feel that way. Her gaze moved slightly as she swept towards Xiaobai. Xiaobai stood silently to the side, not saying a word. Seeing Qin Mengyao's eyes, he met them with a slight smile. Qin Mengyao's brows tightened even more as she felt that this must have something to do with Xiaobai. Knock it off. Yi Qinglan gently opened her mouth, and although her voice was light, it seemed to carry a gentle power that could not be ignored. It instantly penetrated the clamor and contention in the air, gradually easing the originally tense atmosphere.
The matter of Lin Wuya will be slowed down to one side. The Lin Lang secret realm will be opened soon. There is a quasi-emperor's inheritance within, so prepare yourself. Yes. Su Ning and the others arched their hands in response. The Paragon Emperor inheritance was of vital importance to them. Yi Qinglan's expression moved slightly. After coming out of the Lin Lang mysterious realm, the Daoxian will select the outstanding disciples of the 4 heavenly clans to go and train them to deal with the future battle between the righteous and the devils. Su Ning's eyes surged with surprise. The Dao countryside. Was the Holy Land in the heart of the world's righteousness? And only the Supreme Being was qualified to enter it. If they could be cultivated by the Dao countryside, they would have a high chance of stepping into the Supreme Realm in the future. The premise is alive. Xiaobai lowered his head, his eyes turning. He also wanted to enter the Dao countryside, but his matter could not see the light of day. Elder Mo. If I enter the Dao country, can I be discovered? Don't worry. As long as you keep a low profile, no one will find out. Unless a Dao Lord comes out. Normal Exalted can't discover my trail. Elder Mo transmitted his voice. Xiaobai was a few points less worried. Elder Mo. Then this method of seizing luck? That was what he cared about. The method of seizing luck was grafting on by Xinxin's qi, not his own qi. Those who are strong enough can definitely find something fishy about it. Once discovered, the consequences are unimaginable. Elder Mo was silent for a moment. As long as Bai Xinxin doesn't show her face, she can remain undetected. Xiaobai's eyes lit up and his afterglow glanced at the aggrieved Bai Xinxin. Elder Murray's meaning was straightforward. Imprison her and never see her again. Then her qi is his. The Lin Lang secret realm. It's a good place. Xiaobai smiled faintly and suppressed the fluttering in his heart. Qin Mengyao didn't want to go to any Lin Lang secret realm, nor did she want to go to any Dao country. With the memories of her previous life, she was able to cultivate to the Supreme Being by going with the flow. What's more, the interior of the Road Township is very cruel and unforgiving. At the level of the Supreme Being, there was no longer a distinction between good and evil in his eyes, but rather the interests of the party he was on. As long as it is favorable to the righteous path, it can be utilized by both good and evil. Several people left the Pope's hall. Qin Mengyao called out to Bai Xinxin. Senior sister. You called me. Bai Xinxin lowered her head, her heart a little scared. Qin Mengyao's heart softened, seeing her look like her senior brother back then. Senior sister. From now on, you'll be with me for a piece. Ha! Bai Xinxin froze. This was the second time she had seen Qin Mengyao, and the first time she did, she had been slapped. Therefore, Bai Xinxin was fearful of the temperamental Qin Mengyao in her heart. I'll take you to the great Qin divine dynasty, Qin Mengyao said. Bai Xinxin was originally a well-behaved and understanding child in her memories. Living with my sisters for a few years, I got a lot of bad character. In this life, she must not let her senior sister bring Bai Xinxin down. Xiaobai was shocked when he heard that Qin Mengyao wanted to bring Bai Xinxin to leave the Xian heavenly sect and immediately spoke out. Senior sister has just entered the sect. It's the right time to lay a foundation. The Lin Lang secret realm can only be entered at the minimum foundation establishment realm. Leaving the sect at this time is very improper. Su Ning also moved forward and said, Senior sister, junior sister cannot leave the sect. She wasn't doing it for Bai Xinxin, but she couldn't see Xiaobai worrying about Bai Xinxin. Yes, senior sister, junior sister will soon break through the foundation establishment. At least after she breaks through the foundation establishment, only then can she leave the sect. Shun Qiu said. Seeing so many people speaking for Bai Xinxin, Qin Mengyao smiled in her heart. The senior sisters were saying this for no other reason than to help Xiaobai. What Xiaobai stops her from doing, she prefers to do. Don't worry, senior sisters, although my great Qin divine dynasty is not as good as the Xian heavenly sect, it's easy to cultivate a foundation establishment. The great Qin divine dynasty is a party of divine dynasties, and within the divine dynasties, there are powerful people of the Dao Zeroing realm sitting in the town, and the foundation builders are even more numerous. Qin Mengyao was just being modest when she said that. Senior sister, you can't take senior sister away. Xiaobai blocked Qin Mengyao's way. If I take her away, can you stop me? Qin Mengyao and Xiaobai looked at each other, their eyes narrowing as killing chances loomed. Kid, this girl has killing intent towards you. Elder Mo's voice reached Xiaobai's mind. What? Xiaobai's eyes shrunk. Qin Mengyao had also treated him with no mercy back then, but he didn't want to, without the influence of his qi, actually have murderous intentions towards him. In that case, it had to be removed. A hint of killing intent flashed under Xiaobai's eyes. Senior sister, look at junior brother is sad, Su Ning said with a heartbroken Xiaobai. For the sake of a small, is it necessary to hurt the young master? Shinsho Yue helped out. Lu Shuer also silently walked up. The corner of her mouth curled up as if to say that as long as she was there, Qin Mengyao wouldn't be able to take Bai Xinxin away. Qin Mengyao's face sank as the four people actually joined forces to block her. What kind of ecstasy did Xiaobai give them? I'm going to take Bai Xinxin away today. I'll see who dares to stop me. Qin Mengyao's qi emanated as a jade seal surfaced above her head, emitting a golden grand light. The golden macro light instantly enveloped Su Ning and the others, making them unable to move. Su Ning's eyes narrowed. You're crazy, using the divine dynasty's qi luck on us. Lu Shuer died and struggled, unable to get away, and said sharply, how bold you are, to be so rude to us for a little thing. Qin Mengyao, let go of me. Shinsho Yue was furious. Humph.
Qin Mengyao snorted coldly and pulled Bai Xinxin away from this place. Xiaobai looked at the backs of the duo and his fists involuntarily clenched.
Qin Mengyao, don't blame me if you seek death. Chapter 52 Breaking Through the Purple Mansion Realm. This is the Forbidden Dao Field. Inside the Imperial Pagoda, Lin Wuya felt how powerful he was. Unlike the divine hidden Emperor Pole, after entering the Forbidden Dao Realm, it was as if the spiritual energy was unceasing and never dried up, and the power was dozens of times more powerful. Boom! Congratulations to the trialist for winning first place. The Imperial Pagoda rewards 1 chaos chi. As that voice fell, a chaotic chi descended from the infinite heights of the dome, as if it were a brilliant mane of stars and rivers. The chaotic chi ignored the spatial barriers and surged straight towards Lin Wuya. Wherever it passed, space seemed to be slightly distorted. Lin Wuya's gaze blazed, and he gave his full attention to guiding this mysterious and powerful chaos chi into his body. The moment he entered his body, he only felt a majestic power raging through his limbs and bones, and his meridians were propped up to the point of raw pain. Chaotic chi, since ancient times, has been one of the most fundamental forces in the heavens and earth. It is formless and faceless, yet it contains the principle of the birth and death of all things, and is capable of reshaping the physical body and condensing the divine soul. For cultivators, it was a supreme treasure that they could only dream of. Lin Wuya clenched his teeth and forced himself to close his eyes and concentrate, guiding this chaotic chi to travel through his body. Gradually, the chaotic chi began to merge with his spiritual energy, and the already abundant spiritual energy became more and more majestic with the addition of the chaotic chi. Lin Wuya could clearly feel the barriers of his realm beginning to loosen. Rumble, rumble. There was a dull thud at the dantian, and the dantian transformed into a pitch-black space. The space was vast, as if it could not be seen to the end. Purple Mansion. When the divine hidden realm entered the Violet Mansion realm, a space would open up within it, also called the Violet Mansion. After entering the Purple Mansion realm, the spiritual energy would undergo a qualitative change, becoming more pure and powerful. Not only was the spiritual energy able to recover quickly, it could also explode with amazing power in battle. At the same time, it was also possible to utilize the internal space of the Violet Mansion to convert the external spiritual energy into what it needed, making the speed of cultivation greatly accelerated. Lin Wuya gazed inside the Violet Mansion, a boundless, filled with endless spiritual energy, as if it was inexhaustible. This was the benefit brought by the Forbidden Dao domain. An ordinary cultivator's purple mansion is nothing more than the size of a lake, and even the Emperor's pole is just a little bit bigger, and the Forbidden Dao field seemed like an ocean that could not be seen. After reaching the Purple Mansion realm, cultivators were able to master more profound and mysterious divine techniques. These techniques were often closely connected to the laws of heaven and earth, capable of invoking the power of heaven and earth and displaying heaven-destroying power. Lin Wuya didn't let the surprise go to his head and stabilized his mind. Only his aura gradually became deep and powerful, and his spiritual energy, which was already unusually abundant due to the Forbidden Dao domain enchantment, under the fusion of Chaos Chi, it was even more of a qualitative leap. It was as if his body had been reforged, and every inch of his skin shimmered with a faint purple light, the unique mark of a Purple Mansion realm powerhouse. Finally, Lin Wuya opened his eyes, which seemed to contain divine light, making it impossible to look directly at him. Entering the Purple Mansion realm meant that the gap between him and Su Ning and the others was getting smaller and smaller. Mastering the Forbidden Dao realm and entering the Purple Mansion realm represented an invincible existence. Trialist, will you continue the Purple Mansion list? Tita's mechanical voice echoed within the space. Lin Wuya looked at the Violet Mansion realm rankings that had appeared and saw a familiar name, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. Keep up the challenge. As the words fell, Lin Wuya's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, a strange shadow appeared before him. Sacred Heaven Sect, Li Rue. Please enlighten me. Boom! Outside the Imperial Tower, Evil Cloud immediately lost 3 pieces of extreme spiritual treasures and dumped his family's money. Only then did Ing Chi Ping and the others let him go. Look! Lin Wuya appeared on the Purple Mansion realm screen. Once again, the crowd was stunned. What's the situation? He had just become number 1 on the Divine Hidden list, and all of a sudden, he appeared on the Purple Mansion screen. It could only mean that he had entered the Purple Mansion realm. So fast. Wu Zhiping's eyes widened. Half a month ago, Lin Wuya was still only at the Foundation Establishment stage. In just half a month's time, crossing over from Foundation Establishment to Divine Deposit, straight to the Purple Mansion realm. The road to cultivation is long and difficult, and the breakthrough of each realm takes countless hours of time and effort. And yet Lin Wuya had made such a huge leap in such a short period of time. Not a simple realm advancement, but an incomparable tamping at every step. This could no longer be described as heavenly pride. The surrounding people were also filled with shock and disbelief. They couldn't take their eyes off the screen, only to see that Lin Wuya was constantly breaking through the layers at a rapid speed. 10 layers, 15 floors, 22 floors, 30 floors, 38 floors, directly replacing Evil Cloud. He came to the Purple Mansion ranking. Evil Cloud's eyes moved slightly. His heart jumped. He had worked hard for several years to climb to the 38th floor, in which he didn't know how much suffering he had suffered and how much effort he had exerted. Today, Lin Wuya had accomplished a feat he had accomplished for years in just a few minutes, squeezing him out alive. This terrifying strength was no longer something he could resist. The Blood Moon and Yu Chi Meng's hearts were similarly stirring up waves of shock. Just now they were still sizing up Lin Wuya with a superior stance. In the twinkling of an eye, they were trampled underfoot. In the cultivation world, strength is honored. The devil's way, even more so. At this moment, they no longer had contempt, but raw awe. Could it be? He's a demon son? Wu Zhiping muttered. The voice was not loud, but it fell into everyone's mind. Demon son. He's a demon son. I don't know who exclaimed, but everyone clamored. Why did I say that this person is so heaven-defying? It turns out that he is a devil's son. Who would have thought that he would be the son of that legendary devil Dao, with power enough to shake heaven and earth flowing in his bloodline? In the crowd, murmurs rose and fell, both in awe and in wonder. Convinced, completely convinced, the son of the devil's way is close at hand, yet I can't see it. The devil's son's talent is astounding. The devil Dao is definitely flourishing. Demon son, take out the first place. It was not just the cry of one person, but gradually converged into the resonance of the entire field. It was as if the crowd had seen Lin Wuya shine in the Imperial Pagoda. With his astounding talent and strength, he crushed the No. 1 Zifu ranking orthodoxy. Inside the Imperial Tower, Ing Chi Ping? Lin Wuya looked at the courteous Wu Zhiping in front of him, and his heart was speechless. Previously, he thought that Wu Zhiping was much stronger than Su Ning, but he didn't expect to be ranked one level lower than Su Ning. Trashy as hell. He sacrificed the wind of his fist and punched out the Wu Zhiping combat void. Outside the Imperial Tower, Ing Chi Ping stood still for a moment, covered his heart and couldn't breathe. One breath. Put. In just a single breath, he had burst his battle shadow, making him the heavenly demon Sect's eldest senior brother. Extremely faceless. Ha ha ha. Evil Cloud laughed freely. It took 2 breaths to defeat me, and only 1 breath to defeat you. What does that mean? Explain what? Ing asked, frowning. Evil Cloud clasped his hands on his chest and said with an arrogant expression, I'm stronger than you. Put. Being endlessly mocked by his dead rival, Wu Zhiping was so furious that he almost fainted. It will be a stain on his life. Not for being defeated. Rather, it was because it took 1 less breath than defeating Evil Cloud. Chapter 53, number 1 on the Purple Mansion list. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Wuya's mouth when he saw the familiar figure appear before him. Xian Tian Sect. Su Ning, please enlighten me. Giving lessons? Lin Wuya smiled, his face devoid of sadness and joy when he saw the object of his former indignation. And you are worthy of my teachings. Without saying a word, a fist blasted out, and the power contained in it instantly exploded. A full-strength strike from a Purple Mansion cultivator was terrifying. It was as if there was purple lightning flickering in the air, and that was a symbol of the spirit power within the Purple Mansion cultivator's body being condensed to the extreme. The wind of the fist whistled, carrying destructive power, and wherever it passed, space was distorted, as if even time was frozen at this moment. Bang! Before Su Ning could move from where she stood, she was blown into a starry mess by a punch. Lin Wuya sighed softly. Unfortunately, it's just a battle vanity. If Su Ning's real body was here, he was certain that he could kill him with one punch. He disappeared into the 41st floor and came to the 42nd floor. On the screen, the rankings flickered. Fourth on the purple mansion list, eldest sister. Someone has surpassed you. Meanwhile, Su Ning and the others had just lifted Qin Mengyao shackles when the disciple who was watching the list hurriedly came to report. The Imperial Pagoda list was a matter of face for all the great sects. The first four were held by the four heavenly sects respectively. As the Xian Tian sect's senior sister, Su Ning was originally the fourth in the Violet Mansion ranking, maintaining the facade of the Xian Tian sect, now squeezed down a row. Falling to fifth was not a slap in her face, but a slap in the face of the Xian heavenly sect. Who is it? Su Ning frowned and asked. Lu Shuer moved her muscles and said without any good humor. Which clan is it? The four great heavenly sects had always maintained a balance, each monopolizing one slot. Not only the purple mansion list, but other lists as well. Now that they were crowding out Su Ning, it was hard for them not to think more that someone was targeting the Xian Tian sect, eldest senior sister. It's, the watch list disciple stammered. Hurry up and say it. Su Ning said. It's Lin Wuya. Lin Wuya. Su Ning's heart was shocked. Lin Wuya had just taken the divine hidden ranking. How long had it been before he entered the Violet Mansion ranking and took fourth? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Ning denied that it was still understandable for the divine hidden list to enter the Violet Mansion. After all, it was very simple to enter the Violet Mansion by winning the first place in the divine hidden ranking. But all of a sudden, he entered the fourth in the Purple Mansion ranking and stepped into the peak level of the Purple Mansion realm. Looking at the past and the present and the future, who can do it? It's Lin Wuya again. Who the hell is this Lin Wuya? Lu Shuer wondered. No matter what, he can't be that trash. Shen Xiuyue was certain. It's just a moment of good luck. When I go to break into the Imperial Tower, I'll enter the fourth again. Su Ning couldn't swallow this breath. And the Xian Heavenly Clan couldn't swallow this breath even more. The face of her and the clan had to be brought back. The list-watching disciple nodded his head. He had also come here so that Su Ning could break through the list and take back the rankings. Xiao Bai's gloomy face soothed a lot. If senior sister steps out, the district Lin Wuya will be stepped on in seconds. It's still little brother who's better at talking. What Lin Wuya? What Qin Mengyao? And what by Xin are not as well behaved as little senior brother? Junior brother, this elixir is for you. Cultivate well. Oh. In the face of the trio's kindness to Xiao Bai's heart was calm to the extreme. His concern wasn't Su Ning's ranking, but how to cultivate next without Bai Xinxin. Senior sister, will junior sister go to the Linlang mystic realm to try out? Su Ning looked at him in surprise. Maybe, as long as she enters foundation establishment, she will have a spot. Xiao Bai was clear in his mind that the time for the opening of the Linlang mysterious realm was less than 2 months. It's not too late to do it after 2 months. Su Ning and the others came to the outside of the Imperial Tower. There was already a crowd standing outside. The Purple Mansion ranking was the focal point of the younger generation's competition. It attracts a lot of young talent. These disciples were also concerned about a million things, and Su Ning was the goddess of their hearts. Seeing his goddess being pushed down the list, it's worse than killing them. Eldest sister is here. There was a sound of shouting, and the disciples looked at Su Ning and the others who were flying in. It's not just eldest senior sister. Senior sister Lu and senior sister Shin are here as well. Hiss, the air smells sweet once the 3 senior sisters arrive. Beautiful. Too beautiful. Seeing the 3 senior sisters at once, I have no regrets even if I die. Oh, what does it take to marry 3 senior sisters? What? You don't want to die by marrying 3 people? The thought of my sisters marrying someone else makes my heart ache so much I can't breathe. How do you know that the sisters will marry me? Su Ning's trio descended in the midst of all the attention. The eyes of these disciples are disgusting. Lu Shuer spat in a private voice channel transmission. However, the gods were smiling as they greeted towards the many disciples. This group of losers, if it wasn't for maintaining this damn image, my old lady would hate to kill them. Shen Xiuyue was equally disgusted in her heart. Su Ning didn't say a word, not knowing what she was thinking. If senior sister steps in, she will definitely take back the rankings. A disciple shouted. Lin Wuya has just gotten lucky. When he meets eldest sister, he can only get down. That said, could Lin Wuya be Lin? Shut up. Lin Wuya has already abolished his own cultivation and expelled himself from the clan. How could it be him? Even if it's him, how could he push eldest sister out of the top 4? Wolf-hearted thing. The disciples were extremely confident in Su Ning. Amidst the attention of the crowd, Su Ning and the others arrived before the Imperial Pagoda. Su Ning looked towards the fourth-ranked Lin Wuya, her eyes chilling. No matter who you are, if you dare to pull me down to the fourth, whether it's the Imperial Tower or reality, you'll have to pay the price. She lifted her foot slightly and tried to enter the breaking tower. Suddenly, a lurch of the feet. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar, only to see that the rankings on the screen changed again. Lin Wuya's ranking improved by one more place, going into third. How? Su Ning's eyes narrowed. Others didn't know the terror of the third. She did. The third was the holy son of the sacred heavenly sect, who had already forged the emperor's pole at the divine hidden realm, and was even more powerful and extraordinary after entering the Violet Mansion. Su Ning had been trying to rush up to third all these years, but had never succeeded. Sister, Lu Xuer pulled Su Ning back. Now, it seemed that Lin Wuya wasn't intentionally slapping the Xian heavenly sect's face, but was truly challenging the Violet Mansion ranking. It was no longer meaningful for Su Ning to continue the challenge. What puzzled her was whether Lin Wuya was a heavenly pride of that sect. To be able to win first place in the divine hidden ranking, to enter the Violet Mansion for the first time, and to crush a crowd of heavenly prides, this can no longer be described as heavenly pride. It's a monster. Following the emergence of that monster from the devil's path, has our righteous path also appeared? Xin Qiuyue murmured. The devil's way has risen greatly, and the righteous way has likewise made an effort. Is it possible that Lin Wuya is from the devil's way? Impossible. Although the devil's way is flourishing, are we of the righteous way jealous? This senior brother Lin is definitely a person of the righteous path. The disciples talked to each other and felt that Lin Wuya could only possibly be a member of the righteous path. Look! Second! An exclamation of surprise rang out in the crowd, and the eyes of the crowd were instantly drawn over. Asterisk 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 so fierce. Someone shouted incredulously, his tone filled with shock and admiration. They watched as that figure rapidly climbed up the list, straight to the top. The crowd's breath caught and their hearts raced, as if they could feel the fierce competitive atmosphere. The top of the Purple Mansion list, that was the Holy Son of the Heavenly Sword Sect, an existence with a natural sword body and extraordinary strength. He had been endowed with unparalleled sword Dao talent since his birth, and was known as the future sword immortal of the Heavenly Sword Sect. He was expected to be taught by a sword Dao supreme in the Dao country, an invincible presence all the way. How could it not be shocking that someone was now closing in on his position at an alarming speed? Inside the Imperial Tower, a young man dressed in white and holding a long sword appeared before Lin Wuya's eyes. The man's eyes were cold, as if he only had his own sword in his eyes. Lin Wuya's eyes narrowed. Swordsmith. This kind of person, who goes forward, can't afford to fail. However, the divine hidden list did not see this person. Perhaps, to prevent damage to the sword's heart. Thinking of this, the corners of Lin Wuya's mouth arched. Junior, carry a bag of rice a few floors. Chapter 54, My slave knows the way of sitting in oblivion. No. 1. A shocking shout exploded outside the Xian Tian sect's Imperial Tower like a thunderclap. The crowd stared in disbelief at what was happening in front of them. That sword son of the Heavenly Sword Sect was squeezed into second place in just a few breaths. How could they not expect that there would be someone who could surpass that saint's son with a natural sword body at such an astonishing speed? Su Ning asked, what exactly is that sect's monster? Such a man could not have remained silent. Maybe it's a celestial pride secretly cultivated by the Dao country. Xun Qiuyue guessed. Lu Xuer nodded. Under the heavens, who could cultivate such a monster other than the Dao countryside that has such an underpinning? The other disciples agreed when they heard Lu Xuer's reply. The Dao countryside was the holy land in their hearts. There were countless supreme powers inside, and it was reasonable for one or two monsters to come out. Look, first place has permission to inscribe. Look what he wrote. Su Ning said that the list would not show which power the top of the list belonged to, but being able to use the quotes left behind, one could surmise the people who belonged there. What kind of quotes do you think? A disciple asked. Maybe it's a practice insight. Maybe it's an inspirational quote. It's all messed up. Keep watching. I can't wait to catch up with senior brother Lin. Too strong. Even that sword son can defeat. Inside the Imperial Tower, Lin Wuya looked at the screen in front of him. The spirit of the Imperial Pagoda prompted him that he could leave behind a sentence as a quotation to inspire those who came after him. He stroked his chin and quickly lifted his pen, dashing down 3 large lines. Heaven does not give birth to me. Lin Wuya, the ancient demonic path is like a long night. Vegetables, just practice more. People off-screen looked dumbfounded. The devil's way, he's from the devil's way. The Xian Tian sect's disciples had a bolt from the blue in their heads. They thought that Lin Wuya was the legendary monster that the Dao country had carefully cultivated to counteract the demon Dao. However,
The truth was so ironic that this being who was considered a miracle was actually a member of the Devil's Way. Such a monster is actually a member of the Devil's Way.
Is the Devil's Way really going to flourish? Some people murmured, their words revealing a fear and uneasiness that was hard to hide.
They knew deep down that one so powerful would undoubtedly pose a huge threat to the entire cultivation world.
The crowd exchanged complicated looks, their hearts filled with anxiety and uneasiness.
They began to re-evaluate the strength and ambition of the Devil's Way, and at the same time worried about the future of the Dao countryside as well as the other forces of the righteous way. Word spread quickly through the crowd,
sending even more shockwaves. The people were talking, and some were worried that the Devil's Way would become even more arrogant as a result.
There were also some who speculated that Lin Wuya was introduced by the Devil's Way to combat the righteousness of the way. Su Ning looked at the three big words Lin Wuya and didn't say a word,
not knowing what she was thinking. Lu Shuer and Xin Shouyue left the imperial pagoda, looking surprised but not impatient. Devil does not suppress righteousness. Since ancient times, the Devil's Way would be suppressed by the righteous way no matter how amazingly talented people had appeared. It was and still is. Heavenly Sword Sect. A white figure flew out from outside the imperial pagoda. He fell to the ground in a sorry state. Senior brother Fong. Several disciples helped Fong Jin up, their expressions incomparably worried. Countless disciples came up around them. Frozen, he looked at Fong Jin. As soon as they saw that someone had surpassed Fong Jin, they immediately asked him to come out of the gate and prepare to pummel Lin Wuya. When he saw that Lin Wuya was a member of the Devil's Way, he was even more righteously indignant and verbally abusive. Inspired by the other disciples, as well as driven by the righteousness of the festival, Fong Jin stepped forward into the imperial pagoda, ready to get back to number one. However, within a few breaths, he was sent flying. I failed. Fong Jin looked downcast, his eyes dull. Fong Kai, the moment he entered the imperial pagoda, see a figure that is hazy to the core, an unspeakably oppressive aura pressed in. It was immediately followed by a palpitating fist. The wind of that fist whistled as if it carried life and death, and it seemed to carry the momentum of opening the sky. In front of Lin Wuya's fist, his sword was small and pitiful. There was no courage to lift the sword. Even if you lift your sword, a feeling of powerlessness that cannot be overcome arises. Just one punch, just strike him out of the imperial tower. Cracks appeared in the heart of the sword. The people around them froze. The sword's sun in their hearts, the invincible myth, was defeated. Lost to a man of the devil's path. Silence. A long silence. Everyone couldn't accept the ending. A sigh sounded in the void. An old man with white hair, holding an ancient sword, stepped into the air. He helped Fong Jin up and said in a serious tone, "Jin, failure is not the end of the road, but another necessary path to success." Throughout history, how many great men and women have sharpened their minds in adversity, learned lessons from failure, and ultimately accomplished extraordinary things. I hold this ancient sword, which has endured the winds and frosts of 1,000 years, and it has witnessed the victories and defeats of many battles, and every encounter is a refining of the sword's intent and a test of the will of the bearer of the sword. Though the blade of the sword is sharp, if you don't have a heart of perseverance, it's hard to become a great weapon. Jin, go to Dao country, go there to sharpen your sword Dao. After the old man finished speaking, he gently patted Fong Jin's shoulder, his eyes filled with expectations and encouragement. Fong Jin looked at the old man's eyes, which had gone through many vicissitudes but were still resolute, and his heart surged with unprecedented strength and determination. He nodded gently and followed the old man's figure as it disappeared. The impact Lin Wuya caused was not only in the Xin Tian sect and the Heavenly Sword sect, but swept through all the righteous paths in the world. They all knew that a monster had come out of the magic path. The Devil's Way up and down all cheered, being pressed by the righteous way for so many years, finally raising their eyebrows. In the meantime, Lin Wuya walked out of the imperial pagoda. As he stepped into the square, each step seemed to step on top of the crowd's heartstrings, stirring up layers of ripples. The brilliant battle record of being invincible at the same level at the beginning of the Violet Mansion realm was like a bright star, illuminating the eyes of everyone present. It also ignited a deep admiration and yearning within them. In the crowd, the whispers gradually dissipated and were replaced by a solemnity and awe. One after another, they made way. Their gazes were filled with awe and admiration, as if they were witnessing the birth of a future legend. There were bold female devil cultivators squeezing their eyebrows, as if they could do whatever they wanted as long as he gave the word. See, Devil Son. Blood Moon bowed his head, arching his hand in obeisance towards Lin Wuya. Yu Qiming and Evil Cloud no longer had the bratty look they had at the beginning and looked very respectful. Elder Brother Lin. Fong Wei hurriedly came,
his eyes full of little stars. That was incomparable adoration. Su Qingshan and Bai Xiong didn't dare to lean forward, with mischief in their eyes. Lin Wuya noticed the two's gazes. What's going on? Feng Wei pondered for a moment. Senior brother Lin. They think you're a devil's son. Demon's son? Lin Wuya froze and swept the expressions of the people around him, instantly realizing his own amazing performance at the Imperial Pagoda made them think that he was a demon's son. Rather negligent. Lin Wuya was helpless, breaking into the tower in such a high-profile manner, powering over the younger generation. Perhaps, now all the cultivators in the whole world thought that he was the devil's son. 100 mouths to feed. He looked to Blood Moon and the others. The three men exploded and sweated like pigs. Yu Yimeng glared at those female demonic cultivators around her. Taking a deep breath, she swung her perfect curves and moved forward in a graceful manner. Demon's son, please forgive me for the offense earlier. My slave has nothing to offer but my body. A faint aroma filled the area around Lin Wuya, and the lazy body voice with Yu Qimeng's delicate and picked face made the blood swell. Demoness, don't even think about it. Feng Wei immediately stopped in front of Lin Wuya and stared intently at Yu Qimeng, as if a tiger was protecting its food. Yu Qimeng looked Feng Wei up and down, slightly puffed out her chest and smiled contemptuously. Feng Wei's eyes widened. Demoness die. Senior brother Lin is not that kind of person. Although this demoness is well-built, good-looking and of high status. But, Feng Wei is self-absorbed. Okay, she admitted that Moon Emmy was good. But senior brother Lin was righteous and would never be in the company of a demoness. Lin Wuya tugged on Feng Wei and said with admiration in his eyes, "You're very up to speed." Yu Qimeng smiled lightly. Devil's son, not only is my slave on the Tao, but I can sit on the Tao of forgetfulness. Chapter 55, Sitting on the Big Head. Or the Small Head? Sit on Nima's head. Lin Wuya cracked his mouth. Was he righteous and a womanizer? Ha! Yu Yimeng was stunned and immediately responded, sitting on the big head. Or the small head? Lin Wuya looked at Yu Qimeng in surprise. I didn't realize she was actually a segmented writer. Unable to explain, he immediately took out the human emperor streamer and shouted, those who don't want to die, all hand over their soul blood. What? What? Yu Yimeng froze in place, not yet having reacted to the fact that the devil's son, who had been interested in her only moments ago, suddenly changed his face and told them to hand over their soul blood. It was important to know that soul blood was a cultivator's lifeblood, and as long as it was handed over, they would become slaves. Lin Wuya violently waved the human emperor streamer. At that moment, it was as if the heavens and earth were enveloped in an aura of death. Those ghostly lights that surrounded him instantly coalesced into a terrifying force, transforming into a pitch-black wave of death that swept out in all directions. The power of death released by the human emperor streamer could also erode the enemy's will and soul, plunging them into endless fear and despair. Master, save me! Evil Cloud was imprisoned by the human emperor streamer, unable to escape, and wanted to seek the help of his master. But, after some calling, there was no response. His complexion instantly turned deathly gray. He then looked toward Han Gui, who hadn't said a word above the dome of the sky. He understands. The devil's den has acquiesced. It doesn't matter who's here. Demon's son, I'm willing to hand over my soul blood. Blood spilled from the corners of Yu Qimeng's mouth. That flag was so bizarre that it actually damaged her divine soul and prevented her from resisting it. If this continued, sooner or later, the divine soul would be drawn out alive. With Yu Qimeng taking the lead, Blood Moon also turned in her soul blood. Evil Cloud's face was pale and he surrendered his soul blood very unwillingly. Senior brother Lin, I don't need to, do I? Wu Zhiping tried to squeeze out a smile. Surrendering his soul blood meant that in the future, he was at Lin Wuya's beck and call and could not yet resist. I'm a fair person. Give you two ways. The first is to hand over the soul blood. I choose the second one. Wu Zhiping immediately grabbed the answer. Lin Wuya smiled faintly and his expression turned cold. The second is to die for me immediately. Powerful pressure came from the sky, and the huge fist wind whistled like a meteorite descending with great might. Wu Zhiping's eyes widened, not daring to imagine that Lin Wuya had struck so decisively. At least we know each other. The strike was a killing move. Without a hint of hesitation, I'll pay. In front of the life and death crisis, Wu Zhiping surrendered his soul blood from his heart. Lin Wuya patted Wu Zhiping's shoulder. From now on, everyone will be brothers. Ing wiped the sweat from his forehead. If you don't say so, you are the devil's son. This change of face is faster than turning over a book. Lin Wuya collected the soul blood of those present and left satisfied, leaving behind a bitter crowd. Senior sister Feng, how can we explain when we go back if the soul blood is lost?
Su Qingshan's expression was gloomy.
If he was found to have lost his soul blood when he went back, he would definitely be regarded as a traitor to the righteous path.
Moreover, with his understanding of Lin Wuya, if the soul blood was taken away, he simply couldn't ask for it back.
Account for it?
Feng Wei blinked.
Why account for it? After hearing this, Bai Xiong came to a realization.
Senior sister Feng, what you mean is that after we go back, we'll pretend that we don't know anything. When the clan asks, they don't know. Su Qingshan pondered for a moment and secretly nodded. Perhaps this explanation would allow them to minimize the crisis.
Feng Wei shook his head.
No, I mean, we came out undercover. It's dangerous. It's good to be alive. What are we being asked to account for? It should be how the clan gives us an explanation.
Su Qingshan and Bai Xiong looked at each other and silently gave a thumbs up.
High. It's really high.
This wave, directly from passive to active. The clan became the one who was at a disadvantage.
They're the victims. Senior sister, why are you happy? Su Qingshan asked. Everyone's ashen-faced and you're so happy. It can't be that you didn't collect your soul blood, right? Feng Wei clasped his hands on his chest.
To be able to give soul blood to senior brother Lin is a blessing we've cultivated.
It's too late to be happy. Why are you sad?
Su Qingshan and Bai Xiong were speechless,
secretly saying that Feng Wei was already hopeless.
Lin Wuya hummed a little song as he returned to the Phantom Peak.
Today's harvest is not called bountiful.
Not only had he forged the Forbidden Dao realm, but he had also broken through the Violet Mansion realm,
becoming the first person under the Yuanshan realm.
What's more important is that after getting so much soul blood, you won't have to worry about not having any fighters available when you go out in the future.
Next, prepare for the Linlang secret realm. Is young lord going to the secret realm trial? Han Gui's voice suddenly came out. You know about this secret realm? Lin Wuya asked. Han Gui nodded. Master Lin Lang Dao was a paragon emperor in the Dao country, who died in the same battle with an extraterrestrial paragon emperor back then.
The secret realm formed after the deaths of the two paragon emperors is called the Linlang secret realm by the righteous.
Extraterrestrial paragon?
Lin Wuya was startled. This world even had people from outside the domain descending. When Han Wei saw Lin Wuya's expression, he immediately explained,
back to young lord. The universe is vast and boundless, and the place where we are is called the Heavenly Pale Realm.
There are realms beyond the realm. So when the young master reaches the supreme level he will be able to travel to other great realms. It was as if Lin Wuya had opened up a new world, and beyond the realm he was in, there was actually a much more expansive world waiting to be explored.
This sudden realization planted a seed of infinite possibilities in his heart. Han Gui smiled. Young lord, the secret realm of Lin Lang is held by the righteous path, so it's not good to go in. Elder Han has a method? Lin Wuya asked.
The 4 heavenly sects' hold on the secret realm was extremely strict and would not allow the devil Dao to get their hands on it.
Since Han Gui said so, he must have a way to get in.
I'm afraid the young lord already has dozens of ways in his mind to get in.
Han Gui laughed.
Lin Wuya laughed softly.
Entering the secret realm was simple. The hard part was how to get the inheritance within the secret realm. Han Gui took out a mask. Young lord, this is the quasi-emperor artifact that the demon lord gave you. Oh, Lin Wuya's eyes were glowing.
He didn't lack supreme artifacts in his hands, but he didn't have a quasi-imperial artifact.
So light.
The moment he picked up the mask, he was slightly surprised that the mask was as light as paper.
Young lord,
this treasure is called 1,000 Faces, and it is the 1,000 Faces demon lords who specifically asked me to hand it over to you to make it easier to walk in the world.
At the same time, the demon lords exerted great magical powers to cover up your chi. Unless a great emperor descends,
your chi and physique will never be discovered.
The demon lords have a heart. Lin Wuya nodded slightly.
He still wanted to take the initiative to seek out the demon lords to cover up his true identity for him.
Unexpectedly, they offered to help him complete the cover. In that case, there is no need to act with too much fear.
Lin Wuya quickly refined the 1,000 Faces and after wearing it, he could change his appearance and body shape with just a thought.
On top of that, there was the devil lord's covering means, and the paramount emperors couldn't even see through his real situation when they came. It's a must-have for killing, setting fire to, robbing and killing people. Cauldron, cauldron. Just as Lin Wuya was lamenting, a pasty voice rang out from outside. Master, why are you here too? Tu Yunyun rushed in through the door. She had just broken through Foundation establishment, and when she heard about Lin Wuya's exploits in the Imperial Pagoda, she immediately ran over. Han Gui smiled awkwardly. Young lord, this is my disciple, Tu Yunyun. Then with a stern face, he said in a rude manner, seeing the young lord, you still don't salute. Young lord? Tu Yunyun stared with wide, confused eyes, not knowing what to do. Not long ago it was a cauldron. Half a month gone and you're a young master? Tu Yunyun is your disciple. Lin Wuya laughed. The world really wanted to be small. When I first heard that Tu Yunyun had been admitted to the door wall by a great person in the magic cave, I thought it was that person, but I didn't expect it to be Elder Han. Han Gui explained. I won't hide it from the young lord. I once had a story with her ancestor, and promised her family's old ancestor that if any of her later generation disciples became successful, I could help teach them. So it is. Lin Wuya realized and touched Tu Yunyun's head. It's better to call it cauldron. Hooray! Cauldron. Tu Yunyun hugged Lin Wuya's thigh. Cauldron. I also want to go to the secret realm. Just now, she had heard the two of them talking and knew that Lin Wuya was going to the secret realm. Secret realms are mysterious, dangerous, exciting and rewarding places for cultivators. Tu Yunyun had grown up hearing many stories of cultivators who had soared to the heavens after visiting the secret realm. Extremely eager for the secret realm. Secret realms can be very dangerous, Lin Wuya said. When Tu Yunyun heard about the danger, her eyes lit up and she waved her small fists. Danger isn't scary. It's the absence of danger that's scary. Remember the mission. Don't forget the devil's heart. And revitalize the devil's sect. Lin Wuya gave a thumbs up. The children are teachable. Chapter 56. Say you're faking. You're faking. 2 months later, outside the secret boundaries of Lin Wuya brought Tu Yunyun to this place. At this time, his appearance and figure had changed so much that no one could recognize his true identity except Tu Yunyun. Cauldron. I want to fight 10. Tu Yunyun's small fists kept clashing against each other with a very excited look. It's hard enough for you to fight one. Lin Wuya mercilessly attacked. Tu Yunyun was at the beginning of the Foundation establishment realm, and such strength was a bottom of the barrel existence in the Linlang mysterious realm, and it was good to be alive. Tu Yunyun's face instantly fell. Cauldron. You have so many inheritances and magic treasures on you. Why do you still need to come to the secret realm trial? Tu Yunyun couldn't figure it out. Lin Wuya had so many supreme artifacts on him and several great emperor inheritances. It was unique in the cultivation world. Although the Lin Lang mysterious realm had a quasi-emperor's inheritance, it wasn't worth mentioning compared to what Lin Wuya had on him. Lin Wuya looked out at the several floating airships in the sky and muttered, for the promise made at the beginning. Promise? Tu Yunyun tilted her little head and looked at the floating blimp thoughtfully. Cauldron. Are you going to fight the blimp? Lin Wuya patted her on the head. The cauldron teaches you 2 guidelines. What guidelines? Tu Yunyun blinked. In the future, when you go out, if you can't beat someone, the same level is called a dog. Those in the higher realms are called seniors. Tu Yunyun frowned tightly. What if we can beat it? Fighting through calling it a mole. Straight out of the heart. Tu Yunyun stroked his chin and scrutinized these words. Seemingly enlightened. The secret realm is opening up. Lin Wuya looked at a vortex unfolding in the void. When the secret realm opened, the first to enter were the disciples of the 4 heavenly clans. Only after they entered could other clans enter. Moreover, before entering the secret realm, it was necessary to carry out a screening so that people of the devil's path would not be mixed in. This method firmly secured the position of the 4 heavenly clans, and was able to obtain the rare resources in the secret realm at the first opportunity, such as spirit medicine, spirit stones, magic treasures, and even ancient legacies. The small and medium-sized clans and scattered cultivators often had to wait for the 4 heavenly clans to finish their selection before they had the chance to enter, at which point there were very few quality resources left in the secret realm. Above the heavenly boat, Qin Mengyao looked at the cultivators bustling below. Seems to be looking for something. Elder sister, what are you looking for? Bai Xinxin stepped forward and asked, her expression slightly pleased, since following Qin Mengyao, not only was she free from the suppression of her senior sisters, but she had also successfully broken through the Foundation establishment stage. For Qin Mengyao, she was very grateful. It's fine. Qin Mengyao retracted her gaze, sighed, and murmured, Senior brother, didn't you come? There were 2 quasi-emperor inheritances in the Lin Lang mysterious realm, and in their previous lives, these 2 quasi-emperor inheritances were obtained by Xiao Bai and Lin Wuya. For a time, the Xian Tian sect was in a state of great splendor, but the good times don't last long. After Lin Wuya obtained the inheritance, he was falsely accused by Xiao Bai. It caused the inheritance to be stripped and transferred to Xiao Bai. At that time, she didn't think much about it, and she flatly stated that Lin Wuya was the one who stole Xiao Bai's inheritance. Beat and scold him. In the end, the master stepped in and forced Lin Wuya to give up the inheritance himself and turn it over to Xiao Bai. Senior brother, I'm sorry.
Qin Mangyao covered her chest and glanced at Xiaobai, who was surrounded by several senior sisters.
The coldness was great. Xiaobai. The secret realm is where you will die. Qin Mangyao clenched her teeth.
She had no interest in the inheritance and had come here for the purpose of killing Xiaobai.
Return the master's brother's innocence. At this moment,
Xiaobai's remaining light fell on by Xinxin and saw that Qin Mangyao's heart was full of hatred.
Qin Mangyao, you will die today.
Xiaobai muttered to himself in his heart. Bai Xinxin was his pool of qi.
Qin Mangyao was in his way and had to die. That's a lot of people. Lu Shuer looked down at the people below.
Su Ning looked at the several surrounding skyboats.
The people below are just here to make up the numbers.
Our competitors are the other three clans. Lu Shuer also gazed at the other Heavenly Sect people and snickered. Fangzhen didn't come.
Fangzhen,
as the holy son of the Heavenly Sword Sect and number 1 on the Purple Mansion ranking, was causing too much pressure on them. I heard that Fangzhen returned to the Dao country because his sword heart was damaged from adjusting that Lin Wuya. Su Ning and the others' pupils shrunk at the words.
That Lin Wuya,
who shared the same name as their senior brother, had managed to injure Fangzhen's sword heart.
This kind of strength is too terrifying.
Luckily, this is the home ground of the righteous path. Su Ning put her heart down. The secret realm of Lin Lang was held by the righteous path, and those of the devil's path could not enter.
Shen Xiuyue reminded. Don't forget, there's also the holy heavenly sect saint's son, Yu Qilong, and the Dao heavenly sect saint's son, Xiao Tibi. Su Ning took a deep breath. There's no harm. I'm here. Looking at Su Ning's confident expression, Shen Xiuyue and her party no longer worried. The secret realm is open. You disciples enter quickly.
A loud bellowing voice came from above. Several blurred figures stood high above the sky.
Those were the elders of each clan. Backing them up. Prevent accidents. Boom! As a sound spread out,
a thunderous rumble erupted from the place where the void swirled.
In a flash,
a door of space opened from the vortex.
Looking from the outside,
a small gray world appeared inside. The 4 heavenly sect disciples transformed into streams of light and flew into the door of space.
The people below, looking anxious, appeared in commotion.
After the disciples of the 4 heavenly days sect went in,
it would be their turn. If you can't get the good stuff,
a mouthful of soup is enough.
Take it easy, take it easy. Register one by one.
The loud and clear bellow instantly quieted the restless crowd. Only a few great sects of Yuanshan realm cultivators were seen guarding the outside of the space gate.
I am a disciple of the Mo sect.
A sect disciple took out the token in his hand and handed it over to the Yuanshan realm cultivator for inspection.
They check it for accuracy before they can pass. Among them, some people of unknown origin were barred from entering. To release or not to release is up to the preference of these watchful disciples. If you dare to be reckless in public, you will be killed directly. This led to many small clans and loose cultivators daring to speak out. They were weak, had no background and no strength, so they could only queue up honestly and wait for access. Cauldron.
These righteous people are too overbearing. Tu Yunyun frowned as she looked at the scene.
In the long run,
the strong get stronger and the weak get weaker.
Bottom-level cultivators can never turn over a new leaf. Lin Wuya's eyes narrowed,
and he also saw the sounds of microaggressions amongst the crowd. Though muttered in a small voice, it fell on his ears.
Compared to the entire cultivation world,
the number of large clans was sparse,
and the bottom cultivators made up the majority.
The big clans held the best cultivation resources,
and the people at the bottom could only survive in the cracks. Not even a mouthful of soup will inevitably intensify the excitement of conflicts.
Lin Wuya suddenly thought of something. Perhaps the so-called battle between the righteous and the devils is meant to divert and digest this kind of inspired conflict.
So it is.
Lin Wuya realized that the fight between the righteous and the devil was at its root a fight for resources of interest,
and at the same time,
it was also able to smooth out these conflicts that were about to be inspired and reach a point of balance. It was as if as soon as this contradiction reached a certain level, a great battle between the righteous and the devils would arise.
Cauldron, how are we going to get in? Tu Yunyun asked.
They were from the devil's way, and the guards were Yuanshan realm cultivators, so perhaps they were beheaded on the spot before the door even went in.
Don't panic.
A smile spread across Lin Wuya's mouth.
Act according to the plan. Tu Yunyun nodded slightly and walked up into a cloud carriage at the back. Senior,
I'm a member of the righteous path.
Why am I not allowed to enter? Outside the space gate, a person's face turned red and said, even when he took out his identity token, he was stopped. Thief's eyebrows and a fierce face.
Not suspecting you of being a devil is already a mercy from us.
How dare you clamor?
The Yuanshan realm guards bellowed.
But I have an identity token. The devil's way has many means, and identity tokens can be faked.
This was issued by our clan.
How can it be faked? When we say you are faking, you are faking. When these words came out, the crowd was enraged. They were not disciples of the 4 great heavenly clans, nor were they disciples of the great sects, but as a cultivator, he was already an exalted being in the eyes of mortals. The heart is all about pride. It was hard not to be convinced by them. What's more, the secret realm was in front of them, blocking them out for various reasons. It is tantamount to cutting them off from seeking the path. To cut off a man's way is like killing his parents. Damn it, there's no justice. Chapter 57, Still Stepping on Justice. Heaven's reason? The Yuan Shen realm guards grinned. Here, we are the heavenly reason. If you want to go over there, you have to show us convincing proof. His words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples. The anger of the surrounding crowd spread quickly like wildfire. We're not convinced. Why do you big clans monopolize the secret realm and don't let us in? Disobedience? Several Yuan Shen realm cultivators looked at each other, their auras all released. The powerful might formed a field that was incomparably terrifying. Pust, pust. The few people who were shouting just now instantly exploded into blood mist. I'll see who dares to disobey. The Yuan Shen realm guards scanned the crowd below, seemingly ready to kill at the drop of a hat. People took dozens of steps backward in fear, breaking out in a cold sweat. These people from the great sects didn't treat them as human beings at all. Kill without saying a word. A bunch of mole crickets. How dare they bark? The Yuan Shen realm guards disdainfully said. On weekdays, these people were not even qualified to see him, now actually raving in front of them, looking for death. Everyone dared not breathe out loud under the vast might. One could only queue up silently, one by one, taking out tokens of proof in exchange for the qualification to enter the space gate. Some were unable to produce a token and had to bribe their way in. It's a scene that's seen time and time again. Humph. You have appointed yourselves as the heavenly principle, but you're just riding roughshod over the others on the basis of your high cultivation. In the crowd, a seemingly ordinary but determined-eyed youth stood out. His voice was not high-pitched, but it clearly cut through the clamor and shook everyone in the room. There is no shortage of cultivators among us who harbor a heart of justice and seek the true meaning of the martial way. Should we unconditionally obey and give up our beliefs and pursuits just because of your great sex status? The youth's words resonated with more people, who nodded in agreement. Not bad. Heavenly justice lies in the hearts of men, not in the hands of you and others. An old man in plain clothes stepped out of the crowd. His beard and hair were white, but his eyes were shining. Obviously he was also someone with extraordinary cultivation. We demand fairness and justice, not rules imposed by the likes of you. The youth stepped forward. You use the authority in your hands to suppress the bottom cultivators. This is the heavenly justice you speak of. Right. We are not convinced. By what right can you call yourselves heaven's justice and arbitrarily decide whether we stay or go? Can we do whatever we want just because we are strong? Then where is the true meaning of martial arts that we seek? We want fairness and opportunity, not handouts from your high horse. Voices rose and fell in the crowd, and the suppressed emotions instantly erupted, converging into a force that could not be ignored. They no longer feared the majesty of that Yuan Shen realm's guards, but used their voices to express their dissatisfaction and rebellion against injustice. The Yuan Shen realm guards' faces gradually became gloomy, not expecting these seemingly weak cultivators to be so united and angry. But they were, after all, experts of the Yuan Shen realm and quickly regained their composure. Turning his head, he looked at the youth at the head. Who are you? The youth smiled faintly and arched his hand. Under the Justice Sect, Patriarch, Li Nong Dao, Tender Father Li? The Yuan Shen realm guards were puzzled, having never heard of this clan's name. Seeing that it only had a purple mansion realm cultivation, it must be a small and unimpressive sect. Under the 4 great heavenly sects, there were as many such sects as there were clusters. Kid, you've got a lot of guts. You dare to rush us. Aren't you afraid of death? The Yuan Shen realm cultivator said in an unkind tone. Toast to the world. Damn it! A Yuan Shen realm caretaker, unable to hide the anger in his heart, immediately struck out, wanting to exterminate him. Lin Wuya smiled gently and held a piece of tissue paper aloft. Look what it is. That Yuan Shen realm guard attacked with a lurch, and when he saw the contents of the paper, his pupils shrank. This is a clan license issued by the Heavenly Alliance, which can be checked by the clan representative. The Heavenly Alliance stipulates that a member of a Heavenly Alliance clan who attacks the clan's patriarch is guilty of an unforgivable offense. Lin Wuya's voice wasn't loud, but it caused the Yuan Shen realm guards to gnash their teeth. Their clans were members of the Heavenly Alliance, so they naturally knew about this rule. What's more, the great clans were all part of the Heavenly Alliance. The equivalent of the rules were set by them.
If they fought and killed Lin Woya, it would be equivalent to slapping their own faces. The Yuan Shen Realm Guard's eyes were on fire. If his eyes could kill, Lin Wuya would have died a million times already. You may enter, the Yuan Shen Realm Guard said in a single word. It still operates like that? Some people in the crowd looked dumbfounded. A burst of regret. Had they known, they would have brought their clan certificates. Cough. Lin Wuya coughed a few times and turned to look into the midst of the vast crowd. Gentlemen, this patriarch has come here to do only 3 things. Fair. Still stepping on the horse is fair. Fairness never comes by the handouts of others, but is earned with our hands. Now that the great sects have cut off our path to seek the way, we can only save ourselves. My Justice Sect is an orthodox sect certified by the Heavenly Alliance, and is currently short of manpower. As long as you join our Justice Sect, you'll be able to enter the secret realm. Welcome to the insightful people. The Yuanshan Realm Guards froze and immediately stopped. Other than you, others will need to produce proof to enter the secret realm. Lin Wuya laughed lightly, pointed at himself, and asked, what is my status? Sovereign of the Justice Sect. Are the people I'm taking in from the Justice Sect? Yes. Is the Justice Sect a Heavenly Alliance certified sect? Yes. So those who join the Justice Sect, are they people of the righteous path? Yes. Then why can't we enter the secret realm? The Yuan Shen Realm Guards were stunned, and by that logic, there didn't seem to be any problems. But they couldn't prove their identity. Lin Wuya held up the certification. I'm the Patriarch, and I still can't prove their identity? But what if they are undercover agents of the Devil Dao? The Yuan Shen Realm Guard said aggressively. Lin Wuya lightly chortled. You said that my Justice Sect's people are devils. May I ask what evidence you have? Without proof, I suspect you of slandering my clan. I'm going to report to the Heavenly Alliance and sue you for colluding with the Devil's Way and crippling the Righteous Alliance. Slander. Naked slander. The Yuanshan Realm Guards instantly panicked, pointing at Lin Wuya and shouting. Lin Wuya took a step forward. I say you're a devil. How can you prove you're not? On the basis of your words, you condemn people to be devils. You're the Heavenly Alliance Master, or the Dao Country Supreme. The Yuanshan Realm Guards took a few steps back, and in just a few words, they were pulled down against the Heavenly Alliance, and compared them to the Supreme Beings. If they were investigated by the Heavenly Alliance, they would have no defense. When the Supreme Being is angry, he doesn't even know how to die. Seeing that they didn't speak, Lin Wuya looked at the crowd. Gentlemen, what are you waiting for? The Justice Sect is thirsty for a lot of talent. When people saw that Lin Wuya disliked the guard's passes and was speechless, admiration surfaced in their hearts. Unmoved in the face of power, even if your life is threatened, you don't waver from that heart of justice. For their sake, they were able to come up with ridiculous reasons like the Justice Sect being understaffed. Li Nengdad, Gao Yi, if Gong does not abandon me, I would like to join the Justice Sect until death do us part. Patriarch Li is righteous and deserves the name of Patriarch of the Justice Sect. There are still people of such noble qualities in the world. I am 5 for 5, and I only beg the Patriarch to take me in. I'd like to. For a time, people were moved beyond words by Lin Wuya's temperament and scrambled to sign up to join the Justice Sect. In just 1 hour, thousands of members had joined. Chapter 58, Proving Yourself to be Yourself. When 1,000 people joined the Justice Sect, the guards were indifferent. When 2,000 people joined the Justice Sect, the guards' faces grew embarrassed. When 3,000 people joined the Justice Sect, the guards couldn't help themselves directly. This is the entrance to the secret realm, not a place for you to recruit disciples. Lin Wuya twisted his head and said, that rule that you can't take in people here? The guards blushed. Indeed, there was no rule against taking people in here. What should we do? If this continues, all the people here can enter the secret realm. The clan has given us a mission, but the fewer people that go in, the better. Clan accountability. We can't afford it. Why don't we send this son in first? Yes. After the several Yuanshan Realm Guards exchanged divine sense, they came up with a countermeasure and made a decisive move. Lin Wuya was still distributing the tokens when suddenly a flash of light appeared before his eyes. Just go inside the secret world. Sovereign. The crowd was in a state of panic and followed into the secret realm. Some people didn't get to join in and tried to muddle their way in. Stopped by the guards. No proof. No entry. Darn it. That was close. A cultivator who hadn't come to join the Justice Sect pounded his head. Patriarch Li has an ancient heart. If it weren't for the fact that I have a clan, I would have definitely joined immediately. A person with a clan regretted it. It's a pity. Missing this opportunity will make it 1,000 times harder to enter the secret realm. I should have known that I would have brought the clan certificate over as well.
The guards would smile,
so that there was no way for the group to get in. The thought of Lin Wuya bringing in over 3,000 people, they had a pang of regret.
If the inheritance was snatched, and the sect asked for punishment, they could hardly be blamed. You're bullies. They can get in. Why can't I? The guards laughed. Just because you can't prove you're yourself. I can't prove myself yet? Naturally, whoever said you were yourself, a fake could be possible. Shameless, shameless. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation.
And today they had counted on seeing the face of a great sect. Heaven forbid there should be a reason to prove yourself.
It's too much of a bully. But, they dared to be angry.
The anger of a man who snatches the ground with his head.
Missy is here. Get out of the way. A booming voice rang out from the back of the crowd,
only to see a beautifully crafted cloud carriage flying in from the rear.
It immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Stop the comer. The Yuanshan realm guard stopped the cloud carriage and drank. Who dares to block the way of this clan?
A crisp voice resounded within the cloud carriage,
only to see that a petite, graceful, and absolutely beautiful young girl stepped out of the cloud carriage. As soon as she appeared, the people below rubbed their eyes.
Even the Yuanshan realm guards were slightly stunned.
What a beautiful fairy. I wonder which clan's heavenly pride it is. Didn't you hear her say this clan just now? I think it's a clan lord. So young to be the head of a clan? Cultivating a second-generation venture, right?
The Yuanshan realm guards arched their hands and said,
I wonder what sect the girl's teacher is from. Cough cough.
Tu Yunyun coughed a few times.
Our Justice Sect Vice Patriarch, Li Nanyang.
The corners of the Yuanshan realm guards' mouths twitched.
In front of you, there's Li Nunda. After that, there's Li Nanyang. You guys planned this, didn't you? It's the Vice Patriarch of the Justice Sect.
The people burst into cheers.
The Justice Sect Patriarch spoke up for them, and it was thought that this Vice Patriarch, too, was of good character. Ahem. Tu Yunyun cleared his throat and took out a script, ready to read to it. The guards took a look and became anxious.
It is forbidden for clans to accept people here.
When Tu Yunyun heard this,
her eyebrows rose and she crossed her arms and huffed.
Nonsense. There is this rule there. It was set just now.
The guards looked serious.
Damn the righteous path.
Tu Yunyun clenched her teeth in anger.
In this way, the manuscript she had prepared was all null and void. What did you say? The guards froze. They had just heard something inexplicable.
Tu Yunyun immediately reacted and gave a thumbs up.
I say, this is a good rule. Humph. The guards stifled a grunt, remembering that Tu Yunyun was young and ignorant, just a small foundation stage,
and did not bother with her. Tu Yunyun's eyes flickered and she took out another piece of paper from her small pocket.
Ahem! She shouted. Gentlemen, my Justice Sect is recruiting clan partners. No threshold, no restrictions. As long as you become a partner of the Justice Sect, you will receive a partner certificate issued by the Justice Sect and be blessed by our sect. And to enter the secret realm. The childish voice echoed through the crowd. The guards were wide-eyed, as if they hadn't thought that there was such a way. No, absolutely not.
The guards immediately stopped it.
If that was the case, the entire clan could enter. Who says no? Tu Yunyun held up a certificate.
It was clearly a license issued by the Heavenly Alliance to recruit a partnership clan.
How could the Heavenly Alliance have such a license?
The guards stared at the certificate in disbelief. They served in the Heavenly Alliance and knew all kinds of certificates.
This is the first time I have seen this kind of certificate, but the seal on it is really childish. Tu Yunyun guffawed.
She wasn't going to tell them that this was Lin Wuya's idea.
As soon as the elders of the Heavenly Alliance heard this, they directly agreed, and strongly supported. After all, this one certificate was able to amass wealth for the Heavenly Alliance. Moreover, the clan's partnership helps small clans to develop. I'm in. A person stepped out from the crowd. He was an unorthodox clan patriarch. One person was out in the world, raising a clan, raising disciples, and having to watch out for prying eyes of other people's clans. It's exhausting to live alone. Becoming a partner, not used for vassalage. Not only can you get the Justice Clan as your backing, but you can also develop together without interfering with each other. With such a partnership opportunity in front of him, how could he not join? As one person moved forward, many others joined in. They were all unranked clans, not powerful enough to have a backer. The Justice Sect might not be strong, but it was quite nice to gain an ally. Can I join even if I don't have a clan? A loose cultivator asked. He had average talent and was unwilling to join the sect constraints, so he became a loose cultivator. Many people threw hopeful glances towards Tu Yunyun. Fong had missed the opportunity to join the Justice Sect, and now the partners, They didn't want to miss it. Tu Yunyun raised her little head. Individuals are certainly fine, as long as they don't harm the Justice Sect. Individuals are also Justice Sect partners. I'm in. As Tu Yunyun's words fell, countless people crowded up. After a while, Tu Yunyun looked at the list of several thousand people and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Afterwards, he looked at the guards. These people are all partners of my Justice Sect. With my Justice Sect's guarantee, is it possible to enter the secret realm? The guards' whole bodies trembled as they gazed at the densely packed names. This. They didn't dare not to release it, because Tu Yunyun held that certificate above her head, and the issuer came from a great source. The status is high. This Justice Sect. There's someone up there. One of the guards gritted his teeth. To release or not to release? Let it go. We can't afford to offend the Justice Sect. The guard sighed helplessly and let the thousands in again. Tu Yunyun smiled as he rode on the cloud carriage and entered the secret realm. Patriarch Gaoi, to have this ally. There is no regret in this life. It's really coming in. Can't even dream of it. I don't know how many secret realms I've rushed through over the years, and it's the first time I've ever come in. It's all because of the Justice Sect. People are grateful for justice. Chapter 59 Justice. Sovereign. Lin Wuya looked at the several thousand pairs of steaming eyes and secretly nodded. 3,000 men who can accomplish what's next on the program. Patriarch. A simple-looking man walked up. Where is the mountain gate of our Justice Sect? He was a loose cultivator with poor talent and only had a foundation establishment cultivation level. Lin Wuya said, the Justice Sect doesn't have a mountain gate. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd exploded. What? There's no mountain gate? What kind of sect is this? A slim cultivator yelled, his face full of questions and disdain. Could it be that the sect leader is teasing us? How can a sect not have a mountain gate? Won't this spread out and make people laugh? A middle-aged female cultivator said with a frown. I think nah. This Justice Sect is an empty shell. We're afraid we've entered the wrong place. A sharp-tongued fellow fanned the flames in the crowd. Humph. Anyway, it's for the sake of entering the secret realm. It's not too late to break away from the Justice Sect when we get out of the secret realm. A young cultivator with a face full of arrogance coldly snorted. The crowd spoke one word to another, and the sound of suspicion rose and fell, and the crowd that was originally full of expectations was now in a deep state of suspicion and uneasiness. Lin Wuya would smile, open his arms, and raise his voice. The Justice Sect's mountain gate is everywhere. The place where justice lies is where the Justice Sect's mountain gate is located. There are Justice Sect disciples there, and there is the sect. When the crowd heard this, they first stared, then fell into a short silence. The simple-looking man scratched his head and said in a seemingly unintelligible manner, Patriarch, I don't quite understand. Without a fixed place, isn't this clan of ours too erratic? An old man stroked his beard and said thoughtfully, the Patriarch's words are quite profound. Perhaps it is telling us that we should not stick to formality, but rather the act of justice. A flash of realization flashed through the eyes of that middle-aged female cultivator. In that case, as long as we uphold justice, we can represent the Justice Sect wherever we go? Patriarch, I've realized. The sharp-tongued and monkey-cheeked fellow, however, said in a conspiratorial manner, that's a nice thing to say, but without an actual mountain gate, how can we make the other sects look at us squarely? At that moment, a young disciple who had been silent stepped forward and said loudly, have you all forgotten why we joined the Justice Sect? It was infected by the Patriarch's temperament. It's to rebel against those big clan monopolies. It's about realizing the fairness and justice in your heart. The crowd nodded their heads, their original suspicions gradually being replaced by firmness. They joined the Justice Sect not only for the secret realm, but they had a breath in their hearts. A breath of not being oppressed. A breath of letting everyone have a fair chance. Cauldron. The crisp voice carried down from above, only to see that Tu Yunyun came with 3,000 cultivators. They come together to form a force to be reckoned with. Lin Wuya saw that everyone had almost arrived. Extend your right arm 45 degrees high in the air. Everyone's expression became serious and they looked at him silently, waiting for him to speak. Lin Wuya no longer hesitated and said with a loud voice, fellow Taoists, brothers, sisters, today we are gathered together because of our common goals and ideals. All men, created equal. We live in a world where we are supposed to have equal, free and fair rights. Yet the great clans often cruelly deprive us of our rights. Their oppression of us is pervasive, and the injustice repeatedly stings our dignity. We work hard at our training, but we can barely make ends meet. We harbor ideals and beliefs, only to be crushed by their merciless reality. Those big clans, on the other hand,
are able to use their power and resources to wantonly trample on the principle of fairness and deprive us of our opportunities and dignity.
We can no longer tolerate this injustice. No more silence under oppression. Silence only fuels the arrogance of the oppressor and entrenches the unjust status quo. Throughout the ages, countless brave souls have stood up and fought for fairness and justice. Every protest is a powerful pushback against oppression and injustice. Brothers, sisters, let's stick together. The voice of one may be faint, but the cry of the multitude is sure to be deafening. We need to be brave enough to speak out and let our anger and discontent be heard by those who oppress us. With strong faith and an unyielding spirit, we will break the chains that bind us. Maybe the road ahead is full of hardships and obstacles, and maybe we will face great pressure and threats, but as long as we harbor in our hearts the desire for fairness and justice, nothing can stop us from moving forward. Justice. The powerful voice and infectious words instantly echoed through the crowd. Since ancient times, the principle of the weak and the strong in the cultivation world, and whoever is strong has the right to be strong, was deeply rooted in every human heart. The weak have no voice and no right to live. But today, they heard something different. All men, created equal. It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in this dark and depressing world. Souls that were used to being humble, used to being trampled on, were awakened in this moment. They looked up with a light in their eyes that they had never seen before. A spark of hope, a defiance and rebellion against their fate. Justice. That simple man, with tears in his eyes, even followed Lin Wuya's movements, raising his right arm 45 degrees and letting out a cry. Justice. With a shout, countless people responded. For a moment, the sound cut through the sky, and a rush of hot blood hit his heart. They both knew that it was a fruitless struggle, but they have faith in their hearts. Maybe the future will see a whole new era coming up because of their efforts. In those days, there was no more bullying of the weak by the strong, no more injustice and oppression. Everyone can breathe freely and pursue their happiness equally. And they, the underdogs who were once seen as ants, will be the makers of this new era. Cauldron. What do we do next? Tu Yunyun's eyes were filled with little stars. Cauldron is just great. And in a few words, he's crippled these righteous people. Her question is exactly what is on everyone's mind. There comes a time when the atmosphere burns out, and without a plan for what comes next, enthusiasm can easily be worn out. Lin Wuya swept a glance at the 6,000 people and exclaimed, "Naturally, it's everything that will belong to us. The secret inheritance is for everyone." Those great sect disciples turned us away in order to monopolize the inheritance and treasures. We want to take back the inheritance and treasures that belong to us. This statement was immediately recognized by all. We want to take back the inheritance and treasures that belong to us. The crowd was in an uproar, with waves of chants. Why should they be able to monopolize it and we have the right to acquire it as well? A young cultivator clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. We can't just sit around and wait for them to die anymore. We must unite and fight them to the end. An old man with a firm gaze and a powerful voice. But they are powerful. Can we do it? Someone's face showed timidity, and there was a hint of hesitation in his voice. What are you afraid of? There are thousands of us. We still can't beat them. Another man retorted in a loud voice. That's right, although we are not as strong as them. There are more of us. A female cultivator shouted. The crowd responded with determination and courage in their eyes. Lin Wuya waved his big hand. Depart. 6,000 people rushed towards the depths of the secret realm in great numbers. Chapter 60, Taking Back What's Ours. The secret realm was a space of its own, with a dark and desolate interior. The wrinkles carved by the same years tell of endless vicissitudes. Walking into the depths, a misty fog filled the air, making it hard to tell where to go. Occasionally, strange lights flickered in the fog, only to disappear in an instant, as if deliberately teasing the intruder. Who are you people? A few uniformed disciples looked at the dense crowd around them. The scalp was numb. Even if they were at the divine hidden realm, or even if there were purple mansion realm cultivators, their hearts were still weak from facing so many people at the same time. We're from the Justice Clan. Men to the left, women to the right. No men, no women, just kill. Lin Wuya said loudly. Tu Yunyun froze and immediately whispered, Cauldron, shouldn't we hide a bit? If the name of our own clan goes out, what will happen when they take revenge in the future? What are you afraid of? Lin Wuya chortled. They're all outsiders. What's wrong with declaring yourself? We are taking back what is ours. They're the robbers, the thieves. Bold. How dare you slander our Misty Sect? A female cultivator at the head of the group loudly retorted. They had just killed a resentful soul and obtained a precious medicine, and before they could warm it up, they were surrounded by a group of people. Even if they surrounded them, They even stigmatized them as strong-arm bandits. This who can endure? Humph. Lin Wuya stifled a snort. The Misty Sect is also a first-rate sect under the 4 heavenly sects. You don't even understand this. Treasure for all. If it weren't for the fact that we didn't come in because your people blocked the entrance, this precious medicine would have been ours long ago. Robbed us and said they weren't thieves and robbers. Patriarch has a point. The simple-looking man stepped forward and said, if it weren't for you relying on your clan, this precious medicine would have been obtained by us long ago. That's right. Yes. The crowd was enraged. And when they saw that what the ethereal clan was wearing was an existence that they could not even ask for in their entire lives, they were suddenly furious. The big dog family. They worked their asses off to earn resources, and they couldn't afford pills or magic weapons, and they don't need to expend much effort to have these precious treasures at their fingertips. It's all just dependent on the clan behind it. You guys are shameless. You're being forceful. The ethereal sect female cultivator reddened her face. The world is a treacherous place. I didn't realize it was so treacherous. Inverted to such an extent. Lin Wuya's face sank as his purple mansion realm aura erupted, immediately pressuring the ethereal sect disciples to gasp for air. Purple mansion realm cultivator. The eyes of the female cultivator in the lead shrunk as a bad feeling arose in her heart. It was intended to use force on them. Great. The patriarch is actually a violet mansion realm grand cultivator. A group of people were elated. Most of them were at the foundation establishment stage, a few at the divine hidden realm, and hardly any at the purple mansion realm. Now that Lin Wuya was displaying his purple mansion realm strength, it had undoubtedly boosted their confidence. Tie them all up. Lin Wuya gave an order. The naive man beside him immediately stepped forward and bound the ethereal sect disciple in 3 swift strokes with skillful maneuvers. It made Lin Wuya's eyes light up. If it wasn't for the righteous dharma he practiced, he would seriously suspect that this person had mixed with the devil's path in the past. Patriarch, this is their storage ring. The simple man handed a few storage rings to Lin Wuya. Lin Wuya looked at the naive man and nodded in satisfaction. You're very promising. What's your name? Back to Patriarch. My name is Manhwa. I am 50 years old. Manhwa smiled nervously. Lin Wuya's face crumpled. Only building the foundation at the age of 50. His talent was a bit of a crotch puller. But not a big problem. That's the kind of promising youth the JWs need. Little Ma, from now on, you'll be the Justice Sect Deacon. When Manhwa heard this, he was overjoyed and immediately kowtowed and nabbed. Thank you for the Patriarch's appreciation. Little Ma will do his best to serve the sect. Envious glances were thrown around. Lin Wuya helped him up. There are 72 halls under the Justice Sect, and under the halls, there are elders, deacons, core disciples, inner disciples, outer disciples, and handymen. Our Justice Sect. We don't look at cultivation. We look at character. We look at seniority. And we look at contribution. Little Ma, as long as you do your best in the future, do more good deeds, and contribute more to the clan, the position of Hall Master is not a dream. Your Highness, Manhwa was breathing heavily, recalling his entire life. He had crawled and fought at the bottom, never thinking that one day in the future, he would be able to sit in the position of the Palace Master. This honor, for him, is like a dream. Justice. Manhwa stood straight and raised his right arm high, swearing his loyalty to Lin Wuya. You all have a chance to become Hall Masters, Lin Wuya said loudly. The crowd was in an uproar when they heard this, and excitement spread through the crowd like a tidal wave. Really? Temple Master. This is unbelievable. A young cultivator's eyes widened and his voice trembled with excitement. He was also an underclass cultivator, with poor talent and no prominent family lineage or background. He should have lived his life in silence. But now that he was able to receive the promise of the Patriarch, the fighting spirit in his heart was galvanized. Your Highness is serious about this? Do we really have such a chance? The other cultivator's face was red with excitement and his fists were clenched. Not looking at cultivation, but at character and contribution. Where would one find such a clan? As long as we cultivate hard and contribute to the sect, we will definitely be able to achieve this goal. An older cultivator had a firm gaze, as if he had already seen the day when he would become the head of the hall. In the crowd, some people began to cheer. Others embraced each other and cried. More people were secretly vowing in their hearts to seize this rare opportunity. Lin Wuya's big hand closed, and the crowd instantly fell silent. Picking up a few storage rings, Deacon Ma, register these things that should have belonged to us, and when we all go out, we'll divide them together. Manhwa immediately arched his hand and said, Thank you, Patriarch. The others were thrilled to hear that not only did they not contribute, but they could also share the treasure. Sovereign, too good for them. You've eaten leopard's gall, making a move against us. Aren't you afraid of the Misty Sect's retaliation? The ethereal sect female cultivator was so angry that her face turned red, her lips trembled, and the veins on her forehead bulged. The Misty Sect, although not as good as the four heavenly sects, was still a renowned existence in the cultivation world. People were silent and looked at Lin Woya,
wondering how he would respond.
Snap! Makobo goes up for a big pen pocket. Dare to disrespect the patriarch. Looking for a fight. Magwabao's eyes filled with rage. The patriarch knew him well, and this favor was greater than the heavens. Whoever dared to disrespect the patriarch was his enemy. Griffin. The slap did little damage to the female cultivator and was extremely insulting. As a disciple of the Netherworld sect, being slapped by a foundation establishment stage cultivator, this spread out. It's a small matter that she lost face. Where does the face of the clan go? The large clans were originally small in number and not a large circle, and one person knowing about it was the same as everyone knowing about it. Sovereign, what to do with them? Magwa Bao stepped forward and asked. Take back what we lost before. What does sovereign mean? Magwa Bao puzzled. Lin Wuya said in an inscrutable manner. They used to overrun so many secret realms, robbed us of so many treasures. The future is out of our hands. We must be given interest for the past. Send someone to send a letter to their clan and ask them to bring money to ransom them. Or else, tear the ticket. Ha! Magwa Bao froze for a moment. Patriarch, isn't this a kidnapping? A disciple in the back issued a question. Snap! Magwa Bao went up and gave a slap. Mard, didn't you hear the patriarch? It's about getting back what we lost before. If they don't, do they give it voluntarily? And don't use your brain to think about it. This is the sovereign's initiative to sacrifice for our benefit. His words were transmitted to the four directions, immediately dispelling the doubts of the crowd. Patriarch, I've realized. Oh, I didn't realize that the patriarch would rather take the blame than seek justice for us. It's too touching. Cry for me hard and touching. Patriarch, I'm willing to give you monkeys, die aside. I want to give birth to 10 for the patriarch. Chapter 61, is she usually this brave? Holy son, it's bad. Senior sister Rosebud has been kidnapped. Kidnapping? A sword-browed, starry-eyed man froze in shock. Within the secret realm, besides the four great heavenly clans, who would dare to touch a disciple of the Misty clan? The four heavenly sects can't do such a thing as kidnapping people. Under the four heavenly sects, there were only those few sects. What kind of person is so bold? Wang Donglai's eyes flashed with a cold light as anger caused his pupils to contract. It was the Justice Sect's people who did this. The disciple was filled with righteous indignation. Sacred son. They kidnapped senior sister due to the fact that they were outnumbered and threatened to tear up the ticket if they didn't pay the 100,000 spirit stones a person. Outrageous. Wang Donglai's eyes widened angrily, and it was as if his eyes could kill. The Justice Sect, unheard of, dared to kidnap someone from the ethereal sect. They're kind of living it up. Wang Donglai, turning his head to look at a marvelous figure in front of him, arched his hand and said, Senior sister Su, there are ungrateful things that are messing with us. So senior brother is going to go ahead and take care of it. Su Ning in the front gazed at a high mountain covered in mist in the distance. That's where the quasi-emperor's legacy is. Hearing Wang Donglai's voice, he nodded silently. Go and return quickly. Senior sister is concerned? Wang Donglai thought in his heart and was delighted. Don't worry, senior sister. A group of petty criminals will be taken down in minutes. After Wang Donglai left, Lu Schwerer stepped forward and worried. Senior sister. Could this be a tactic of the other three sects? Hold our affiliated forces in check, gradually weaken us, and then kill them all in one fell swoop. With the four heavenly sects holding the cultivation world, first-class sects had to take sides if they wanted to stand firm. The Netherworld sect was siding with the Xian sect, which was a subordinate force of the Xian sect. Su Ning's gaze was languid. Where did the fourth senior sister go? Wang Donglai's strength was moderate. Not much more than one, not less than one. Qin Manyao's strength was top-notch, and with the divine dynasty's chi fortune added to her body, within the secret realm, she could be said to be an invincible existence. Now at this juncture, Qin Mangyao disappeared. It could be said to have, from the beginning, disappeared with by xin. Lu Schwerer shook her head with a displeased expression. Recently, fourth senior sister has become more and more licentious. Su Ning and Shinshio Yu's willow brows knitted, also expressing their displeasure. Ever since Lin Wuya was abolished and expelled from the clan, Qin Mangyao was as if she had eaten the wrong medicine and was against them at every turn. Xiao Bai's eyes turned and he immediately stepped forward. Eldest sister. I'll go find them. Su Ning's complexion moved slightly. They were waiting for the inheritance to open at the moment, watching out for people from other clans. They couldn't leave. Xiaobai took the initiative to go to Qin Mengyao for the sake of the greater good, which moved them greatly. Junior brother, be careful with everything. Senior sister, don't worry. Xiaobai's heart secretly rejoiced, and he immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared. On the other hand, Wang Donglai led the Misty Sect's disciples forward to rescue Rosebud and the others. Upon arrival, he was immediately surrounded. Is this what you call fighting the crowds? Wang Donglai was dumbfounded and looked at the informing disciple. Can't wait to just give him 2 cuts. It's not where the crowds are. It's almost an army. Saint's son, you didn't ask either. The disciple who informed him had an aggrieved look on his face. You have come to ransom? Manhwa Bao asked when he saw their uniform attire. Wang Donglai wiped away a handful of sweat. With his Zifu realm cultivation, hit 10. He won't say a word. Fight 100 and you can still handle it. Play 1,000 of them, and he can go 50 to 50. Call 6-000. I'm sorry, we don't know each other. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Wang Donglai said eagerly, bean-sized beads of sweat rolling down his forehead nonstop, his eyes filled with trepidation. You're saying this is a misunderstanding? A gloomy voice sounded behind him, followed by a large hand that pinched the back of his neck in a death grip. The powerful force caused Wang Donglai to almost suffocate. For a moment, he was horrified. One must know that he was at the late stage of the Purple Mansion cultivation, and his strength was a ranked existence amongst the heavens' pride. However, the large hand behind him held him in a deadly grip, allowing him to run his body's spiritual energy as if it had encountered a natural enemy, leaking wildly. In just a few breaths, it felt like the Purple Mansion spiritual energy in his body had been sucked up. Exhaustion. Masters, Wang Donglai immediately realized in his heart. No wonder the Justice Sect dared to kidnap the Misty Sect disciples. So there were experts behind them. I just don't know which clan it is. This move was definitely meant to target the Xiantian sect. This senior brother. Is there a misunderstanding between us? Wang Donglai said in a powerful spirit. There's no misunderstanding. Lin Wuya lifted him up as if he was lifting a small chicken. The Netherworld sect disciples in the back were directly numb with fear. Seen the strong ones. I've never seen one pinch his own holy son like a chicken. Even Fongjin of the Heavenly Sword sect couldn't do it. 100,000 spirit stones a person. One less son. Break one of your fingers. Lin Wuya's tone was unkind. Cauldron is mighty. Tu Yun yelled from behind, then trotted over. Cauldron. Would 100,000 spirit stones be too much? Looking at them, they don't have much money. No money. Lin Wuya yelled. Cultivators are full of treasures. A pair of waists. A pair of hearts. Hearts, livers, and spleens are all precious medicines. Wang Donglai's scalp went numb. Is this a robbery or a human trafficker? So tough. Rich. Wang Donglai quickly took out a storage ring and handed it to Lin Wuya. Lin Wuya casually unlocked his storage ring and handed it to Tu Yun. Tu Yun checked for a while and said with glowing eyes, Cauldron, there are 1 million spirit stones and many pills, 10 pieces of top-grade spiritual treasures and 5 pieces of extreme spiritual treasures. Looking at Tu Yun who kept on reporting the number, Wang Donglai had a face of flesh pain, which was all his belongings. Lin Wuya's palm loosened and Wang Donglai fell to the ground. There's good faith. Let it all go. Manhwa Bao brought out Chance and the others. Holy Sun. When Rosie and the others saw Wang Donglai, their hearts were relieved and felt full of security. Humph. Rosie stifled a snort. Our saint's son is here in person. Why don't you kneel down quickly? Lin Wuya had a puzzled look on his face as he gazed at Wang Donglai. Is she usually this brave? Saint's son. He has disrespected you. Please teach this Fong a lesson from your hand. Rose was filled with anger. Yes, saint's son. It's not even if these people kidnapped us. They even spoke out of turn. It's hard for us to swallow our anger if we don't teach them a lesson. They also robbed our storage ring. I have 1 million spirit stones in there. They must pay for it. Shut up. Wang Donglai chortled. Still millions of spirit stones. Why don't you say millions of spirit stones? These mouth breathers are a bunch of make it or break it guys. He couldn't wait to slap them a few times. This senior brother. It's all because of my lax discipline. Please forgive me. Wang Donglai spoke in a low voice. It drew a dumbfounded look from Rose and the others. He was just about to open his mouth, but was stopped by the other disciples. Eyeless thing. Don't shut up. Don't want the loins. Yelling so loud. I don't see the bogeyman counting his money. And when he's done, you'll have a good time. Being chided a few times by a few senior brothers, Rosebud and the others were dumbfounded where they were.
Although their misty sect was not as good as the 4 great heavenly sects, they were not so low as to stoop so low to an unorthodox sect. The mighty holy sons of their hearts were putting their faces to the ground. The Justice Sect. What the hell is it? This senior brother. Can we go now? Wang Donglai said. Here they are more people. The man in front of them is strong. Cannot fight. First leave here. In looking for people to take revenge. They can go. Lin Wuya said indifferently. Thank you, elder brother. Wang Donglai was overjoyed and immediately brought a dozen people to leave. Stop. Wang Donglai's body stiffened as he had a bad feeling in his heart. They can leave. You can't. Lin Wuya pressed Wang Donglai's shoulder. Wang Donglai was like a thorn in his back, feeling that there was an unspeakable aura locking him at his back, making him not dare to move halfway. Senior, didn't I pay the ransom? Lin Wuya laughed. The ransom is for them, not for you. What do you mean? Wang Donglai's heart stuttered. You're a holy son, and the price is 10 times theirs. Get 1,000,000 spirit stones. But I've already given so many pills and magic treasures. Lin Wuya's complexion straightened. What pills? What magic treasures? Did you guys see that? Tu Yunyun shook her little head and crossed her arms, saying, I only see spirit stones. I don't see any spirit liquid. What foundation building Dan? God concentration Dan? And mansion breaking Dan? Wang Donglai's face stiffened. I don't see it. You're so skillful at reporting? Wait. Holy son. I'll go back and get the ransom for you. One disciple wiped away his tears and turned to flee without saying a word. Seeing this, the other disciples also left a message and fled. Wang Donglai was in tears. We said we'd share the same hardships and the same blessings. It's a big deal, isn't it? I would really appreciate it. Chapter 62. The sect needs talents like you, Patriarch. Letting them go back will lead to endless trouble. Magua Bao worried. Who in the world didn't know that the Misty Sect's superior power was the Xian Tian sect? That's one of the 4 great heavenly clans. There were countless strong people within the clan. The disciples are as proud as the clouds. If they were to let them go back and call in the Xian Tian sect, then even if they had more people, they wouldn't be able to handle it. People, naturally, the more the merrier. Lin Wuya smiled lightly. He was still afraid that not enough people would come. Go, divide your spirit stones among the group. Lin Wuya distributed all the spirit stones that he had seized from the dozen or so people from Wang Donglai to everyone present. The crowd froze, then erupted in cheers. Patriarch is truly righteous. Someone shouted. I thought that the Patriarch would take it all for himself, but I didn't expect that close to 2,000,000 spirit stones would be directly divided among them without batting an eye. Now we have our cultivation resources. A young disciple danced with excitement. Although he had only obtained a few hundred spirit stones, this was only the beginning. And there were many more opportunities behind him. Lin Wuya looked at the crowd's delighted appearance and said aloud, these are only a portion of the resources they robbed us of in the past. There are still a lot of resources behind for them to repay. It's sovereign. The crowd clasped their fists and saluted. Wang Donglai, on the other hand, had a gloomy face and hung his head low, not daring to say anything. The cultivation world is treacherous, and today I have truly seen it. Little Ma. This top-grade spiritual treasure is bestowed upon you. Lin Wuya took out a top-grade spiritual treasure and handed it to Magua Bao. Magua Bao froze in place, looking at the top-grade spiritual treasure in his hand that emitted a powerful aura, as if he was dreaming. After a while, he was able to slow down, so excited that his voice trembled. Patriarch, is this really for me? Lin Wuya smiled and nodded. Naturally, it's for you. Use it well and don't fail Justice's expectations of you. Tears flashed in Magua Bao's eyes as he knelt on both knees. Great kindness from the Patriarch. Gua Bao will never forget it, and will certainly go through fire and water for the clan. 10,000 deaths. The bottom-level cultivator who came from the bottom layer could not even afford a lower-grade spiritual treasure, let alone a top-grade spiritual treasure. He stood up and tightly gripped the top-grade spiritual treasure, feeling the strong power contained within, his heart surging with infinite ambition. With the help of this spiritual treasure, I will be able to break through the bottleneck of my cultivation and make great achievements for the clan. The surrounding disciples cast envious gazes. Someone couldn't help but say, Old Mother is so blessed to have such love from the Patriarch. Seeing that the effect had been achieved, Lin Wuya took out a few more top-grade spiritual treasures and extreme spiritual treasures. You may form a team and go forward to capture and return the disciples of the great sect that oppressed us. Let's see who catches more. The top 3, rewarded with extreme spiritual treasures. The top 10, rewarded with top-grade spiritual treasures. The top 20, 10,000 spirit stones each. When the crowd heard this, They were all in an uproar and the scene was abuzz with excitement. Extreme spiritual treasure. Top grade spiritual treasure. And 10,000 spiritual stones. Even the 4 heavenly sects patriarchs were not this bold. Wang Donglai was silent. These were his magic weapons. Don't worry, Sovereign, we will not dishonor our mission. A young disciple shouted loudly, excitement flashing in his eyes. That's right, this time, we must let those great sect disciples know how powerful we are. Another disciple pumped his fists and jumped at the chance. Cauldron, but we can't beat them. Tu Yun blinked. There were a lot of big sect disciples coming, but there were also a lot of strong people, so how could they succeed by relying on them? These crooked and low-realm casual cultivators? Stupid, Lin Wuya said without a good breath. If the strong ones can't be beaten, they won't look for the small ones. The little one can't fight. You won't team up. It's true that one man can't beat them. What about 10? What about 100? What about 1,000? You can't beat them head-on. You can't sneak up on them. You can't kidnap them. You can't threaten them. People's eyes widened at this statement. It seems to open up new worlds. Patriarch, hi. Before meeting the patriarch, seeing the patriarch is like a frog in a well looking at the white moon. But after seeing the patriarch, it's like floating and seeing the blue sky. Patriarch wisdom. Even if we cultivate for 10 lifetimes we won't be able to catch up. People clamored with emotion and spoke of their admiration for Lin Wuya. Soon enough, the crowd had formed a group and set off in great numbers. Brothers, step it up. The extreme spiritual treasure is waiting for us. A squad leader inspired his teammates. Charge. For justice and reward. The cries were loud and clear. Lin Wuya would smile as he looked at the crowd with their high level of energy. Suddenly, there was a slight pause. Young boy, why don't you go with them to get back what belongs to you? Lin Wuya said as he gazed at a 12 or 13-year-old teenager in front of him. The young man's expression was full of perseverance, as if there was a deep hatred in his eyes, and his face had a maturity that did not belong to this age. Poof! The teenager poofed and fell to his knees. Patriarch is kind-hearted and sympathetic to the living. He doesn't mind Yi Hao's birth, so I would like to specially thank Patriarch for taking him in. Yi Hao caught out his head with a thud, and looked at Tu Yun, who called out cheating. Cauldron, God, not only have you fooled so many people, you've crippled them. Alas, Lin Wuya helped Yi Hao up. Silly child, net speaking big truths. It's all because you all lifted me up, and I'm just going along for the ride. Your surname is Yi? Tu Yun suddenly asked. What's your relationship with the Yi family, the #1 ancient clan in the cultivation world? Yi Hao dried his tears and said without haste, I used to be a member of the Yi family. Tu Yun's eyes widened. Cauldron. He's from the first ancient clan. Lin Wuya was also stunned. In addition to the 4 great heavenly clans in the cultivation world, there were also some hidden and ancient families. Among them, the Yi family was the leader of this group of ancient clans. The strength was comparable to any of the 4 great heavenly clans. Patriarch, I am no longer a member of the Yi family. Yi Hao said sadly. Lin Wuya looked at his expression and instantly created a picture in his head. The absolute genius was of humble origin, and had no one to rely on since his parents sacrificed themselves to the heavens when he was a child. Originally a genius. Suddenly the realm fell unable to find the reason. Spurned by his family, his fiancée returns to his door. In a series of blows, the teenager is banished from the family. Then, in exile, with strange encounters along the way, eventually, he achieved greatness and descended on the family once again. It became an existence that the family could not afford. Why aren't you a member of the Yi family anymore? Tu Yun asked. Yi Hao flashed a trace of embarrassment and explained. Because he grew up with very little talent and saw his peers surpassing him day by day. The bottom of the heart is not willing. Secretly refined the forbidden method. Want to seize the human foundation. He failed to seize the foundation, but was discovered and expelled from the clan by his family. The corners of Lin Wuya's mouth twitched. Nima. Just now it was a white fantasy. It was thought to be a chirographic heavenly pride. I didn't realize it was a villain. What forbidden method is clearly a devilish technique. Cultivating the devil's way technique. The Yi family didn't kill you. Count them as having a conscience. What a heroic young man. Tu Yun gave a thumbs up. This person is a seedling of the devil's path. Ha! Yi Hao was stunned and pointed to himself doubtfully. Did he hear wrong just now? He's a presence that everyone is crying out for with this series of behaviors. How did he become a hero in the eyes of the vice patriarch? Lin Wuya revealed a look of appreciation.